Ding. Detected that the host's current state of mind meets the activation conditions for the ultimate survival system. The system is about to start. System activation complete. Automatically binding. Binding complete. As this is the host's first time obtaining this system, a beginner's gift package is specially provided. Would you like to open it now? Half asleep and groggy, Chen Yuan couldn't help but let out a soft hum as a series of mechanical prompts echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the survival tips guide. Congratulations to the host for leveling up by 9 levels. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the mortal weapon, Qingfeng Sword. The Qingfeng Sword has been automatically stored in the system backpack and can be accessed by the host at any time. The system notification sounded again, and the drowsy Chen Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, the sleepiness in them instantly dissipating. Staring at the damp and narrow stone cave in front of him, Chen Yuan fell into deep confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly surged through his mind. Waves of memories flooded in along with the intense pain. The Tianxian continent, underground caves, tribes, survival, cultivation, foraging. The complex memories quickly merged, allowing Chen Yuan to instantly understand his situation. He has traveled through. He arrived in a world called the Tianxian continent. Moreover, he possessed the body of a 16-year-old boy who was about to join an expedition team for an adventure. What's even more outrageous is that this world experienced a catastrophic disaster 100 years ago, with heaven and earth shifting and the sun and moon reversing. The surface was no longer suitable for survival. The tribe where Chen Yuan belonged had luckily escaped into the underground space back then, barely clinging to life. Subsequently, terrifying mutations occurred on the surface. Ferocious beasts became extraordinarily aggressive, with astonishing reproductive capabilities, quickly occupying most of the continent. The human race was powerless to return to the surface and could only struggle to survive in the dark, damp underground caves. The tribe where Chen Yuan lived had been here for nearly 30 years. It was the safest habitat discovered by exploration teams in recent years, but now it faced a tremendous crisis. The tribe has started leaking water. Judging by experience, this place might soon be submerged into a vast expanse of water. What's worse, the tribe's food reserves are almost depleted. They have no choice but to venture out to explore wider areas, searching for a new home while bringing back as much food as possible. Otherwise, the 100-strong tribe will face the danger of starvation. So, is this a survival quest in a fantasy world? Chen Yuan gradually came to terms with this setting. It's just, the starting difficulty could be described as hellish. According to the residual memories in his mind, all races in this world had undergone mutations, with demonic beasts growing increasingly powerful, and even old trees possibly cultivating into spirits. Humans, on the other hand, missed their opportunities by hiding underground, becoming the weakest existence in this world and the prey of other races. In order to survive and find food, the tribe suffered countless casualties every year. Initially, the expedition teams were led by Qi condensation realm experts, and only men over the age of 30 would venture out to forage. However, as the number of returnees dwindled, even 16-year-old children now had to take this path. As for the boy Chen Yuan had possessed, if memory served correctly, it seemed he had been so terrified upon learning yesterday that he would have to go out on an expedition to forage that he literally died of fright. This shows just how terrifying the outside world must be. Wait, system. That voice just now was the system, right? At this moment, Chen Yuan finally reacted and hurriedly summoned the system in his mind. A few minutes later, his eyes suddenly lit up with brilliance. This set of equipment, called the Ultimate Survival System, not only includes a redeemable store but also features a weapon synthesis bar and a spatial backpack. Most importantly, the system can provide survival tips. Although it's still unclear how the survival tips will appear, does that even matter? With the system, what else does he have to fear? Just as Chen Yuan was immersed in his thoughts, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came, followed by a dark head poking into the cave. Entrance, shouting at him, "Xiao Yuan, come out quickly, the team is about to set off, and the clan leaders are all waiting for you." "Ah, okay, coming right away." Chen Yuan's expression shifted, and he had to temporarily set aside his observation of the system. He hurriedly crawled out of the cave and followed the person in front of him out, walking while observing the surrounding environment. They were clearly in a damp and dark underground cavern, with only a small stone emitting a faint glow, barely keeping the cave from plunging into complete darkness. As for the guy leading the way in front of them, his face was so dirty that Chen Yuan couldn't make out his age at all. He could only vaguely see that the man was entirely covered in black, wearing a tattered animal skin loincloth that barely covered his essential parts. Chen Yuan looked down at himself and felt a bit helpless. He was even worse off than the guy in front of him. At least the man had animal skin, while he himself was only wearing a pair of shorts woven from some blackened, nearly rotting grass stalks and leaves, barely enough to preserve his modesty. As he walked forward, Chen Yuan noticed that there were many small recessed niches in the stone walls on both sides, similar to his own dwelling. Some of them were lined with a thin layer of grass, clearly serving as living spaces for people. However, However, at the moment, these dwellings were all empty. The cave was quite large. After walking over 100 meters, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a massive karst cave that was over 10 meters high and several hundred meters wide. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, while the ground was dotted with stalagmites and clear water pools. Water had already overflowed from the edges of the pools and started flowing into the cave. Chen Yuan speculated that the previous people had determined the cave was about to be flooded based on these water traces. Taking a few more steps forward, Chen Yuan's pace involuntarily slowed down, as there were unexpectedly over 100 people gathered in this enormous karst cave. Most of them were elderly, weak, sick, or disabled, with some even missing arms or legs, unable to stand steadily. They could only lean against the walls or simply sit on the damp ground. In addition to these, there were about 30 individuals who appeared physically intact and robust, standing upright in front of an elder dressed in a complete fur coat and holding a staff. Although the elder's body was hunched, his eyes were sharp and piercing. When he noticed Chen Yuan's arrival, his gaze revealed a mix of complexity and helplessness. "Alright, Xiao Yuan is here too. Let's eat first, everyone," the clan leader said slowly. As soon as the words were spoken, the group of people standing in front of the clan leader finally moved toward a corner of the cave near the stone wall. Only then did Chen Yuan notice that there was a pile of food there. Although most of it looked dark and unappetizing, and some of it was completely unidentifiable, it was undoubtedly food. The 30 or so people walked over to the food, unceremoniously grabbed it with their hands, and began devouring it in large bites. Meanwhile, the 70 or so elderly, weak, sick, and disabled individuals stood still in their original spots, swallowing their saliva but making no move to step forward and eat. Chen Yuan understood that the food was prepared for the expedition team. Only by ensuring they were well fed could they travel farther and bring back more food. As for those who stayed in the cave, most were former expedition members who had retired due to injuries. They all understood the importance of the expedition team, so as long as they had enough to survive, they were content. Chen Yuan's body had grown up in such an environment. "Xiao Yuan, let's go, hurry up and eat something. This time, we'll be out for at least 3 or 4 days. If you don't eat your fill, it'll be a big problem out there." The guide who had brought him along didn't hold back either, walking up to the food pile and grabbing some to chew on in big bites. "Xiao Yuan, why aren't you eating?" The elder patriarch's gaze fell on Chen Yuan. Not just him, but the eyes of the remaining 70 to 80 people around also focused entirely on Chen Yuan. "Alright." Chen Yuan swept his gaze over these people with a complex expression. These frail and sickly individuals, some with missing limbs, others emaciated to the bone, looked at the food with eyes almost glowing, especially some of the younger children who, if not restrained by their parents, might have rushed forward long ago. Yet, even so, there was no chaos here. All of this was for survival. Biting the bullet, Chen Yuan also walked over to the pile of food. He glanced at the remaining items, his brows furrowing even tighter. Food was already scarce, and with the large number of people in the group, only a few large pieces of dark, unidentifiable dried meat were left. Chen Yuan turned to look at the guy who had called him over, only to find that he was also gnawing on this kind of dried meat. Making a snap decision, Chen Yuan hesitated no longer, picked up a piece of dried meat, and took a bite. The next second, Chen Yuan almost spat it out immediately. As soon as the dried meat entered his mouth, a strong, rancid stench surged into his nostrils, a smell so unbearable that he couldn't tolerate it. Not feeling particularly hungry, Chen Yuan simply gave up on continuing to swallow. "Xiao Yuan, you're not eating? If you get hungry later, you'll have nothing but dirt to eat," the person next to him said. However, Chen Yuan decisively handed the jerky in his hand to that person. The other party took it without hesitation, not minding at all that Chen Yuan had already bitten into it, and began chewing it noisily. At this moment, the old clan leader standing on the high platform suddenly spoke. "You are all good children of the tribe and the strongest warriors here. You must be well aware of the crisis the tribe is facing. Right now, the tribe is not only dealing with a food shortage but also the threat of being flooded by underground water. Therefore, on this mission, you bear 2 important responsibilities. First, bring back as much food as possible. Second, explore the surrounding environment as much as you can, and ideally find a new place suitable for the tribe's survival. If we can find one, we can relocate and no longer be troubled by this worry. Did you hear me?" "Yes, we will definitely do our best to gather more food and also try to find suitable caves," everyone responded in unison. However, Chen Yuan noticed a detail. Despite a large group of people responding together, the sound was unusually faint, seemingly below 40 decibels. If it weren't for the fact that this was a quiet cave, people farther away might not have been able to hear it at all. This time, the team will be divided into 6 groups, heading in 6 directions. Be sure to explore thoroughly and also pay attention to safety, especially regarding the gonglong. Recently, Damo and the others discovered new traces of gonglong dung near the tribe, which strongly suggests the presence of gonglong. Everyone must be careful, the old chief reminded them again. Yes, everyone responded in unison. At this moment, the food had almost been completely eaten, eaten, and many people even licked their lips, clearly still not full. Alright, let's set off. The old patriarch gestured with a wave of his hand. Immediately, a group of over 30 people headed toward a stone wall behind the old patriarch. As they approached, Chen Yuan suddenly saw the person at the front walk into another stone chamber and soon come out, carrying a large bundle of weapons. Calling them weapons was actually a bit of a stretch. Chen Yuan noticed that while there were knives, spears, swords, and halberds among them, most were heavily rusted, and some were even severely damaged, with the gaps in the blades far exceeding the intact portions. Even so, the person carefully placed the weapons on the ground. Afterward, the people in the group stepped forward one by one to select their preferred weapons, lovingly wiping them in their hands as if they were caressing cherished toys. Soon it was Chen Yuan's turn. On the ground, only the last weapon remained, a pitch-black fire poker. Fortunately, its sharp tip made it usable as a spear. "It's you!" Chen Yuan grinned and picked up the fire poker. At this moment, the leader moved another large stone not far away, revealing a hidden pitch-black entrance. This entrance was the tribe's only passage to the outside world. "Alright, 6 teams will act separately. 1 team will follow me." The man turned his head and whispered, then took the lead and stepped into the entrance. Immediately, 5 people quickly followed him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Team 2, follow me," another person shouted, and 5 people immediately followed and disappeared. Next came Team 3, Team 4, Team 5. As Team 5 was about to disappear, the man who had brought Chen Yuan out suddenly crawled back from the cave, glared at Chen Yuan, and said, "Sha Yuan, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow." Oh, coming right away." Chen Yuan finally realized that he was part of Team 5. Bending down to enter the cave, it became clear that the entrance was far narrower than expected, forcing one to hunch over to barely move forward. After winding through several hundred meters, the passage ahead gradually widened, and the surroundings were no longer cold stone walls but layers of pitch-black soil. Upon entering the soil layers, everyone became noticeably more cautious. Chen Yuan noticed that the number of caves here had significantly increased, with 6 passages leading in different directions. The captain hesitated for a moment, then led the 5 people behind him into the leftmost passage. However, at that moment, Chen Yuan's expression suddenly changed. At the end of the leftmost passage, a 100-meter-long giant arched dragon was quietly resting. If they didn't want to disturb it, it would be best to take another route. The second passage from the left looks pretty good. Venturing deeper, there might be unexpected rewards. Although you might encounter wolf spiders along the way, you're well versed in dealing with them, so it's hardly a big deal. 2 consecutive system notification sounds suddenly rang out. At first, Chen Yuan was unsure how to utilize this ultimate survival system, but now he understood. Whenever faced with a decision, the system would always provide the most reasonable suggestion. If the system's prompts were entirely accurate, it meant he could preemptively avoid risks and even uncover potential benefits, practically placing Chen Yuan in an invincible position. As long as he refrained from acting recklessly and patiently followed the system's guidance, the path ahead would undoubtedly be smooth. "Uncle Mo, we can't take this passage. Let's go through the second one on the left instead." Chen Yuan hurriedly stopped the group that had already stepped into the passage. Soon, the people in the passage retreated one after another, each looking at Chen Yuan with puzzled expressions. Especially the burly man at the front, Uncle Mo. He was the very person Chen Yuan referred to as Uncle Mo, the leader of this team, and the only one who had reached the second stage of body tempering. Over the years, he had hunted countless food for the tribe and even slain multiple ferocious beasts. It could be said that Uncle Mo was the spiritual pillar of the team. However, at this moment, the decision of this spiritual symbol was being contradicted by a child who was venturing out for the first time and seeing the outside world for the first time. Yet Uncle Mo did not take offense. He simply looked at Chen Yuan curiously and asked calmly, "Why?" "I can't really explain why," Chen Yuan said, spreading his hands. Seeing the strange looks from everyone, he quickly added, "But there's always a voice in my head reminding me not to take this path. There must be danger. How about we take the second path on the left instead? I feel that one might be better." As soon as he finished speaking, the person who had initially led Chen Yuan immediately walked up to him and whispered harshly, "Sha Yuan, are you crazy? When going out on missions, you must follow orders. Stop messing around, or the old patriarch will definitely punish you when we return." "It's fine, I'm just voicing my intuition," Chen Yuan said, waving his hand dismissively. "Intuition?" Uncle Mo's eyes flashed with a hint of light as he stared at Chen Yuan for a moment. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Don't linger here too long." After speaking, he turned around and went back into the passage. However, a faint smile appeared on Chen Yuan's lips, because this time Uncle Mo had chosen to enter the second passage on the left. Without hesitation, he immediately followed at the end of the group, gripping the fire-roasting stick tightly, and quickly caught up. In the damp underground cave, Chen Yuan and his group cautiously groped their way forward, relying on the faint glow of the moonstone in Uncle Mo's hand. The reason for being cautious is simple. Unlike underground caves, the passage here is surrounded by layers of soil. If the exotic beasts hidden in the soil are disturbed, disturbed, the consequences could be unimaginable. Chen Yuan wasn't too worried. He already knew that the most likely danger on this path would be wolf spiders. Other than that, there shouldn't be any issues, provided the system hadn't misled him. Taking this route, he also intended to verify the system's authenticity. No one knew how long they had been traveling underground when Uncle Mo, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and turned to signal everyone to crouch down. The group immediately crouched down and waited silently. Apart from the faint glow emitted by the moonstone the size of an egg in Uncle Mo's hand, illuminating their tense faces, everything around them was pitch black. Whether ahead or behind, it was an endless darkness. This path was one they had to take. Only by passing through this underground tunnel, stretching for kilometers or even tens of kilometers, could they reach the surface and begin searching for food. However, this time, food was not the most important thing. The key was to explore a new dwelling suitable for the tribe's relocation. Therefore, for the next day or two, they would slowly navigate through this underground labyrinth. At first, Chen Yuan thought these underground tunnels had been dug by their ancestors. Later, he learned from Wu Dian, their guide, that they were not something humans could have excavated. Moreover, if it were possible, they would never easily dig through even a layer of soil, as doing so would easily attract the attention and attacks of nearby exotic beasts. These tunnels, according to the Mist Codex, were dug out by a creature called the Archdragon in the soil layers. They could be considered fortunate to benefit from the Archdragon. Rustle, rustle, a low grinding sound suddenly emerged. At first, it was faint, but as time passed, it grew louder, clearly indicating that something was approaching them from ahead. Everyone's expressions instantly turned serious. A few were so tense that their fingers trembled slightly, except for Uncle Mo, who merely frowned slightly, his demeanor remaining calm without showing much change. The sound grew louder and louder. At this moment, Uncle Mo suddenly said in a low voice, "Judging by the sound, it should be a wolf." "Spider, step back a bit and stay on guard. We'll figure out a way to take this creature down. Wolf spider meat is a rare delicacy." Tarantula? Upon hearing this name, the others visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yuan understood in his heart that although this tarantula had also mutated, it was far less terrifying than other mutant beasts. Once other beasts mutated, their size often reached several meters, dozens of meters, or even over 100 meters. The passage before them, for instance, had been dug out by an archdragon at least 100 meters long. In comparison, the tarantula's body, less than a meter in length, seemed much weaker. Although its combat power was enough to rival some first or even second stage body tempering martial artists, their numbers gave them full confidence to handle it. The rustling sound gradually approached, and suddenly, 8 green points of light flickered in the darkness. Those green lights seemed to have spotted the hiding Chen Yuan and the others, and immediately accelerated, charging straight toward them. At the very front, Uncle Mo held a worn-out machete, standing at the forefront of the group, the long blade raised high, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, the green light spots finally entered the range of the faint light, and Chen Yuan and the others could clearly see the thing under the dim glow. It was a giant spider nearly half a meter long and over a meter wide, its entire body covered in jet black fur, especially its 8 eyes on the abdomen, which sent chills down anyone's spine. The tarantula moved with incredible speed. As soon as it appeared, it swiftly charged toward Uncle Mo, its 2 massive front pincers suddenly lifting and viciously stabbing toward him, as if intending to pin him down on the spot. However, Uncle Mo was no easy target. At the moment the tarantula's front pincers descended, he swiftly dodged to the left, neatly avoiding the attack range. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the tarantula's 2 front claws slammed heavily into the ground, missing their target. Uncle Mo seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Almost at the exact moment the tarantula's front claws hit the ground, the machete in his hand slashed out fiercely. Sparks flew, and a forelimb was severed. One of the tarantula's front pincers was cut off by Uncle Mo with a single slash. The tarantula let out a painful wail and then went berserk, wildly swinging its other front pincer in a desperate attempt to kill Uncle Mo, who dared to harm it. However, Uncle Mo, being a seasoned adventurer with years of experience, remained unflustered in the face of the tarantula's attack. Using his agile movements, he continuously maneuvered around it, making it unable to land a hit on him for the time being. Occasionally, he even managed to slash a few cuts on the tarantula's body, though not fatal. Ending the battle was only a matter of time. Uncle Mo was truly impressive, worthy of being the man second only to the chief in the tribe. Of course, haven't you heard? A few years ago, Uncle Mo led a team to hunt down a 100-meter archdragon, a feat that remains unmatched to this day. I thought we'd have to go hungry for the next few days, but I didn't expect to taste wolf spider meat tonight. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Wu Jian said with a grin. These whispered discussions naturally reached Chen Yuan's ears. He hadn't expected the leader accompanying them this time to be the most formidable man in the tribe, second only to the chief. Previously, when he opposed the man's decision, it seemed he hadn't taken it to heart at all. Truly, his luck was good. Just as Chen Yuan was feeling emotional, his expression suddenly changed, and he whispered, "Not good." Almost at the same moment, Uncle Mo, who was dodging the wolf spider's attacks, suddenly raised his mountain opening knife and seized the opportunity to strike at another of the wolf spider's front pincers. If he could sever this front pincer, the wolf spider would lose most of its combat power, and then everyone could work together to easily kill it. However, just as the mountain opening knife struck the wolf spider's front pincer, a crisp crack suddenly rang out. Uncle Mo's eyes widened as he saw the mountain opening knife instantly shatter into 7 or 8 pieces, scattering everywhere, while the wolf spider's front pincer only bore a shallow wound. Oh no! The onlookers all felt a wave of unease. Almost simultaneously, the tarantula's front pincers suddenly rebounded, striking Uncle Mo's chest hard. In the next moment, Uncle Mo was sent flying by the immense force, rolling toward the tarantula's abdomen. The abdomen was precisely where its mouth was located, and if bitten, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if it wasn't fatal, it would result in severe injury. Everything happened so quickly, from the machete breaking to Uncle Mo being sent flying. It was all decided in the blink of an eye. The onlookers realized what was happening and were about to rush forward, only to find it was already too late. Everyone's faces were heavy with worry as they stared despairingly at the scene before them. If Uncle Mo were injured or even killed, their team's mission would have to end prematurely, and they would have to return to the tribe. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. No, not everyone. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past behind them. In the next instant, a dark figure swiftly leaped over them, appearing in front of the wolf spider in a flash. It immediately grabbed Uncle Mo's arm, which was about to roll into the wolf spider's mouth, and flung him out, sending him crashing into the crowd's arms. The immense impact forced everyone to stagger back several steps before they barely managed to steady themselves. When they looked at the wolf spider again, every single one of them widened their eyes, opened their mouths, and wore expressions of shock, as if they had seen a ghost, their faces frozen in disbelief. Even Uncle Mo was no exception. After quite a while, everyone finally came to their senses and rushed forward. Uncle Mo ran the fastest, cautiously approaching the tarantula, and found that it had completely stopped moving, clearly dead. Chen Yuan, how did you manage to do that? Uncle Mo stared in shock at Chen Yuan, who was standing near the mouth of the tarantula's abdomen, and asked incredulously. At this moment, Chen Yuan was holding the fire poker, which he had thrust into the tarantula's mouth. The stick, blackened, was fiercely grinding the creature's brain. It was precisely because of this that the tarantula had died instantly. Just now, I saw that your situation was very dangerous, Uncle Mo, so I couldn't help but rush in to save you, Chen Yuan said somewhat awkwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stared at Chen Yuan with incredulous eyes, as if he had taken them all for fools. Uncle Mo's expression was complicated. Although the people present hadn't clearly seen what had happened, he vaguely understood the reason behind it. Just moments ago, he had almost thought he was doomed, but in that instant, Chen Yuan grabbed his arm and swiftly flung him away. The astonishing strength and speed left him with no time to react, and it was all over just like that. This undoubtedly proves that Chen Yuan's strength far surpasses his own, and by a significant margin. Chen Yuan was about to say something else when his expression suddenly changed, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the mutated wolf spider, experience points plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a beast for the first time, reward 100 system points. The danger in the current channel has been completely eliminated. Keep moving forward, and you might encounter unexpected rewards. The system prompt sounded again. Uncle Mo, let's talk about this later. You guys handle things here first. After saying this, Chen Yuan left the group and eagerly moved aside to check the system interface. Although Uncle Mo and the others were curious about why Chen Yuan had become so powerful, it was simply not important. The important thing is that Chen Yuan is human, one of their tribe, and he stands on their side. With such a powerful protector, everyone was overjoyed and had no reason to doubt him. Thus, under Uncle Mo's command, the group quickly began dismembering the massive wolf spider to make it easier to carry. At this moment, Chen Yuan was excitedly staring at the translucent system panel in front of him. This interface, visible only to him, detailed all of his current information. Host, Chen Yuan. Age, 16. Identity, member of the Tushan Tribe Exploration Team. Cultivation level, body refining 9th stage. Experience points, 10 out of 1000. Note, when the experience points are full, the host can advance 1 level. System points, 100. Items owned, Qingfeng Sword, Worn Spear. Apart from these basic details, Chen Yuan also discovered that there were 3 options below the panel: System Backpack, Maul, and Weapon Synthesis. He easily opened the system backpack and indeed saw the green peak sword he had obtained earlier. Chen Yuan vaguely remembered that this sword was a reward from the system when he was in a daze, but he had forgotten about it afterward. Glancing at Uncle Mo and the others in the distance, he abandoned the idea of taking it out. After all, his sudden surge in strength was already hard enough for them to comprehend. If he were to suddenly pull out a top-tier weapon capable of annihilating everyone, they probably wouldn't know what to think. However, he did try to store the worn-out fire stick in his hand, which the system referred to as a worn-out spear, into the system. Space. The space had a large capacity, a full 30 slots, and Chen Yuan thought that if he wanted, he could store quite a lot of items. Since this was a secret only he knew, he naturally wouldn't reveal it easily. After confirming that the spear could be stored, Chen Yuan quickly took it out again. Glancing into the distance, Uncle Mo and the others were excitedly dismembering the corpse of the tarantula, while Chen Yuan's gaze shifted back to the mall. Unfortunately, the mall button was grayed out and couldn't be opened, leaving him somewhat helpless. He wasn't sure whether it was due to his insufficient level or a lack of system points. Next, he looked at the last weapon synthesis slot. This one could be used. According to the brief introduction, as long as some weapon crafting materials were placed inside, with enough materials, it could randomly synthesize a decent weapon. However, looking at the worn-out spear in his hand, Chen Yuan wasn't planning to experiment just yet. His gaze swept over the 100 points and finally returned to the cultivation section. If I remember correctly, the clan leader's cultivation is only at the 3rd level of body tempering, right? Chen Yuan muttered under his breath, his eyes gleaming with an increasingly dazzling light. Doesn't this mean that he is now the strongest man in the tribe? As long as I have enough experience points, the system can automatically level up. In other words, as long as I keep hunting wolf spiders, I can advance to the chi condensation realm? He grew more and more excited as he spoke. At this moment, Chen Yuan suddenly developed a strong fondness for the system and began to like this place. Just then, he noticed that the crowd in the distance had efficiently dismembered the giant wolf spider and started walking toward them. As he approached, the group immediately became slightly cautious, but the excitement on their faces was hard to conceal. Only Wu Dian, acting carefree, stepped forward and slapped Chen Yuan's arm hard, saying fiercely, "Well, you brat, always so quiet in the tribe, who would have thought you were this impressive? Come on, tell us, how did you do it?" As soon as these words were spoken, curious gazes were cast from all around. Even Uncle Mo was no exception. Seeing everyone's anticipation, Chen Yuan understood that if he didn't give them a reasonable explanation, it would be hard to brush this matter off today. He thought for a moment and slowly said, "A few days ago, I was hungry, so I sneaked out of the tribe and found a dark red fruit nearby. After eating it, I went back to sleep, and when I woke up, I felt stronger." "That's it?" Wu Dian was stunned, and the others also widened their eyes one by one. One of them eagerly asked, "Xiao Yuan, where exactly did you find it? Are there more of those red fruits there?" "I can't remember clearly, it was near the tribe, but there was only that one fruit," Chen Yuan explained truthfully. Seeing that the others still wanted to ask more questions, Uncle Mo suddenly spoke up, "Enough, let's leave it at that. If I'm not mistaken, Xiao Yuan probably had a stroke of luck and accidentally ate a vermilion fruit. It's said that eating just one of those can turn an ordinary person into a peerless master. Such a fortune is not something we can envy. Let's just keep this to ourselves. With Xiao Yuan in our tribe from now on, I believe life will definitely get better. For now, we should leave this place. The intense fight earlier might have attracted the attention of nearby beasts, and if we don't leave soon, trouble will come." As soon as he said this, everyone's expression shifted slightly, and they all fell silent. Then, under Uncle Mo's lead, each person carried a large bundle of wolf spider meat and quickly followed him into the deeper passage. Chen Yuan was about to help carry some when Wu Dian pulled him aside. This guy, grinning, hoisted 2 large bundles of wolf spider meat and said as he ran, "Hey, Xiao Yuan, just follow behind us. You don't need to do this kind of heavy work. You focus on hunting, and we'll carry it for you." Clear division of labor. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh after hearing this and was too lazy to argue with him, so he quickly followed behind and ran into the distance. After running for a few minutes, Chen Yuan suddenly heard a deafening rumble coming from the direction behind them. The sound was so loud that not only he but everyone else noticed it. "The Gonglong is coming. Hurry up." Uncle Mo's voice rang out from the front, and everyone immediately quickened their pace. After running for nearly half an hour, the group finally had to stop. In front of them appeared a cave formed by cracks in the stone wall. The entrance was less than a meter high but quite spacious. Before even approaching, a strong stench could be smelled. The reason everyone stopped was that this was a stone cave, and they were in need of finding a new tribal settlement, which had to be a stone cave. Since they had discovered one here, they naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity. "Xiao Yuan, what do you think?" After some hesitation, Uncle Mo suddenly turned to look at Chen Yuan. "Could this cave be the nest of that wolf spider we saw earlier?" Chen Yuan blinked. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was momentarily stunned, then their eyes lit up. Indeed, they hadn't considered this possibility before. Coupled with the fact that they hadn't encountered any other beasts along the way, this cave was highly likely to be the wolf spider's nest. Thinking of this, excitement immediately appeared on everyone's faces. Wolf spider meat was undoubtedly a delicacy, but wolf spider eggs were an even greater treat. If this cave truly was the wolf spider's nest, there was a high chance it contained wolf spider eggs. Everyone turned to look at Uncle Mo, who then shifted his gaze to Chen Yuan and said in a low voice, "You all stay outside for now. I'll go in and take a look. If there's danger, retreat immediately." "All right." Everyone immediately nodded in agreement. Uncle Mo, take this. Chen Yuan suddenly spoke. Uncle Mo turned his head and saw that Chen Yuan was handing him his own fire poker. Without hesitation, he took it. After signaling everyone to step back a few paces, he held the moonstone for illumination in one hand and the fire poker in the other, cautiously crawling into the cave. Due to the small entrance, Uncle Mo had to hunch over to crawl inside. Those behind him could only see his dark silhouette and couldn't make out anything inside the cave. The interior of the cave seemed quite deep, and Uncle Mo's figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. Outside the cave, everyone remained vigilant of their surroundings while keeping a close eye on the entrance. Fortunately, they could still faintly see occasional flickers of light inside, which reassured them that nothing unusually dangerous had occurred within. After waiting for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Uncle Mo's deep voice suddenly came from inside the cave. Come in, everyone. This is indeed a wolf spider's nest. As soon as these words were spoken, the group outside the cave became instantly excited, exchanging glances before collectively turning their gaze toward Chen Yuan. Wu Dian grinned and said cheerfully, Chen Yuan, you go in first. Alright. Chen Yuan nodded and bent down to enter the cave first. The stench inside the cave grew even more pungent, so much so that Chen Yuan's brows were almost furrowed into a deep crease. However, he could only endure it and continue inching forward bit by bit. Fortunately, aside from some cobwebs, the passage was relatively clean, though the smell was overwhelmingly unpleasant. After crawling forward for several hundred meters, the space ahead gradually opened up and the full view of the rocky cavern slowly came into sight. It was a rocky cave about 3 meters high but over 10 meters deep, with cobwebs almost covering the entire interior. Not far ahead, Uncle Mo was holding up a palm-sized moonstone to illuminate the way for Chen Yuan. Seeing Chen Yuan, he smiled and said, Xiao Yuan, take a look back here. There's quite a treasure trove hidden. Hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately stepped forward 2 paces, and upon seeing it, couldn't help but smile as well. Deep within the cave, a large web of intertwined cobwebs was interspersed with numerous dried branches and bones, forming a nest. The nest was about 3 meters in size, occupying nearly a tenth of the cave space. Most striking of all, lying quietly within the nest were over 20 snow-white, fist-sized spherical objects. Although he didn't know them, looking at the surrounding environment, Chen Yuan could almost confirm that these were wolf spider eggs. Footsteps sounded behind him again, and the 4 people, including Wu Dian, who had stayed outside, gradually entered the cave. Only the last person did not fully enter, remaining in the passage to keep a vigilant eye on the outside, showing a strong sense of security awareness. As soon as Wu Dian came in, he directly grabbed Chen Yuan's arm, pulling him aside, and then ran forward to inspect. When he saw the 20 or 30 wolf spider eggs, he couldn't help but grin widely, revealing all his teeth. He picked up one egg, kissed it, and said, This is a treasure. Tonight, I'm going to roast eggs. What about you guys? I want some too. I want some too. Everyone was unusually excited, completely ignoring the stench permeating the nest. With this food, we should be able to go much farther, Uncle Mo said thoughtfully. Everyone, pack up all these wolf spider eggs. We can eat them directly on the road. Alright, the group cheered immediately. Wu Dian unceremoniously pulled out a burlap woven bag from his chest and began stuffing the wolf spider eggs into it one by one. Unfortunately, the bag's capacity was limited, and it was full after holding 8 eggs. Wu Dian cheerfully fastened the bag to his waistband. Immediately after, another person stepped forward, took out a similar bag, and packed more tarantula eggs, leaving the rest to be distributed among the others. The 4 of them busied themselves for a while and finally packed all the tarantula eggs into the bags. Throughout the entire process, Chen Yuan stood silently to the side, observing and quietly pondering the nature of this group. Seeing how accustomed they were to this routine, and noticing not even the slightest sign of contention over food distribution, Chen Yuan realized that, apart from himself, this group had likely undergone extensive teamwork during previous expeditions. It's your first time out, so you might not be aware. The food we gathered during our trips is distributed uniformly for consumption outside, except for what we need to bring back. Whoever finds it convenient just takes a bit more. Uncle Mo noticed Chen Yuan staring at Wu Dian and the others and explained with a smile. Then what do we do now? Keep going? Chen Yuan asked. Yes, keep going. Walk for another hour, then we'll rest and eat. Uncle Mo replied, immediately leading the way into the cave and back into the earthen tunnel. Chen Yuan and the others followed closely behind, and the group of 6 quickly returned to the tunnel. Uncle Mo glanced back at the way they had come and said in a low voice, Let's keep moving forward. We can't go back for now, and we don't know if that Gonglong has left. The group naturally had no objections and continued to move forward slowly along the passage. Ding, if you dig upward in the passage 300 meters ahead, you might discover an abandoned nest. Go in and take a look. You might find an unexpected surprise. Hearing this voice, Chen Yuan could hardly conceal the joy on his face. The passage he had chosen earlier had brought him considerable benefits. Whether it was the wolf spider meat or the eggs, both were rare treasures. Now that the system had reminded him again, how could he not go and investigate? Standing in place, he silently calculated the distance, then slowly walked forward. At a distance of about 300 meters, Chen Yuan couldn't help but stop and began to carefully observe the top of the passage. The people walking alongside him noticed his strange behavior, especially Uncle Mo, who couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? Did you discover something?" "Not really any special discovery, just feel like there might be something hidden around here. Why don't we take a look?" Chen Yuan casually made up an excuse. However, Chen Yuan underestimated the impact of his excuse. When the group heard his words, their expressions instantly became excited, far more excited than Chen Yuan himself. But not long after, a guy named Dunzi spoke up not far away. "Uncle Mo, Chen Yuan, I think I see a mud layer crack that we might be able to dig into." "Really?" Chen Yuan was the first to rush over, and the others quickly followed. When they reached Dunzi's side, everyone indeed noticed that the color of the mud layer above his head was different from other places. It seemed that this spot had collapsed once before and had been burrowed through by a gonglong, embedding directly into this passage. "What do we do now? Just start digging?" Everyone looked at Chen Yuan, then at Uncle Mo, feeling a bit hesitant. After all, the longer they stayed in such a desolate wilderness, the greater the danger. Moreover, digging here was practically courting death. If the sound of digging spread and alerted nearby beasts, their lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. "Dunzi, Wu Dian, you two go to the sides and keep watch. If you spot any danger, alert us immediately," Uncle Mo instructed. "Understood." The two responded without hesitation, placing the wolf spider meat and the bag of wolf spider eggs they carried on their backs to the side, then running off in their respective directions. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Chen Yuan. He, however, wasn't as worried as the others. After all, the system had already indicated that this was just an abandoned nest and posed no danger. With this in mind, Chen Yuan took back the fire poker from Uncle Mo, signaled everyone to step back, and began digging quickly. I have to say, digging with a fire poker is indeed slow. Fortunately, Chen Yuan had a high level of cultivation and abundant physical strength, so he didn't feel tired. After nearly half an hour of digging, he finally managed to create a passage barely big enough to crawl through. There was no need to dig further upward, as the inside was originally hollow, with only the bottom blocked by soil. "You all wait here. I'll go up and take a look first." "Uncle Mo, lend me your moonstone," Chen Yuan said. After taking the moonstone, Chen Yuan leaped up, grabbed the edge of the hole with both hands, and quickly climbed inside. He ascended through the passage for over 10 meters. Suddenly, his view opened up, and he found himself in a cave constructed of soil and stones. Not far from the cave, there was a passage about 30 to 40 centimeters wide leading to an unknown direction. However, it was clear that there was no longer any odor here, indicating it had been abandoned for a long time. As he looked around, Chen Yuan's gaze was drawn to an object beneath a pile of sand and stones in the distance. It was something that kept reflecting light under the glow of the moonstone. Chen Yuan walked over and searched, uncovering the pile of dirt to find an axe. The axe handle was severely decayed, and the axe head was covered in rust, but with a bit of sharpening, it could still be used. Compared to the random assortment of items Uncle Mo and the others had brought, this axe was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Chen Yuan picked up the axe with a cheerful smile and was about to go back to tell Uncle Mo and the others when he suddenly thought of something. His eyes flickered, and he retrieved his Qingfeng sword from the system space. A brand new sword sheath with exquisite carvings caught Chen Yuan's eye, accustomed as he was to worn-out and decayed items. But he only glanced at it twice before throwing the sheath into the dirt at his feet. Not satisfied with stomping on it a few times, he then crazily rubbed it against the sand and stones until its surface was covered with scratches and dirt, finally stopping. Gripping the Qingfeng sword and the mountain-splitting axe, Chen Yuan leaned into the passage and shouted, "Uncle Mo, you all can come up now. There's no danger here." Before long, Uncle Mo and the others came up, followed by Dunzi and Wu Dian from both sides. A group of people came up and couldn't help but search around, especially Wu Dian, who directly ventured into the pitch-black passage leading outside. After a long while, he returned and said, "There's no danger outside. I don't know where that passage leads, but it seems to have been abandoned for a long time. Yes, there's no strange smell here either. It seems to have been abandoned long ago." Everyone looked at Chen Yuan, not understanding why he had called them to visit this abandoned cave. This wasn't a karst cave and couldn't be used as a tribal gathering place, so there was nothing worth visiting. "Uncle Mo, this is the treasure I just found in the soil." As he spoke, Chen Yuan took out the mountain-splitting axe and the Qingfeng sword. "Ha, an axe?" Uncle Mo's gaze instantly fell on the axe, momentarily ignoring the mud-covered Qingfeng sword. He took the axe and prepared to swing it a few times, but unexpectedly, the already decayed axe handle suddenly snapped with a crack. Uncle Mo didn't mind. He picked up the front part of the axe again, rubbed it carefully for a while, and said, "This is a good item. With a bit of polishing back home, it will definitely be a top-notch weapon. Xiao Yuan, you've made another great contribution." As he spoke, he let out a soft exclamation and turned his gaze to the mud-covered Qingfeng sword. "Did you just discover this as well?" "Well, this sword and axe were buried here together." "Uncle Mo, take a look?" Chen Yuan nodded. Uncle Mo unceremoniously took the the sword, carefully examined it, and then drew it from its sheath. Seeing that the blade was completely free of rust, his eyes immediately lit up. The others nearby also gathered around, staring intently at the Qingfeng sword. This thing has been buried for who knows how long, yet it doesn't have a speck of rust. It's definitely a top-grade weapon, probably surpassing ordinary mortal weapons and reaching the level of a spiritual weapon, right? Wu Jian couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Uncle Mo's eyes flashed, and he immediately handed the Qingfeng sword back to Chen Yuan. You found this, and you're the strongest among us here. If you hold the sword, our chances of survival will be greater. Yes, I agree. It's most suitable for Xiao Yuan to hold it. Everyone chimed in one after another. This axe should originally be returned to you as well, but since we're outside now, I can wield it more effectively. I won't return it for now. I'll give it back once we return to the tribe. Uncle Emo looked at the axe in his hand, his face slightly flushed, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed about keeping something that belonged to Chen Yuan. Uncle Emo, what are you saying? This axe was a gift from me to you. Our team has made it this far all thanks to your leadership. Besides, I'm not used to using this weapon. If you hold it, our chances of survival will also greatly increase. If we come across more good weapons later, we'll strive to ensure everyone gets one, Chen Yuan said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Uncle Mo's gaze toward Chen Yuan immediately softened, and the people nearby couldn't help but cheer, nodding and praising him. Seeing everyone so excited, Uncle Emo pondered for a moment and said, "This is a rare and good place to rest. Let's take a break for an hour, eat something, and set off again after we're full and refreshed." Alright, everyone immediately nodded in agreement. The group piled the wolf spider meat, wolf spider eggs, and other items they were carrying in a corner of the cave. Wu Jian ran over, picked up a large stone, and temporarily sealed the passage leading to an unknown destination. Then, they began scavenging around the cave. Fortunately, although the cave had been abandoned for a long time, there were still plenty of dry branches and leaves inside, and a broken nest in the corner, which everyone dismantled and moved to the center of the cave. Next, everyone turned their gaze to Uncle Mo. Chen Yuan was immediately curious. Judging from everyone's posture, it was clear they were about to light a fire and cook. Why were they all looking at Uncle Mo? When traveling outside, fire sources cannot be used casually. Not only are they rare, but they are also extremely dangerous. If used recklessly, they could easily attract exotic beasts. It's precisely because this place is safe that we can light a fire to cook, Uncle Mo explained, then carefully took out a small package from his chest. The package was only the size of a fist, and upon opening it, there was yet another stone box inside. Opening the stone box revealed a palm-sized pitch-black object. Uncle Mo picked up the object and carefully blew on it a few times. A miraculous scene unfolded as tiny sparks suddenly emerged from the black object, quickly igniting the nearby dry leaves and producing a small flame. Uncle Mo immediately used the object to light the dry branches on the ground, while the others hurried to help build the fire. Uncle Mo then carefully extinguished the fire starter, placed it back into the stone box, sealed it, wrapped it in a bag, and solemnly returned it to his chest. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze, understanding in his heart that it was something akin to a fire starter. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of destruction had this world experienced to make fire so precious? Could it be that the people here truly don't know how to make fire by friction or fine flint? Of course, despite his thoughts, Chen Yuan didn't say much. After all, his behavior today had already been quite out of the ordinary, and he couldn't afford to arouse suspicion among these people. The bonfire was quickly lit, and after Wu Dian and the others confirmed that the two entrances to the cave were safe, they excitedly gathered around with the spider legs. It had to be said, the spider legs were truly enormous. Just a single segment of the leg was as thick as a human arm. Wu Dian handed a spider leg each to Chen Yuan and Uncle Mo, tossing them directly into the fire to roast. Before long, the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Compared to the blackened jerky they had eaten in the tribe before, this was a true delicacy. Even Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel hungry as he smelled the fragrance. After about half an incense stick's time, Uncle Mo suddenly spoke. "It should be ready now." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Dian and the others eagerly reached into the fire to pull out the spider legs. Even though they were burned and had to switch hands constantly to avoid the heat, they refused to let go. Dunzi was even less concerned about appearances. He grabbed a spider leg, sucked the juices first, and then took a big bite of the meat at the tip. Delicious, Dunzi mumbled. Hearing this, everyone laughed and began devouring the spider meat in front of them. Seeing that Chen Yuan hadn't moved yet, Wu Dian pulled out the spider leg for him and placed it in front of him. "Xiao Yuan, aren't you hungry?" He remembered that Chen Yuan hadn't eaten much back in the tribe, and now he still wasn't eating. "I am hungry, but don't you guys use any seasoning or salt?" Chen Yuan finally couldn't help but ask. "Ah, you mean salt? That stuff is rare nowadays. Back in the tribe, we could barely get a little, but outside the tribe, how could we bring such a luxury? Besides, this spider meat is a treasure. It's delicious even without salt. Try it," Wu Dian explained while chewing on a spider leg. Chen Yuan frowned slightly, feeling a bit helpless, but he still picked up the spider leg. He peeled off the charred hard shell on the outside, revealing large chunks of white and reddish meat inside. The aroma of the meat instantly hit his nose. Maybe it would taste good? With this expectation, Chen Yuan took a bite. The flavor was sweet with a faint earthy taste, but the earthy taste was almost negligible. The texture was similar to king crab, though noticeably sweeter. Other than that, there wasn't much flavor. If some salt and seasoning were added, it would definitely taste better. For Chen Yuan, who was used to seasoning his food with salt in his previous life, although the meat was fragrant, after a few bites, he found it hard to continue eating. Uncle Mo, who had been quietly gnawing on his spider leg, noticed this. Seeing Chen Yuan stop after a few bites, he immediately understood his thoughts. He put down his spider leg and began rummaging in his belongings. Soon, he pulled out a small package wrapped in yellowed leaves and handed it to Chen Yuan. "What's this?" Chen Yuan was stunned. "Salt," Uncle Mo said in a low voice, then picked up his spider meat again and continued eating slowly. Chen Yuan hesitantly opened the leaf package, revealing a palm-sized amount of salt. But how should he put it? The salt he had eaten in his previous life was pure white and fine, like snowflakes. The salt in front of him, however, was dark yellow, mixed with plenty of sand and gravel, resembling a chunk of rock salt. He tasted a bit, and it was indeed salty, but the saltiness was accompanied by a noticeable bitterness, clearly not well refined. Noticing Chen Yuan's furrowed brow, Wu Dian quickly explained, "Xiao Yuan, this is a treasure, extremely precious. Uncle Mo was rewarded by the chief last month for hunting a millipede. It's not easy to get this much salt. Uncle Mo was really generous to share it with you, makes me jealous." Chen Yuan's eyelid twitched. He hadn't expected this small packet of salt to be so valuable. Seeing his confusion, Wu Dian added, "You know, our tribe doesn't produce salt. If we want salt, we can only get a little during the annual exchange festival with other tribes, and the cost is very high. When you were a child, naturally no one told you these things. It's good that you know now." Chen Yuan nodded, his gaze falling on the packet of salt in front of him. He carefully took out a tiny grain of salt from it, then wrapped the rest back up and handed it back to Uncle Mo. "I don't usually eat much salt. You keep it," Uncle Mo said with a smile. Chen Yuan was slightly stunned, hesitating a little. "You're welcome, just keep it. I'll come to you when I need it later. Besides, the axe you gave me is much more valuable than this salt," Uncle Mo said with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Yuan also smiled, nodded, and tucked the salt into his chest. Taking advantage of the fact that no one around was paying attention, he quietly placed the salt into the system backpack. Then, he took out a grain of salt, gently crushed it, and evenly sprinkled it over the roasted tarantula meat in front of him. Taking another bite, the flavor was indeed even more delicious. A tarantula leg nearly half a meter long was devoured by Chen Yuan in no time, leaving him completely full. The others were about the same, except Uncle Mo, who ate twice as much as Chen Yuan. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Wu Dian and the others gathered around the warmth of the dying campfire and roasted more than a dozen tarantula eggs. The roasted tarantula eggs were not eaten immediately but were packed back into bags to take along. After all, it's not easy to find a place to start a fire and cook during the journey. Most of the time, everyone couldn't find a suitable resting spot and had to rely on the dry rations they carried to stave off hunger. Now that the conditions allowed, it was only natural to quickly roast some tarantula eggs as a backup, just in case. Seeing that there was still some time, Chen Yuan quietly opened the system, glanced at the weapon synthesis bar in the lower left corner, and had a thought he wanted to give it a try. He then glanced at the axe and fire poker placed beside Uncle Mo and tentatively asked, "Uncle Mo, could I borrow these two items? I want to try synthesizing them. They might come in handy later." "You know how to make weapons?" Uncle Mo asked in surprise. "Back in the tribe, I saw Uncle Wang working on these, so I wanted to give it a try," Chen Yuan answered somewhat awkwardly. "I see. Since you want to try, go ahead." Uncle Mo handed him the axe and fire poker with a smile, his eyes filled with curiosity. After all, Uncle Wang from the tribe was the only one who could forge weapons. If Chen Yuan could do it too, it would indeed save everyone a lot of trouble. "Alright, wait here. I'll go get some things." Chen Yuan picked up the axe and fire poker and crawled out through the passage he had come from earlier. Uncle Mo and the others were momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected Chen Yuan to need to go out to forge weapons, but no one said anything. After all, the strength Chen Yuan had displayed was already the greatest among them, so being outside alone wouldn't be an issue. Returning to the area beneath the mud layer passage, Chen Yuan didn't go far. He casually found a spot to stop, his face full of excitement, as he held the axe and the fire poker to open the synthesis system. "Would you like to combine the rusty axe and the damaged spear to create a new weapon?" "Yes," Chen Yuan answered without hesitation. As soon as the words were spoken, the axe and the fire poker in his hands instantly disappeared. However, two icons appeared on the synthesis system panel, resembling the two weapons. Chen Yuan stared at the two icons, watching as they slowly moved toward each other. Suddenly, a burst of bright light flashed, and the two icons merged into one. The image transformed into an axe handle made from the fire poker, with the axe head perfectly mounted on the tip. "Congratulations to to the host. Successfully synthesized mountain splitting axe *1. Would you like to extract it? Extract. With a single thought, the synthesized mountain splitting axe immediately appeared in Chen Yuan's hand. The axe's size remained unchanged, the rust was gone without a trace, and the handle seemed no different from before, but the grip was noticeably more comfortable, which secretly delighted Chen Yuan. Why did my points decrease? He suddenly noticed that the points on the panel had dropped from 100 to 90. Each use of system synthesis will incur a corresponding fee based on the weapon's level. The system explained coldly. Although he felt a bit displeased, Chen Yuan couldn't complain, as the charges were reasonable. He swung the mountain-splitting axe a few times and felt it was indeed quite good. Then he stayed in the muddy passage for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. After the incense stick burned out, Chen Yuan climbed back into the cave. Uncle Mo and the others, seeing him return, immediately gathered around with concern. Uncle Mo, here. Chen Yuan handed over the mountain-splitting axe. This, you actually managed to forge it? And it's so sturdy, not loose at all. Uncle Mo tugged at the connection between the firewood stick and the axe head, finding it firmly fused together without the slightest sign of loosening. He was instantly as astonished as if discovering a new continent, staring at Chen Yuan in amazement. This little guy had truly surprised him. If he went back and told the clan leader that not only did Chen Yuan have an extraordinary sense of intuition, but he could also forge weapons, the clan leader would probably elevate him to the highest regard immediately. The people around, including Dian and others, also gathered around, staring at the mountain-splitting axe with curiosity and envy. Some even unceremoniously took it and tried it out a few times, knocking and praising it while eagerly looking at Chen Yuan. Alright, forging this thing wasn't easy. I searched for a long time outside to find the right materials to make it. If you guys ever have suitable materials in the future, I can help you make one when I return to the tribe, Chen Yuan said with a smile. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately cheered with excitement. After the brief interlude, the group rested for a while longer. Uncle Mo stood up, clapped his hands, and said, "Alright, everyone has rested enough. It's time to move on." Everyone gradually got up and crawled back through the passage they had entered earlier. Returning to the tunnel, the group appeared refreshed, especially Uncle Mo, who held a mountain-splitting axe and led the way at the front. Back in the earthen tunnel, the group continued to explore bit by bit. Chen Yuan initially wanted to see if the system would provide any hints again, but this time, the system remained silent for over 3 hours. During these 3 hours, the group encountered several forks in the path, but the system never gave any prompts. Everyone proceeded cautiously and walked safely through the tunnel for a long time. At this moment, the group was walking through a pitch-black earthen layer. It was evident that the soil here was unusually fertile, which heightened everyone's vigilance. As Uncle Mo put it, the more fertile the soil, the closer they were to the surface. Chen Yuan couldn't figure out exactly how long he had been walking, but he was certain that the distance from the tribe was definitely over 10,000 meters. Ding, if the host continues forward, you will encounter an attack from a century-old tree vine. It is recommended to avoid it in advance. Of course, if you choose to confront it head-on and kill the old tree vine, you might obtain a large piece of moonstone. The system's prompt sounded quietly. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, instinctively wanting to call out to Uncle Mo and the others to stop. But when he heard the system mention the precious moonstone at the end, he couldn't help but waver. Whether in the tribe or in the passage they were currently in, everyone was still underground. Movement relied solely on the faint glow emitted by the small piece of moonstone in Uncle Mo's hand up ahead. To put it bluntly, those walking at the back couldn't see their surroundings at all, as the light was blocked by the silhouettes of those in front. Even if there was danger, it would be hard to detect. Chen Yuan actually disliked this dim environment, but that's just how this world was, unless one chose to live directly on the surface. However, based on the memories in his mind and the occasional hints from Uncle Mo and the others, unless someone was truly tired of living, they would never dare to go to the surface. Since they didn't dare to go up and had to continue living underground, the most essential things besides food and water were light, and moonstone was the only source of light in this dark world. Chen Yuan didn't want to miss this opportunity. Seeing that Uncle Mo and the others were still cautiously exploring forward, Chen Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Uncle Mo, could it be that the closer we get to the surface, the more dangerous it becomes?" "Yes, the closer to the surface, the more beasts there are in the soil. Thousands of meters underground, you might only encounter spiders or burrowing dragons, but as you go up, you could run into millipedes, centipedes, or even mosquitoes and such. Even an ordinary flower might eat people. So the closer to the surface, the more careful we must be." Uncle Mo's voice rang out. Hearing this, the expressions of the others visibly grew tense. Chen Yuan was no exception. At some point, the Qingfeng sword in his hand had already been unsheathed, gripped tightly in his hand. His steps involuntarily quickened, and Chen Yuan suddenly leaped ahead of the group, moving in front of Uncle Mo to become the vanguard of the team. "Be careful at the back, I'll take the lead," Chen Yuan said. "No, your cultivation level may be high, but this is your first time venturing out, and you lack experience. Even if you're in the lead, you might not necessarily spot the traces voices of the beasts. "Let me take the lead, and you follow behind me," Uncle Mo said, pulling Chen Yuan back and rejecting his proposal to be the vanguard. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned, then silently nodded and retreated to stand behind Uncle Mo. As the other party said, he was merely relying on the convenience of the system's reminders. When it comes to critical moments, he might not necessarily be able to spot danger at a glance. What he truly needs now is to learn how to use the system by following someone experienced and seasoned like Uncle Mo. In the quiet underground passage, apart from the occasional faint sound of breathing, only the rhythmic thumping of everyone's heartbeat echoed continuously. This environment severely tests a person's endurance and mental fortitude. Those with slightly weaker resolve might have already found it unbearable. Fortunately, aside from Chen Yuan, the others were not on their first hunting trip. Even Chen Yuan, being an adult and bolstered by the system's constant confidence and prompts, was actually more composed than most. In the pitch-black passage, the only source of light came from the faint glow of the moonstone in Uncle Mo's hand ahead, guiding everyone forward. No one knew how long they had been walking when Uncle Mo suddenly stopped in his tracks. It's collapsed up ahead. The footsteps of the people behind immediately came to a halt, freezing them in place. Uncle Mo held the moonstone in one hand and the mountain-splitting axe in the other, cautiously approaching the collapsed area. Chen Yuan noticed the system prompt and quickly followed carefully. Upon reaching the collapsed site, Uncle Mo first looked upward but found nothing unusual. He then used the mountain-splitting axe to prod the pile of collapsed soil, still finding no abnormalities. This allowed Uncle Mo, who had been on edge, to relax slightly. He turned and whispered to the group, "It seems to have collapsed due to years of disrepair. There's no other danger. Let's keep moving forward." Who would have thought that as soon as the words were spoken, a sudden change occurred? Behind Uncle Mo, the mound of earth abruptly rose, and 3 pitch-black tree roots shot out, striking directly at Uncle Mo. At this moment, Uncle Mo was still unaware and was calling out to Chen Yuan and the others. "Watch out!" Chen Yuan warned in a low voice. Behind him, Dunzi also shouted, "Uncle Mo, watch out behind you. Get out of the way." Everyone panicked, forgetting to stay quiet as they hurriedly warned him. Uncle Mo's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately reacted based on years of experience. He moved his steps, intending to dodge to the side. However, before he could dodge, 3 pitch-black tree roots as thick as a baby's arm struck his body fiercely, instantly wrapping around him and swiftly dragging him toward the pile of dirt behind. Under that immense force, Uncle Mo was like a puppet on strings, completely powerless to resist, dragged directly across the ground and desperately pulled toward the dirt pile. Once buried within, it would undoubtedly be a dead end. Fortunately, Chen Yuan had already received a system alert and was constantly on guard against danger. At the critical moment, Chen Yuan suddenly stomped the ground, his whole body shooting toward Uncle Mo like an arrow, grabbing his arm. However, the strength of the tree roots was too overwhelming, and Chen Yuan was unable to stop them, instead being dragged toward the pile of soil along with Uncle Mo. Low and urgent muffled sounds kept echoing, and Uncle Mo was not one to admit defeat at this moment. The instant he was dragged to the ground, he decisively dropped the moonstone, gripped the mountain-splitting axe with both hands, and furiously hacked at the roots binding him in the pitch-black passage. But whether it was because the axe had dulled or the tree roots were unbreakably strong, after 7 or 8 chops, only 1 root was severed, while the remaining 2 still clung tightly to him. At this moment, he was only half a meter away from the pile of soil. There was no time. "Xiao Yuan, let go quickly, or you'll be dragged down too." At the critical moment, Uncle Mo shouted urgently, while kicking at Chen Yuan, trying to push him away. However, how could Chen Yuan pay attention to him? Although the tree roots seemed terrifying, they were merely strong and posed no immediate fatal threat to him. He just needed to cut them off quickly. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan tightly grabbed Uncle Mo's arm, suddenly exerted force, and used the momentum to leap forward, crashing heavily into Uncle Mo. The next moment, Chen Yuan swung the Qingfeng sword in his hand, precisely cutting toward the 2 tree roots. Puff, puff, a muffled sound echoed, and the 2 tree roots instantly snapped. Uncle Mo and Chen Yuan's bodies finally came to a halt. By this time, the 2 had already been dragged onto the pile of dirt. If they had been delayed by even a second, they might have been forcibly pulled into the abyss by the tree roots. Uncle Mo gasped heavily, struggling to get up while forcefully pulling off the remnants of the severed tree roots from his body. Over here, Chen Yuan collapsed to the ground, panting. The thrilling scene just now was entirely his instinctive reaction. If he hadn't managed to cut through those tree roots, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, the Qingfeng sword was sharper than he had expected, and the thick tree roots were severed with a single strike. Behind him, light accompanied by footsteps appeared as Wu Dian and the others picked up the moonlight stone from the ground and hurried over. They saw Uncle Mo and Chen Yuan guarding the mound and quickly approached them. "Retreat quickly, the danger isn't over yet," Uncle Mo shouted, pulling Chen Yuan up to leave. However, it was already too late. Puff, 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 a deep muffled sound echoed, and over a dozen pitch-black tree roots suddenly surged out from beneath the small mound, lashing straight at Chen Yuan and Uncle Mo, who had just gotten up. Not only the mound, but countless cracks also suddenly appeared appeared on the ceiling of the passage, from which vine-like objects dangled down, swiftly whipping toward them with astonishing speed. The sudden appearance of the tree roots made Chen Yuan's expression turn grave. The Qingfeng sword in his hand almost turned into a blur as he frantically slashed at the approaching roots around him. Each time the Qingfeng sword struck a root, it was immediately severed. However, despite Chen Yuan's considerable cultivation, his combat experience was far from sufficient. Under the dense onslaught of roots, he appeared overwhelmed and unable to manage everything. Relying on the sharpness of the Qingfeng sword, he had not been captured for the time being, but he was trapped in place, unable to move an inch or escape. In that strange pile of soil, as soon as Chen Yuan cut off one tree root, a new one would immediately emerge. Sometimes, the speed at which he severed them couldn't keep up with the speed at which the roots sprouted. In just a short moment, hundreds of roots densely sprouted, completely sealing off that section of the passage. Not far away, although Uncle Mo's cultivation was not as strong as Chen Yuan's, he managed to carve out a path through the dense roots with his rich experience and the mountain-splitting axe in his hand. Just as he was about to flee to a distant place, Emoshu gritted his teeth, turned around, and resolutely rushed back upon seeing Chen Yuan still trapped. Their tribe already had few members, and any loss had to be avoided at all costs. Moreover, Chen Yuan might be the only hope to lead the tribe out of their predicament. Emoshu absolutely did not want him to perish here. The system notification sounded again. Bang, bang, bang. The mountain-splitting axe repeatedly struck the tree roots. Initially too frightened to approach, Wu Dian, Dunzi, and the others, upon seeing Chen Yuan trapped in Emoshu charging forward, could no longer hold back. They raised their worn-out weapons and furiously attacked the vines. Although there were many vines, their attack power was extremely weak, only capable of whipping or entangling. However, with everyone's cooperation, whenever someone was trapped, the others immediately helped to cut them free. As a result, no one was injured. During the time they were delayed, Chen Yuan, who had been entangled at the center of the tree roots, completely disappeared, and even the occasional muffled sounds had ceased. Not good, Xiao Yuan is in danger. Hurry, Uncle Emo said in a low voice, almost exhausting all his strength as he rushed toward Chen Yuan's last known location. At that moment, the tree roots that had been relentlessly attacking suddenly retreated like a tide, swiftly shrinking back into the soil and disappearing in an instant. Chen Yuan vanished along with them. The vast cave passage instantly turned into a path riddled with holes and collapsed soil everywhere. Uncle Emo suddenly reacted, desperately rushing toward the small mound of earth and frantically digging. But as the tree roots retracted, the mound had already been resealed, making it nearly impossible to dig open. The others, seeing this, couldn't care about anything else and hurried over to help. However, after digging for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they had only managed to excavate less than a meter. Below, there was only a small, pitch-black cave. There was no trace of Chen Yuan anywhere. Uncle Mo. Chen Yuan won't die, will he? Wu Dian's face was grim. Not only Wu Dian, but everyone else also knew deep down. They had encountered similar attacks before, and without exception, companions dragged away by tree roots had all vanished without a trace, their fates unknown. And now, Chen Yuan had been dragged away. In their team, the strongest among them, Chen Yuan, had actually been taken. Uncle Mo's face was equally grim, constantly shifting. Hearing Wu Dian's words, Uncle Mo blared at him fiercely, wanting to say something but unable to utter a single word, because he understood that Chen Yuan was very likely already dead. However, glancing at the mountain-splitting axe in his hand, Uncle Mo said nothing and walked toward the mound of earth, lowering his head to continue digging. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the worry of Uncle Mo and the others outside, Chen Yuan was not dead. Not only was he alive, but he was also perfectly fine, though he looked a bit disheveled at the moment. How disheveled? He was currently tightly bound by a large bundle of tree roots, like a mummy, barely able to see the pitch-black surroundings through the gaps, with nothing else visible. Earlier, while above ground, Chen Yuan had intended to break free, but there were simply too many tree roots. In a moment of carelessness, one of them wrapped around his waist, restricting his movements. Immediately after, more roots swarmed over, wrapping him into a mummy in an instant and dragging him underground. Fortunately, it was precisely because these roots tightly enveloped him that he was unharmed during the descent, though the areas where he was bound ached faintly. Chen Yuan knew he couldn't let this continue, otherwise, even if he didn't die from lack of blood flow, he would eventually starve to death here. He tried to struggle, only to find the roots incredibly sturdy, impossible to break free from with his strength alone. Luckily, the Qingfeng sword was still on him, although it had fallen to the ground when he was wrapped up like a mummy. The Qingfeng sword had been dragged down with him. For an ordinary person, picking up a sword at their feet might be nearly impossible, but Chen Yuan was different, because he had a system. Help me store the Qingfeng sword. Chen Yuan's mind stirred. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The Qingfeng sword disappeared. Looking again at the system backpack, sure enough, a Qingfeng sword had appeared inside. Success! A faint smile appeared on Chen Yuan's lips, momentarily making him forget the pain in his body. With another thought, the Qingfeng sword in the system backpack pack vanished again, only to reappear in Chen Yuan's right hand. Although his right hand was still tightly bound by tree roots, he could slightly adjust the angle of his wrist. It was precisely this angle that allowed the sharp blade of the Qingfeng sword to begin slicing through the roots binding him. 1 root, 2 roots. When the third root was severed, his entire right hand was instantly freed from its restraints. Chen Yuan did not rush to escape but instead quietly observed the situation outside. Hearing no sound and seeing nothing but darkness, he concluded that his actions of cutting the roots had not attracted the attention of the old tree. With this assurance, Chen Yuan began to act decisively. He infused all the true energy within his body into the Qingfeng sword, causing its blade to radiate brilliantly as it swiftly severed the roots entwining his body. These roots varied in thickness, with the thickest having a diameter of nearly a foot, but none could withstand the Qingfeng sword. In less than half an incense stick's time, all the roots binding him were cut, and Chen Yuan finally freed himself, now alone inside what resembled a mummy-like tree cage. All he needed to do was cut open the tree cage to escape. However, Chen Yuan did not rush to leave, as he was uncertain whether escaping would once again draw the old tree's attention. If discovered, he would be utterly powerless against the overwhelming terror of its roots. He had to first figure out a way to kill the old tree. Squatting inside the tree cage, Chen Yuan looked ahead, but it was still pitch black, and he couldn't see anything, as if he were in endless darkness. He slowly shifted his body, changed direction, and glanced behind him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Behind him, a faint trace of moonlight was spilling over a half-buried moonstone in the soil, with the exposed part as large as a bull's rim. If they could obtain this moonstone, their team's lighting problem would be instantly solved. His gaze swept around the moonstone again. By the faint light it emitted, he could barely make out that he was currently at the base of a massive tree root, so thick it would take several people to encircle it. In the moonstone's glow, not only could he vaguely see the thick tree trunk, but he could also catch a glimpse of the tangled and intertwined roots. Some of these roots were motionless, while others were slowly writhing, appearing extremely eerie and terrifying. He looked again at the base of the tree and noticed that there were many other objects similar to tree cages hanging in mid-air nearby. Clearly, he wasn't the only one captured by this thing, though it was unclear whether the other tree cages held people or some other strange beasts. However, judging by the silence, the things in the other tree cages were likely long dead, otherwise, it wouldn't be so deathly quiet. He lowered his head to examine the ground. Apart from scattered bone fragments, there were many tree roots, vines, and other debris, but he just couldn't find a way to kill this old tree spirit. Chen Yuan began to feel anxious. If he couldn't take this guy down, was he really going to be trapped here for the rest of his life? System bro? System boss? You've got to say something and give me a hint. He frantically called out to the system in his mind. After all, it was this thing that brought him here, and now it couldn't just stand by and watch him get trapped to death here, could it? Just as he was gradually falling into despair, the crisp system notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Perhaps you could try inserting the Azure Peak sword in your hand into the roots of this ancient undying tree. There's a specific growth ring there, that's its weak spot. Strike that spot and you'll survive. Be careful, you only have one chance in just 10 seconds. If you exceed 10 seconds, this guy will react, and by then, you won't be able to escape. System, it really is you. Chen Yuan was so excited that he almost wanted to kiss the system if it were a physical object. With this crucial survival hint, Chen Yuan immediately calmed down. Using the faint glow of the moonstone, he began to determine where the fatal spot was. As a result, with one look, he instantly realized he had been overthinking, because the system had already clearly marked the location for him. At this moment, he looked at the big tree again and clearly saw a bright red mark about 1 meter above the ground on the tree root. It was only the size of a fist but very conspicuous, easily noticeable at a glance. He roughly estimated the distance. The mark was about 10 meters away from his current position. From breaking through the tree cage and landing to striking that fatal point, he had only 10 seconds. He silently calculated the time and figured it should be more than enough. Looking around to ensure there were no abnormalities, Chen Yuan swung the Qingfeng sword in his hand forcefully. The seemingly indestructible tree cage instantly shattered, and he slipped out of it. The moment he landed, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself like an arrow toward the tree root at high speed. Although the humans of this world lived in extreme humility and even weakness, it depended on whom they were compared to. Compared to the mutated beasts of this world, it is certainly weak, but if compared to the people of the Blue Star in the previous life, who knows how much stronger it is? Moreover, he himself is at the 9th level of body tempering, with extremely fast speed. A distance of 10 meters was covered in just 3 seconds. Immediately after, the green peak sword in his hand fiercely stabbed toward the bright red mark. A low, muffled sound echoed as the Qingfeng sword accurately pierced the mark. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A deep and eerie sound suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, the ground, the sky, and even those tree cages began to twist madly, especially the tree roots near Chen Yuan, which lashed toward him frantically without hesitation. The piercing sound of the air being torn left him with no doubt that if struck, he would be severely injured. In a panic, Chen Yuan Yuan let out a strange cry. Without even having time to draw his Qingfeng sword, he hurriedly dodged to the side. However, in the next moment, the whistling tree roots suddenly seemed to deflate, crashing heavily onto the ground just 1 meter away from him. Some parts even bounced directly onto him, causing a sharp pain on his skin. Fortunately, it was only a glancing impact, and the pain was still bearable. Chen Yuan, who was in the midst of fleeing, froze, staring blankly at the pile of tree roots that had fallen in front of him. Not just the ones in front of him, but all the surrounding tree roots and vines that had been wildly writhing suddenly became still, as if nothing had ever happened. Dead? Cautiously standing in place and waiting for a moment, the silent tree roots remained completely motionless. Chen Yuan gently kicked the tree roots in front of him with his foot, and still there was no reaction. Only then did he confirm that the things before him were indeed dead. Phew! Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan turned around and pulled the Qingfeng sword from the tree behind him. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings, which remained silent. Instead, the situation inside the tree hollow became increasingly clear under his scrutiny. This cave was located deep underground, but the tree's root system was incredibly developed, creating a space underground that spanned over 100 meters. Those tree cages were likely used to capture prey within this space, serving as a source of nutrients for the tree. For now, ignoring everything else, Chen Yuan quickly approached the moonstone and began cleaning it at a rapid pace. As he cleaned, the light inside the cave gradually brightened. To his surprise and delight, the moonstone, which he had initially thought was small, turned out to be as large as a millstone and weighed an estimated 100 pounds. This was a treasure. If he could bring it back, the dark environment of the tribe would be greatly improved. Although not every hunting team member could have one, having 2 or 3 pieces per team would be more than sufficient, significantly increasing their chances of survival. Just with this moonstone alone, Chen Yuan felt the trip had been worthwhile. He moved the clean moonstone to a clean spot on the ground, then turned his gaze to the place where the moonstone had been, feeling that there were still many things hidden there. Using the Qingfeng sword, he pushed aside some broken bones and indeed found several rusty weapons. Most were heavily corroded and hard to identify, but 2 were in relatively good condition and could likely be used again with some repairs. While digging, Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, crouched down, and picked up a piece of emerald green jade slip from the soil. Jade slip? He frowned slightly, then his eyes lit up. Could it be a martial arts manual? Thinking of this, he quickly tried injecting his divine sense into it. Sure enough, the contents of the jade slip appeared. It was a basic body technique manual called Phantom Step, which, once practiced, could enhance a warrior's reaction speed and agility. Great stuff! Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile. If he had possessed this manual earlier, how could he have been dragged down by those tree roots? However, now was not the time for cultivation. He swiftly stored the jade slip in the system's backpack and carefully searched the surroundings. Apart from some animal skeletons and 2 objects resembling antelope horns, there was nothing else. He even checked those tree cocoons, cutting them all open for inspection, but found nothing except some animal carcasses. What a pity! Chen Yuan muttered under his breath. Just as he was about to look for a way out, a faint rustling sound suddenly came from above, instantly putting him on alert. That's right! His body leaped sharply, hiding behind a shadowy spot, his eyes fixed on the source of the sound. Time passed bit by bit, and the rustling sound grew clearer. Soon after, gravel began to fall like raindrops. Finally, just as Chen Yuan was growing a little impatient, a large chunk of sand and stone crashed down beside him, followed by Wu Dian's excited voice. It's open! We've dug through. Uncle Mo, quickly check if Xiao Yuan is inside. Wu Dian and Uncle Mo came down too? Chen Yuan was initially stunned, but quickly understood why these people appeared here. His heart was filled with immense gratitude, which he did not hide as he directly stepped out from the shadows. At the same time, a dark head poked out from the edge of the freshly dug hole. Under the moonlight, it was indeed Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo's head extended into the hole, meeting Chen Yuan's gaze inside. Seeing that Chen Yuan was safe and sound, Uncle Mo was stunned for a moment and said in a trembling voice, Xiao Yuan, you're okay? I'm fine, Uncle Mo. Why did you all come down here too? Come down first, and we'll talk. Chen Yuan replied with a smile. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Uncle Mo and the others had all entered the cave. Each of them, full of excitement, surrounded the massive moonstone, examining it with growing fondness. Such a huge moonstone. Once we bring it back to the tribe, our place will definitely be as bright as the surface. Xiao Yuan, you've made another great contribution this time, Uncle Mo said excitedly, his gaze never leaving the moonstone. Chen Yuan smiled and pointed to the pile of scrap metal that had just been unearthed. Addressing Wu Dian and the others, Uncle Wu Dian, take a look at these weapons. I just dug them up from underground. See if there's anything usable. Ah, got it. Wu Dian grinned, baring his teeth, and eagerly became the first to rush to the pile of weapons to start picking. He finally chose a rusty, broken-bladed dagger. Judging by its original length, the dagger was about 2 feet long before it broke. Now only about 1 foot remains. Still, it was far better than what he was currently holding. This is it. Great stuff. I'll have old Wang help me modify it when we get back. Then, not not just our team, but other teams will be green with envy when they see it. This trip has been incredibly rewarding for us. It's not just what you're holding. These antelope horns will also make excellent weapons after a bit of polishing back home. They should work perfectly for hunting wolf spiders or digging dragons, Dunzi said excitedly, raising the pair of antelope horns in his hands. Chen Yuan, I just took a look. That tree spirit must be hundreds of years old, right? Such a massive tree, how did you manage to kill it? A voice filled with amazement came from not far away, drawing everyone's attention to Chen Yuan. Although everyone had been curious before, no one had directly asked. Now that someone spoke up, the others naturally became even more interested. After all, they had witnessed Chen Yuan being dragged away by the tree roots, yet here he was, safe and sound. Not only that, but the tree spirit that had dragged him away had been killed by him. After a moment of silence, Chen Yuan did not hold back. He raised the Qingfeng sword in his hand and said, I survived entirely thanks to this sword. When I was trapped by the roots earlier, the tree spirit suddenly stopped moving. I seized the opportunity to figure out a way to cut through the roots one by one and then jumped down. The tree spirit tried to attack me again, but I accidentally struck its vital point, and after that, it completely stopped moving. It should be dead. As he spoke, he pointed to the tree cage from which he had escaped and the wound on the tree trunk that he had pierced earlier. Upon hearing this, Uncle Mo, Wu Dian, and the others couldn't help but run over to inspect the tree cage. They saw the fresh, clean cuts, confirming that Chen Yuan's account was indeed true. The five of them then rushed over to the base of the tree to carefully examine the wound that had been almost entirely overlooked by everyone. Wu Dian exaggeratedly said, such a big guy, and it died just from being stabbed a little? His tone was full of disbelief. This thing may look big, but it's already a spirit creature and has weaknesses just like humans. Xiao Yuan probably hit its vital point by accident. Everyone, remember this spot. If you encounter a similar situation in the future, you can try it, it might work, Uncle Mo said from the side. Forget it. I don't have Xiao Yuan's skills. If I got dragged in, I'd probably be done for. Wu Dian shrank his neck, moved away from the tree trunk, and continued searching nearby. It was rare to find a safe cave, so no one wanted to let it go. Everyone was eager to search thoroughly. Fortune favors the diligent, and after some scavenging, they gradually found a few damaged weapons under the soil and tree roots, as well as some animal bones suitable for making bone tools. The so-called bone tools are a type of weapon, but they must be made from the extremely hard parts of animal bones. Chen Yuan's tribe once possessed several bone tools, but most were either damaged or lost in the wilderness. Finding these again this time, if taken back for refinement, would surely greatly enhance the overall strength of the tribe. What a pity, this area is all soil layers. If this were a rock cave, our tribe would have found a new settlement. After the search ended, as everyone rested and cooked in the cave, Uncle Mo couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, as Uncle Mo said, the tree hollow they were in was entirely supported by the root system of the giant tree spirit. The cave was over 10 meters high and spacious enough to accommodate 100 people. However, unfortunately, the surroundings were all soil layers, which could not withstand the attacks of other exotic beasts. If the tribe were to settle here, they would struggle to survive even a month. We've done enough for today. After dinner, everyone can rest here for the night. We'll continue exploring further tomorrow. Uncle Mo's voice rang out. As soon as these words were spoken, excitement immediately appeared on everyone's faces. They had experienced so much today. First, the wolf spider attack, then, the discovery of the wolf spider nest. Later, in order to save Chen Yuan, everyone had to dig a pit for nearly half an hour, leaving them utterly exhausted. Half of the remaining wolf spider legs were taken out this time and placed on the campfire to roast. The burning wood was readily available, as there were plenty of dried vines in the cave, which everyone had gathered. The group sat around the campfire, with Wu Dian holding a bag in one hand and continuously pulling out fist-sized wolf spider eggs to distribute to everyone with the other. When it was Chen Yuan's turn, Wu Dian handed him 2 eggs directly and said with a cheerful smile, Xiao Yuan, you've worked hard today. Eat an extra one to replenish your strength. Chen Yuan took the eggs, glanced around at everyone, then looked at the wolf spider eggs in his hands. Finally, he placed one on his lap, decisively cracked open the other, revealing the slightly golden roasted egg white inside. The tarantula eggs carried a strong earthy smell, but it was still tolerable. Aside from the earthy taste, the texture was quite good, and Chen Yuan ate both of them. Just as Chen Yuan was about to look for water to quench his thirst, Dunzi ran over from not far away, smiling and holding a water pouch sewn from snakeskin. Xiao Yuan, here, have some water. Thanks. Chen Yuan accepted the water pouch without hesitation and took a big gulp. The others also finished eating the tarantula eggs in their hands and then quietly stared at the tarantula legs roasting over the campfire, occasionally sniffing the aroma of the grilled meat and gently twitching their noses. While roasting the wolf spider legs, Chen Yuan sat down next to Uncle Mo and curiously asked, Uncle Mo, how far do you think we walked today? If my calculations are correct, we probably walked 30 to 40,000 meters. Uncle Mo replied without hesitation. We've been wandering around in these underground caves all this time. Aren't you worried we won't won't be able to find our way back? Chen Yuan asked curiously. In fact, Chen Yuan had wanted to ask this question ever since he saw Uncle Mo and the others randomly entering passages, but he hadn't found the right opportunity until now. Before Uncle Mo could answer, Wu Dian and the others nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter, especially Wu Dian, who stretched his neck to look at Chen Yuan and said, "Kid, you have no knowledge of wilderness survival at all. Didn't the chief teach you anything before?" Although he was teasing, Wu Dian continued, "Brother Mo has a piece of sigue in his hand. Every hunting team leader carries one. With it, no matter where we are, we can accurately find the location of the tribe." At this point, Uncle Mo cooperatively took out a palm-sized stone from his pocket. Chen Yuan glanced at it and found it was a simple round stone with something resembling a spoon attached to it. The spoon-shaped object kept changing position as Uncle Mo turned his palm. "Compass?" Chen Yuan was stunned and blurted out instinctively, "Don't call it a compass. This is a sigue." Wu Dian corrected. Chen Yuan pursed his lips and didn't argue further, but he still felt in his heart that this thing was pretty much like a compass. However, it was only after Chen Yuan tested and played with the sigue that he understood. Although it resembled a compass and had a similar function, the differences were quite significant. For instance, a compass can only distinguish the north and south directions, whereas the sigue solely points to the location of the tribe. Whether you are above ground or underground, it will always direct you to the tribe, making it convenient for exploration teams to find their way home through the layers of mud after wandering outside. It is truly very practical. After studying the sigue, the wolf spider meat was also roasted. The group shared the food, and apart from those on night watch duty, the others each found a place to lie down and rest. The night passed without incident, and in the underground passage, no one knew whether it was day or night outside. Chen Yuan only felt that he had rested for about 4 hours before everyone gradually got up. As for washing up, it was nothing more than everyone taking a sip of water to rinse their mouths. According to Wu Dian, being away from home is not like being in the tribe where water sources are abundant. Water must be used sparingly. If you come across an underground river, you can replenish some water, but other than that, no one dares to swim in the river unless they have a death wish, because no one can be certain whether something terrifying is lurking in that underground river, waiting for you. Breakfast consisted of roasted tarantula eggs, which are inconvenient to carry. Following Uncle Mo's suggestion, everyone roasted and ate the remaining tarantula eggs this morning. As for the tarantula meat, it was still carried by Wu Dian and the others. Fortunately, the underground environment here is deep enough that there's no need to worry about the tarantula meat spoiling quickly. "Uncle Mo, should we go up to the surface and take a look today?" After everyone finished tidying up, Chen Yuan glanced at the massive tree trunk and asked. Last night, while resting, Dunzi, having nothing better to do, discovered a small hole inside the tree trunk. The hole was about the width of a person, just enough for someone to crawl through, and it extended all the way upward. If their guess was correct, climbing along this giant tree would lead them to the surface. Uncle Mo gave Chen Yuan a glance and said earnestly, "The main objective of this mission is to find a suitable gathering place for the tribe to relocate. As for the surface, there will naturally be opportunities to see it in the future. The surface isn't as fun as you think. One careless move and you could lose your life. Alright, let's go, it's time to set off." After speaking, he climbed back up through the passage everyone had jumped down from earlier. Wu Dian and the others patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder with cheerful smiles and followed him up one after another. Chen Yuan was the last to climb up. Before leaving, he took a deep look inside the cave, memorized the location, then picked up the 100-pound moonstone and walked to the entrance, directly tossing it upward. Above, Uncle Mo was already prepared to assist. As soon as the stone was thrown up, he immediately caught it in his arms. Only then did Chen Yuan lightly leap and climb out of the cave in just a few moves. Initially, Chen Yuan suggested breaking the moonstone directly, with everyone taking a piece, but this was unanimously opposed by Uncle Mo and the others. They all hoped to bring the moonstone back intact and have old Wang the blacksmith handle it later. The blacksmith could divide the moonstone properly without any waste. Anyway, he didn't have to carry it himself, so Chen Yuan was too lazy to argue further. In the end, he still chipped off a small piece of moonstone from above and held it in his hand. Thus, Uncle Mo led the way in front, followed by Wu Dian, cheerfully carrying over 100 pounds of moonstone, while Chen Yuan held a palm-sized piece of moonstone at the rear. Fortunately, the people in this world have extremely robust physiques. Even someone like Wu Dian, who had just entered the first stage of body tempering, could easily carry over 100 pounds of weight. Although they had to switch carriers after walking for an hour or two, their stamina was truly astonishing. This journey lasted more than 2 hours. During this time, they passed through several passages. When they were closest to the surface, they could even faintly hear the occasional rumbling footsteps from above. But soon, Uncle Mo led everyone away from that area and continued deeper underground. Even more surprisingly, thanks to Uncle Mo's experienced judgment, Chen Yuan and the others managed to find several grotto caves. Unfortunately, these caves were either too small or located in dangerous areas, making them completely unsuitable as a new gathering place for the tribe. This is already the third cave, and it still won't work. Wu Dian scratched his head in frustration. This is already the third cave they've seen today, but the one before them is still too small. What should we do now? Keep going? Wu Dian and the others all looked at Uncle Mo. Because ahead of them appeared a fork in the road, with 4 passages leading to unknown places, waiting for them to choose. Uncle Mo took 2 steps, stood by the passage, looked down for a moment, and then said, "These passages were probably dug out by Gonglong a long time ago. They should be fine. Just pick one." Others were about to nod in agreement when Chen Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Hold on." As soon as he said this, everyone immediately turned to look at Chen Yuan. After all, this wasn't the first time he had intervened in everyone's choices, and each time his judgment had proven to be correct. So they were actually looking forward to Chen Yuan making the decision. Chen Yuan did not rush to speak, he simply stood quietly, seemingly deep in thought. In fact, he was staring at the system prompt. That's right, just as Uncle Mo was about to choose a path, the system prompt appeared again, and this time, it was an unexpected surprise. Ding, system prompt, choose the leftmost passage, and after 300 meters, you will find a natural cave that is very suitable for living. Of course, if you prefer something more thrilling, you can choose the rightmost passage, where a gibbon is currently napping in a cave. Only a fool would choose the right side. Chen Yuan muttered under his breath, then said, "Uncle Mo, let's take the left side. I have a feeling the right path might lead straight to the surface." "Alright, we'll follow your lead." Uncle Mo nodded and took the lead, walking forward. Wu Dian followed closely behind, while Dunzi took the moonstone from Wu Dian's back and carried it as he walked third in line. The remaining 2 walked ahead of Chen Yuan, who stayed at the back to guard the rear. The route selected by the system was completely safe, and the group of 6 advanced smoothly for about 3 kilometers. Suddenly, Uncle Mo, who was at the front, reached out to block the light of the moonstone. Seeing this, Chen Yuan quickly covered the light of his own moonstone as well, plunging the passage into complete darkness. Before anyone could ask, Uncle Mo lowered his voice and said, "There are some footprints on the ground, and I can faintly hear the sound of running water ahead. Everyone, be cautious." Chen Yuan frowned slightly, pausing for a moment. Logically, this area should be the natural cave system indicated by the system as highly suitable for habitation. But why would there be footprints of other animals here? Though puzzled, he remained silent, merely looking toward Uncle Mo in the darkness. The others also turned their gazes to Uncle Mo, waiting for his next instructions. "You stay here, I'll go check it out," Uncle Mo said in a low voice. Loosening his grip slightly on the moonstone, a sliver of moonlight seeped through, and he cautiously moved forward using the faint light as a guide. In the darkness, Wu Dian and the others remained silent, while Chen Yuan felt his way to the front, even drawing his Qingfeng sword, ready to provide support at any moment. Fortunately, no danger occurred. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the shadowy figure ahead carefully made its way back. It was Uncle Mo. The group gathered around him as he spoke in a low, excited voice. "At the end of the passage ahead, there's a large mountain formation. Through a crack, I saw a natural cavern inside. It's very spacious, and there's even a water source. Guess what I saw in there?" At this, he paused. Wu Jian couldn't help but ask eagerly, "What did you see? Is it dangerous?" "There shouldn't be any danger. I found a group of roe deer inside, and none of them are mutated. There are probably more than 10 of them. If we can catch a few." Uncle Mo didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present became excited. Not all creatures have mutated. The unmutated ones are extremely rare. To find a group of unmutated roe deer in this underground cave is truly extraordinary, even though it's unclear how they got there. But does that matter? What matters is that this food-gathering mission seems to be on track for perfect success. What's more, there's a massive natural cave there. With some luck, perhaps the tribe's new settlement could be established. Thinking of this, how could everyone hold back, especially Wu Jian and Dunzi, who urged repeatedly, "What are we waiting for? Let's go quickly." If we let the roe deer escape, that would be a huge loss. No rush. Since that group of roe deer could enter the cave, it means there must be another exit inside. Let's search the area first, find the passage, and control the exit. Then we can catch them like turtles in a jar. Uncle Mo's voice was low, but his excitement was hard to conceal. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Uncle Mo, eager to set off immediately. Uncle Mo turned to look at Chen Yuan and said in a low voice, "Xiao Yuan, your cultivation is the highest. Once we find the passage, we'll rely on you to trap all those roe deer inside. Can you do it? Remember, don't make too much noise. The cave hasn't been explored yet, and we don't know if there are any dangers. If it's too loud, I understand." Uncle Mo, rest assured, "Leave it to me." Chen Yuan nodded with a smile. "Alright, then let's set off. Wu Dian, Dunzi, you two go ahead and scout the path. About 500 meters ahead, there's a fork in the road. Check out the right side and stay safe." "Understood." Wu Dian and Dunzi responded, handing over their belongings to the other two and cautiously moving forward with their weapons in hand. Before they left, Chen Yuan handed them the moonstone he was holding to aid in their exploration. Over here, Uncle Mo looked at the remaining people and said, "Follow me. Let's head over to the mountain fissure and continue observing for any changes." After speaking, Uncle Mo took the lead and stepped out. The two men carrying the moonstone and wolf spider meat hurriedly followed behind, while Chen Yuan still walked at the rear. After advancing nearly 500 or 600 meters, they indeed saw a fork in the road ahead. Wu Jian and Dunzi had likely already entered there. However, Uncle Mo did not lead Chen Yuan and the others inside but stopped at the fork and then walked a short distance to the left. About 10 meters ahead, the passage disappeared, and directly in front was a rock wall made of dark cyan stones. Based on Chen Yuan's judgment, there might have been a dragon roaming nearby back then, which ended up crashing into this rock wall, unable to continue digging, and had to turn back to excavate the passage that Wu Jian and his team are now exploring. At the end of the rock wall, Chen Yuan indeed saw a fist-sized crack, slender and deep, extending inward for dozens of meters. Fortunately, the interior was not completely dark but emitted a faint water-blue glow, barely revealing large clusters of stalagmites and a pool of emerald green water inside. Around the pool, there were about a dozen creatures, each only about 1 meter tall and less than 2 meters long, leisurely drinking water and playing, appearing relaxed and carefree. So many. If we catch them all, the food problem for our tribe for the next half-month will be solved. Yi Zhou, carrying the moonstone, said excitedly. Another person quickly nodded and smiled. It's not just food, these roe deer skins are also valuable and can be made into quite a few clothes. Only Uncle Mo remained silent, staring intently at the scene inside the cave, especially at the pool of water, as if worried that a giant beast might suddenly leap out and devour all the roe deer around. Chen Yuan was also carefully observing the cave. Judging from the reflections and the positions of the roe deer, they were now standing at an angle above the cave. The cave was estimated to be nearly 100 meters high and very spacious, more than enough to serve as a settlement for the tribe. Now, it all depends on whether Wu Dian and Dunzi can find another entrance. If they can't, I'm afraid we'll have to dig our way in slowly. However, this type of stone is extremely hard, and relying on manual labor to dig would take at least 10 days to half a month to carve out a passage. The efficiency is just too low. The group calmed down and continued to wait in place. About the time it takes to burn an incense stick later, footsteps came from behind, and Wu Dian and Dunzi returned. Just by looking at the excitement on their faces, it was clear they must have found a way in. Sure enough, as Wu Dian approached the group, he lowered his voice and said, "The passage on the right, about 1,000 meters in, there's a large crack. The crack is big enough for us to squeeze through bit by bit. Once we're inside, it'll be easier to find another exit, but we didn't dare go in directly, afraid of scaring off whatever's inside." "Alright, let's go." Uncle Mo gave the order, and Wu Jian and Dunzi immediately took the lead, quickly returning to the entrance they had discovered. It was a crack similar to the one Chen Yuan and the others had observed earlier, but this one was wider, just enough for a person to slowly squeeze through sideways. More importantly, this crack passage is not at the top of the cave but leads directly to an open area inside the cave, allowing people to enter safely. The moonstone and tarantula meat could not be brought in for the time being. After some discussion, the group decided to leave them here for now. Led by Chen Yuan, they took turns squeezing sideways through the passage. Chen Yuan was the first to enter. While the passage was barely wide enough for Uncle Mo and the others to squeeze through sideways, Chen Yuan's current frail frame allowed him to pass through with ease by just slightly turning his body. After entering the cave, Chen Yuan finally gained a clear understanding of what the system meant by a habitable cave. Compared to the damned underground cave where the tribe originally resided, this cave is not only livable but could even be described as a villa. The cave is over 100 meters high, spacious, and bright. It seems to contain some kind of mineral, with specks of green light flickering on the rock walls, making it completely unnecessary to use moonstone for illumination, as the surroundings are clearly visible. Looking deeper into the cave, one can see scenes hundreds of meters away, followed by a passage that winds to the right. What lies hidden inside remains unknown. Ahead, there is a vast cavernous space, faintly visible are the water pools within the cave and the creatures wandering around them. The commotion caused by Chen Yuan and the others entering seems to have startled them. They blankly raised their heads to look in this direction but made no other movements, not even showing signs of fleeing. Not long after, Uncle Mo, Wu Dian, and the other 5 people also walked in together. At Uncle Mo's signal, Wu Dian and Dunzi stepped back and began exploring deeper into the cave. They needed to confirm whether there was any danger behind them. The result was reassuring. Not only was there no threat behind them, but there was also a massive cavern spanning thousands of square meters. The interior was clean and refreshing, making it very suitable for habitation. However, at the end of the cavern, there was a crack over 2 meters high and about 1 meter wide. The ground was covered with traces of animal trampling, which seemed to be the entrance where those foolish deer had crawled in. The moment they discovered the entrance, Wu Dian and the others excitedly began moving stones to gradually seal the crack. This was both to prevent the foolish deer from escaping and to avoid any dangerous animals outside from sneaking in and putting them in peril. Even after the group completely sealed the cave entrance, the deer inside remained utterly unresponsive, as if they had no concept of fear. Chen Yuan stood in place the entire time, vigilantly observing the deer while keeping an eye on the pool of water that Uncle Mo had specifically mentioned. environment. At present, he did not detect any signs of danger, and based on the system's initial prompt, Chen Yuan could be 100% certain that there was absolutely no danger in the pool of water. How's the situation? Uncle Mo's voice sounded. The entrance behind them had already been sealed, and everyone had returned here. They're still there. What should we do next? Catch them directly, or kill them all? Dunzi asked excitedly, rubbing his hands. First, check if there are any other exits around the pool. If there are, seal them off first. If not, observe the situation in the pool. Once it's confirmed to be safe, then consider catching these little things, Uncle Mo said in a low voice. Alright. Chen Yuan nodded and stepped out. You all stay here and keep watch. If there's any danger, provide support immediately, Uncle Mo instructed, then stood up and quickly followed Chen Yuan, heading toward the direction of the pool. Unlike Chen Yuan's composure, Uncle Mo's entire body was tense, and the closer he got to the pool, the more grave his expression became. Knock knock knock. Da da da. Crisp footsteps slowly echoed in the cave. Around the pool, the robed figures who occasionally glanced this way finally reacted as they saw Chen Yuan and Uncle Mo steadily approaching. A few began to restlessly growl and roar, while most simply stared curiously at the two. The distance between the two sides gradually closed. Chen Yuan's gaze swept over the robed figures as he began to observe the cave environment behind them, while Uncle Mo kept his eyes fixed on the pool, seemingly trying to uncover the secrets within the water. The underground cave is shaped more like a giant gourd. The position where Chen Yuan and his group entered is at the center of the gourd. The sealed entrance is located at the smaller upper part of the gourd, while the pool where the robed figures are situated is in the larger lower part. This area is elliptical, surrounded by scattered mountain rocks and jagged stones. There is no entrance or exit, only a few narrow cracks, which do not affect the sturdiness of the mountain. Those cracks are absolutely too small for any larger creatures to pass through. In other words, this group of foolish deer has truly become turtles caught in a jar. No exits nearby, safety assured, Chen Yuan said in a low voice. Alright, next we'll check out the situation with the pool of water. You stay here and don't come any closer, Uncle Mo instructed, then picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. Holding the stone in one hand and a mountain axe in the other, he slowly approached the pool of water. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Finally, when the distance was about 10 meters, Uncle Mo stopped. At this moment, chaotic clattering sounds echoed in the cave as those foolish deer, frightened by Uncle Mo's approach, bypassed the two of them and fled in panic toward the gourd-shaped exit. Chen Yuan and Uncle Mo paid them no attention, focusing solely on the pool of water. A crisp splash was heard. Uncle Mo hurled the large stone in his hand fiercely into the pool, then stepped back slightly, preparing for battle. Chen Yuan was equally alert. Although the likelihood of danger was low, caution was still necessary. 1 breath, 10 breaths. The time it takes to drink a cup of tea passed in an instant, and the rippling waves in the pool gradually dissipated, returning the water to its mirror-like calm. Chen Yuan and Uncle Mo exchanged a glance, and Chen Yuan slowly approached the front. Who would have thought? Uncle Mo casually picked up 2 large stones and threw them over again. Splash! Splash! The sound of the stones hitting the water echoed once more, and large ripples quickly spread out. Accompanied by the clattering sound of the returning robes, the cave suddenly became noisy. However, Uncle Mo remained completely unfazed, still staring intently at the pool of water, patiently waiting. A cup of tea's time passed, and the pool remained calm, without any movement. Just as Uncle Mo was about to throw the stone for the 3rd time, Chen Yuan behind him finally couldn't hold back. He quickly stepped past Uncle Mo and, with a splash, jumped straight into the pool. Xiao Yuan, are you crazy? Uncle Mo shouted anxiously, disregarding everything else as he hurriedly ran toward the edge of the pool. However, Chen Yuan's figure was no longer visible on the water's surface, only the constantly churning waves. The pool was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen. What happened? Wu Jian and the others heard Uncle Mo's low shout and, without thinking much, hurriedly ran over. They saw Uncle Mo standing alone by the edge of the pool. Where's Chen Yuan? He wouldn't have really jumped in, would he? Dunzi asked instinctively, his mouth wide open. At that moment, the water in front of Uncle Mo suddenly swelled, and a dark figure burst out of the surface. It was Chen Yuan, who had just jumped into the water. At this moment, Chen Yuan was holding a faintly glowing fish in his hand. The fish was about a foot long and was struggling desperately. Uncle Mo, this pool is about 10 meters deep, with no other exits around, and it doesn't connect to an underground river. It should be the spring water of this mountain. Apart from these glowing fish, there's nothing else in the pool. If you don't believe me, why not come down and take a look? Chen Yuan said as he tossed the fish in his hand toward the shore. Wu Jian excitedly ran over to pick up the fish, while Uncle Mo scolded with a stern face, Xiao Yuan, what on earth is wrong with you? Never do such foolish things again. Don't think that just because your cultivation is high now, there's nothing to fear. Let me tell you, the world out there is vast, extremely vast. Not to mention body-tempering realm beasts, even beasts in the chi condensation realm or the heavenly lake realm are everywhere. If there had been a stronger beast hidden in this pool just now, how would I explain it to your deceased parents. In the deep pool, Chen Yuan floated on the water's surface, listening to Uncle Mo's words, and fell into silence. He understood that Uncle Mo genuinely cared about him, and judging by his tone, it seemed like he even knew the parents of this body. Although curious, he refrained from asking directly, fearing that the other party might notice something amiss and become suspicious, which would lead to big trouble. Got it, Uncle Mo. It won't happen again next time, Chen Yuan responded with a bitter smile. Changing the subject quickly, he didn't give Uncle Mo a chance to retort and dove back into the pool. By the poolside, Uncle Mo sighed, glanced at the deep pool, and ultimately decided to jump in himself to check thoroughly, just in case something had been overlooked. In the deep pool, relying on his swimming skills from his previous life and the formidable cultivation of this body, Chen Yuan forcefully dived to a depth of over 10 meters. At the bottom of the pool, numerous stones were scattered chaotically, and around them swam glowing fish about a foot or half a foot long. Most of them were unafraid of Chen Yuan. Instead, they curiously gathered around him. With a casual grab, Chen Yuan caught one. Just as he was about to surface, he sensed someone coming down from above. Looking up, he saw it was Uncle Mo, so he stepped aside to make way and took the lead in heading ashore. After coming ashore, Chen Yuan tossed the fish onto the bank and quickly tidied up his clothes. A few tattered leaves appeared even more broken after being washed by the pool water. If it weren't for the fact that everyone around was dressed similarly light, Chen Yuan would have felt too embarrassed to stay any longer. However, at this moment, his most pressing issue was still resolving the awkwardness of his clothing. Unlike Uncle Mo and the others, he had traveled here from Blue Star and had a sense of shame, so the issue of clothing naturally needed to be addressed as soon as possible. So, still wandering aimlessly in the cave, unable to find an exit, this group of silly deer became Chen Yuan's target. These creatures are protected animals on Blue Star, but here, the situation is completely different. Bang bang bang! With the Qingfeng sword in hand, Chen Yuan unsheathed it without hesitation and lunged at the nearest deer beside him. The deer was originally running toward the pool from behind, seemingly curious about what the group was doing. However, upon suddenly seeing Chen Yuan charging straight at it, it was so frightened that it quickly turned around and fled. I have to admit, this thing's reaction speed is really fast. For an ordinary person, even someone like Wu Dian and the others, they might not be able to catch up so quickly. But Chen Yuan is different. These little creatures may be fast, but his speed is even greater. Wu Dian and the others only saw Chen Yuan instantly turn into a blur. In the next moment, the robe that had been bouncing around quickly froze in place, and then with a thud, it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Immediately, bright red blood began to flow rapidly. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Chen Yuan had directly slit its throat. Alright, you guys go ahead and take a look around the environment here, assess whether it's suitable as a new settlement for the tribe. I have some personal matters to attend to. Chen Yuan's voice rang out. The dazed Wu Dian and the others nearby immediately nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Two of them went separately to the nearby rock walls, tapping and inspecting to confirm that this was indeed a completely safe stone cave. Another two headed to the previously sealed entrance to double-check its stability. The last one, Dunzi, remained by the pool, occasionally glancing into the water, continuing to wait for Uncle Mo to emerge from within. It wasn't long before Uncle Mo emerged from the water, dripping wet but unable to hide his excitement. This is indeed a mountain spring. Very safe. As long as we confirm there are no other large dangerous beasts near the cave, this place would be perfect as a gathering spot. As he spoke, Uncle Mo glanced over at Chen Yuan and noticed he was busy skinning a rogue beast, raising an eyebrow. Walking over with great interest for a closer look, Uncle Mo's face immediately darkened. Your technique and speed are way too slow. You're about to ruin a perfectly good hide. Give me the knife. With that, Uncle Mo squatted down and reached out his hand to ask Chen Yuan for the knife. Chen Yuan gave a bitter smile and handed over the Qingfeng sword in his hand. Skinning and dismembering were indeed not his forte. Uncle Mo began to skillfully operate, effortlessly separating the thick hide from the flesh, even handling the adhered parts cleanly and neatly. In Uncle Mo's hands, the hide was almost perfectly intact, without a trace of flesh left behind. His technique was truly masterful. Chen Yuan stood to the side, watching with great excitement, unable to stop himself from praising repeatedly. Dunzi, too, said with great enthusiasm, this is nothing. You haven't seen Uncle Mo hunting a gonlong, that's what you call truly amazing. Alright, stop just talking and go help scout the surroundings. Don't just stand around here. Uncle Mo shot Dunzi a sidelong glance. The smile on Dunzi's face instantly froze. He chuckled awkwardly and quickly turned to go help with the scouting. As for those foolish deer still running around in the cave, no one paid them any attention anymore. Without an entrance or exit, they had become living food supplies, and it didn't matter if they kept moving around. The group gradually dispersed. Uncle Mo, while handling the robe, chuckled softly and said, this time, you've truly made a great contribution to our tribe. Not only did you find so much food, but you also discovered a suitable gathering place for migration. When we tell the chief, they'll definitely be astonished. Hee, just luck. Besides, this is everyone's achievement, not just mine. Chen Yuan chuckled and squatted down as well. When we return, the chief might might ask you about your thoughts and feelings. You should think ahead about how to respond, Uncle Mo reminded him, then spread the completely stripped robe skin on the ground. He briefly handled the piece Chen Yuan had worked on earlier, then walked to the edge of the pool and soaked the entire skin in the water. This material can't be used to make clothes directly yet. After soaking it in plant ash overnight, it should be barely wearable by tomorrow, Uncle Mo said with a cheerful smile. Hearing this, Chen Yuan could only respond with an awkward chuckle. While they continued processing the robe meat, on the other side, Wu Dian, Yizhou, Dunzi, and the others returned excitedly after searching around. Brother Mo, the surroundings are indeed all stone walls forming a cave. Apart from the passage we discovered earlier, there are no other routes. The reason for that passage is unclear, and we haven't explored outside yet. I'll go take a look later, Wu Dian said with a relaxed tone and a smile. After all, this mission outside can be considered successfully completed. Next, they only need to confirm whether there is any danger outside the passage and find a channel that connects to the crack they previously entered, which would serve as a preparatory step for the main group's migration. Alright, Yizhou, you take over things here. Dinner is up to you. Dunzi, Wu Dian, you two come with me to check out the situation outside. Uncle Mo clapped his hands, stood up, and said. Catching sight of Chen Yuan, Uncle Mo quickly said, Xiao Yuan, you should rest for a while too. Leave the safety investigation to us. In response, Chen Yuan could only nod in agreement. In the blink of an eye, only 3 people were left in the large cave. Yizhou was still dividing the robe meat, while another guy named Pingyu was gathering firewood near the cave to prepare for the dinner bonfire. Unfortunately, although the cave was spacious, there wasn't much firewood available for burning. They only managed to collect a small bundle and had to stop for the time being. During the remaining time, Chen Yuan and the other 2 didn't stay idle. Following his suggestion, the 3 of them blocked most of the large crack they had crawled through earlier with obstacles to prevent snakes, insects, and rodents from sneaking in. After finishing their tasks, Uncle Mo and the others finally returned, carrying a large bundle of firewood on their backs. Not only that, but they also brought back the moonlight stones and the wolf spider meat that had been left outside earlier. It goes without saying that they had clearly found a way to the outside world. After returning, Wu Jian and Dunzi dropped the items they were carrying and plopped down on the ground without any regard for their image. Uncle Mo and the others, on the other hand, set down the firewood and leaned against a large rock to rest, their exhaustion evident. In the resting area, Uncle Mo and the others briefly reported the situation outside. The passage outside was indeed connected to the vicinity of the crack they had entered earlier, separated only by a thin layer of soil. Uncle Mo and his team had directly dug through the soil layer, which is how they brought back these items. Apart from the dug-through passage, there were 2 other passages outside. According to Uncle Mo's estimation, one of them likely leads directly to the surface. Those people in robes might have been fleeing from the surface, and the firewood they carried was collected along that passage. The other passage leads to an unknown area, and even after exploring over 1,000 meters, nothing significant was found. However, it was confirmed that the surrounding area is safe. Everyone, take a good rest today. Tomorrow, we can return to the tribe, Uncle Mo said with a smile as he looked at the campfire. As soon as these words were spoken, a relaxed smile appeared on everyone's faces. In the past, when they went out to forage, it was never this easy. They were either running for their lives or on the verge of doing so. This time, apart from the slightly dangerous encounters with the wolf spider and the tree spirit, they hardly faced any other threats. Even those 2 perilous situations were effortlessly resolved by Chen Yuan, making this the smoothest expedition they had ever experienced. And all of this was thanks to Chen Yuan. The group exchanged a knowing glance toward Chen Yuan, who was sitting by the campfire, their eyes filled with faint smiles. At this moment, Chen Yuan hadn't noticed any of this. He was busy handling the 2 glowing fish they had caught. To prevent poisoning, he carefully removed all the fish's innards, then skewered them with branches and placed them over the campfire to roast slowly. Meanwhile, Uncle Mo and the others had also set down the wolf spider meat, which was sizzling as it roasted. All the food needed to be fully cooked tonight, with the leftovers saved for the return journey tomorrow. As for the food to bring back to the tribe, those silly deer were just perfect. That night, everyone had the best sleep they'd had in a long time. Although they were occasionally startled awake by the sound of the silly deer running and stomping around in the middle of the night, they still slept exceptionally well. After sleeping for about 4 hours, everyone gradually woke up. This time, they all cheered as they rushed into the pool of water to take a cold bath. The icy water soaked their entire bodies, instantly refreshing their spirits. After a while, everyone slowly came ashore, casually wiping their faces as a way of drying off. Wu Dian, Dunzi, and others simply and decisively tore off the tattered animal skins wrapped around their waists, wrung out the water with their bare hands, and put them back on. Chen Yuan didn't have to do this. The leaves on his body had already almost fallen off after several rounds of wear and tear. Watching the others frolic, Chen Yuan turned and walked toward another small pool by the water's edge. That was exactly where he had treated the robe's hide with plant ash the previous night. Upon closer inspection, the hide had become exceptionally exceptionally soft, and almost all the grease on the surface had been removed. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate any longer, pulled out the Qingfeng sword, and directly cut off about 1/3 of it. He gave it a light shake in his hand, then walked to the edge of the pool to thoroughly wash off the plant ash from the hide. Next, he wrapped the hide around his waist and used a vine he had previously taken from his pants as a belt to secure it. The conditions were crude, and it was clear that sewing with needle and thread was not an option. The pants woven from leaves were casually tossed aside by Chen Yuan. They were both uncomfortable and unsightly to wear. Switching to pants made from the robe's hide not only provided warmth but also looked quite good. Satisfied, Chen Yuan patted the clothes on his body and looked over toward Uncle Mo. At this moment, Uncle Mo was standing by the pool, clapping his hands. A group of people gradually walked over, and upon seeing the apron Chen Yuan had newly donned, Wu Dian couldn't help but tease, "Xiao Yuan, your apron looks way better than mine." Chen Yuan replied with a smile, "Brother Wu Dian, you're joking. There's plenty of hide left from the robe. We've caught so many, there'll definitely be enough for everyone. Alright, it's time to head back. Let's catch 10 of these Paozi first. Dunzi, you're in charge of carrying the Moonlight Stone. Everyone else, take 2 each, and remember to catch them alive." Uncle Mo's last sentence was directed at Chen Yuan. Got it. Everyone immediately rubbed their hands together in excitement. For the next while, the entire cave was in chaos. Apart from Chen Yuan, who easily caught 2 Paozi, tied their legs, and placed them by his feet, the others were doing everything they could to catch the live ones. Although the Paozi hadn't mutated, their speed and agility were far beyond what ordinary people could handle. Especially with Uncle Mo's insistence on catching them alive, everyone was thoroughly exhausted. In the end, after nearly half an hour of effort, the group managed to catch only 4, with the remaining 4 also being personally caught by Chen Yuan. On the ground lay 10 of the largest Paozi neatly in a row, while 7 slightly smaller ones roamed uneasily in the cave, making a racket but being ignored. Everyone excitedly lifted their robes and headed toward the cave's exit. Uncle Mo led the way, followed closely by Wu Dian, while Dunzi carried the glowing moonstone in the middle. The light emitted by the moonstone illuminated the dark passage for 7 or 8 meters around them, making it unnecessary for Chen Yuan and the others to carry additional moonstones for lighting. The return journey was much smoother and faster than the way there. There was no danger along the way, and even the system fell silent, which left Chen Yuan feeling a bit regretful. After all, without the system's prompts, he lost the opportunity to gain further benefits. However, there was plenty of time ahead. Chen Yuan had already decided that once he returned to the tribe, he would first find a way to master the movement technique he had obtained earlier, at least to ensure he wouldn't be completely defenseless when facing danger again. Time flew by, and after 7 or 8 hours of trekking, Chen Yuan and his group returned to the location of the tree spirit. They crawled into the tree hole to rest for a few hours before continuing their journey. However, an unexpected situation occurred on their way back. The road they were taking was completely blocked. When they passed the tarantula nest and returned to the spot where they had hunted the first tarantula, they found that the passage had already collapsed. It wasn't just a small section, but a large-scale collapse. Chen Yuan and his team spent nearly half an hour trying to dig through, but to no avail. They had no choice but to abandon the original route and start searching for other nearby passages. After all, these were all tunnels dug by the burrowing dragon in the soil, and they were most likely interconnected in the end. As long as they didn't run into the burrowing dragon, the danger shouldn't be too great. Uncle Mo decisively led the group to retreat, walking to a fork in the road 1,000 meters away, and guided everyone into the left passage. Following Uncle Mo, Chen Yuan observed his surroundings while catching a glimpse of Uncle Mo taking out the sea gui from his chest to check it. It had to be said that sea gui was indeed impressive. Even in the new cave with its twists and turns, it eventually led them back to the passage they had exited from, successfully avoiding the collapsed sections. This passage is severely damaged. It seems the Gonglong has been here. After the group circled back to the passage, Uncle Mo lowered his voice and said this. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone felt a chill run through them, their bodies turning cold. They immediately lightened their steps, fearing they might disturb the Gonglong. "Move quickly," Uncle Mo called out, and the group swiftly advanced deeper into the passage. Fortunately, the journey ahead did not encounter any danger, and the group successfully returned to the tribe. However, just as they stepped into the tribe's passage, Chen Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He smelled an extremely strong scent of blood. It wasn't just Chen Yuan, Uncle Mo and the others also caught the scent, as it was overwhelmingly pungent. Uncle Mo, who was moving forward slowly, couldn't hold back and instantly quickened his pace, rushing toward the depths of the tribe. The group, including Wu Dian behind him, quickly followed. Entering the cave, they pushed aside the large stone blocking the entrance and exit, and everyone finally returned to the tribe. However, as the stone was pushed aside, the smell of blood became even stronger. A large crowd of people appeared ahead. System? They were originally facing away from Chen Yuan and the others, but upon hearing the sound of stones being moved, they all turned to look. Seeing that it was Uncle Mo and the others returning, especially noticing the robes on their backs, they immediately shouted excitedly, "Old Mo and the others are back. And they brought a lot of prey. It's them, they're back. Old Mo, did you encounter any danger on your way back?" The crowd immediately gathered around, eagerly taking the robes from Chen Yuan and the others' hands while asking enthusiastically, "Wow, such a large piece of moonstone?" Someone finally noticed the moonstone strapped to Dunzi's back, raised a hand to help unload it, and instantly the brightness of the entire cave increased by more than a notch. It was precisely because of this moonstone that Chen Yuan and the others could see clearly that the ground at the entrance of the tribe was actually covered with large patches of bloodstains, which extended all the way to the center of the crowd. "What happened? Is someone injured?" Uncle Mo's expression changed, and he hurriedly walked toward the crowd. Dunzi, Wu Dian, Chen Yuan, and the others quickly followed. The crowd automatically dispersed, revealing the tragic scene inside. Chen Yuan almost couldn't help but retch at the sight, his face turning pale, but he ultimately managed to hold it in. Uncle Mo and the others, however, seemed long accustomed to such sights and rushed over to investigate directly. After a while, Chen Yuan finally regained some composure and slowly approached to observe. At this moment, Uncle Mo and the others had already finished watching. Their faces darkened as they got up and stepped back, beginning to question the old clan leader about what had happened. Chen Yuan listened to the old clan leader's explanation while surveying the scene. Among the crowd lay two mutilated corpses and a person who had lost both lower legs. Large pools of blood were flowing out from the three of them. The so-called 2.5 corpses refer to the fact that two of them had their lower bodies completely torn apart, with intestines and internal organs scattered all over the ground, creating an extremely horrifying scene. As for the person who lost both legs, their face was pale, almost on the verge of unconsciousness. Although their legs were simply bandaged, blood continued to seep out. Without timely treatment, they might either bleed out or die from infection. Chen Yuan had some impression of these three people. They were members of the expedition team that had set out to explore together earlier. 2 days ago, they were still safe and sound, but unexpectedly, they returned in such a tragic state. He couldn't help but feel emotional, and Chen Yuan leaned closer to Uncle Mo to listen to the old clan leader's explanation. After hearing the account, Chen Yuan secretly felt fortunate for their good luck. It turned out that the team these three were part of had extremely bad luck. Shortly after setting out, they were targeted by a gonglong and chased for a long time. When they thought they had shaken off the gonglong and were preparing to return, they unexpectedly ran into that ferocious gonglong again. This time, they weren't so lucky. In the end, they paid the price of 3 lives for the remaining people to escape. The 2 mutilated corpses were retrieved at the cost of the hunting team captain's life, otherwise, they would have been devoured by the gonglong. Even so, one person was completely consumed by the gonglong, and an injured individual who lost both legs was also bitten. Fortunately, only the lower leg was severed, and it was not immediately fatal. Similar injuries had been seen by Chen Yuan on many elders in the tribe, some with severed arms, others with severed legs, almost all caused by the gonglong. It can be said that the gonglong is almost one of the tribe's greatest enemies. "How many teams have returned so far?" Uncle Mo asked. "Including yours, a total of 4 teams have returned. The other 2 teams basically didn't gain much, but fortunately, everyone is safe and didn't encounter any danger. It's just that we still don't know how the 2 teams outside are doing," the old patriarch sighed and said. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Yuan's mind immediately recalled the prompt that popped up from the system when they set out. Could the attacker of these people be that gonglong? Moreover, the collapsed passage might have been caused by the gonglong. If it weren't for the system's protection, the ones lying here now would probably be Chen Yuan and his group. Just as they were about to continue talking, the man lying on the ground who had lost both legs suddenly let out a wail. The sound immediately drew everyone's attention. The old clan leader and Uncle Mo quickly returned, and after carefully examining him, the old clan leader shook his head and sighed. "Haisheng's condition is extremely critical. The herbs in our tribe used for stopping bleeding are already used up. Even if we go out to gather more now, it would be too late. We can only leave it to his fate." Hearing this, the expressions of the others turned heavy, except for Chen Yuan, who was momentarily stunned. He truly hadn't expected that these people would actually plan to let the other party survive solely through self-healing. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Chen Yuan finally understood the reason for the sparse population of this tribe. He speculated that 9 times out of 10, those people had died due to infections after injuries or excessive blood loss. Of course, now is not the time to dwell on these things. Watching these people helplessly, Chen Yuan couldn't help but walk over to the man with the broken leg and reach out to touch his forehead. "Burning hot. He's already running a fever. His condition is very bad. If we don't treat him soon, he'll definitely die from continuous bleeding and the fever." Chen Yuan's voice rang out, immediately drawing everyone's attention. "We want to save him too, but the herbs for stopping the bleeding are already gone. We've done all the bandaging we can, and everything that could be done has been done. The rest is up to him," someone nearby couldn't help but say. Chen Yuan glanced at him, remembering that this person was a doctor in the tribe. But this level of skill is truly worrisome. He didn't bother to say more to these people people and instructed in a low voice, "Uncle Mo, quickly light a bonfire, and do it fast. Wu Dian, prepare some boiling hot water and bring it over." "Got it." Uncle Mo and Wu Dian immediately carried out the orders without hesitation. The people around, including the old patriarch, watched Chen Yuan's series of actions. Although they had questions in their hearts and wanted to ask, they temporarily held back under Uncle Mo's signal. After all, while they were unclear about how strong Chen Yuan truly was, they were very aware of his abilities. Perhaps this time, he could create another miracle. Soon, the bonfire blazed brightly, and Wu Dian used a large stone pot to boil a full pot of hot water. Following Chen Yuan's instructions, he quickly moved the pot to a nearby pool to cool it down. "Dunzi, come over and remove all the bandages from his body. Be careful, don't touch the wounds," Chen Yuan instructed. After speaking, he stood up, drew the Qingfeng sword from behind his waist, and prepared to walk toward the bonfire. However, the elder clan leader, who had been frowning in silence, finally couldn't hold back and sternly shouted, "Nonsense! Xiao Yuan, do you know Hai Shang's current condition? His injuries are extremely critical right now, and removing the bandages will only make him die faster." "I absolutely disagree with what you're about to do." "That's right, the clan leader is correct. We all understand your desire to save him, but his current condition simply cannot withstand such a disturbance." The doctor who had spoken earlier also chimed in. "Clan leader, let Xiao Yuan give it a try. You all know Hai Shang's condition best. Do you think he can make it through the night in his current state?" Uncle Mo interjected from the side. Dunzi and Wu Dian also chimed in. "That's right, Chief, let Xiao Yuan give it a try. Treat a dead horse as if it were alive. It's better than sitting around waiting for death." I believe that even Hai Shang himself, if he knew, would want Xiao Yuan to try this. Sigh, alright, but Xiao Yuan, you must remember, if you're not absolutely sure, don't try recklessly, the old chief finally advised. "I understand." Chen Yuan nodded, ignoring the others, and directly threw the Qingfeng sword onto the fire to roast. The flames were fierce, and the temperature was extremely high. In just a short moment, most of the Qingfeng sword's blade turned red and glowed brightly. Turning his head to look, he saw that the bandages on Haishing's leg on the other side had almost been removed as well. What had originally only seeped a little blood was now flowing much faster, and Haishing's face was growing increasingly pale. Within the tribe, many elders wore somber expressions, knowing full well that Haishang likely wouldn't make it. Chen Yuan stood up, gripping the red-hot Qingfeng sword in his hand. He squatted down beside Haishing's leg and shouted to Dunzi, "Stuff a cloth into his mouth." "Ha!" Dunzi froze for a moment, then quickly realized and hurriedly grabbed a large piece of cloth to stuff into Haishing's mouth. The crowd, seeing this series of actions, frowned deeply, puzzled about what Chen Yuan was planning to do. Just at that moment, Chen Yuan suddenly pressed the red-hot Qingfeng sword against the wound on Haishing's severed right leg. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The smell of burnt flesh accompanied by thick smoke instantly rose within the cave. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Even Uncle Mo and Wu Dian were dumbfounded. No one had expected that this seemingly inconspicuous young man could be so ruthless. The nearly unconscious Haishang was jolted awake by the excruciating pain, struggling and screaming desperately. However, with his mouth stuffed, he couldn't make a sound, only managing to twist his head and struggle with muffled cries, cold sweat pouring down like a torrential rain. That kind of pain made Haishing's legs struggle involuntarily, but Chen Yuan reacted quickly and firmly pressed him down. As the thick smoke dispersed, Chen Yuan pulled out the Qingfeng sword. The end of the roasted right leg was charred black, as if it had been burned. Just as everyone was about to question him, Uncle Mo was the first to notice something unusual. "Huh, the bleeding seems to have stopped." The old clan leader was taken aback and quickly leaned in to check. Sure enough, there was no more bleeding. Although the wound looked unsightly, the heavy bleeding had stopped. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Chen Yuan once again heated the Qingfeng sword until it was red-hot, then walked back to Haishing's side. At this moment, Haishang had already fainted from the pain, showing no reaction, until Chen Yuan once again pressed the scorching blade against his left leg. A painful howl rang out once more, and the unconscious Haishang was awakened by the agony. Many elders in the tribe instinctively covered the eyes and ears of the children beside them, unwilling to let them witness this cruel scene. Even Uncle Mo, the old patriarch, and others who were long accustomed to life and death couldn't help but get goosebumps amidst the agonized screams. "Alright, bring some water." Chen Yuan casually tossed the Qingfeng sword onto the ground, observing the wound as he spoke. The nearby Wu Dian, who was almost dumbfounded, immediately snapped out of it upon hearing this and hurriedly brought over the stone pot soaked in pool water. Given the limited conditions, Chen Yuan simply tore off a relatively clean piece of nearby gauze, soaked it in warm water to clean it thoroughly, and then slowly wiped the blood off Haishing's leg. Cleaning completed, the basin of water was already bright red like blood. Chen Yuan's body, hands, and even face were covered in a large amount of fresh blood. "Alright, now we can only leave it to fate. Without disinfectant, we can only rely on luck." Chen Yuan stood up, picked up the Qingfeng sword, and walked toward the pool of water. The surrounding clansmen instinctively stepped back. Chen Yuan approached the pool and plunged headfirst into the water, beginning to wash the blood off his body. After washing it clean, he returned to the campfire and continued roasting the Qingfeng sword. There was no other way. The sword was covered with quite a bit of flesh and blood that couldn't be thoroughly cleaned, so he had to burn it off with fire. Unexpectedly, this method actually worked. The Qingfeng sword quickly looked as good as new. Unfortunately, the original silver sheen was gone, replaced by a striking blue-green glow left by the flames scorching. Chen Yuan knew this was the mark of wrought iron being tempered by intense fire. It wasn't a big issue, so he didn't pay much attention to it. When Chen Yuan returned to the crowd, he clearly felt the gazes of the people around him had changed. In those eyes, besides fear, there was also a hint of eeriness. Before Chen Yuan could speak, Uncle Mo chuckled softly and said, "Xiao Yuan, Haixing's condition is temporarily stable. As long as he can make it through tonight, the problem shouldn't be too serious. Don't worry too much, and also, I've already reported the details of this outing to the clan leader. The clan leader has something to ask you now. Go ahead, it's somewhere inside the cave." "Alright." Chen Yuan nodded and indeed noticed that the clan leader had already left the crowd and was slowly heading deeper into the cave. Chen Yuan quickly followed. Seeing the clan leader walking unsteadily, he stepped forward to offer support, and the two proceeded together into the depths of the cave. The top of the cane in the clan leader's hand was embedded with a fist-sized moonstone, emitting a faint glow, so there was no need to worry about the interior being pitch dark. After walking several dozen meters, the clan leader chose a clean stone stool to sit on, his gaze filled with a smile as he looked at Chen Yuan, an indescribable kindness reflected in his eyes. Chen Yuan was well aware that neither he nor the original owner of this body had ever seen such a gentle expression from the clan leader before. Just as he was about to speak, the clan leader suddenly began to talk. "Xiao Yuan, you did very well this time. I just checked on Haixing's condition. The bleeding has indeed stopped. As long as his body is strong enough, there shouldn't be any major issues," the clan leader said approvingly. "Chief, you are too kind. When the tribe is in trouble and I have the ability, it is only natural to help." Chen Yuan responded with a smile. "Good, very good. I am already old. From now on, the world will belong to you young people." The old chief laughed heartily. "Chief, you are still young." Chen Yuan shamelessly wanted to offer a few more compliments. Unexpectedly, the chief waved his hand. "Old is old. This time, your performance outside was unparalleled. Xiao Mo also told me that whether it was the wolf spider or the tree spirit, you were the one who dealt with them. You even found such a large piece of moonstone for the tribe, as well as a new settlement. This time, you have truly made a great contribution to the Tushan tribe. Tell me, what reward do you want?" The Tushan tribe, this name made Chen Yuan silently take note. It was the first time he had heard someone mention the name of the tribe he belonged to, but he quickly put it out of his mind. "Reward?" Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. "That's right. As long as I have it, you can take it." The old patriarch's smile was gentle. "Do you have cultivation techniques or martial skills? I feel my cultivation level is still too low. If there are techniques or skills that can enhance my strength, that would be perfect." Chen Yuan spoke bluntly, as he had been longing for such things for a long time. The old patriarch continued to nod with a smile. "Yes, I have the Han Yuan palm, which can be cultivated to the Yuandan realm, and the Huang Long force, which can be cultivated to the Tianhu realm. Which one do you want to learn? Which one is more powerful?" Naturally, the Han Yuan palm is stronger. When this technique is cultivated to its peak, a light palm strike can kill an adult Gonlong with ease, the old patriarch said slowly. "Then I'll choose the Han Yuan palm, is that okay?" Chen Yuan asked tentatively. "Alright, wait here, I'll go get it." The old clan leader stood up with a smile and hobbled alone toward the deepest part of the cave, which was his dwelling. The old clan leader left quickly and returned just as fast. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he came back holding a stone box in his hands. Standing in front of Chen Yuan, the old clan leader handed him the stone box with a smile. "Actually, anyone in the tribe can cultivate this technique. It's just that I haven't shown it to you before. Take it and study it. If you gain something from it, that would be wonderful. If not, don't be discouraged. There's another technique, and I can show it to you later." "Thank you, clan leader." Chen Yuan nodded, preparing to leave. Who would have thought that the clan leader would grab him, smiling as he took out a fist-sized animal skin pouch from his chest and slowly placed it in Chen Yuan's palm. "What is this?" Chen Yuan asked in confusion. "I just said, that technique is something everyone in the tribe is qualified to cultivate, so it doesn't count as a reward. The contents of this pouch are the real prize." The old clan leader smiled and gestured for Chen Yuan to open it and take a look. To be honest, Chen Yuan was filled with curiosity. Under the old clan leader's beaming gaze, he unwrapped the pouch. At first glance, Chen Yuan's expression froze. Inside the bundle was a large yellow-brown crystal, about the size of half a fist, with some small grains of sand mixed in. It was identical to the packet of salt Uncle Mo had given him earlier. What the old clan leader had given him turned out to be a big bundle of salt. "Our tribe has many people, but not much salt. Use what you have sparingly, it should last you a year." "Alright, help me back now." The old clan leader slowly began to smile. Beside him, Chen Yuan forced a smile that looked worse than crying. This salt, he really didn't want it. Not only was it bitter, better, but Chen Yuan also suspected it might have excessive heavy metal content. However, he couldn't say much, so he quickly rewrapped the bundle, stuffed it back into his arms, held the cultivation manual stone box in one hand, and supported the old clan leader with the other as they continued walking back. On the way back, Chen Yuan originally thought that the old clan leader would no longer ask about his cultivation level. However, as they were about to approach the crowd, the old clan leader couldn't help but add, "Xiao Yuan, I heard from Xiao Mo that you performed impressively earlier. You might already be a master no less than the 5th level of body tempering. Can you tell me exactly what realm you're at now?" Well, Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment, but upon reflection, he realized there was nothing to hide. After all, they had lived together for years, and it would be discovered sooner or later. Moreover, his cultivation level was already the strongest in the tribe, and revealing it might even bring unexpected benefits. So, after a brief pause, Chen Yuan decisively replied, "To answer the clan leader, I accidentally broke through to the 9th level of body tempering a few days ago." Hiss! A gasp of astonishment immediately sounded, and the old clan leader's steps froze in place. He stiffly turned his head, his voice rising a few notches. "What did you say? The 9th level of body tempering?" Tu Shanhui was truly shocked. He widened his eyes and stared intently at the little fellow in front of him, who was carefully supporting him. No matter how he thought about it, he found it hard to believe that this little one, whom he had watched grow up and who used to run around the tribe naked every day, had actually become a peerless expert at the 9th level of body tempering. He could no longer remember how long it had been since the tribe had seen a master above the 9th level of body tempering. Unexpectedly, after leading the tribe for decades, such a person had appeared once again. After a long while, Tu Shanhui finally snapped out of his daze. With trembling hands, he reached out to pinch Chen Yuan's arm and began to inject true energy to investigate. Chen Yuan did not resist and allowed him to examine. Moments later, Tu Shanhui released his grip with a complex look in his eyes. The expression on his face was neither excitement nor simple joy, but more of a deep sense of relief. Good. Our Tushan tribe has hope. We have hope now." After saying this, Tu Shanhui continued walking forward without asking Chen Yuan how his cultivation had improved. To him, it no longer mattered. To the Tushan tribe, it was no longer significant. What mattered was that after decades, the tribe finally had another expert, a strong warrior capable of standing against Gonglong. Standing before the crowd, the chief clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and slowly began to speak. "Next, I have an important announcement to make." Everyone's faces showed expressions of anticipation. They had more or less already learned about the harvest from this outing through Wu Jian and others, and now they were just waiting for the chief's decision. Sure enough, under everyone's expectant gazes, the old chief looked at Uncle Mo and said with a smile, "On this outing, the 5th team led by Captain Mo not only brought back food and light for the tribe, but more importantly, they also discovered a location suitable for a new settlement. We will be able to move soon. Now, everyone, get ready. First, slaughter the prey brought back by Captain Mo and his team so that everyone can have a hearty meal. After eating, pack up your things. In 3 days, we will officially move." "Alright, yeah." Excited cheers erupted instantly. Everyone was excited. Some were overjoyed at finding a new settlement, others cheered for the chance to eat fresh food, and even more people felt a renewed sense of hope. Chen Yuan stood by the chief's side the entire time. Seeing the excitement on everyone's faces, he couldn't help but smile. For some reason, at that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. After the chief finished his announcement, he waved his hand to dismiss the crowd. At this time, almost everyone, except those who had lost the use of their legs, found something to do. Some began slaughtering animals, others prepared clean water and washed stone pots, while some gathered firewood to prepare for a bonfire. The entire cave was bustling with activity. At this moment, another figure walked up to the old clan leader. The man first smiled and patted Chen Yuan's head, then said, "Clan leader, how about I cut open the moonstone that Imogu and the others brought back? That way, it will be more convenient for the hunting team to use." "Alright, go ahead and handle it. By the way, cut a slightly larger piece for Xiao Yuan to use, okay?" The clan leader reminded with a smile. The man nodded and turned to leave. Chen Yuan glanced at the man and recognized him as Old Wan, the one responsible for forging weapons in the tribe. Thinking about how he had helped Uncle Mo forge weapons before, he turned to the clan leader and said, "Clan leader, can I go and take a look? Do you also want to go and take a look at Old Wan's place?" The clan leader lowered his head, glanced at Chen Yuan, and said with a smile, "Child, since you want to go, then go ahead." With permission granted, Chen Yuan wasted no time and immediately caught up with Old Wang, who was leaving, and walked toward the cave entrance together. "Uncle Wang, how do you plan to distribute this piece of moonstone?" Chen Yuan asked curiously. Because moonstone is relatively soft, using other tools might cause it to shatter into pieces, making it impossible to utilize properly. "Move it over here, and I'll tell you." Old Wang pointed at the moonstone, then turned and walked toward the other side of the cave. Chen Yuan said no more, picked up the massive moonstone, and followed Old Wang into the depths of the cave. Before long, the two arrived at Old Wang's residence. Unlike ordinary living spaces, Old Wang, who needed to forge and repair weapons year-round, had specially carved out a cave within a cave in the tribe. This way, even if there were hammering sounds during forging, it wouldn't attract the exotic beasts lurking in the outer mud layers. Chen Yuan did not know Old Wang's real name. He only knew that everyone in the tribe called him Old Wang, while the younger generation referred to him as Uncle Wang. When he was a child and bored, Chen Yuan often played by following Old Wang around. This was also why, back then, he and Uncle Mo often used Old Wang as an excuse when they needed a cover. The originally dim cave instantly became much brighter as Chen Yuan brought in the massive moonstone. By the light, Old Wang rummaged around the cave. Although Chen Yuan wasn't sure what he was looking for, he soon saw him pull out a snow-white blade as thin as a cicada's wing. The blade was incredibly sharp but unfortunately too short. Including the handle, it was less than a foot long. If used for hunting, it would be almost useless. However, Old Wang taking it out at this moment clearly meant it had an important purpose. With an expectant gaze, Chen Yuan watched Uncle Wang. He held the broken blade and approached the massive moonstone. After a few slight gestures, he directly slashed at it. But there were no sparks flying, nor was it as futile as imagined. On the contrary, the moonstone under the broken blade was as soft as tofu, easily sliced open with a huge crack. The crack ran from top to bottom, almost splitting the moonstone in half. Chen Yuan gaped in astonishment, dumbfounded. Old Wang adjusted the direction of the moonstone again, picked up the broken blade, and swung it once more. Clang! A deep sound echoed as the massive moonstone was split in half by Old Wang and heavily smashed onto the ground. The cave, which was already bright, now shone even more brilliantly. Chen Yuan couldn't help but quickly walk to the moonstone, reaching out to touch the cut cross-section. Although it had just been cut, the surface was smooth as a mirror, without a trace of roughness to prick the hand. Uncle, what exactly is this broken blade? Chen Yuan's eyes burned with intensity as he stared fixedly at the fragment of the blade. If he could take it out, this thing would be more than enough to hunt countless prey. Old Wang, however, was completely unaware that his broken blade had already caught someone's attention. He said proudly, "This thing, is said to have been accidentally obtained over 40 years ago when the tribe's hunting team was out hunting a second-level or higher demonic beast. They found it in the beast's lair. According to the chief, this is a broken spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, it's too short to be used for hunting, but it's perfect for tasks like cutting and chopping. So, the chief gave it to my father, and later my father passed it down to me." At this point, Old Wang's expression dimmed slightly, as if he was unwilling to say more. He simply buried his head in his work, picking up another piece of moonstone. With the broken blade, he effortlessly sliced it into over 50 evenly sized square pieces of moonstone, as if cutting through tofu. These blocks, the size of fists, were scattered on the ground, resembling square luminous pearls, dazzling and breathtakingly beautiful. Without rushing to divide the other side, Old Wang casually picked a palm-sized moonstone, sat on the ground, held the moonstone in one hand, and with the other hand, took the spiritual weapon and easily inserted it into the block. Then, with his left hand, he quickly rotated the square moonstone around the spiritual weapon. Soon, Old Wang stopped his movements. He held the spiritual weapon in one hand and pinched the square shell with the other, gently lifting it. The next moment, a magical scene unfolded. The moonstone was not lifted as a whole. Instead, only its square shell was peeled away, revealing a palm-sized, nearly spherical luminous pearl inside. Indeed, calling that moonstone a luminous pearl is entirely fitting, as it is almost a perfect sphere. Chen Yuan widened his eyes, staring in shock at everything happening before him, while Old Wang casually placed the square scrap material aside, then picked up the spherical moonstone in the center and sliced it a few more times with his spiritual weapon. Although not much was shaved off, the moonstone looked rounder and smoother. After finishing all this, Old Wang casually placed the moonstone on the ground, immediately picking up the second one and repeating the previous actions. At this moment, Chen Yuan couldn't help but reach out and pick up the moonstone to examine it closely. This round moonstone was about the size of a palm, emitting a faint, pure white glow while held in hand. More importantly, it felt very smooth to the touch. Although there were slight burrs, they could be easily resolved with a bit of polishing. Such an almost perfect luminous pearl, Old Wang actually took it out in just a few moves? Chen Yuan turned his head in disbelief to look at Old Wang, just in time to see him take out a second moonstone. Just like that, Chen Yuan stood by watching, while Old Wang worked quickly and skillfully. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 luminous pearls, resembling small moons, were casually scattered around Old Wang's cave. At this moment, the cave was as bright as daytime, without any exaggeration. Just as Chen Yuan thought that Old Wang was about to stop, who would have expected Old Wang to pick up the broken blade again and cut out a slightly larger square piece from the large moonstone, following the same method. This time, Old Wang was clearly more meticulous. Soon, a fist-sized round moonstone was picked up by Old Wang and handed to Chen Yuan. "This was ordered by the clan leader for me to make for you. Take it," Old Wang said as he took the slightly smaller moonstone from Chen Yuan's hand and placed it into the pile of moonstone pearls on the ground. Then, he picked up a vessel resembling a stone basin from the side, placed over 50 moonstones into it, and carried the basin out of the cave. Chen Yuan Yuan glanced at the discarded square scraps still lying on the ground, but ultimately said nothing and got up to follow. Outside, everyone was bustling with activity. Unlike Chen Yuan and the other hunting team members who could eat and drink their fill every day, the hundreds of people left in the tribe had barely eaten anything for more than 2 days. Since Chen Yuan and his team left the tribe, these people had been enduring hunger and cold to get by, but now the situation was completely different. The chief gave the order for everyone to eat to their heart's content. As long as a little was saved as rations for the migration journey, the rest could all be consumed. Not a single one of the 10 robes was spared, all were slaughtered. More than half of the firewood left in the tribe was brought out and piled into 5 bonfires. The 10 robes were roasted over the flames, filling the entire cave with the rich aroma of roasted meat. The cave was originally spacious, but at this moment, it felt particularly crowded with over 100 people gathered around 5 bonfires, eating and swallowing their saliva. Old Wang carried a stone pot and led Chen Yuan through the crowd, stopping in front of a bonfire deep inside. By this bonfire, the chief, Uncle Mo, Wu Dian, Dunzi, and others were gathered. As Old Wang approached, the brightness around the bonfire noticeably increased. Everyone's gaze turned to Old Wang, and upon seeing Chen Yuan, the clan leader, Uncle Mo, and others quickly greeted him with smiles. Then, curious eyes shifted to the stone basin in Old Wang's hand. After the stone basin was set down, the group discovered that it was filled with palm-sized moonstone spheres, dazzling and radiant. So many! Wu Dian was the first to pick one up and examine it closely. The chieftain beside him nodded and smiled, the smile on his face growing even brighter. So many, just enough for each member of our hunting team to have one. When we go out exploring, safety will be greatly enhanced. Exactly. In the past, most dangers arose because we couldn't detect them in time, or we got scattered by the beasts and trapped in dark passages, unable to escape quickly. If every member of the hunting team is equipped with a weapon, this situation will improve significantly. Xiao Yuan, we really have to thank you this time, Uncle Mo said, turning his gaze to Chen Yuan. The others also cast grateful looks, their eyes full of respect as they looked at Chen Yuan. It's all for the tribe, no need to thank me. Chen Yuan waved his hand and casually sat down. That's right, it's all for the tribe. Wu Dian grinned, baring his teeth, casually placing a hand on Chen Yuan's shoulder, and asked with a smile, this time you've made a great contribution to the tribe. Did the chief give you any reward? Don't pry into social matters. Chen Yuan replied coldly. You brat! Wu Dian laughed and cursed, patting Chen Yuan's back before returning to his seat. Just then, the roasted meat was almost ready. Wu Dian casually sliced off a large piece with a small knife and handed it directly to Chen Yuan. Is this for me? Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and took it. Seeing the others start eating as well, Chen Yuan didn't hold back and took a bite. The meat was grilled to perfection, exuding a unique barbecue aroma, but Chen Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. The meat had no flavor at all. No salt, not to mention other seasonings. He looked up at the others, including the clan leader, who were all eating with great relish, while he found it hard to swallow. For now, the issue of other seasonings couldn't be resolved, but if he could go to the surface in the future, he could keep an eye out. But for now, he still had salt. Thinking of the packet of salt in his arms, Chen Yuan quickly put down the roasted meat in his hands and fumbled to take out the small packet of salt Uncle Mo had given him earlier. He crushed a piece and sprinkled it on the roasted meat, then took another bite. It was indeed more flavorful. While eating, Chen Yuan suddenly felt that something was off. He looked up and found that everyone was staring at him intently, except for the old clan leader, who was still gnawing on a drumstick. The others licked their lips, their eyes darting back and forth between the salt and meat in Chen Yuan's hands. Chen Yuan understood that these guys were definitely craving the salt in his hands. After all, this thing is extremely precious to these hunting team members. Uncle Mo, you should have some too, Chen Yuan said with a smile, handing the wrapped salt to Emochi. Emochi took it without hesitation, pinched a bit out, crushed it, and sprinkled it on the roasted meat in his hand, carefully tasting it. Chen Yuan, what about me? What about me? Wu Dian looked at Chen Yuan eagerly. Not just him, but Dunzi, Yizhou, and the others as well. They originally had some salt, but it was almost gone, and the next salt distribution day hadn't arrived yet. They could only stare longingly at Chen Yuan. You all? Chen Yuan curled his lips. Wu Dian, Dunzi, and the others immediately showed awkward expressions on their faces. They understood in their hearts that such precious salt was unlikely to be shared with them by Chen Yuan. Just as they were about to lower their heads and continue gnawing on the meat, Chen Yuan suddenly smiled and said, everyone gets some. There's enough for everyone. Tonight, it's on me. Eat as much salt as you want. If it's not enough, I have more here. Speaking, he pulled out the large bag of salt rewarded by the clan leader from his bosom, which was actually from the system space. Seeing that Chen Yuan was holding a palm-sized piece of salt in his hand, everyone's eyes lit up, and the old clan leader was stunned. The clan leader hadn't mentioned the reward beforehand to prevent others from coveting it and worrying that the salt might be taken away. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan simply brought it out himself. The clan leader is really generous, giving you such a large bag of salt. Wu Dian clicked his tongue, but his hands didn't stop, quickly breaking off a small piece, crushing it, and sprinkling it on the the roasted meat. Others followed suit one after another. Although they moved quickly, they each took only a small amount of salt. A dozen or so people took salt together, yet the amount in Chen Yuan's hand seemed almost untouched. Seeing these guys talk generously but act cautiously, Chen Yuan chuckled softly. He simply grabbed a large handful of salt and, under the stunned gazes of Wu Dian and the others, sprinkled it all over the roasted meat still on the fire. The people around all gasped in shock. Who has ever seen someone use salt so extravagantly? Even the old patriarch couldn't help but frown and remind him, Xiao Yuan, this salt is extremely precious. The next exchange day is still far off. If you use it up so quickly, there really won't be any left when the time comes. Chen Yuan was indeed filled with curiosity about this salt. 100 years ago, this world suddenly underwent a mutation, with massive changes to the surface. Humanity, in order to survive, almost regressed to a primitive state, retreating to live in underground caves. During this time, many ancestors suffered heavy casualties due to attacks from strange beasts. Let alone salt, even the most valuable martial arts legacies were nearly lost. So, who exactly produces the salt? Even before the catastrophe, Chen Yuan could confidently assert that there were not many people in the world producing salt. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan finally couldn't help but ask, Patriarch, this salt is also something we trade from other tribes. But do those tribes produce the salt themselves? Speaking of this, many informed people in the crowd immediately darkened their expressions but remained silent. Finally, the clan leader spoke up. That's right. Back then, apart from the ancestors of our tribe who hid in caves and escaped the disaster, several other tribes also survived. As far as I know, 8 tribes are still alive. Among them, there is a tribe that calls itself the Salt Tribe. During the catastrophe, they happened to be mining salt in an underground salt mine, thus avoiding the calamity. Later, they simply stayed by the salt mine to extract salt and started trading with the surrounding tribes without any cost. Every year, our tribe exchanges thousands of pounds of fresh meat and livestock with them. If you add the contributions from other tribes, the amount is simply incalculable. Exactly. Every time our hunting team risks their lives to bring back a large amount of food, we have to leave half of it for those guys. It's infuriating. Wu Jian chimed in angrily, his face full of indignation. Only then did Chen Yuan understand. Salt is the source of all life. Not only humans but even animals need to lick salt-containing substances regularly, otherwise, they won't survive for long. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Clan leader, why don't you refine salt yourselves? He stared intently at the clan leader, his eyes shining brightly. The clan leader could only force a bitter smile. The key is that we don't know how to do it, and apart from that one salt mine, we have no idea where there might be another. We can't possibly go to war with the Salt Clan, can we? If we really went to war, we wouldn't stand a chance. Over the years, the Salt Clan has had no worries about food or clothing, and their numbers have already reached several hundred, including quite a few skilled hunting warriors. If we clashed, all we could do is run for our lives. Seeing that the clan leader misunderstood his meaning, Chen Yuan quickly waved his hand. Clan leader. After a brief pause, he gritted his teeth and said, actually, I lied to you all before. Do you still remember when I sneaked out not long ago? What? The clan leader and the others were momentarily stunned, while Uncle Mo and the others frowned as they looked at Chen Yuan. It wasn't exactly a secret that some clan members would sneak out to look for food. Not just Chen Yuan, but other clan members, when driven by unbearable hunger, would also venture out alone to forage. However, most who left never returned, so very few dared to go out unless they had no other choice. So, when Chen Yuan said he sneaked out secretly, they weren't surprised. What surprised them was what he actually wanted to say. That time I sneaked out, not only did I eat a jus fruit, but I also obtained a mysterious inheritance. That inheritance not only taught me how to refine tools but also how to extract salt, and even included techniques for finding food. More importantly, my 5 senses were enhanced as a result, which is the real reason I could sense danger in certain places multiple times. So, you're saying you can refine salt yourself now? Wu Dian was the first to react. As for Chen Yuan saying he had deceived them, that didn't matter. The key was this piece of news. The clan leader stared intently at Chen Yuan. You really obtained a mysterious inheritance? He was well aware of this matter. Before the mutation, there were many experts outside, and those experts later perished during the mutation. However, the techniques and weapons they carried with them were still left behind. Although most were hard to find and those discovered were often severely decayed, a few remained well preserved. If Chen Yuan truly obtained a mysterious inheritance, then everything could be explained. That's right. Besides these, I also acquired a movement technique manual, though I haven't had the chance to practice it yet. I was planning to find an opportunity to share it with everyone later, but for now, I think it's best to let the clan leader take a look first. As Chen Yuan spoke, he reached into his chest, retrieved the jade slip recording the phantom step movement technique from his system backpack, and handed it over. The clan leader's fingers trembled slightly, especially when he received the movement technique manual from Chen Yuan. His hands shook even more. Even before the catastrophe, such items were incredibly rare and precious, let alone now. now. He had never expected Chen Yuan to hand it over to them. The clan leader carefully accepted the jade slip and immediately began examining it. Uncle Mo, Wu Dian, and the others nearby stared at Chen Yuan with expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. No one had expected him to suddenly say such a thing. These people still didn't know that the reason Chen Yuan acted this way, though risky, was because he was confident they wouldn't harm him. First, he was originally a member of this tribe, and with his formidable strength, everyone's chances of survival would greatly increase. No one would easily make a move against him. Second, even if they did want to attack him, with his current cultivation level, while he might not be able to easily eliminate everyone present, he could at least retreat unscathed. Lastly, Chen Yuan simply couldn't stand the environment here. Just the fact that there were no seasonings for the food was something he absolutely couldn't tolerate. As a science student who had crossed over from Blue Star, with rich practical experience, he knew far too much. Don't even mention how to refine salt, just weaving, making clothes, and adding the weapon synthesis section in the system are enough to create weapons. If explanations are needed one by one in the future, it would be too troublesome. It's better to directly fabricate a so-called inheritance. Once necessary, this inheritance can be thrown out as a shield. Moreover, Chen Yuan had checked, and the phantom step body technique given by the system was extremely powerful. Although practicing it cannot directly enhance one's realm, as long as your realm improves, this body technique can always accompany you, and the higher your cultivation, the stronger its effect. Sure enough, after the clan leader finished reading, his fingers trembled even more violently. Ordinary people might not understand the value of a body technique, but as the clan leader at the third level of body tempering, he understood it very well. If the speed is fast enough, even surpassing the beasts, it equates to having the confidence to remain invincible. Other techniques and martial skills may give you strength when confronting beasts head-on, but that is all based on having sufficient cultivation. However, this movement technique can be practiced even by someone at the first level of body tempering, with an extremely low entry difficulty. It can be said that once widely promoted, everyone in the tribe at the body tempering stage can easily master it, significantly increasing their chances of survival. This is definitely a generous gift. Tu Shanhuai never expected that after casually giving Chen Yuan a small piece of salt as a token of gratitude, Chen Yuan would return such a big surprise. This manual, is it really such a good thing? Are we really just going to let everyone practice it? Tu Shanhuai asked, still somewhat skeptical. Of course, this is meant to enhance everyone's strength. We are a tribe, a collective. Once everyone's strength improves, the quality of life will naturally follow. By then, no one will have to endure the cold or hunger anymore. Chen Yuan said slowly. In the end, he murmured softly, so, are you satisfied now? These words were actually directed at his current body. Back then, when he died, there was certainly fear, but even more so, he was tortured to death by hunger and cold. There was no other choice. Food in the tribe was already scarce, and children were in their growth phase, eating more and getting hungry faster. Over time, this tragic situation emerged. Good. Well said. Our tribe is a whole, a big family. Those words were well spoken. Mochi, all of you listen up. I will transcribe this cultivation method, and anyone in the tribe who has reached the body tempering stage will get a copy to practice. For now, let's eat. Tu Shanhuai carefully tucked the jade slip into his chest, picked up the roasted meat in his hand, and began eating with a cheerful smile. The people around also began eating excitedly, their joy evident on their faces. Many of them ate while secretly glancing at Chen Yuan. Over there, someone was gnawing on meat with gritted teeth, their gaze fixed on Chen Yuan, brows furrowed, seemingly harboring complex emotions. At that moment, a head suddenly sneaked out from the side. It was Wu Dian. He leaned close to Chen Yuan's ear and asked in a low voice, so, can you really extract salt? Chen Yuan was instantly speechless, not expecting this guy to be so fixated on food. Even so, he replied, yes, as long as there's salt soil or salt mines, I can extract salt. At the very least, the salt I extract will be much better than what we're eating now. However, the prerequisite is that we first need to find salt soil or salt mines. Everyone was already sitting in a small circle, and since Chen Yuan didn't deliberately lower his voice, everyone heard what he said. Everyone knew what a salt mine was. It was the foundation of the salt tribe's survival. What is salt soil? Dunzi was the first to voice the question on everyone's mind. All things in the world, apart from humans, other animals also need salt, but they don't refine salt. So where does the salt they consume come from? Where does it come from? Wu Jian added. Chen Yuan couldn't help but rub his forehead, then explained, once these animals feel the need to replenish salt, they will go to salt-containing ponds, swamps, or even fields to lick salty water or soil. As long as I find these things, I can extract the salt. After finishing his words, he noticed that no one present showed any excitement. Instead, everyone frowned deeply. Finally, Uncle Mo spoke up and asked, so, the salt mine has to be found on the surface? Chen Yuan understood that what everyone was worried about was having to go to the surface. Although it might be found in the underground passage, it's too difficult, and we can only try eating the soil bit by bit. Uncle Wu Dian, do you want to give it a try? Chen Yuan said with a sidelong glance. glance. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Dian immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Chen Yuan waved his hand and explained, "If you don't want to eat soil yourself, then we can only track the exotic beasts on the surface. Although it's dangerous, the target is clear, and the chances of finding it are much greater. Besides, are we never going to the surface again in the future?" The last sentence was deliberately directed at the clan leader. Chen Yuan understood in his heart that this tribe must have been to the surface, and not just once. From the chief's earlier statement that no herbs could cure Haisheng's condition, he had already taken note. If they hadn't been to the surface, where would the herbs have come from? Moreover, the firewood the tribe was currently collecting must have been gathered by the hunting team risking trips to the surface. Occasionally, there might be branches in the cave, but never in such large quantities. Therefore, Chen Yuan was certain that the tribe's hunting team must go to the surface. Sure enough, the chief and Mochi both fell silent. In the end, it was still the chief who spoke. "Going to the surface isn't out of the question. Once the tribe has migrated to a new location, we'll first scout the surrounding environment. As long as it's safe, we can consider going to the surface once." As soon as the patriarch finished speaking, the others naturally said no more, nodding one after another, and then silently continued eating. This meal lasted a full 2 hours. It is worth mentioning that during the meal, 4 people returned from outside the cave. At first, Chen Yuan thought it was another hunting team returning, but later he realized that these 4 had actually gone to deal with those 2 corpses. They dragged the corpse to a cave over 1,000 meters outside the tribe and buried it in a spot. Whether it would be discovered and eaten by other beasts depended on the fate of the corpse. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Yuan returned to his little room to rest. Unlike before, this time the chief specially had someone deliver a fur blanket to use as bedding. Since his rebirth, this was the first time Chen Yuan let down all his defenses and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for an unknown amount of time. When Chen Yuan woke up again, he heard the clanging sounds coming from inside the cave. He got up and looked into the cave, discovering that almost everyone in the tribe had woken up. Some were preparing the prey brought back by other hunting teams. Although it wasn't as abundant as what Chen Yuan's team had brought back, it was still sufficient as food for the migration journey. In addition, some people were moving fur, animal bones, and other items back and forth inside the cave. Chen Yuan then realized that this seemingly small cave actually contained quite a few things. Although there weren't many furs, there were a great number of beast bones, along with more than 20 beast bone spears. The shafts of these spears were made of beast bones, while the spearheads were forged from wrought iron. Although they appeared ordinary, they exuded a chilling aura, making it clear at a glance how exceptionally sharp they were. These weapons were evidently deadly tools for hunting those exotic beasts. At this moment, the busy tribespeople finally noticed Chen Yuan, each of them smiling and greeting him warmly. The news that Chen Yuan had found a new gathering place for the tribe and brought back a large amount of food had already spread, so their gazes were filled with gratitude. Chen Yuan smiled in response to their greetings and slowly walked forward. As he walked, his brows furrowed slightly. Looking down, he realized his feet were already in a muddy, swampy ground. In the distance, water from the pond kept overflowing, rushing into the cave with a loud gurgle. Many people were using stone basins or wooden basins to scoop water from the pond and pour it into the passage outside. However, their efforts were clearly unable to keep up with the speed at which the water was spreading. Chen Yuan remembered that last night, the water had only reached near the cave entrance, and the interior had not yet been flooded. He hadn't expected the water to spread so much overnight. Taking a few more steps inside, he arrived at Old Wang's blacksmith shop. The terrain here was slightly higher, and the water had not yet reached this area. The constant clang-clang of a hammer echoed. From afar, Old Wang could be seen wearing a simple piece of animal hide and wielding a large iron hammer, pounding away at something. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the prototype of a spearhead about a foot long. Chen Yuan stood nearby watching for quite a while. It wasn't until Old Wang began quenching the metal in water that he noticed Chen Yuan standing behind him. Old Wang greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Uncle Wang, do you have any useless scrap metal? I want to give it a try too," Chen Yuan said. Since the tribe wouldn't be migrating until tomorrow and there was nothing to do today, even the Phantom Step Technique manual was still with the chief, leaving him unable to train. In that case, he might as well come over to take a look and also try out the weapon synthesis feature. Hearing his words, Uncle Wang naturally didn't refuse. Just as he finished tempering the item in his hands, he handed the hammer to him and pointed to a pile of scrap metal on the ground, saying, "These are all beyond repair. You can melt them down and forge them into other weapons. I still need to sort out the remaining moonstones, so I'll leave this to you." After speaking, Uncle Wang walked a few meters away and sat down to process the leftover moonstone from yesterday. Chen Yuan looked at the forge in front of him. Although it was impossible to produce steel, heating up the scrap metal and hammering it together shouldn't be too much of a problem. The only drawback is that the items made this way cannot fully integrate, resulting in low quality and being highly prone to damage. This is also why Uncle Mo and many others would rather use weapons with large notches than melt them down. Although Although those weapons are no longer sharp, at least they won't break during combat. Of course, the situation where Uncle Mo's weapon broke during the attack on the wolf spider is extremely rare. The wolf spider's carapace was simply too thick. Even if it were a weapon forged by Old Wang, it would likely have shattered after so many consecutive strikes. Chen Yuan used tongs to place 2 pieces of raw iron into the furnace for tempering, while holding 2 other items in his hands. One was a half-broken long blade, and the other was a large, black fragment resembling a broken halberd. Glancing at Uncle Wang, who had his back turned, Chen Yuan opened the system panel and selected the weapon synthesis tab. The next moment, a system prompt appeared. Would you like to fuse the damaged longsword and the broken halberd into a new weapon? Chen Yuan chose yes without hesitation. Congratulations to the host. Successfully synthesized weapon. Thick-backed blade *1. Would you like to extract it? Extract. The next moment, he felt a weight in his hand, and a thick-backed, broad-bladed saber, weighing over 10 pounds and entirely jet black, appeared in his grasp. The blade was 3 feet long, with the handle and the back of the blade seamlessly integrated, showing no signs of post-forging craftsmanship, as if it had been born this way. He tested the feel of it slightly. It was indeed quite good. Unfortunately, it was ultimately just an ordinary weapon. Reaching the level of a spiritual weapon like the one Old Wang wielded, capable of slicing through iron like mud, was clearly still out of reach. Chen Yuan speculated that this item was likely modified based on the materials used for synthesis. For instance, if he combined 2 damaged spiritual weapons or used materials capable of creating spiritual weapons to synthesize a weapon, he might be able to obtain a spiritual weapon-grade item. He curled his lips and instinctively checked the system panel to confirm how many points had been deducted this time. Host, Chen Yuan. Age, 16. Identity, member of the Tushan tribe hunting team. Cultivation, body refining 9th level. Experience points, 50/1000. Note, once the experience points are full, the host can advance 1 level. System points, 280. Possessed items, Xingfeng sword, thick-backed blade. The points increased? Chen Yuan was a bit puzzled. He remembered that he should still have 90 points left. How come this time, after synthesizing the weapon, not only were no points deducted, but they actually increased? He carefully reviewed the system records and finally discovered that after defeating that tree spirit, the system had awarded him a large amount of points, 200 in total. Not only that, but he also received an additional 40 experience points as a bonus. Unfortunately, he had been too nervous at the time to notice these changes. Later, he never checked the system again and only now realized the origin of those points. This time, synthesizing the thick-backed knife still only cost him 10 points, indicating that weapons of the ordinary grade likely cost around 10 points each. The only regret was that when Chen Yuan tried to open the system shop, he found that it was still a grayed out icon and completely inaccessible. Helplessly, he had no choice but to give up the idea of checking the store and turned his gaze back to the furnace. Inside the furnace, the 2 pieces of scrap iron had already been heated red hot. Chen Yuan took them out with tongs, placed them on the stone block in front of him, and began imitating Old Wang's forging movements, hammering away. Compared to Old Wang, Chen Yuan was much stronger. While Old Wang needed 10 strikes to make progress, Chen Yuan could achieve the same effect with a single blow. If it weren't for worrying that the stone slab couldn't withstand it, Chen Yuan's single strike might have completely fused the 2 red-hot pieces of iron. However, after less than 10 strikes, the 2 pieces of iron had completely fused into a large chunk of pig iron. Chen Yuan placed the iron disc back into the furnace to continue smelting, while glancing at the remaining scrap metal, intending to test the results again. But seeing Old Wang, who was busy with his back turned to him, he ultimately decided not to proceed. Old Wang heard the sound of hammering, turned his head to glance at him, and then went back to his own work. In any case, this pig iron won't go to waste. Even if it breaks, he can forge it again. Half an hour passed. Looking at the 3 brand new weapons placed in front of him, Old Wang was instantly stunned. What was presented before him was a thick-backed broadsword, a black short sword, and something resembling the spearhead he had forged earlier. The black short sword and spearhead looked passable and barely usable. However, judging from the forging marks, the craftsmanship of the black short sword and the thick-backed broadsword is more refined. When the 3 weapons are placed together, it is evident that the forger's skill has improved rapidly. The most outstanding among them is the thick-backed broadsword, which even Old Wang couldn't help but admire upon seeing it, as he himself could never create such a seamlessly crafted weapon. He examined the thick-backed broadsword repeatedly for a long time before praising Chen Yuan, saying, "Kid, your craftsmanship is really impressive. Now we can arm 3 more members of the hunting team. Isn't this something I secretly learned from you since I was little?" Chen Yuan grinned. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion suddenly arose at the entrance of the tribe, and faintly, voices could be heard shouting "They're back and they're here." Old Wang and Chen Yuan exchanged a glance and walked toward the entrance together. As they approached, the 2 saw a 6-person hunting team surrounded by the crowd, who were asking about their situation and showing concern. Compared to Chen Yuan and his group, those people looked disheveled, with some even injured, but they were carrying a massive python over 5 meters long belong on their shoulders. The python was as thick as a water barrel, and even with 6 people lifting it together, it appeared extraordinarily large, showing just how much effort they had put into hunting it down. Smiles appeared on their faces, but the leader of the group smiled little, his expression solemn. After entering the cave, they placed the python's corpse on the ground, and the leader walked up to the chief, lowering his head. Like a child who had done something wrong. Chief, I'm sorry, we couldn't find a suitable cave for the tribe to live in this time. It doesn't matter, you all have already done your best. Besides, Mochi and the 5th team have already found a suitable underground cave, and they were waiting for you, so the relocation is set for tomorrow. You came back just in time. Rest well for now, and tomorrow we'll escort the tribe during the relocation together. Tu Shanhui said with a cheerful smile. Really? Old Mo and the others found a place? The captain's face lit up with joy as he looked around the crowd. Spotting Mochi, he immediately walked over to inquire about the situation. Meanwhile, the chief had already called the tribespeople forward to deal with the python. The python's skin is of excellent quality and can be used to make bags for carrying items or water pouches, while the python meat can be dried and used as rations, which will still be good even after being taken to the new cave. A day passed just like that. That evening, the tribe gathered together again. Although the meal was clearly not as lavish as the previous night, everyone was still in high spirits. After all, tomorrow was the big day of relocation. As for Chen Yuan and his group, they got to taste roasted snake meat today. The flavor was even more delicious than yesterday's roasted antelope meat, but unfortunately, the portion for each person was small, leaving them only half full. He clapped his hands, stood up, and prepared to return to the cave to rest. Holding the moonstone in his hand, Chen Yuan walked while deep in thought. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his whole body frozen in place. In a recessed cave to his left, a man and a woman were entwined together, completely naked, immersed in each other's intimacy. Faced with Chen Yuan's appearance, the two simply chose to ignore him. Chen Yuan's eyelid twitched, and he quickly averted his gaze, striding forward without looking sideways. After walking a few steps, the sound of a woman softly humming suddenly came from behind. It was clear without needing to think that the two were deeply engaged. After all, in this cramped cave, expecting everyone to have their own room was obviously unrealistic, and these issues couldn't simply be ignored. Thud. Over time, such situations became commonplace. In the tribe, few people got married because once married, the man had to take on the responsibility of providing for the woman's food, clothing, and shelter. Although women also had to work, the greater burden fell on the men. Many men struggled to sustain themselves, so naturally, they were unwilling to marry ordinary women. Thus, men and women often find themselves mutually attracted, seeking out a small cave to resolve their needs, and afterward parting ways without interfering with each other. Of course, there are also some conscientious individuals who, when they have surplus food, prioritize taking care of the women they like. Additionally, all newborns within the tribe are raised collectively by the tribe, ensuring they never go hungry. Pregnant women and those who have just given birth do not need to do anything, not even move, as food and drink are delivered to them by designated individuals. This is one of the tribe's rules, aimed at encouraging women to have more children to strengthen the tribe's population. These were all memories left behind by Chen Yuan's body in the past. As for the various behaviors of these people, Chen Yuan naturally wouldn't say much, as this was, after all, the original nature of humans. Returning to his own cave, Chen Yuan leaned against the rock wall. Instead of lying down to rest, he took out the primordial palm from the stone box handed to him by the clan leader. He hadn't had a chance to look at it carefully since receiving it yesterday, so now that he had some free time, he decided to study it thoroughly. After all, once he finished reading it, he still had to return it to the clan leader. This technique was written on yellow parchment. Although slightly damaged, the handwriting was clear, and the book included illustrations showing internal acupoints, energy flow meridians, and even the final explosive palm acupoint in meticulous detail. Although the manual was thin, with only 10 pages, Chen Yuan managed to memorize about 80 to 90% of it in one go. Afterward, he reviewed it again, confirmed he had fully memorized it, placed the technique back into the stone box, sat cross-legged in the cave, and began attempting to channel the qi within his body according to the instructions in Hunyuan palm. Fortunately, Chen Yuan was already at the 9th level of body tempering, just one step away from condensing qi. At this moment, his body already possessed the presence of qi, making it much easier for him to cultivate the same technique compared to others. Following the guidance of the technique, he slowly directed the flow of qi within his body toward his left palm. Instantly, a scorching sensation began to spread gradually across his palm. When Chen Yuan felt the energy within his body reach a specific acupoint, he suddenly struck the rock wall beside him with a palm. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and a few fragments of stone fell from above. Other than that, there was nothing else. Chen Yuan furrowed his brows, brought the moonstone closer, and carefully examined the spot he had just struck. Only then did he notice that the spot where he had casually struck with his palm had actually developed an almost imperceptible dent. It must be noted that this was a solid stone wall. Moreover, it was a single, intact slab of stone, making it extremely difficult to leave any mark on it. Unexpectedly, with just his first attempt, Chen Yuan managed to leave a trace. This technique is truly formidable. Overnight, the time passed quickly. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan woke up. He had no choice but to get up early because the cave was simply too noisy. Even though his spot was already deep inside, people kept passing by, making so much noise that he had to get up as well. Groggily walking toward the entrance of the cave, Chen Yuan noticed that the water level on the ground had risen, even reaching above his ankles. The pool water was cool but not bone-chilling. Chen Yuan came to the edge of the pool, crouched down, scooped up some water to wash his face, then took a sip to rinse his mouth, and walked toward the entrance of the cave, because almost everyone had gathered there. At the cave entrance, the ground was even more cluttered with debris. Among the crowd of people, both young and old, there were even 8 stretchers placed, with 7 people who had lost their legs lying on them. One of them was Haisheng, whom Chen Yuan had treated a few days ago. Looking at him now, his complexion was noticeably much rosier. Beside him was a stretcher, on which lay a pregnant woman with a swollen belly, quietly resting. However, Chen Yuan didn't look for long. He merely glanced briefly before turning his gaze to where the clan leader was and then walked over. Beside the clan leader, apart from Uncle Mo, there were 3 other strong men standing around him. Even Wu Dian and the others were not qualified to approach. Chen Yuan remembered that these 3 were members of the other hunting teams. Judging by their positions, they should be the leaders of their respective teams. When the clan leader saw Chen Yuan, he smiled and waved. Chen Yuan walked over and greeted with a smile, "Clan leader, are you all gathered here because you're about to set off?" "Yes, we're preparing to set off." The chief nodded. "Our tribe has too many people, so for safety reasons, we need to send a team ahead to scout the path. We're currently deciding who will be in the scouting team." Chen Yuan understood but tentatively asked, "Isn't there still a hunting party that hasn't returned? Won't you wait for them?" "No, we won't wait. I've already left them a note. Once they see it, they'll understand," the chief replied. "Besides, along the way, I'll leave markers. If they can make it back, they'll definitely follow the markers to find us." "So that's how it is," Chen Yuan nodded. He glanced at Uncle Mo, Mist Code, and the others, then tentatively suggested, "How about letting me scout the way?" With the system as his backing, Chen Yuan was undoubtedly the best candidate for scouting. Unexpectedly, the clan leader shook his head. "Your cultivation level is the highest, so it's not suitable for you to scout. There are too many elderly, weak, and disabled in the team. We must have a skilled fighter to protect them. Otherwise, if an emergency arises, the casualties would be devastating." Chen Yuan understood this in his heart and said no more. Soon, the chieftains selected the scouts. Led by Wu Dian, the team consisted of Dunzi, Yi Zhou, and a member from another hunting party, forming the vanguard responsible for scouting ahead for dangers. After Wu Dian and the others departed, the chieftain called all the members of the hunting parties to gather. There were more than 20 people standing beside the chieftain, waiting for instructions. At this moment, the chieftain uncovered a stone basin placed nearby, revealing a pile of moonstones. Those who had seen the moonstone before were not surprised, but the few who had just returned yesterday and had never seen it were instantly shocked. They never expected that the tribe was hiding so many moonstones. "Alright, members of the hunting team, 1 for each person, come up and take it yourselves," the chief called out. Immediately, the members of the hunting team became excited and rushed forward to grab the moonstones. Only Chen Yuan stood still, motionless. Aren't you going to take one?" someone nearby asked. This person had some impression of Chen Yuan, remembering that he was the young man who joined the hunting team last 2 days. "These moonstones were retrieved by them. They already have them. No need for us to give them," Uncle Mo said with a smile from the side. Chen Yuan was a member of their hunting team 5, and the moonstone they found was discovered together with his team. Speaking of this, he felt an immense sense of pride. The people nearby who were unaware of the situation showed expressions of shock and confusion upon hearing this. No one had expected that this guy, who looked as frail as a little chick, could bring so many moonstones to the tribe. Soon, every member of the hunting team received a moonstone, and there were still more than 20 left in the stone basin. The chief scanned the gathered team in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Another 20 people." As soon as the words were spoken, the ordinary tribespeople looked at each other. Finally, under the chief's resolute gaze, people began stepping forward one after another from the main group. They approached in turn, and the chief took moonstones from the stone basin one by one to distribute to them, while instructing, "You must spread out throughout the entire team to provide lighting for everyone. Do you understand?" "Yes," the group responded hastily, then excitedly began examining the moonstones in their hands. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. After all, most of the people present were barely wearing any clothes, at most using things like leaves and grass roots to crudely cover their essential parts. In some places, you could even vaguely see through, and this applied not only to the men but to the women as well. Now, with a large number of moonstones in hand, the entire crowd was instantly illuminated clearly. Chen Yuan could distinctly see large areas of exposed skin on many women, and some situations were even more surprising, completely bare upper bodies, making his eyelids twitch. Fortunately, his self-control was decent. He only glanced twice before averting his gaze, no longer looking. Instead, he turned his attention to the clan leader and others, quietly waiting. The clan leader and the others stood unhurriedly in place, silently waiting. Finally, about half an hour later, the clan leader suddenly waved his hand and said, "Everyone, get ready, let's move out." As soon as these words were spoken, the tribe members got up one after another, heading toward the edge of the cave to start carrying various supplies. Men, women, the elderly, and even children as young as 7 or 8 were almost all carrying, lifting, or holding a pile of items. Chen Yuan also held a large bundle in his hands, which contained furs and the pelts previously gifted by the clan leader. Chen Yuan had initially thought of putting the items into his system backpack, but if he carried nothing and suddenly produced items at a critical moment, it would be hard to explain. Seeing everyone carrying something, Uncle Mo drew the mountain axe in his hand and was the first to charge into the cave passage, leading the way. Immediately after, some tribespeople carrying supplies followed. After 7 or 8 people had gone, another member of the hunting team joined the group with weapons. In this way, more than 20 hunting team members were interspersed among the long line of over 100 people. The chieftain walked in the middle of the group with several stretchers being carried, while Chen Yuan stayed at the rear, responsible for covering the back. If any danger arose from behind, he had to do his utmost to fend it off. Over 100 people poured into the muddy passage, advancing slowly. Despite the large number of people, everyone remained silent, even the children dared not make a sound. Only the rustling of footsteps on the ground echoed continuously. As the group continued to move forward, Chen Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. At this point, they had no way to retreat. If danger arose, these 100 people would undoubtedly become sitting ducks. If they couldn't defuse the crisis in time, heavy casualties, or even the annihilation of the tribe was not out of the question. Following at the rear of the group, Chen Yuan kept an eye on the movements ahead while constantly monitoring the system notifications. Never before had he wished so fervently for the system to remain silent, because if an alert sounded, it would likely spell big trouble. Fortunately, the system remained silent throughout the journey, and the group encountered no danger. The smooth progress gave Chen Yuan a faint sense of relief, making him think that perhaps they could indeed reach their new home safely. However, just after nearly a day of traveling, Chen Yuan's always calm expression suddenly changed. Ding! System notification. 1,000 meters above, a 10-meter-long millipede has been detected. Dig down, and you might enjoy a hearty meal. System notification. 1,000 meters ahead, a black-tailed venomous scorpion is wandering. If you don't want your clansmen to get hurt, please avoid it quickly. The system notification arrived as expected. Fortunately, the situation wasn't too bad. The millipede above was unlikely to come down for now, so the system's warning was not particularly urgent. However, up ahead, there was actually a black-tailed venomous scorpion wandering around, yet those responsible for scouting, including Wu Dian, had not sent back any messages. This made Chen Yuan frown slightly. Should they take a detour? With such a long convoy, taking a detour could lead to unpredictable consequences. If something went wrong along the way, it would be far more than just a black-tailed venomous scorpion to deal with. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yuan took quick strides to reach a member of the hunting team interspersed within the convoy, called him to the rear, and temporarily had him guard the team in his place. Then, he quickened his pace and swiftly headed toward the center of the convoy. Before long, he saw the clan leader, Tu Shanhuai, with a grave expression. At this moment, Tu Shanhuai appeared more tense than anyone else. When he noticed Chen Yuan, his eyelid twitched, and just as he was about to speak, Chen Yuan preemptively lowered his voice and said, "Clan leader, I feel something is off up ahead. Let me go take a look." Very well. Tu Shanhuai nodded, as he had considerable trust in Chen Yuan. Mo Chi had previously mentioned to him that Chen Yuan had relied on his intuition multiple times to help the team avoid danger. Now, he could only hope that this intuition would once again prove accurate. Chen Yuan moved swiftly, quickly reaching the front of the team. Upon seeing Mo Chi, he greeted him briefly before speeding up and dashing down the corridor ahead. In no time, he disappeared into the darkness. Fortunately, this passage led straight to the end. He advanced at full speed, determined to eliminate any potential dangers before the main group arrived. At that moment, Chen Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. The Qingfeng sword was unsheathed as his sharp gaze fixed on the path ahead. He could sense something approaching rapidly. The package he had been carrying was already stored in the system backpack when the system notification appeared, and whether the clan leader and others noticed or not was irrelevant. The current crisis left them no time to pay attention to whether the package was still in Chen Yuan's hands. Tap, tap, tap. Urgent footsteps echoed from the distance, followed by a beam of light emerging from the end of the passage. Seeing the light, Chen Yuan let out a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to meet it. As the light drew closer, the faint glow revealed none other than Yizhou from the 5th hunting team. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, Yi Zhou was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Xiao Yuan, quick, go help Wu Dian and the others. They've encountered a venomous scorpion over 3 meters long. Sure enough, it's a venomous scorpion. Chen Yuan immediately ordered, you go to the back and inform the clan leader. I'll go ahead and take a look first. Before he finished speaking, he disappeared like lightning into the depths of the passage. Yi Zhou stared dumbfounded in the direction where Chen Yuan had vanished, clicking his tongue in amazement. He then quickly turned and rushed toward the main group to notify the clan leader and the others. At this moment, the sound of wind whistled past Chen Yuan's ears. Although his speed in the cave had reached its limit, he wasn't worried about crashing into anything. His vision had greatly improved, allowing him to see clearly even in the dark, not to mention the moonstone he held in his hand. After flying over 2,000 meters, he finally heard the sounds of fighting in the distance and quickened his pace. Rounding a small bend, Chen Yuan immediately saw 3 glowing orbs moving up and down in the darkness, constantly shifting directions. Next to the 3 balls of light was a massive black-tailed venomous scorpion, with a body length of 3 meters and a height of over 1 meter. This scorpion was enormous, and the cave, barely over 2 meters high, could only just accommodate its body, making it extremely difficult for the creature to turn around. It was precisely because of this that the 3 points of light had been able to tangle with it until now. With the strength of Wu Dian and the others, who had just entered the first level of body tempering, they would likely have been defeated by the scorpion long ago. The points of light moving up and down were none other than Wu Dian and his 2 companions. Seeing that they did not appear to be seriously injured, Chen Yuan felt slightly relieved. With the green peak sword in hand, in the next moment, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the black-tailed venomous scorpion. At this moment, Wu Dian secretly lamented in his heart. He led the squad to scout for dangers ahead for the tribe. Upon seeing the venomous scorpion leisurely wandering in the passageway, he decided to lure it into another corridor to eliminate the threat in this path for the tribe. Unexpectedly, this venomous scorpion was extremely troublesome, especially its pair of shiny black pincers, which crushed many things and almost caught the 3 of them. Even so, they continued to struggle against it, exhausting a great deal of energy. If they didn't deal with this creature soon, it would cause significant trouble when the main force arrived. Moreover, if the sounds of the fight alerted other lurking beasts in the nearby mud layers, the trouble would become even greater. Therefore, Wu Dian had already decided that even if it meant sacrificing 1 or 2 people, this thing must be lured away as quickly as possible. At that moment, he suddenly saw a dark figure swiftly shooting from behind, passing through the 3 of them, and landing instantly beneath the scorpion's abdomen. Ding! A crisp sound accompanied by sparks flying, and Chen Yuan's expression instantly turned grave. He hadn't expected the scorpion's abdominal shell to be so tough. The Qingfeng sword barely managed to pierce less than half its length amidst the flying sparks. Trying to push it further, it was firmly stuck by the hard shell, making it impossible to go any deeper. With no other choice, Chen Yuan hurriedly pulled out the Qingfeng sword, rolled to the side, and dodged the scorpion's massive pincers that immediately swung at him, retreating to the outer side of its abdomen. Xiao Yuan, you're finally here, that's great. Wu Dian's face lit up with excitement as he quickly called the other 2 to move closer to Chen Yuan. However, Chen Yuan completely ignored him and coldly ordered, you all step back. As soon as he finished speaking, he once again turned into a blur, darting straight toward the scorpion's abdomen. The scorpion was instantly enraged, the pain from earlier still vivid in its memory, and it couldn't believe this little insect dared to charge at it again. Just as Chen Yuan lunged forward, a pair of massive pincers snapped with a clack, viciously clamping toward him. Wu Dian and the others watched with their hearts in their throats, breaking out in a cold sweat for Chen Yuan. Fortunately, Chen Yuan reacted extremely quickly. Just as the pincers were about to strike, he suddenly performed a nimble roll, skillfully dodging the attack and once again diving directly beneath the scorpion's abdomen. Just as he was about to launch an attack, 2 of the scorpion's agile legs on the other side immediately extended, sweeping toward Chen Yuan. This massive creature was surprisingly so quick in its movements. However, for Chen Yuan, this level of attack was still quite effortless. After all, the strength of this venomous scorpion was at most equivalent to the 3rd or 4th level of body tempering, while Chen Yuan had already reached the 9th level. Although he didn't have a weapon sharp enough to instantly kill it, avoiding its attacks posed no pressure at all. He dodged several crisscrossing sweeps and, taking advantage of the moment before the scorpion's 3rd wave of attacks arrived, thrust his Qingfeng sword upward once again. With a low, muffled sound, the sword plunged deeply without any resistance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A low, eerie growl emanated from the scorpion's mouth. Immediately after, the scorpion seemed to go mad, launching a frenzied and chaotic attack on Chen Yuan. Although the sound of the attack was deafening, it actually failed to hit Chen Yuan. Instead, it gave him the chance to pull out the Qingfeng sword embedded in his abdomen. The sword was stained with some green liquid, but Chen Yuan ignored the filth, gripping the hilt tightly as he prepared to retreat. However, the scorpion went almost berserk, launching a relentless assault with no blind spots, forcing Chen Yuan to dodge left and right continuously. Finally, with no way to escape, he gritted his teeth and slashed fiercely at the approaching leg. Amidst Amidst the flying sparks, that lower leg broke with a snap. Although his arm went numb from the shock, he successfully severed it. Looks like this guy doesn't have a single piece of iron plating on its body. Chen Yuan understood in his heart that while the scorpion's carapace was as hard as a turtle shell, the hardness of its legs was much weaker. Thinking of this, he showed no mercy to the constantly kicking legs. Clang! Clang! In the blink of an eye, 4 of the scorpion's 6 auxiliary legs were severed by Chen Yuan, leaving only 2 small legs and 2 large pincers. At this moment, it finally felt fear, dared not continue attacking, and even tried to turn around and flee. However, this underground passage was extremely narrow. While humans could barely manage to walk through, it was nearly impossible for this 3-meter-long behemoth to turn around and escape. Snort! Even so, it still forced its body to squeeze and attempted to turn around to break free. But how could Chen Yuan let it escape? After all, once the scorpion's head is removed, the rest of its body tastes like tender chicken, crispy and crunchy. The main group is almost here. Take this guy down, and dinner will be sorted. Thinking of this, a ruthless glint flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes as he suddenly leaped up. At this moment, the scorpion was fully focused on escaping and didn't notice Chen Yuan's approach at all. By the time it reacted, Chen Yuan had already landed steadily on its thick, armored back. The Qingfeng sword, carrying a piercing cold gleam, thrust straight toward the scorpion's eye. Swoosh! The Qingfeng sword pierced through effortlessly. The intense pain caused the massive scorpion to thrash its body violently, but Chen Yuan firmly gripped the Qingfeng sword with one hand, anchoring himself securely on its back. At this moment, a chilling wind howled from behind. Chen Yuan turned his head and saw a grotesque, massive stinger rushing toward him without hesitation. This creature was 3 meters long, with a stinger nearly half a meter in length. The venom contained within was likely extremely lethal. If struck, one might not die but would surely suffer greatly. Chen Yuan quickly drew his Qingfeng sword and dodged to the side, but it was already too late. In the face of danger, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the scorpion tail that was about to strike, firmly controlling the venomous stinger in his grasp. Fortunately, Chen Yuan now possessed immense strength. Although the scorpion tail was swift, its power was limited, and despite multiple struggles, it couldn't break free. Ding! Instead, the fierce enemy's resistance enraged Chen Yuan. Holding the Qingfeng sword, he fiercely slashed at the scorpion tail. Sparks flew everywhere, but the first strike failed to sever it. The second strike. The third strike. The scorpion's tail finally broke. The remaining tail slipped out of Chen Yuan's palm, but with its deadly stinger gone, the threat was greatly reduced. Chen Yuan turned around, his eyes flashing with cold light, and charged again toward the scorpion's head. The Qingfeng sword fiercely stabbed near its eye. Ding! The Qingfeng sword only pierced halfway, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he suddenly stood up and stomped hard on the sword hilt. That's right, he directly stepped on the hilt of the Qingfeng sword. The Qingfeng sword, which was originally difficult to pierce deeply, was instantly fully embedded into the scorpion's body with the added force of Chen Yuan's foot. The scorpion struggled violently a few times, then suddenly went still. Its entire body stiffened and collapsed to the ground, blocking nearly half of the cave passage. Chen Yuan did not rush to leave. He stood on its body for a moment to confirm that the creature was completely dead before laboriously pulling out the Qingfeng sword. He wiped the liquid off the blade on the nearby soil and then jumped off the scorpion's back. Just landed, Wu Dian and the others immediately came forward, their faces full of joy. Xiao Yuan is really impressive. You managed to take down such a fierce beast. Exactly, if you hadn't come, we would have been in big trouble. Dunzi nodded repeatedly from the side. Alright, Uncle Wu Dian, Uncle Dun, stop teasing me. The main group should have stopped behind us. Go notify them to hurry over. We need to quickly dismember this thing and take it away, so it doesn't block the road. Alright, Wu Dian nodded and immediately sent another member of the hunting team back to deliver the message. They prepared to start dismembering the venomous scorpion. However, they quickly abandoned the idea, it was too difficult. Even though Chen Yuan wrapped the Qingfeng sword in true energy, it was still hard to cut through the thick shell. There were no other passages nearby, making it impossible to drag it away. They could only wait for the main force on the spot. After all, they couldn't carry this thing, but that doesn't mean no one else could. The main group was moving slowly, but the chieftain arrived first. Behind the chieftain were Old Wang and another hunting team captain. Chen Yuan, who was idly guarding the passage, immediately brightened up upon seeing Old Wang. He quickly stepped forward and extended his hand, saying, Uncle Wang, lend me your spiritual weapon for a bit. What are you doing? Old Wang was momentarily stunned. Dismember it. It's too tough. My Qingfeng sword can't handle it. Chen Yuan pointed to the distance. Only then did the clan leader, Old Wang, and the others notice the menacing giant scorpion, entirely black and faintly glowing under the moonstone, lying quietly in the passage and completely blocking the way forward. Without saying much, Old Wang immediately took out a broken blade from his chest. When handing it to Chen Yuan, he reminded him, be careful, don't break it. Got it. Chen Yuan responded with a smile, taking quick strides back to the scorpion's side. He held the broken blade in his right hand and circled around the base of the giant scorpion's claw. The incredibly hard claw immediately broke off off with a snap. The next moment, as expected, it worked great. He silently praised it in his heart and quickly removed the other claw in the same manner. Next came several segmented legs. Although most of the segmented legs had been chopped off by Chen Yuan, the remaining parts were still as long as an adult's arm. Just one was enough to feed an adult for an entire day. After Chen Yuan finished processing the limbs, he casually tossed them onto the ground, while Wu Jian and Dunzi quickly went over to pick them up and stack them together. Soon, a giant scorpion, measuring a full 3 meters in length, was divided into 10 similarly sized piles of meat, stacked together. Just as the processing was completed, the main group arrived from behind. The clan leader selected more than 10 strong clansmen, who immediately stepped forward to pack up the meat and carry it away. Apart from some residual juices on the ground, nothing was left. The clansmen called out to help showed no complaints whatsoever. Instead, their faces were filled with excitement and joy. Dinner was finally secured. Wu Dian and the others continued to explore ahead, while Chen Yuan remained in place, silently observing the movements of the entire group. Not long after, the chieftain and the others returned to the group, leaving only Chen Yuan still lingering at the rear. It wasn't until the group ahead had moved nearly 100 meters away that Chen Yuan confirmed there was nothing unusual around him. Only then did he quickly catch up with the group, continuing to walk at the very back. With so many people in the group, finding a place to rest was almost impossible. At most, they would stop to take a break only when they were truly exhausted. In this way, the group moved forward intermittently, taking a few breaks. Finally, Chen Yuan began to feel a sense of familiarity with the surroundings. However, at that moment, the system's notification suddenly sounded. Ding! A 100-meter arching dragon has been detected 3 kilometers behind and is rapidly approaching. If you don't want to be hunted, quickly find a place to hide. Arching dragon. Chen Yuan's face instantly turned ashen. All along, this creature had been the most feared existence among the tribe, although he had never seen it with his own eyes. From the accounts of the chief and others, as well as the tragic experiences of Haisheng and the others, he had long been able to judge how terrifying this thing was. However, he never expected to encounter the arching dragon here. If he were alone, he could naturally hide if he wanted to, but the situation was different now. How could he possibly conceal himself? Staring at the long line ahead, Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned, but he quickly snapped out of it, disregarding the need to lower his voice, and shouted loudly, "Run! A gonglong is coming! Everyone in front, hurry, run as fast as you can!" Chen Yuan's shout was exceptionally loud, and coupled with the deathly silence in the cave, even Mochi at the very front of the line heard it almost instantly. Upon hearing this, almost everyone's expression changed drastically, especially the ordinary clansmen, who instantly panicked, throwing the entire line into chaos. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the clan leader stepped forward. His voice rang out powerfully, "Everyone, follow Captain Mochi forward immediately. Quickly, take care of the injured and the pregnant women, and under no circumstances are you to abandon any clansman unless absolutely necessary." Immediately after, Mochi at the front had already started gathering everyone, and the speed of the group instantly increased. However, compared to Gong Long's speed, it still seemed too slow. Standing at the end of the group, Chen Yuan watched the people ahead moving slowly, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. "Throw away all the useless stuff, get rid of it all. Hurry, run faster, there's no time." Chen Yuan's voice was filled with urgency. The patriarch and the others immediately understood that the Gonglong had likely discovered them and was rapidly approaching. Otherwise, Chen Yuan would never be so tense. They hurriedly repeated Chen Yuan's words. Instantly, many in the group frantically discarded the stone pots, stone basins, and even the firewood and furs they were carrying, desperately fleeing forward. Watching the clan members ahead fleeing in panic like stray dogs, Chen Yuan did not relax in the slightest. Instead, his expression grew even darker. He could even feel the tremors and rumbling of the earth beneath his feet. Some colossal creature was rapidly closing in behind them. Staring at the barely visible end of the team ahead, Chen Yuan clenched his teeth and thrust the spirit weapon's broken blade, which he had yet to return to Old Wang, into the passage above his head. The already razor-sharp broken blade cut through the soil even faster. In just a few breaths, a large section of earth collapsed under his digging, blocking most of the passage in an instant. This is still not enough. Chen Yuan stepped back a few paces and continued to collapse another section of the passage. Fortunately, his current cultivation was powerful enough to support him in completing such high-intensity movements. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, they would have been too late. Even so, Chen Yuan did not relax his vigilance in the slightest. After all, the surroundings were filled with soft soil, which could not possibly stop that thing from coming. Collapsing these obstacles was merely a way to buy some time. It wouldn't be long before that monster would dig through the passage and charge forward. After all, the tunnel they were now walking through had originally been dug out by that burrowing dragon. After quickly collapsing 6 sections of the passage, Chen Yuan swiftly darted forward to catch up with the team. The team was already out of sight, but Chen Yuan knew very well that they hadn't gone far. With his current speed, he was certain he could catch up within a minute. After sprinting several hundred meters forward, forward, Chen Yuan suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound behind him, as if something had crashed into the pile of soil he had just collapsed. His expression grew increasingly grim. Just as he was about to continue, leaping forward, another rumbling sound came from behind him after only a short distance. Immediately after, he saw a ferocious and massive maw emerge from behind the pile of soil, devouring the dirt in an instant. The tunnel was clearly 2 meters high and 2 meters wide, yet when that maw opened, it was far larger than the tunnel itself. Judging by its size, it wouldn't just devour a person in one bite, even the black-tailed venomous scorpion from earlier would have been swallowed whole. No wonder the clansmen were so terrified of this monster. It wasn't just ordinary people who feared it. Even Chen Yuan felt a wave of panic upon seeing that menacing maw. If just its mouth was this enormous, how terrifyingly massive must its body be? No wonder the system had specifically marked this as a 100-meter burrowing dragon and urged him to flee immediately. Chen Yuan knew in his heart that he had no hope of defeating this creature. Even if he did, it would be impossible to accomplish it underground. His only option was to run for his life. With this thought, he turned and quickly chased after the team ahead. Behind him, that ferocious maw tore through the 6 collapsed sections of the tunnel in quick succession before suddenly pausing, licking at a certain spot along the tunnel walls. Then, it picked up speed, twisting its massive body as it rapidly pursued Chen Yuan. This scene was caught in the corner of Chen Yuan's eye, and in a flash of inspiration, a bold plan emerged in his mind. In the pitch-black passage, Chen Yuan gripped the moonstone tightly and sprinted forward at full speed. About 3 minutes later, he saw someone at the end of the group desperately running. Without saying a word, he darted through the middle, instantly overtaking everyone and rushing straight to the front of the group. What's going on? Did Chen Yuan run ahead on his own? The clansmen at the back of the group were stunned to see Chen Yuan leaving them behind and running alone. Panic set in among them, especially as the rumbling sounds grew louder from behind. Some screamed in fear, and a few even cried amidst the chaos. In the middle of the group, the clan leader, Tu Shanhui, naturally noticed the commotion at the rear. His face was full of anxiety, but he could only keep trying to calm everyone down. Just then, Chen Yuan suddenly flashed past him. Tu Shanhui froze, about to ask what was happening, but before he could speak, Chen Yuan disappeared ahead without stopping. What on earth is going on? Tu Shanhui frowned deeply, filled with doubt. Could it be that Chen Yuan intended to abandon everyone and escape alone? With his strength, he could indeed leave the group behind, and escaping first would be the wisest choice. However, Chen Yuan's actions were too decisive, and he hadn't even informed the clan leader. Just as Tu Shanhui's face darkened and anxiety grew in his heart, Chen Yuan, who had already rushed to the front of the group, suddenly turned back and ran toward the rear of the team. This time, he was carrying a heavy mountain of flesh in his arms, the dismembered body of the black-tailed venomous scorpion they had just defeated. The clan members looked on in confusion, but Chen Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Run quickly. There's a tree hollow a few hundred meters ahead. Go inside and hide for now. Hurry. The group watched as Chen Yuan disappeared again toward the rear, running into the darkness where the deafening rumble was coming from, their expressions complex, especially Tu Shanhui, whose face was full of shame, feeling embarrassed for having doubted Chen Yuan's intentions to flee. But there was no time to dwell on emotions now. He gritted his teeth and raised his voice urgently. Everyone, move faster. Just a few hundred more meters, and we'll have hope. Hearing that they were only a few hundred meters away from being rescued, many of the clansmen's faces lit up with excitement and joy, along with the hope of surviving the ordeal. Sure enough, everyone's pace quickened a bit. On the other side, Chen Yuan, running in the opposite direction, had no time to worry about the clansman's emotions. At this moment, he only wanted to go faster, even faster, hoping to see that Gonglong before it caught up with the clansman. When Chen Yuan passed the last clansman and continued forward for a few hundred meters, the scene before him made him breathe a sigh of relief. According to his judgment, the Gonglong should have been about to catch up with the tail end of the group when he turned back. Yet, unexpectedly, it was still several hundred meters behind the clansman. Even more surprising was that its menacing mouthparts were licking the debris the clansmen had dropped in their panic earlier. Whether it was stone pots, stone basins, or animal hides, nothing was spared. The stone pots and basins were licked and swallowed, only to be spat out quickly. As for the animal hides or clothing, they were directly devoured by that massive mouth. At this moment, Chen Yuan truly understood the meaning of a bottomless pit. That terrifying maw consumed all the abandoned items along the road, and after finishing, its speed suddenly increased, once again chasing in the direction of the fleeing tribesmen. Clearly, this thing wasn't full yet. With its horrifyingly large mouth, if it caught up, it could probably swallow several people in one bite. The entire tribe of over 100 people might not even be enough to feed it for a day. It must not catch up. Seeing that thing getting closer, Chen Yuan hurriedly stored the mountain-like pile of meat in his system space, then took out a piece of flesh using black liquid and threw it at the Gonglong with all his might. Chen Yuan remembered that this was the spot where he had previously been dragged into an underground cave by the giant tree spirit. If the clansmen could hide in the tree hole first and seal the entrance, they might be safe. This Gonglong had no no eyes and could only rely on scent to identify its prey. Perhaps they could use this to escape danger. The clansmen still needed a few more minutes to run into the cave, and Chen Yuan had to fight for this time. The flesh was thrown far away, and with the help of the moonstone, it was no longer visible. However, Chen Yuan vaguely saw the rapidly charging archdragon stop as soon as it touched the flesh. The massive maw enveloped the flesh and quickly swallowed it. After searching around for a bit and finding no other food, it sped up again, chasing after the group ahead. As long as it works. Chen Yuan let out a sigh of relief, quickly took out the second piece of scorpion venom-infused flesh, and threw it toward a certain spot in front of him. After throwing it, he turned around and retreated 100 meters. Observing again, sure enough, the arched dragon stopped once more. Unfortunately, that creature ate at an incredibly fast pace. Moreover, as soon as it noticed there was nothing left to eat, it immediately chased down the passage. For the first time, Chen Yuan deeply realized how fatal it was to have no branching paths. If there were another passage here, he could use this food to divert it. Unfortunately, there isn't. Seeing the thing closing in again, Chen Yuan quickly threw out another piece, then retreated dozens of meters. After repeating this a few times and throwing out 2 pieces of scorpion meat in succession, Chen Yuan immediately pushed his speed to the limit, rushing quickly toward the direction of the team. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the wind howled past his ears. Chen Yuan moved extremely fast, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the thunderous roar behind him sounded again, whatever it was had caught up. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yuan channeled the scarce amount of true energy in his body into his legs, and his speed indeed increased by 30%. In the midst of the chase, Chen Yuan swiftly dashed another several hundred meters ahead. From a distance, he could vaguely see a faint light flickering in the passage ahead. As he gradually approached, Chen Yuan realized it was the clan leader holding a bone staff, standing in a passage. As for the clansmen who had been beside the clan leader, they had all disappeared. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the passage on the left side of the clan leader, and sure enough, there was a small collapsed mound of earth there. At this moment, the clan leader's urgent voice rang out, "Xiao Yuan, quick, come here." Without hesitation, Chen Yuan rushed forward, grabbed the clan leader, and directly threw him into the passage on the left. Afterward, Chen Yuan quickly dove in himself. As he entered the passage, the broken blade of the spiritual weapon in his hand swiftly cut through the soil above, trying to carve out a path. Until Chen Yuan fell from that passage into the underground cave, a cascade of dirt tumbled down from above. The dirt landed with a boom, directly sealing off the passage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He panted heavily, turning his head to look, only to see all the clansmen quietly staying inside the tree hollow. At this moment, each of them wore a solemn expression, anxiously staring at him. Chen Yuan made a gesture for silence, then moved back to the collapsed, blocked passage, pressing his ear to listen for any sounds from above. The clansmen behind him, including Uncle Mo, the clan leader, and others, had countless things to say, yet at this moment, none dared to make a sound. Everyone remained silent, as if awaiting the judgment of fate. Thump, 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 thump. Throughout the entire underground cave, only the sound of countless nervous heartbeats could be heard. Amid the intense sound of heartbeats, a sudden rustling noise came from above. Accompanied by the sound, the layer of soil on the cave ceiling began to continuously crumble and fall, with occasional large chunks of earth crashing down. The arching dragon is here. Everyone immediately held their breath, fearing that even a single exhale would draw the attention of the colossal creature. The tense atmosphere caused Chen Yuan's palms to sweat. Rumble. The ground shook even more violently, and everyone knew clearly that the Gonglong was right above them at this moment. Chen Yuan held his breath, standing at the entrance of the passage, carefully listening to the commotion above. His brows were tightly furrowed as he stared at the cave ceiling, where dirt kept falling, fearing that the cave might not withstand the pressure of the Gonglong's massive body and collapse, exposing everyone outside. Fortunately, this cave is sturdier than anyone had anticipated. Until the rumbling sounds above gradually faded away, the cave showed no signs of collapsing. It seemed everyone had truly escaped disaster. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing the joy of surviving a calamity. The patriarch and Mo Chi, along with others, also smiled and walked toward Chen Yuan. The patriarch was about to speak when Chen Yuan suddenly made a gesture for silence, startling the patriarch into swallowing his words. Everyone turned to look at Chen Yuan, and at this moment, he seemed to become their pillar of support. Everyone was waiting for a clear signal from him, "It's all fine now." However, as the rustling sound arose once again, all hope was instantly shattered. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, including the clan leader. The Gonglong had actually returned. Chen Yuan's face also darkened. He didn't expect that thing to turn back. He was careless. He guessed that the creature might have tracked the scent ahead and, finding none, returned here. What should he do now? The clansmen's worried and fearful gazes all fell on Chen Yuan once again. The arching dragon was right overhead, and the sound of falling dirt rustled once more. At that moment, a large chunk of soil, unable to hold up, suddenly crashed down from the top of the cave, falling straight toward the crowd. This cave, with an area of less than 20 square meters, was currently packed with over 100 people. people, making it extremely crowded. This lump of soil fell, and it would probably hit at least 4 or 5 people. There was no time. Chen Yuan wanted to rush over to help, but it was too late. A muffled sound echoed, and 6 people were hit instantly. Fortunately, these people reacted quickly and protected their heads, avoiding serious injuries. Even so, being hit must have hurt terribly. But to Chen Yuan's surprise, these people were actually quite tough and didn't make a sound when hit. The tense heart finally relaxed. As long as no sound was made and the big guy above wasn't alerted, there shouldn't be much of a problem. However, just as Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, a soft, tearful voice suddenly sounded, "Mom, it hurts." The sound was faint, yet it instantly drew everyone's attention. Almost immediately, everyone turned to look, their eyes filled with anger. Even the clan leader glared fiercely at the source of the sound. The one who made the sound was a 5 or 6-year-old child, originally held tightly by his mother, but the dirt that had just fallen splashed onto him, causing him to cry out uncontrollably. His mother was so frightened that she almost burst into tears, hurriedly covering the child's mouth tightly. The crowd, who had been glaring angrily, finally withdrew their gazes and looked upward again with worry. But the rustling sound of crawling suddenly disappeared. In that instant, it vanished completely. Even Chen Yuan's brows furrowed tightly, as an ominous premonition quietly enveloped his heart. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The next moment, a thunderous rumble suddenly erupted from above. Following it, dirt rained down like a torrential storm, startling everyone below into a panic as they scrambled to dodge in all directions, fearing that even a moment's hesitation would result in being struck. Almost simultaneously, a massive and grotesque mandible burst through the layer of soil above. That thing had actually detected the people hiding in the cave. "Run!" A furious shout suddenly rang out. Terrified screams and piercing wails erupted instantly, as if everyone had plunged into madness, screaming hoarsely. However, this cave was a dead end, sealed tightly on all sides. There was no other way out, no chance of escape. The only passage was a narrow opening in the heart of the tree. But that place was so cramped it could only allow one person through at a time, while there were over 100 people inside the cave. This was the end. Everyone's faces turned deathly pale in an instant, and the chieftain's hands trembled uncontrollably with rage. The Tushan tribe had struggled to survive in this chaotic world for over 100 years, only to be buried by his own hands at this moment. His heart was filled with unwillingness. But against this Gonglong, they were almost powerless to fight back. No, they could not sit and wait for death. A crazed expression suddenly appeared on the chieftain's face. "All members of the hunting team, listen to my command. The time has come to protect our people. Take up your weapons and kill it for me." Yes, the members of the hunting team drew their weapons in unison and charged fearlessly toward the torn open passage, facing the ferocious maw head-on. At this moment, Chen Yuan, who had been quietly observing, raised his eyebrows slightly, noticing a critical detail. This underground cave had been constructed by the tree spirit using its own roots and vines. While the tree spirit had few other strengths, its vines and roots were incredibly abundant. Right now, the Gonglong, which should have fallen through, was being firmly held back by the dense vines. Outside, it could only struggle madly, trying to tear through them. But there were simply too many vines. Although they were breaking continuously, it would still take some time to completely penetrate them. "Stop arguing. Everyone, hide around the edges immediately and stay quiet, quickly," Chen Yuan ordered in a low voice, then strode forward to a pile of scorpion meat abandoned in the chaos and picked it up. "Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? Forget it and run," Mo Chi shouted anxiously. "You all hide first. I'll go distract that thing." Before Chen Yuan's words had even finished, he quickly ran toward the collapsed passage he had dug. He could only hope the passage hadn't been completely sealed. Holding the scorpion meat in one hand and wielding a broken blade spiritual weapon in the other, he dug rapidly. Fortunately, the collapse wasn't severe, and he soon cleared the way. Just as Chen Yuan was about to jump in, he suddenly felt someone grab him. Turning around, he saw it was Uncle Mo. "Xiao Yuan, it's too dangerous. Let me go. You are too important to the tribe. The future depends on you two. Let everyone out of danger step by step," Uncle Mo said, reaching to take the scorpion meat from Chen Yuan's hands. At that moment, a series of cracking sounds echoed again. The vines and roots were about to give way. There was no time. Although Chen Yuan was moved by Uncle Mo's concern, there was no time for words. Without hesitation, he kicked Uncle Mo aside and leaped into the darkness, disappearing instantly. "Xiao Yuan, Xiao Yuan," Mo Chi called out anxiously, not the least bit angry about being kicked, but instead filled with guilt. The other tribespeople noticed the commotion and, seeing Chen Yuan escape, instinctively wanted to climb out through the passage, only to be stopped by Mo Chi in time. "Mo Chi, why are you stopping us? Let us go. That kid ran away, and you still want us to stay here and wait for death? Yeah, move aside. We want to leave. Get out of the way." Angry voices rose one after another. Many tribespeople, unaware of the truth, also gathered around. "You all!" Mo Chi was so furious he could barely speak. Xiao Yuan had gone up not to escape but to distract the Gonglong. If they followed followed, they would only cause chaos and get themselves killed. He would never let the tribespeople take such a risk. But he hadn't expected to hear such words from his own people. Stop arguing and quickly find a place to hide, the clan leader whispered sternly, already understanding Chen Yuan's intentions. He was indeed disappointed by the behavior of the clansmen. Above their heads, large chunks of soil continued to fall, and at this moment, the tree roots that had been blocking the rampaging Gonglong from entering the cave were reduced to a thin layer. It seemed that in just a few breaths, the massive Gonglong would break into the cave, and then, no one would escape death. The timid clansmen had already started crying, with children's cries mixed with screams and shouts creating chaos throughout the underground cave. Mo-Chi and the clan leaders' veins bulged on their foreheads. If it weren't for the critical moment, they would have long since lost patience and disciplined these cowardly clansmen. Just as the clan leader was about to speak, the Gonglong above, which had been frantically twisting and struggling, suddenly let out a painful roar. The panicked clansmen instantly looked up, staring intently at the massive creature. In the next moment, to everyone's disbelief, the Gonglong actually abandoned its attempt to drill into the cave and instead turned around, heading back outside. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the Gonglong seemed to have truly left. The group of people inside the cave, who had narrowly escaped death, were still in a daze, but the clan leader understood that this was the slim chance of survival Chen Yuan had exchanged with his life. Without hesitation, he ordered everyone to quickly evacuate through the tunnel the Gonglong had created. Under Mo-Chi's leadership, they swiftly headed toward the newly discovered gathering place. Once they reached there, with the protection of the stone cavern, they would no longer have to worry about the Gonglong's attacks. Unlike the group of clansmen fleeing in haste, Chen Yuan's situation was far more thrilling. Upon exiting the cave, he discovered that the area above had been completely overturned by the massive body of the Gonglong, creating a vast open space dozens of meters high. Because of this, he was able to see the Gonglong's full appearance for the first time. It was an enormous soft-bodied creature with a pinkish hue. An animal name involuntarily surfaced in Chen Yuan's mind: earthworm. That's right, Chen Yuan finally understood what the Gonglong truly was, a gigantic earthworm, stretching over 100 meters in length. After confirming its full appearance, Chen Yuan did not hesitate for a moment. The situation was urgent. If this creature truly burrowed into the cave, it would be too late for anything. With no one around, he decisively stored all the scorpion meat he was holding into the system space. Then, he put away his spiritual weapon, and the Qingfeng sword instantly appeared in his hand. Seeing the Gonglong happily burrowing through the tunnel, completely oblivious to Chen Yuan behind it, he did not hesitate. He suddenly dashed forward, swiftly charging toward the massive and menacing body. The Gonglong was so enormous that Chen Yuan, standing on its back, had no fear of falling. However, the constant swaying of its tail made it difficult for him to maintain his balance. Chen Yuan had no intention of staying long. He glanced back and thrust the Qingfeng sword downward with force. Without the expected resistance, the Qingfeng sword instantly pierced into the Gonglong's body. Worried that a single attack might not provoke enough hatred, he slid along the Gonglong's body, simultaneously slicing open a massive wound nearly 2 meters long near its tail with the Qingfeng sword. Half of the Gonglong's body was almost split in two by Chen Yuan, and foul yellow innards gushed out instantly. Fortunately, Chen Yuan reacted quickly, retreating hastily the moment he landed. As expected, with its tail severely injured, the Gonglong could no longer focus on burrowing into the cave. Instead, it turned its body around and charged in Chen Yuan's direction. Not only its tail, but the part Chen Yuan had always thought was its tail also opened up into a massive mouth. That ferocious maw lunged at him without hesitation. However, the enormous mouth that Chen Yuan had cut open could now only open halfway, unable to fully extend anymore. Even so, Chen Yuan dared not be careless. He quickly retreated, remaining vigilant. Boom! Terrifying sounds kept coming, and dirt from the ceiling fell down in a flurry. Chen Yuan felt uneasy. If the underground space were to collapse directly, burying him inside, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, even after luring the Gonglong several hundred meters away, this space remained intact. Chen Yuan moved at lightning speed, leaving the Gonglong far behind and unable to catch up. Seeing that it had chased him for several hundred meters without catching up, the Gonglong suddenly gave up pursuing Chen Yuan and turned back toward the direction of the tree hole. Chen Yuan's eyelids twitched wildly. How could he let this thing return so easily? He did not hesitate and immediately stopped his frantic retreat, instead taking the initiative to charge toward the Gonglong. Although this Gonglong was massive in size, its mind was very simple, with almost no intelligence. After deciding to turn back, it truly ignored Chen Yuan and single-mindedly headed toward the place where it had previously detected a strong scent. As a result, when Chen Yuan leaped onto its body, the giant creature remained completely unaware. Seeing that the creature was about to reach the cave's location, Chen Yuan could even faintly hear the voices of the clan leaders. He knew he could no longer hesitate. Glancing at the wound on the tail, Chen Yuan clenched his teeth, and the Qingfeng sword in his hand pierced again. This time, it struck the wound on the other side. In the next moment, the same scene played out once more. Chen Yuan slid down close to the body of the Gonglong, and the Qingfeng sword carved another massive and gruesome wound on the other side. Immediately, the enormous body of the Gonglong, which was over 2 meters thick, had less than a foot of connection remaining. In the next second, that body was completely flung away as the Gonglong violently swung its tail. The massive tail of the Gonglong was entirely severed by Chen Yuan at a point about 3 meters from the base. The intense pain instantly triggered its madness, and its thick tail began to thrash wildly, with various dark yellow unidentified liquids constantly splattering from the severed part. Fortunately, Chen Yuan had already run quickly into the distance while sliding down, avoiding the impact. Deafening roars, like the collapse of heaven and earth, echoed continuously. The Gonglong's 100-meter-long body was now shaking violently in a frenzy. Large chunks of soil collapsed one after another, and finally, with a rumbling sound, the entire dragon arch was completely buried under a massive amount of earth. The passage, it collapsed. At this end of the passage, Chen Yuan's expression remained grave, but his steps shifted slightly backward, ready to flee at any moment. The reason he was willing to risk his life to lure the dragon was not because he didn't want to live, nor was it out of a willingness to sacrifice everything for the tribe, but because he is 100% sure he can survive. Earlier, from the conversation among the clan leaders, Chen Yuan learned that although this Gonglong is hard to kill and extremely troublesome, it is not very fast. Even a warrior who has just entered the body tempering stage could escape if lucky, though ordinary people would most likely fail to escape. As a warrior at the 9th level of body tempering, if he couldn't kill it, it would definitely be impossible for it to catch up with him. However, Chen Yuan did not expect that just as he was preparing to escape, he would witness the shocking scene of Gonglong burying itself alive. As Chen Yuan held his breath and stared intently at the collapsed area, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Immediately afterward, the collapsed area quickly bulged upward. In the next moment, a massive, grotesque, gaping maw burst out from the soil. That Gonglong appeared again, and it charged straight at Chen Yuan. The mouthpart lunged forward about 3 meters, and not far away, another bulge appeared as another ferocious mouthpart emerged. The tail, less than 3 meters long, which had been severed by Chen Yuan, surprisingly wasn't dead. Moreover, it seemed to have transformed into a new Gonglong. Chen Yuan suddenly felt a chill down his back, and his scalp tingled. No wonder the clansmen were so afraid of this thing. It turns out, this creature almost possesses an immortal body. In this regard, it is quite similar to an earthworm. Chen Yuan became increasingly certain that this creature must be a worm, but why had it grown to such an enormous size, far exceeding its originally insignificant form? There was no time to think further at the moment. The two ferocious mouthparts emerged from the collapsing soil, crazily chasing in Chen Yuan's direction. This time, it was clearly with a desperate stance. Run! Without hesitation, Chen Yuan quickly turned around and dashed toward the passage behind him. Relying on his previous experience, this time Chen Yuan didn't sprint recklessly but maintained a position about 100 meters ahead of the Gonglong, even occasionally throwing out a piece of scorpion meat to lure it into continuing the chase. After leading the creature for over 3,000 meters, Chen Yuan finally spotted another passage and unhesitatingly turned and darted into it. Worried that the thing might not chase after him, Chen Yuan stayed at the entrance of the passage. It wasn't until the creature was less than 10 meters away that Chen Yuan suddenly dashed inside. A continuous rumbling sound came from behind. Looking back, the grotesque and massive jaws opened and closed, seemingly about to bite him. Chen Yuan had never felt such intense and thrilling excitement before. Ding! 3 kilometers ahead, a 20-meter-long centipede has been detected. The host is advised to avoid it immediately. The system prompt suddenly sounded, causing Chen Yuan, who was focused on fleeing forward, to abruptly stop in his tracks, his expression instantly turning grave. Unexpectedly, there was a 20-meter-long centipede ahead, catching Chen Yuan completely off guard. Fortunately, there was a system alert. Otherwise, if he had rushed forward, with a centipede in front and a dragon behind, he might have died without even knowing why. 3 kilometers, the time was still relatively sufficient, but there was not much left for him. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yuan ran forward another few hundred meters, still without seeing any fork in the road, his expression growing increasingly grim. There are no side paths. This means he has to face these two terrifying creatures at the same time. Should he keep running forward to confront the two monsters head-on, or turn back to deal with the nearly unkillable burrowing dragon first? Gritting his teeth and making a decision, Chen Yuan charged forward for a few hundred meters. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 3,000 meters had shortened to less than 2,000 meters. What should I do? What should I do now? He kept asking himself, the tension causing Chen Yuan's heartbeat to accelerate. After running a bit further, the distance to the millipede was less than 1,000 meters. He knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. Glancing back at the crazed Gonglong still in pursuit, a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Turning around, Chen Yuan charged toward Gonglong without hesitation. Just as Gonglong's mouth was about to close, Chen Yuan swiftly approached and thrust the Qingfeng sword fiercely. Without hesitation, he swiftly drew his sword and continued fleeing down the passage ahead. Keep running! As expected, the archdragon was slashed again, utterly enraged. enraged. The mud layer behind it was forcefully churned as its long body stirred up a massive amount of soil, accelerating its pursuit. At this moment, Chen Yuan appeared tense on the surface, but inwardly, he was unprecedentedly calm and clear-headed. The archdragon kept approaching, while Chen Yuan's pace not only didn't quicken but deliberately slowed down, gradually reducing the distance between them to less than 50 meters. Along the way, he led the archdragon to run 700 or 800 meters through the passage. The passage ahead remained pitch black, but Chen Yuan already understood that an even more ferocious and terrifying giant beast was lurking ahead. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan charged straight in. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Estimating that the distance was about right, Chen Yuan fiercely hurled the moonstone in his hand toward the passage ahead. Fortunately, the passage was straight, and the moonstone flew over 100 meters, striking something with a bang. With the faint glow of the moonstone, Chen Yuan saw a flat, dark red centipede covered in countless tiny legs, silently lying in the passage. The moonstone happened to hit its head and then fell to the ground nearby. Accompanied by a large amount of falling rubble, the previously motionless centipede suddenly stood up, and the dense legs on both sides of its body began to move rhythmically. Immediately after, it actively crawled quickly toward Chen Yuan. Clenching his teeth, Chen Yuan suddenly accelerated, going against the flow and charging straight at the centipede. 100 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter. Just as the two sides were about to collide, and the terrifying, massive, chewing suction mouthparts of the millipede were about to bite Chen Yuan, he suddenly leaped, his body soaring horizontally, his back almost brushing against the muddy layer above the passage, swiftly jumping toward the millipede's body. Accompanied by a loud bang, Chen Yuan landed heavily on the millipede's back. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately stepped on its back and quickly fled forward. Fortunately, the millipede wasn't tall. Even as it crawled, the 2-meter-high muddy passage was enough for Chen Yuan to run upright. Knock, knock, knock. Fortunately, this centipede was large enough, and its smooth back allowed Chen Yuan to run swiftly as if on flat ground. Without either of these conditions, he would likely have already been doomed. Rustle, rustle. The dense sound of crawling arose, and the millipede that had been heavily stomped immediately twisted its body, preparing to launch an attack on Chen Yuan. However, at that moment, the massive gonglong that had been trailing behind Chen Yuan, now only 40 to 50 meters away and about to bite him, suddenly charged forward. This creature had no eyes, and couldn't detect the movements ahead. Having been fiercely stabbed by Chen Yuan earlier, it was now completely enraged, its grotesque mouthparts opening and closing incessantly without pause. The millipede's initial movement to attack Chen Yuan abruptly halted. Its entire body suddenly stood upright, with countless legs writhing in midair, as if silently issuing a warning for the gonglong not to come any closer. But how could the enraged gonglong heed such a warning? Sure enough, in the next moment, its grotesque and massive mouthparts viciously bit into several of the millipede's legs. It then began writhing rapidly, attempting to swallow the entire millipede whole. Unreasonably stepped on, and now being targeted by someone who wants to eat it, even the mild-tempered millipede could never sit idly by. Thus, its raised upper body, with densely packed legs, immediately latched onto the archdragon, pulling and tearing forcefully. The massive pincer-like chewing and suction mouthparts unhesitatingly bit down hard on the archdragon's menacing mouthparts. Immediately, the two colossal creatures began rolling and writhing rapidly in the mud layer. Chen Yuan stood about 100 meters away from the millipede, using the faint glow of the moonstone to clearly see the full intensity of their fierce battle. Watching the two giant beasts' bodies tightly entwined, fighting madly, his breathing involuntarily quickened. He originally intended to turn around and leave to find his clansmen, but when he looked at the moonstone he had thrown down, now covered by two giant beasts, he hesitated again. At this moment, he was in an underground mud layer passage. Without the moonstone, no matter how good his vision was, it would be difficult to ensure safety. If he couldn't see the road, how could he successfully reach the tribal gathering place? Thinking of this, Chen Yuan simply held his breath and waited quietly on the side, planning to rush over to grab the moonstone and escape once the two giant beasts moved farther away. The centipede's body was noticeably smaller compared to the massive gonglong, but its large pincers at the mouth and the densely packed, hard limbs all over its body gave it a significant advantage in combat. Before long, the front half of the archdragon was covered in dense, torn wounds, with large amounts of yellow, mud-like liquid spraying from the injuries, clearly at a disadvantage. During the fight, the archdragon began twisting its body, attempting to escape, but the centipede refused to let it go. Seeing the archdragon trying to dig a hole in the ground to flee, its attacks became even more frequent, even tightly wrapping around the archdragon's massive body, frantically tearing at the wounds. Its ferocious, enormous chewing and suction mouthparts continuously devoured the flesh and blood of the archdragon. This creature actually treated the archdragon as its dinner. Chen Yuan never expected that such a massive gonglong would be defeated by this millipede. If he had made even the slightest mistake earlier, he dared not think further. Just as Chen Yuan was about to quietly step forward to retrieve the moonstone and leave, the collapsed mud layer caused by the battle between the two giant beasts suddenly bulged up again. Immediately, a a grotesque and enormous pink mouthpart abruptly appeared. It turned out to be another gonglong. Chen Yuan was startled, but when the less than 3-meter-long gonglong emerged from the mud, he immediately realized that it was actually the piece of tail he had previously chopped off from the giant gonglong. Unexpectedly, although this thing was slow, it had still managed to track him down along the trail. The roughly 3-meter-long creature opened its massive, blood-red maw, and the moment it charged out, it fiercely bit down on the enormous body that encased its original form. By sheer misfortune, it happened to bite directly onto the head of the millipede, swallowing its flesh-devouring, chewing suction mouthparts in one gulp. The millipede immediately began to thrash about wildly, with many of its legs piercing through the gonglong's body, even tearing apart much of its less than 3-meter frame. However, for some unknown reason, whatever was in the gonglong's mouth allowed it to clamp down tightly on the millipede, preventing it from breaking free. Whoosh! Silence. The quiet passage gradually lost all sound, leaving only Chen Yuan's own heartbeat. He observed the scene for nearly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, but the mass tangled together showed no signs of movement. Was it dead? With this question in mind, Chen Yuan stared at it for another full cup of tea's time and finally confirmed that these two colossal creatures were most likely truly dead. Both cautious and expectant, Chen Yuan silently approached the two massive beings, entwined together. The moonstone was not far from them, and he had to retrieve it. As he got closer, his heartbeat quickened. When he finally picked up the moonstone lying on the ground, he was less than 3 meters away from the two ferocious beasts. He could even feel the terrifying aura emanating from their bodies. Holding the moonstone in one hand and the Qingfeng sword in the other, Chen Yuan cautiously took a few more steps forward and finally stopped at a distance of 1 meter. Ding ding ding! The crisp sound of tapping echoed. It was the Qingfeng sword striking the hard shell of the millipede. He waited for a while, but there was still no reaction. They were truly dead. Chen Yuan finally relaxed completely and began to carefully examine the two massive creatures while holding the moonstone. The gonglong was covered in filthy yellow mud, looking exceptionally dirty. In contrast, the millipede's body still gleamed, with a dark red bronze-like shell, clearly indicating its body was extremely tough. But it was strange, how could such a sturdy body be killed by the gonglong? Curious, Chen Yuan stepped forward and used the Qingfeng sword to slowly cut open a slit where the gonglong had devoured the millipede's head. As the slit widened, the gonglong's ferocious mouthparts lost their support and finally slid to the side, revealing the millipede's head. Upon seeing the exposed head, Chen Yuan gasped sharply. The millipede's head had two massive holes as thick as an adult's arm, with dark green liquid oozing inside. He then looked at the gonglong's fallen mouthparts and discovered that they concealed two enormous, sharp teeth resembling those of a venomous snake. It was these two teeth that had pierced the millipede's hard shell, injecting corrosive or toxic liquid, ultimately causing its death. Ha! Just as Chen Yuan was carefully examining the gonglong's massive teeth, he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. The next moment, he extended the Qingfeng sword into the area beneath the gonglong's mouthparts, which were covered in filthy yellow mud, and gently prodded. A fist-sized, stone-like object fell to the ground. Through the mud covering it, he could vaguely see that the object seemed to emit a faint glow. Earlier, the light from the moonstone in Chen Yuan's hand had accidentally swept over this spot, drawing his attention to it. Using the Qingfeng sword, he cleared away the surrounding dirt and cleaned off the grime covering the object. After confirming it, he picked it up. As the mud was wiped away, the object revealed itself. It was a fist-sized, crystal-like item that was semi-transparent. Holding it in his hand, Chen Yuan faintly felt a pure energy contained. Within it, this item seemed to be greatly beneficial to him. However, since Chen Yuan did not recognize it, he dared not try it recklessly and instead stored it directly in his system space. Then, his gaze returned to the two giant beasts. When he had first crossed over to this world, he had bitten into a piece of black jerky but couldn't chew through it. According to Uncle Mo and the others, that jerky was made from gonglong meat. Now, not only was there a massive gonglong before him, but also a millipede over 20 meters long. It would be a shame to simply leave them behind. However, looking at the gonglong covered in filthy yellow slime, Chen Yuan ultimately gave up the idea of taking it with him. Instead, he gripped the Qingfeng sword tightly and swiftly cut through, slowly separating the massive millipede from the gonglong's entanglement. This process was extremely lengthy, taking nearly the time of burning an incense stick before Chen Yuan finally managed to completely distinguish between the two colossal creatures. His gaze fell on the ferocious beast lying quietly on the ground, and Chen Yuan tentatively communicated with the system space to see if he could include it as well. In the next instant, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and the massive millipede vanished from the underground passage in an instant. Looking again at the system space, one of the 30 slots indeed displayed a millipede icon. The system space not only successfully accommodated this giant creature but also occupied only a small grid. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. A faint smile appeared on Chen Yuan's face. Although he himself did not intend to eat this thing, bringing it back to those tribesmen who had hardly eaten their fill would undoubtedly be a grand feast. He glanced around again, confirmed that nothing was left behind, and then resolutely turned around around, continuing to move in the direction from which the centipede had come. There was really no other way. By the time the Gonglong chased after him, most of the passageways had already collapsed, especially the area where the fierce battle had just taken place, which had caved in particularly badly. Chen Yuan wasn't sure if he could still make it through smoothly. Moreover, if other exotic beasts were drawn by the sound of the collapse and were lurking inside waiting for him to pass, that would be quite a thrilling scenario. So, he decided not to take that risk. Fortunately, along the way, Chen Yuan had developed a bit of a sense of direction, so finding his way back shouldn't be too much of a problem. Even if he couldn't directly locate the tribe's gathering place, at the very least, he could still find his way back to that tree hollow space. Holding a moonstone in one hand and the Qingfeng sword in the other, Chen Yuan's figure gradually merged into the depths of the pitch-black passage. Behind him, only a scene of chaos remained, along with the 100-meter-long Gonglong lying silently on the ground, devoid of any trace of life. Tap, tap, tap. Hurried footsteps, mixed with the panicked cries of a foolish deer, echoed intermittently in the vast underground cavern. At the edge of the cave, Tu Shanhui stood on a slightly higher spot, his gaze wandering as he watched the clansman busy tidying up the cave's clutter, his expression appearing somewhat dazed. Beside him, Mochi's face was also filled with worry. It had been 2 days. Ever since Chen Yuan lured the Gonglong away, 2 whole days had passed. It took an entire day, but last night they finally arrived safely at this newly discovered tribal settlement. Unsurprisingly, the tribespeople fell in love with the place at first sight, especially the mysterious minerals on the ceiling of the cave, which emitted a faint glow and were clearly visible even without lighting. The tribespeople hadn't seen such a sight in ages, and their faces lit up with radiant smiles. However, Chen Yuan, the greatest contributor to the discovery of this place, had yet to return. In fact, right after settling the tribespeople yesterday, Mochi had wanted to go out personally to search for Chen Yuan, but was stopped by the chieftain. The underground passage is too complicated, with too many variables. Finding Chen Yuan, who is in an unknown location, is almost an impossible task. Mochi himself was also aware of this. In the end, under the persuasion of the clan leader, he had no choice but to temporarily give up. Boom! But neither of them slept well the whole night. They just sat by the campfire, repeatedly exchanging the information they knew about Chen Yuan. As they listened, they became increasingly aware of Chen Yuan's importance to the Tushan tribe, especially when Mochi learned that Chen Yuan had already reached the 9th level of body tempering. His expression changed drastically. What did you say? Xiao Yuan has already reached the 9th level of body tempering? Mochi was incredulous, his face full of shock. This was not baseless, as no one in their tribe had been able to break through this realm for many years. Don't even mention the 9th level of body tempering, even the 5th level seems like an insurmountable chasm to them, utterly out of reach. After hearing Mochi's account, the clan leader understood the immense effort Chen Yuan had put into finding this cave and became even more aware of his significance. Therefore, the clan leader revealed Chen Yuan's true strength to Mochi. At this moment, hearing Mochi's exclamation, Tu Shanhui smiled wryly and said, "The reason I'm telling you all this is to let you know that Xiao Yuan's strength is incredibly formidable, even surpassing both yours and mine. Forget about the younger generation, even if the entire older generation were to combine their strength, they probably wouldn't match Xiao Yuan's power. Although the Gonglong is ferocious and fearless, making it hard to kill, with Xiao Yuan's speed, it shouldn't be difficult for him to shake it off. The reason he hasn't returned yet is probably because something delayed him. Let's wait a bit longer, he should be back very soon." Hearing the patriarch's words, Mochi's worry slightly eased, but the sorrow between his brows was still hard to conceal. After a moment of silence, Mochi suddenly said slowly, "If old Ding were still alive, seeing how accomplished Xiao Yuan has become, he would surely be overjoyed, wouldn't he?" Bang! As soon as these words were spoken, the patriarch opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He, of course, knew who old Ding was, Chen Yuan's father, a valiant warrior of the Tushan tribe. He had broken through the 1st level of body tempering, making him a formidable member of the hunting team and one of the 5 team members under Mochi's command. During a hunting expedition, they encountered a perilous situation, and it was Chen Yuan's father who sacrificed himself to cover their retreat, allowing Mochi and the others to escape. Because of that incident, the 10-year-old Chen Yuan lost his father, and his mother had already passed away earlier due to complications during childbirth. From then on, Chen Yuan became an orphan. The atmosphere between the two instantly became heavy. At that moment, the patriarch slowly stood up and said, "I'll go check if the hunting team has returned." Hearing this, Mochi also stood up and followed. He needed to check as well. The hunting team sent out this time not only aimed to gather food for the tribe but also had the crucial task of scouting the surrounding environment to ensure safety. Once the hunting team returned and reported their findings, he needed to be present to understand the situation around them. However, when the two arrived at the cave entrance, they did not see the hunting party return. Instead, they saw many tribespeople gathered together, each looking pale and emaciated, sitting on the ground, without any strength. Some even stared intently at the few foolish deer wandering around inside the cave. These deer had been left behind by Chen Yuan and his his group. When everyone arrived last night, much of the supplies had been discarded and there wasn't much food left. The chief had no choice but to order the slaughter of 4 deer, leaving only 3 in the cave. Now, during the day, there was still no food, and everyone's stomachs were growling with hunger. If the chief hadn't personally ordered that the remaining 3 deer not be slaughtered for the time being, they would likely have been eaten already. The hunting party should be back soon. Everyone, hold on a little longer, the chief's voice rang out. These 3 foolish deer were not very large, and even if they were all slaughtered, they wouldn't be nearly enough to feed the more than 100 people in the tribe. For now, they were kept alive, to be slaughtered only as a last resort. After all, unmutated live prey was extremely rare and could serve as a long-term food reserve. Unless absolutely necessary, the chief was reluctant to take action. His heart ached when he had to slaughter 4 of them last night, so how could he easily allow the remaining 3 to be killed? Hearing the chief's words, the tribespeople all looked expectantly toward the cave entrance, hoping for the hunting party's early return. Time passed slowly under their hopeful gazes. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by, yet the hunting party still showed no signs of activity. The chief's brows furrowed slightly, his expression becoming harder to maintain. Mochi's face also revealed a hint of impatience. Finally, one of the captains couldn't hold back any longer and said to the chief, "Chief, how about I take some people out to have a look?" "Alright, go ahead, but remember to be very careful," the chief replied hoarsely, finally relenting. "I'll go too." Mochi spoke up, still wanting to take the opportunity to search for news about Chen Yuan. The clan leader clearly guessed Mochi's thoughts. After exchanging a glance with him, he nodded and said, "Alright, you can go too." Without any unnecessary words, Mochi picked up the mountain-splitting axe in his hand and led the way out of the cave. The captain who had spoken quickly called the other team members, and the group followed behind Mochi, preparing to exit the cave. However, the group had just entered the exit passage when they suddenly retreated one by one. What surprised everyone even more was the look of shock and joy in their eyes. The clansmen anxiously waiting nearby immediately noticed something unusual. One by one, their eyes filled with confusion as they all turned to look at the cave entrance. At that moment, a massive centipede, entirely dark red and covered in countless legs, slowly crawled in through the cave entrance. "A millipede! A millipede has come in! Quick, scatter!" Panicked shouts suddenly erupted. Seeing the ferocious beast in the passage, nearly 100 tribespeople sitting around the cave entrance were instantly thrown into chaos, desperately fleeing deeper into the cave. Tu Shanwai's heart tightened. Seeing the savage mouthparts, he almost gave the order for all the tribespeople to retreat. But soon, he noticed something was off. The densely packed legs seemed completely motionless. Looking again at the joy and smiles on Mochi and the others' faces, it was clearly impossible for it to be a beast invasion. That is to say, "Everyone, don't panic, it's the hunting team returning." The voice of the chieftain rang out. The tribespeople, who had just rushed into the cave in a flurry, only mustered up their courage again after hearing the chieftain's words and slowly edged closer to the cave entrance. However, these people did not dare to act rashly, standing far away as they stared at the ferocious giant beast crawling inch by inch into the cave. What is going on? Finally, after crawling about 3 meters into the cave, the first figure appeared. That person was none other than the leader of this hunting expedition, Ling Yu. As Ling Yu stepped forward step by step, the hunters behind him also gradually emerged, entering everyone's view. It was only at this moment that everyone was shocked to realize that the seemingly ferocious and terrifying giant centipede was actually something they had carried back with their own hands. "Ling Yu, what happened? Such a huge centipede, how did you manage to kill it?" The clan leader was the first to ask impatiently. He saw that every member of the hunting team Ling Yu had taken out returned unharmed, without even a scratch. Such a massive centipede, even for someone like him, a third-stage body tempering expert, it would be difficult to kill easily, let alone a hunting team whose highest cultivation level was only first-stage body tempering. Hearing the clan leader's question, Ling Yu didn't rush to answer but instead revealed a sly smile. "Clan leader, brother Mo, why don't you take a look at who's behind you?" As soon as the words fell, everyone instinctively looked toward the cave entrance. Haven't all the hunting team members already returned? Could there still be someone else? The chief and Mochi exchanged a glance, their eyes slightly widening with excitement. Amid the tense and curious gazes of the crowd, a figure with a bare upper body, wrapped in animal hide, and holding 2 swords slowly walked in from the cave entrance. It really is Chen Yuan. The clan leader and Mochi couldn't hold back their excitement and rushed toward the cave entrance, even pushing the returning hunting team members aside. "Xiao Yuan, are you okay?" The concerned voices of the clan leader and Uncle Mo echoed one after another, their eyes scanning Chen Yuan up and down, especially Mochi, who circled around Chen Yuan, only letting out a long sigh of relief after confirming he was unharmed. "Chief, Uncle Mo, I'm fine." Chen Yuan nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the others. Wu Dian, Dunzi, Yi Zhou, and the others were also gathered not far away, their faces full of concern as they looked at Chen Yuan. Seeing him glance over, everyone quickly forced smiles in response, but with the chief and Mochi nearby, they didn't dare to approach or ask anything. The chief glanced at Ling Yu, then at the ferocious centipede centipede lying on the ground, which was at least 20 meters long, and couldn't help but ask, "What's the story with this centipede?" Before Chen Yuan could speak, Ling Yu beside him excitedly began gesturing animatedly. "Chief, this was brought back by Xiao Yuan all by himself. When we were leading a team out to search for food, we happened to see him dragging this massive centipede back in this direction. At first, we were all terrified, but later we realized Xiao Yuan had already taken care of this big guy, so we dared to approach. Xiao Yuan, no, Brother Yuan is truly a master." Ling Yu's words had just fallen, and the dozen or so team members who went hunting with him all nodded, their eyes full of admiration. The surrounding tribesmen also stared at Chen Yuan in shock, then looked at the terrifying and hideous giant centipede on the ground. In comparison, their thin bodies couldn't even match the size of one of the centipede's heads. Such a colossal creature was actually killed by Chen Yuan alone? For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Chen Yuan changed. Emochi couldn't hold back and directly asked, "Xiao Yuan, what exactly is going on? Didn't you say you had already lured the Gonglong away? Why did you go after this millipede instead?" By the end of his words, there was a faint tone of reproach in his voice. However, Chen Yuan could sense the concern behind it, and his heart warmed. He knew this risky venture had indeed yielded some results. Looking around at the curious clansmen, Chen Yuan finally recounted the entire process of his encounter in full detail. When the clansmen heard that Chen Yuan had successfully lured out that massive Gonglong using scorpion meat from a distance of several thousand meters, everyone showed expressions of envy. And when they learned that Chen Yuan had been sprinting with that creature in pursuit, only to suddenly encounter a 20-meter-long centipede 100 meters ahead, everyone gasped in shock. Many people's faces instantly turned pale, as they could imagine how desperate Chen Yuan must have felt at that moment. Even the clan leader's expression kept changing. Upon hearing that Chen Yuan managed to escape with his speed, leaving the centipede and the massive Gonglong to engage in a life-and-death battle, everyone couldn't help but cheer for him. Finally, upon learning that both of the big creatures were dead, allowing Chen Yuan to drag back the centipede, everyone's faces were brimming with excitement. Although they knew that the centipede was not personally hunted by Chen Yuan, it was his wisdom that forced it to its death. The way everyone looked at Chen Yuan changed significantly. Just as the crowd was about to say something, Chen Yuan suddenly pointed at the giant centipede and said, "Everyone must be hungry by now, right? Even if you're not, I'm starving. How about we roast this thing and eat it first?" "Yes, yes, yes. How could I forget? You've been out there for 2 days, you must be starving. Someone, quickly carry this thing inside to process it and share it with the tribe." The chief nodded hurriedly, speaking as he pulled Chen Yuan toward the cave. When passing by Old Wan, Chen Yuan stopped, took the broken blade spirit weapon from his waist and handed it over. "Uncle Wan, thank you. This weapon is really useful. As long as it's useful." Old Wang grinned as he took the spirit weapon. Seeing the clansmen struggling to deal with the centipede, Old Wang went over with the weapon to help dismember the creature. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was led by the clan leader to sit by a bonfire. The other ordinary clansmen dispersed, leaving the area for the clan leader and his group. Emochi, Dunzi, Wu Dian, Yizhou, and others surrounded Chen Yuan, their faces full of anticipation as they looked at him, seemingly eager to hear him continue the story. Chen Yuan could only smile wryly and say, "That's it. Later, I thought it was such a waste to throw away such a big millipede, so I dragged it alone for a day and finally managed to circle back." As for what happened next, Captain Ling Yu of the hunting team and the others know all about it. You can ask them, and it'll be the same. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was a bit disappointed but did not leave. They continued sitting nearby, staring at Chen Yuan, their gazes making him feel like a naked young lady, awkwardly exposed with nowhere to hide. Unable to bear the crowd's stares, Chen Yuan pretended to be relaxed and reached his hand into the pocket of his skirt. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, he pulled out a palm-sized, semi-transparent stone. The stone emitted a faint glow under the contrast of other minerals in the cave, looking exceptionally beautiful. This scene made Emochi and the clan leader instantly drop their jaws, full of disbelief. Especially the clan leader, who trembled as he reached out to take the stone from Chen Yuan's hand, carefully examining it over and over for a long time. After quite a while, confirming it was genuine, he swallowed hard and looked at Chen Yuan, asking, "Where on earth did you find this thing?" "It was accidentally flipped out from the belly of that arching dragon." "What exactly is this?" Chen Yuan asked curiously. Seeing the solemn expressions of the clan leader and Emochi, he became even more puzzled. This thing seemed to be no ordinary object. The clan leader and Emochi exchanged a glance but did not rush to answer. Instead, they said, "Wu Dian, Dunzi, Yizhou, you guys go check how the centipede is being handled. Once it's ready, bring some over for us to roast." Were they deliberately sending them away? Wu Dian and the others said nothing, merely nodded and got up to leave. In the blink of an eye, only Chen Yuan, the clan leader, and Emochi were left by the fire. Chen Yuan's eyes were filled with even more curiosity, wondering what on earth this thing was that made the clan leader and the others so cautious. After gently rubbing the primordial stone a few more times, the clan leader slowly spoke. "Do you know why martial artists temper their bodies? Is it to generate qi within the body?" Chen Yuan hesitated slightly, Clearly, he was still unfamiliar with the martial arts system of this world. The clan leader nodded and said, "That's right. Martial artists temper their bodies to cultivate qi. Only when a sufficiently strong qi is generated within the body can it form a qi cyclone, allowing one to enter the qi condensation realm. Beyond that is the heavenly lake realm. Whether it's qi condensation or heavenly lake, martial artists must gradually absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or obtain qi by consuming the blood, flesh, and food of fierce beasts. Acquiring large amounts is nearly impossible. But there is one exception, a type of or called Yuan stone. Yuan stones contain a vast amount of pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Even martial artists in the body tempering realm can hold one and use it to cultivate their techniques, increasing their cultivation speed by tenfold or even 100-fold. With enough Yuan stones, breaking through to the qi condensation realm is no longer a difficult task. At this point, the clan leader paused for a moment, and Mo Chi's gaze fixed intently on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan understood in his heart and looked at the semi-transparent stone, his eyes gradually burning with intensity. From the moment he obtained this item, he knew it would be immensely beneficial to him, but he hadn't expected it to be so crucial. It might even be the key to breaking through body tempering and stepping into the qi condensation realm. Is this a Yuan stone? Although he was almost certain in his heart, Chen Yuan couldn't help but ask. That's right. The previous elder clan leader once gave me a small piece. Although it wasn't as large as this one, it looked exactly the same. It was thanks to that piece that I quickly broke through to the third level of body tempering. Unfortunately, my talent is limited, the clan leader said slowly. After speaking, he handed the Yuan stone in his hand to Chen Yuan and softly urged, "Xiao Yuan, you have the highest cultivation in our tribe and are the closest to the qi condensation stage. Quickly, refine this Yuan stone. Perhaps you'll break through to the qi condensation realm, and when that happens, the strength of our tribe will surely increase significantly." This, good. Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment but still took it. He truly couldn't hand this piece of primordial stone to someone else. After experiencing several dangerous situations, Chen Yuan had deeply understood the importance of strength. Now, with a tool that could enhance his power right in front of him, how could he refuse? Meanwhile, after finishing their conversation, Wu Dian and the others, who had gone to retrieve items, finally arrived late. Each of them was holding a large piece of millipede limb, and the combined length of the pieces likely exceeded 2 meters. As they approached, Wu Dian and the others got busy, placing the items over the fire to roast. Chen Yuan carefully stored the primordial stone again and then turned to look at the clan leader. "Clan leader, could you bring me the manual for the phantom step technique to take a look at first?" He thought about how, during the earlier attempt to lure the dragon, if he had the support of phantom step, the situation wouldn't have been so dangerous. The clan leader quickly reacted and nodded. "Of course, it's yours to begin with. You all wait here for a moment." After speaking, the clan leader hurriedly turned around and soon returned with the jade slip. Handing it to Chen Yuan, he said, "These past 2 days have been too busy, and I haven't had time to transcribe it. Take a look first, and after you're done, I'll make a copy for you." "All right," Chen Yuan nodded. The meal lasted nearly an hour. A nearly 2-meter-long millipede was roasted, and Chen Yuan ate almost half of it by himself. After all, he had barely eaten anything in the past 2 days and was starving. Moreover, the roasted centipede meat turned out to be even more delicious than expected, especially the hard shell that concealed snow-white, crab-like meat, which almost made Chen Yuan fall in love with it. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Yuan planned to find a place to rest for a while. Over the past 2 days, he hadn't eaten properly or slept well. Fortunately, his cultivation was strong enough to sustain him. The patriarch personally led Chen Yuan toward the depths of the cave, finally stopping at the deepest part of the giant gourd-shaped cavern. Pointing to a newly carved recess, he said, "This was specially built for you last night. From now on, you can live here." "All right," Chen Yuan nodded, looking around. It was indeed quite good. Moreover, the stone chamber was already lined with a thick layer of fur, making it comfortable to lie on. The only downside was that the stone chamber had no door, so anyone passing by could see him sleeping inside, leaving no room for privacy. But in this almost primitive society, what more could one expect? The only thing that gave Chen Yuan some comfort was that this was the deepest part of the cave. Apart from a few hunting team captains and the patriarch, no one else would come here, which made him feel relatively at ease. Boom! Chen Yuan had no idea how long he had slept. It wasn't until he felt refreshed and all the soreness in his body had disappeared that he yawned and got up. In the distance, the flickering firelight in the cave was still faintly visible, accompanied by the low murmurs of the tribespeople. After pausing briefly, Chen Yuan stood up and slowly walked toward that direction. What came into view were 3 clumsy and silly roe deer. At this moment, the 3 roe deer had already been tied up with something resembling grass roots by the tribesmen and were being kept far away from the pond. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, they all raised their heads, their eyes filled with curiosity as they stared at him. Chen Yuan paid no attention to these little creatures and walked straight to the pond. He scooped up a handful of water to wash his face and rinse his mouth, then stood up and headed toward the flickering firelight. The tribesmen were sitting around the bonfire, talking in low voices. When they saw Chen Yuan rise, they hurriedly stood up to greet him. Chen Yuan responded with a smile and a nod, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Once upon a time, this body could barely survive in the tribe, completely unnoticed. But now, the way these people looked at him clearly carried a hint of reverence. Let me tell you, you have no idea. Back then, we followed the captain and discovered a passage with a giant centipede that was dozens of meters long. It almost scared us to death. Even, the captain immediately ordered a retreat. Who would have thought that at that critical moment, a voice suddenly came from near the giant centipede, saying, "It's me, come over and help." When I heard that voice, Old Juan, thought I had seen a ghost. Luckily, the captain was brave enough to approach and take a closer look, only to find that standing next to the terrifying giant centipede was none other than Chen Yuan. At that moment, in my eyes, Chen Yuan was nothing short of a war god. I really don't know where he got the strength, but he actually managed to drag that enormous centipede back alive. This slightly boastful voice suddenly reached Chen Yuan's ears. He raised an eyebrow and walked toward the campfire. Around the bonfire, there were 30 to 40 people, all ordinary members of the tribe, temporarily idle and gathered to listen to something. The speaker was someone Chen Yuan recognized. It was a member of the hunting team that had approached him earlier. In fact, it was Chen Yuan who had spotted them first. After noticing them, he deliberately stepped back a bit before taking out the massive millipede from his system backpack. Therefore, the claim that he had dragged the millipede for a day and a night was completely unfounded. Of course, he had no intention of explaining this to these people. The people gathered around listening to the boasting immediately stood up enthusiastically to greet Chen Yuan when they saw him arrive. Only, the boaster remained with his back to him, unaware of Chen Yuan's presence, and even looked curiously at the crowd who had suddenly stood up. Until Chen Yuan walked up behind him, he didn't react. When he saw Chen Yuan, his face lit up with joy. Grabbing him eagerly, he said, "Chen Yuan, come, tell them. Is what I just said true? Did you really drag that millipede weighing over 1,000 pounds all by yourself for an entire day and night?" Chen Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Only then did he understand the reason behind the reverent gazes from the clansmen. It was all because of this big-mouthed person exaggerating his achievements. However, he had no intention of addressing this matter. Instead, he asked, "Where are the clan leader and Uncle Mo?" The man quickly replied, "The hunting team discovered a passage to the surface yesterday. The clan leader took Brother Mo and the others to scout it out. They've been gone for several hours now, so they should be back soon." Before the voice had faded, a commotion came from the cave entrance, followed by a deep voice. Chen Yuan vaguely heard someone say the hunting team had returned. He immediately got up and walked toward the cave entrance. Behind him, the boastful guy hurriedly led a group of people to follow. As soon as he reached the cave entrance, he indeed saw the chief, Mochi, and more than a dozen members of the hunting team entering the cave one after another. Once the entrance was completely sealed, everyone gathered around and began asking about the situation. Chen Yuan stood silently to the side, quietly observing the group of people who had returned. There were few smiles on the faces of these hunting team members, and they didn't bring back much game. The only prey was a small mole-like animal in Wu Dian's hand, less than 2 meters in size, which was far from enough to feed so many people for one meal. It was clear that the harvest this time was indeed meager. However, these tribespeople did carry back quite a lot of tree branches resembling dry firewood. Including the chief, each person carried a large bundle, which was estimated to be enough to keep the tribe's fires burning for the next half-month. The members of the hunting team placed their weapons aside and gradually sat down to rest, while the tribespeople stared intently at the chief. Everyone was full of anticipation, waiting for the news from the clan leader. Just as expected, the clan leader raised his hand slightly to signal everyone to quiet down and said in a deep voice, "Fellow clansmen, you have all seen the harvest from this hunting expedition. It is not much. We have explored the surrounding area within a range of over 1,000 meters and found no significant dangers, nor any fresh dragon dung. Besides that, we also did not find any tracks of smaller exotic beasts. If we want to hunt, we will have to venture even farther to search. However, the good news is that we are indeed not far from the surface here. We have discovered a passage and marked it, which can directly lead us to the surface. The exit on the surface is hidden in a forest, and it appears to be safe. From now on, the tribe will no longer have to worry about a shortage of firewood, so everyone can rest assured." After saying this, the chief's smile faded slightly, and he walked over to the bonfire to rest. Although the onlooking tribespeople still had some questions, seeing that the chief was unwilling to say more for the time being, they tactfully dispersed. Some returned to their own tasks, while others began taking the mole meat brought back by the chief and his group to the pond for processing. Although this wasn't enough to serve as tonight's dinner, don't forget that there was still plenty left of the giant centipede Chen Yuan brought back yesterday. Apart from Chen Yuan and his group eating a lot, the other tribespeople were very frugal and didn't eat much yesterday. Apart from Chen Yuan and the others eating nearly 2 meters yesterday, the remaining hundreds of clansmen combined didn't consume more than 10 meters, leaving about 5 or 6 meters. Coupled with the poisonous poisonous scorpion Chen Yuan hunted during the migration and the mole meat now. The clansmen definitely won't go hungry today. If they save some, tomorrow's lunch is also secured. Looking around, Chen Yuan turned and walked toward the bonfire where the clan leader and others were gathered. Seeing Chen Yuan approaching, the hunting team members, including the clan leader, all managed to squeeze out a faint smile. Influenced by the clan leader and others, along with Chen Yuan's previous act of luring the Gonglong to save the clansmen and the series of actions like bringing back food yesterday, the hunting team members now felt full of admiration and gratitude toward Chen Yuan. The members of the hunting team moved aside to make room for Chen Yuan, who sat down without hesitation. As soon as he sat down, he looked at the chief and asked, "Chief, did you go to the surface?" Chen Yuan was extremely curious about the surface. Back on Blue Star, who didn't live on the surface? After crossing over to this place, he had long grown tired of staying in the damned underground caves and had always wanted to see the surface. However, from what he learned from the chief and others, the surface was extremely dangerous, and going up could mean being devoured by exotic beasts immediately. He had never dared to venture there recklessly. Unexpectedly, the chief and his group had gone up first, which made Chen Yuan envious. Hearing Chen Yuan inquire about the situation on the surface, the clan leader frowned slightly but eventually sighed. Most of that firewood was picked up from the surface. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up significantly. That large pile of firewood indicated that the clan leader and his group had spent quite some time on the surface. Guessing what Chen Yuan wanted to ask, the clan leader continued speaking on his own before Chen Yuan could open his mouth. "Yesterday, Captain, Ling Yu reported discovering a passage leading to the surface, so today we took the risk to check it out. Fortunately, the exit is in a forest, concealed by dense trees, and we didn't encounter any dangerous beasts. The tribe's supply of dry firewood is indeed running low, so we risked going out to gather some, but it was only for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Any longer, and it might have been dangerous. Will you continue going up in the future?" Chen Yuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. "In a short time, it shouldn't be risky to go up again," the chief replied without hesitation. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. He had originally wanted to suggest going up again to take a look, but seeing the chief's resolute attitude, he could only temporarily dismiss the idea. After waiting for a while, Chen Yuan had a meal with the chief and the others. After the meal, he found an excuse and returned alone to his small cave. Digging a few times above the small cave, Chen Yuan created a groove and embedded a piece of moonstone scrap he had just picked up from old wine along the way. Instantly, the entire stone chamber became much brighter. The chamber was over 2 meters high and extended inward nearly 2 meters. It was unclear how the chief and the others had excavated it, but for living purposes, it was more than sufficient. Sitting cross-legged on the soft animal hide, Chen Yuan took out the elemental stone from his system backpack, held it in his hand, and began using it according to the method taught by the chief. Inside his body, the strand of energy cultivated through practicing the Han Yuan palm began to circulate continuously within his meridians, its flow becoming increasingly rapid. As the energy moved, the Yuan stone tightly gripped by Chen Yuan seemed to be drawn, and the pure energy contained within it gradually dissipated, flowing along the same meridians. Over time, the amount of energy within Chen Yuan's body steadily increased. Although the growth was slow, akin to a turtle's pace, it was already much faster compared to the natural growth rate he had experienced before. In less than 3 hours, Chen Yuan felt that the strand of energy within his body had grown nearly a third thicker. And this was just the result of a few short hours. If he continued cultivating, the effects would be even more pronounced. Opening his eyes, he glanced at the Yuan stone in his hand. 3 hours had passed, yet the Yuan stone showed no signs of change. Even its glow and aura remained completely unaltered. Truly durable. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and looked toward the cave entrance, which seemed to have fallen into a tranquil silence. The clansmen had all gone to sleep. He did not get up to check outside but instead closed his eyes and continued cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, apart from eating, drinking, and other necessities, Chen Yuan had spent almost all his time cultivating in the stone chamber. The strand of energy within his body grew at a visibly noticeable rate. After 2 days, it had expanded more than threefold, transforming from the thickness of a hair to that of a chopstick. However, to Chen Yuan's regret, the primordial stone eventually showed signs of exhaustion, its radiance growing dimmer and dimmer until it was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary stone. Continuing to cultivate yielded little effect, so Chen Yuan simply gave the remaining primordial stones to Uncle Mo, letting him try to absorb them. After all, these stones were of little use to him, but for Uncle Mo, who was still at the second stage of body tempering, the effects should be quite remarkable. No longer cultivating the qi within his body, Chen Yuan turned his attention to the phantom step he had obtained. The cultivation of phantom step was relatively simple, with clear instructions in the content, primarily relying on shifting positions between the legs to achieve the effect of moving like a phantom. At the beginning of practice, he was rather clumsy, even stepping on the heel of his right foot with his left foot several times. Fortunately, Chen Yuan had a decent talent, and within just 1 hour, he made significant progress, barely able to exhibit 10% of the Phantom Step's effect. But this was far from enough. After another day, Chen Yuan performed the Phantom Step again, and his speed had noticeably improved. Although his movements appeared wobbly, he could still reach the target point in a straight line. After successfully completing it once, the smile on his lips grew even wider. He then began attempting to channel the true qi within his body, infusing it into his legs before performing the Phantom Step again. Covering a distance of a full 100 meters, this time Chen Yuan took less than 5 breaths, his speed more than doubled. Clap, clap, clap. A burst of enthusiastic applause suddenly rang out. Chen Yuan turned his head to look, only to see Wu Dian gazing at him with a face full of admiration. Seeing Chen Yuan turn back, Wu Dian immediately said, "Xiao Yuan, your Phantom Step is getting better and better. It looks like I can't keep up with you anymore. Uncle Wu Dian, you're here at the perfect time. Why don't you try attacking me?" Chen Yuan was just worried about not having someone to practice his Phantom Step with, and now that Wu Dian had come over voluntarily, he certainly wouldn't hold back. Wu Dian nodded without hesitation. "Alright, but you'd better be careful." He was also very interested in the Phantom Step that Chen Yuan was cultivating. Although only Chen Yuan possessed it for now, since he had the chance to test its power, he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Wu Dian slowly bent forward, his body leaning ahead, his hands instinctively forming a posture as if to grab something in front of him. This was the hunting stance their team used when going out, but now it was being used against Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan didn't mind, but his gaze was fixed tightly on Wu Dian, quietly waiting. The next moment, he saw Wu Dian let out a low growl from his throat and lunge toward him rapidly. Wu Dian's speed was indeed very fast, but in Chen Yuan's eyes, it seemed to slow down several times, resembling slow motion, causing his brows to furrow slightly, too slow. Boom! So, Chen Yuan simply stood in place, showing no sign of dodging at all. Opposite him, Wu Dian's hands were almost about to grab his throat, but seeing Chen Yuan remain completely still, he quickly moved his hands away and instead reached for Chen Yuan's shoulders, afraid of accidentally hurting him. Just as Wu Dian was about to move his hands away, Chen Yuan lightly shifted his step to the left. This seemingly insignificant step caused Wu Dian to miss completely, his entire body propelled forward by inertia, taking several steps before coming to a stop. "Uncle Wu Dian, no need to hold back," Chen Yuan said calmly. These words made Wu Dian raise his eyebrows slightly. Without saying more, he immediately lunged forward again, yet he was once again easily dodged by Chen Yuan. After being evaded twice in a row, Wu Dian couldn't help but lose his temper and began constantly changing his attack moves, trying to capture Chen Yuan. But no matter how many techniques he used, every single one was effortlessly avoided by Chen Yuan. The limited space of the cave, combined with the loud sounds of movement, quickly attracted nearby resting clansmen to come and watch. One by one, they widened their eyes, filled with surprise and curiosity, standing to the side to observe the fight. Seeing how Wu Dian couldn't touch Chen Yuan no matter how hard he tried, everyone was astonished and cheered repeatedly. After trying dozens of moves and feeling somewhat exhausted, Wu Dian panted heavily and waved his hand, saying, "No more, no more. I can't even touch you. Your speed is just too fast, as slippery as an eel." To this, Chen Yuan merely chuckled lightly without saying much. He hadn't even used half of his speed earlier. "Alright, let's go. The clan leader just asked me to call you over for a meal. They must be getting impatient." After resting for a moment, Wu Dian stood up and said. As the words fell, Chen Yuan also stood up, and the two of them walked together toward the front of the cave amidst the crowd's watchful eyes and cheers. By the bonfire, the chieftain and Mo-Chi, along with others, were roasting a large piece of meat, but Chen Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. "Chieftain, Uncle Mo, have you eaten yet?" he asked. "Weren't we waiting for you?" Mo-Chi's voice sounded. Hearing this, Chen Yuan instinctively glanced around at the other campfires. Sure enough, there was meat roasting over those fires as well. Although the portions there seemed larger, at least 20 or 30 people were gathered around each, while only 7 or 8 people sat around this one. "Chieftain, are we running out of food?" Chen Yuan asked. As soon as he said this, the smile on Tu Shanhuai's face froze instantly. Mo-Chi, who was about to grab some meat, withdrew his hand, while Wu Dian, Dunzi, and the others remained silent, none of them saying a word. Seeing no one respond, Chen Yuan glanced again at the other tribespeople around them. Lowering his voice, he said, "I can feel that our food supply has been dwindling over the past few days. It must be that demand is exceeding supply. Can you tell me what's really going on?" This matter deeply concerns Chen Yuan. After all, without food, people could starve to death. The clan leader and Mo-Chi exchanged a glance, both realizing they couldn't hide the truth from Chen Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, the clan leader carefully began to speak. "You already know, we've explored every area nearby that we can, but for some reason, the surrounding terrain has very few huntable prey. Over the past 3 days, the hunting team's harvest has dwindled. The 4th team just returned, and they caught nothing. If we go further out to hunt, we might have to venture over 5,000 meters away. But if we go too far from the tribe, and the hunting team encounters danger and can't make it back that would be a big problem, right? Chen Yuan interjected. The clan leader, Mochi, and the others nodded helplessly. Then, what about going to the surface? Chen Yuan continued to ask, with a hint of expectation in his tone. The clan leader frowned slightly upon hearing this and fell into silence. In the past, he would have likely stood up to oppose it immediately. It seems that the situation has indeed reached a critical point. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered, and he suddenly spoke earnestly. Clan leader, our hunting team faces great risks hunting on the surface. Do you think there would be no danger underground? The reason you oppose us going to the surface is simply that you think our strength is too weak, but that was in the past. Now, although I dare not claim to be very strong, at least when facing ordinary beasts, I can put up a fight. Even if I can't win, I should have no problem protecting the hunting team and retreating safely. If we really encounter danger, we can immediately retreat. Underground. I believe those creatures on the surface won't easily chase us down here. Let's give it a try. What do you think? As soon as Chen Yuan spoke, not only the chief but also Mochi and the surrounding people like Wu Dian showed expressions of interest. The reason they had always been afraid to go to the surface was precisely because they worried their strength was too weak to handle the dangers there. Now, with Chen Yuan, although they couldn't assert how strong he was, his reactions were definitely faster than theirs. If there was real danger, they could just escape immediately. Besides, they had actually gone to the surface several times before, but the other tribespeople in the settlement were unaware of it. Chief, why don't we give it a try? Mochi tentatively suggested. Beside him, Wu Dian, Dunzi, and others also chimed in. Chief, why not give it a shot? Instead of waiting here to die, we might as well go up and take a look. Besides, it's not like there's danger up there all the time. If we observe carefully before heading out, it shouldn't be a big problem. This, Tu Shanhui was at a loss for words. It was really hard for him to say no. After all, the tribespeople had not had a full meal for nearly 2 days. If this dragged on any longer, complaints would surely arise, and it would become even harder for him to manage these people. After weighing the options, Tu Shanhui finally spoke. Alright then, let's go up and take a look. I'll personally accompany you. Chief, you'd better stay in the tribe to oversee things. I'll take Xiao Yuan and the others up there. I'm already familiar with that passage. Mochi said. Very well. When the time comes, call Lingyu and the others to join you. The more people, the safer it will be. If we really encounter a beast, we can at least put up some resistance, the chief said thoughtfully. Alright. Everyone nodded repeatedly, including Chen Yuan, who even had a hint of a smile on his face. Finally, he could get a glimpse of the world above. That night, the clan leader, Mochi, and others tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and the occasional sighs from the clan leader could still be heard. Compared to their worries, Chen Yuan was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep. He didn't even know when he had finally drifted off, only remembering that it was Wu Dian who woke him up early the next morning. After washing up and walking to the cave entrance, Chen Yuan saw that Lingyu and Mochi, the two captains, were already fully prepared. Not only that, but the captains of Hunting Team 1 and Team 2, both of whom had reached the first level of body tempering, were also present. In addition, familiar faces like Wu Dian, Dunzi, and Yi Zhou stood nearby, armed with weapons. At a glance, the team for this outing consisted of as many as 20 people. Clearly, they were taking this mission very seriously and exercising great caution. The 3 weapons Chen Yuan had forged earlier at Old Wang's place were now in their hands. Mochi wielded a mountain-splitting axe, while the captains of Hunting Team 1 and Team 2 each carried a broad-backed saber and a spear. The spear's shaft, made of some unknown type of wood, had an excellent texture, and the spearhead was unmistakably one of Chen Yuan's creations. Looking at the others, besides the spears in their hands, they also carried their usual rust-covered hunting weapons on their backs, which showed how much importance they attached to this operation. While pondering, Chen Yuan walked toward Old Wang in the crowd of onlookers. Uncle Wang, can I borrow your spirit weapon again? I'll bring you back the first catch as a thank you gift. Chen Yuan said with a smile. No problem. Old Wang, seemingly anticipating his request, directly handed over the broken spirit weapon, which he had clearly been holding all along. Thank you. Chen Yuan nodded, walked back to the team, and stood beside Mochi, Lingyu, and 2 other captains. The members of the hunting team all greeted Chen Yuan with smiles, then turned to look at the clan leader standing nearby with a heavy expression. The clan leader seemed lost in thought and only spoke slowly after a long while. Mochi, Lingyu, Xiao Yuan, remember, you must prioritize safety. Even if you don't catch any prey, it's fine. If anything feels off, retreat immediately. Understood? Got it. Everyone promptly responded, and seeing that the chief seemed to have no more to say, they worked together to move the large stone blocking the cave entrance and then slowly stepped out of the cave. Mochi led the way at the front, followed closely by Chen Yuan. Behind them were the 14 leaders, including Lingyu, as well as the leaders of Team 1 and Team 2. Wu Dian and the others brought up the rear. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the underground passage, apart from the sound of footsteps rubbing against sand and stone, there was no other noise. At both ends of the passage, except for the faint glow emitted by the moonlight stones in their hands, everything was pitch black. About 1,000 meters away from the tribe, the group encountered the first fork in the road. Without hesitation, Mochi led the team to choose the path on the right. After walking several hundred meters, they once again chose the left passage. At this moment, Chen Yuan paid a little more attention and noticed that at both forks in the road, stones were piled up as markers. Continuing forward for over a kilometer, the team suddenly entered a prolonged uphill climb, clearly approaching the surface. After walking for a while, Mochi at the front suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Less than 200 meters ahead is the surface exit. Everyone must be careful and make absolutely no noise." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions immediately tensed up. They became even more cautious, unconsciously slowing their breathing. Chen Yuan also instinctively scanned his surroundings, looking for system prompts. Fortunately, there were no warnings. Even though he had not yet reached the ground, he was already certain that there were no insurmountable threats outside. If there were any fatal danger, the system would have warned us long ago. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of footsteps on the soil continued as the group slowly climbed upward. The wind gradually blew into the passage, gently swaying the strands of hair at the forehead, carrying a faint scent of grass. However, only Chen Yuan noticed it. The others remained visibly tense, gripping their weapons tightly, not daring to relax in the slightest. A faint light appeared at the end of the pitch-black passage, gradually expanding until it revealed an opening nearly 1 meter square. At this moment, Chen Yuan and his group were no longer in the original mudlayer passage but in a gravel passage dug by some unknown animal, which happened to connect to the massive archdragon passage below, allowing them to crawl out through it. Crash! The closer they got to the opening, the more intense the howling wind became. When everyone reached the exit, they instinctively stopped. Ling Yu even bypassed Chen Yuan, approaching the cave entrance to carefully observe the surroundings with Mochi. Although most of the view was obstructed, through the gaps, Chen Yuan could vaguely see that the passage exit was situated among rocky terrain. Ahead was not flat ground but a dense forest, with tree roots hidden, making the ground invisible. This meant that their location was quite elevated. "It's now," Mochi and Ling Yu observed for a while, then Ling Yu retreated. Chen Yuan eagerly stepped forward to take his place, stretching his neck to look outside carefully. They saw towering ancient trees swaying in the wind, a forest of 100-meter tall, several-meter-thick giants. The dense canopy blocked out the sky, making it difficult to catch a glimpse of the heavens above. However, it could be confirmed that outside, the sun was shining brightly, with sunlight filtering through the treetops and scattering onto the grassy ground in the distance. Caw caw. Suddenly, a deep and strange cry came from the treetops. Chen Yuan quickly looked over and discovered dozens of peculiar birds perched at the top of the tree, their size resembling that of falcons, with black-brown feathers. These birds resembled mynas but were 10 times larger. They occasionally darted about, chasing and playing with one another, creating a lively and bustling scene. Scanning his surroundings, Chen Yuan's gaze turned to the distance, but what met his eyes was still an endless sea of trees, resembling a primordial forest. Apart from these 4 words, no more fitting description can be found. "Alright, Xiao Yuan, you all stay here and don't move. I'll go out to investigate. If there's no danger, I'll signal you," Mochi said in a low voice. "Wait a moment, brother Mo, let me go instead. I've been here twice before, so I'm much more familiar with this place than you." Ling Yu's voice rang out. "No, your cultivation level is too low. It's safer if I go." Mochi had not finished speaking when Chen Yuan lowered his voice and interrupted. "Your cultivation levels are too low. If real danger arises, you won't be able to escape. Stay here and wait. I'll go up first to check the situation." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Mochi and the others to respond, he leapt toward the exit. Behind him, Mochi, Ling Yu, and the others were startled and hurried to the cave entrance to look outside. They saw Chen Yuan leap out of the cave, using a few rocks beneath his feet to bounce twice before landing effortlessly on the ground. After landing, Chen Yuan turned to examine the cave entrance. As expected, it was a high ground concealed by a pile of rocks and shrubs. The surroundings were secluded, and the terrain was elevated, so there shouldn't be any danger. Only then did he feel relieved, waved his hand toward the cave entrance, signaling everyone not to worry. Then, his gaze turned to the vast forest before him. Standing on the ground, Chen Yuan saw a scene completely different from inside the cave. The blue sky and white clouds stretched endlessly. Before him stood towering trees as far as the eye could see, and behind him were layers upon layers of mountain ranges. On one side were rolling mountains, and on the other was a dense, lush forest. The two completely different landscapes blended together seamlessly. Chen Yuan had no time to marvel at the wonders of nature's craftsmanship before he looked up and caught sight of dozens of birds resembling mynas perched on the treetops. They were still chasing and playing with each other, with only a few turning their heads to curiously glance at him before resuming their frolic. "It seems there's no danger here." Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and began to survey the surrounding jungle. At that moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his left foot instinctively sidestepped to the side. It was this very step that instantly moved him away from his original position. Almost simultaneously, a python as thick as an adult's thigh suddenly shot out from the grass at his feet. The python missed its target and heavily landed where Chen Chen Yuan had just been standing. It then turned and lunged at him again. Although the python was not small in size, measuring less than 3 meters in length, it dared to actively attack him? Chen Yuan almost couldn't help but laugh. This time, he didn't dodge. The Qingfeng sword in his hand instantly unsheathed. Accompanied by a flash of swordlight, the lunging python's head was instantly severed. The remaining body fell onto the grass nearby, beginning to writhe and twist violently. Chen Yuan didn't pay much attention, only glanced briefly before cautiously continuing to observe the surrounding grassland, fearing that other venomous snakes might launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, apart from this python, there were no other traces of animals nearby. Looking back at the cave entrance, he saw Mochi, Lingyu, and the others nervously watching him. Chen Yuan waved his hand to reassure them, holding the Qingfeng sword as he slowly walked toward a towering giant tree more than 10 meters ahead. The closer he got, the more nervous Chen Yuan felt. He hadn't forgotten that he had almost been attacked by a century-old tree spirit in the underground cave. But to his relief, the giant tree above ground seemed to be just an ordinary big tree. Even as Chen Yuan stood in front of the tree, touching its rough bark, he noticed no abnormalities or danger. It seemed that the world above ground was not as perilous as imagined. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the snake hatchling. Experience points plus 10. System points plus 10. A crisp and pleasant notification sound suddenly rang out. Chen Yuan turned to look at the headless python, confirming that it had stopped struggling and was clearly completely dead just moments ago. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. He hadn't expected that killing this ordinary python would also earn him system points and experience. He recalled that the last time he killed a boa, the system had similarly rewarded him with points. Although he hadn't paid much attention at the time, he later realized that the experience points had indeed increased. It seems that even killing ordinary animals can accumulate a large number of points. Unfortunately, the last time the horned dragon and the millipede weren't killed by his own hands. Otherwise, who knows how many more points and experience he could have gained. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but glance at the system panel subconsciously. Experience points, 780/1000. Note, when experience points are full, the host can advance to the next level. System points, 290. Items owned, Qingfeng sword, fragment of a broken spiritual weapon. The points have indeed increased, and the experience value has risen accordingly. Originally, Chen Yuan's points, including those from previously hunting the robe spider, wolf spider, and the python just now, hadn't even broken the 100 mark. The reason it has now reached 780 points is entirely thanks to that Yuan stone. While absorbing the Yuan stone, the true energy within his body noticeably increased, and the system's displayed experience value rose in sync, appearing very considerate and user-friendly. Of course, these are just side notes. Confirming his thoughts, Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and stopped staring at the system panel. He then looked up at the trunk of the giant tree his palm was resting on. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly thrust the Qingfeng sword into the tree with a sharp swish. Although the Qingfeng sword had not yet reached the level of a spiritual weapon, it was exceptionally sharp and easily penetrated the tree's body, while the giant tree remained completely unmoved. Thoroughly confirmed to be correct, Chen Yuan turned around and began searching the surrounding area within a range of several hundred meters. Apart from a few mutated insects, there was nothing else around. The wildflowers on the ground were lush and abundant, but Chen Yuan had no interest in these plants. Retracting his gaze, he returned to the cave entrance and waved his hand toward it. The next moment, Mochi, who had been waiting at the cave entrance, quickly jumped down and walked briskly toward Chen Yuan, following closely behind the other. Members of the hunting team jumped down one after another, gathering around Chen Yuan. Some of those stepping onto the ground for the first time looked up and surveyed their surroundings, their faces filled with curiosity and amazement. Chen Yuan understood this well. After all, even though he had seen the surface and the sky before, he still felt awe in the face of this vast and magnificent primeval forest. How much more so for those who had never set foot on the ground. Alright, stay alert to your surroundings. Mochi's voice rang out. Instantly, the hunting team members who had been immersed in observing their surroundings became vigilant, quickly retracting their gazes and spreading out. Centered around Chen Yuan and Mochi, they began their watchful search. Seeing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but nod in approval. As expected, of the tribe's elite hunters, even though it was their first time on the surface, they were well trained. If Chen Yuan had known that nearly half of them had previously been to the surface, he might not have been so impressed. Nevertheless, the professionalism displayed by this group at the moment was enough to fill Chen Yuan with confidence for the upcoming hunt. Alright, next, everyone will use this forest as the center. Split into groups of 4 and spread out to search for prey. Remember, be extremely cautious. Even if you spot prey, do not act rashly. Report back to us, and we will act together, Mochi instructed in a low voice. The group silently nodded, then naturally formed 4 teams and dispersed in all directions. Left behind at the original spot were Chen Yuan, Mochi, as well as Lingyu and Wu Dian. With others on guard around them, Mochi and his group visibly relaxed. Mochi patted patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder and complained in a low voice, "When I saw that big snake ambushing you earlier, I was almost scared to death. Don't play like that again in the future." As he spoke, he lightly kicked the motionless corpse of the python lying on the ground. Chen Yuan secretly wished for more pythons like this to appear so he could quickly level up. Though he thought this in his heart, he dared not say it aloud and could only nod repeatedly to show he understood. Only then did Mochi nod in satisfaction. "These big trees don't attack people?" At this moment, Wu Dian had already approached a nearby towering tree and was looking up at its almost invisible canopy, his tone full of amazement. Ling Yu responded calmly, "This forest doesn't have mutated trees, none of them will attack people. We investigated this during our last outing." Chen Yuan suggested, "Why don't we take a look around nearby as well? It's rare for us to come to the surface, and I don't want to just stand here watching others marvel." Mochi and Ling Yu exchanged glances and both nodded in agreement. The four of them stayed together, silently lowering their bodies as they slowly moved deeper into the forest. It's worth mentioning that the python Chen Yuan had hunted was now slung over Wu Dian's shoulder. Wu Dian remarked that the meat of this big snake was a valuable resource, and if they left it behind, it might be carried off by other wild animals. As they ventured further into the jungle, the ground beneath their feet transitioned from lush green grass to a thick layer of decaying leaves. Stepping on it produced creaking sounds, and occasionally, an accidental step would splash up a large patch of black water. Chen Yuan frowned deeply, increasingly nostalgic for something called shoes. Unfortunately, thinking about it now was futile. He could only suppress his thoughts and continue observing the surrounding environment. "Hey, Emoji, look quickly, what is that?" Wu Dian's voice suddenly rang out. The group hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to see Wu Dian pointing at a nearby tree trunk that had inexplicably withered and rotted away. More precisely, he was pointing at the base of the tree, which was densely covered with massive mushrooms. Their color was a grayish-brown, and their shape astonishingly resembled human ears, each as large as a millstone. These human ear-like mushrooms were densely packed around the base of the tree. A rough count suggested there were no fewer than 100 of them. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, his excitement barely concealed. However, Mochi and the others beside him didn't notice this. Mochi muttered softly, "I've never seen anything that looks like human ears before, but they probably aren't much different from the mushrooms we saw in the underground cave. They should be inedible. Let's keep looking for something else." After saying this, the group was about to move on, but they noticed Chen Yuan standing still, motionless. Everyone looked at him in surprise, only to see him staring at those inedible mushrooms with an expression of sheer excitement. Mochi frowned slightly and reminded in a low voice, "Xiao Yuan, these things may look good, but they might not be edible. In the past, people in our tribe, driven by hunger, tried eating things growing in caves, and many ended up dead." "Uncle Mo, don't worry, this is edible. I saw it in that inheritance. It tastes amazing," Chen Yuan said confidently. Before he finished speaking, Chen Yuan couldn't wait any longer. He walked to the rotting tree, reached out to pick a piece, and carefully examined it. After confirming it, he couldn't help but swallow, recalling the delicious mushroom soups and stir-fried wood ear with meat slices from his previous life, almost drooling. Just as he was about to pick a second piece, someone beside him moved even faster. It turned out that Mochi, Ling Yu, and Wu Dian had already heard Chen Yuan say it was edible. They quickly ran over and started picking, their speed even surpassing Chen Yuan's by a good margin. "Bah, this thing doesn't taste good either." Wu Dian suddenly spoke. Chen Yuan looked over and saw that Wu Dian had taken a big bite of wood ear mushroom, and couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Wu Dian, you can't eat this raw. It's toxic when raw, you have to cook it first for it to taste good." "Ah?" Wu Dian's expression changed, and he quickly covered his mouth, trying to spit it out. "It won't kill you, at most you'll have a stomachache for a while." After saying this, Chen Yuan ignored Wu Dian and focused on speeding up his picking. After all, he didn't know how long they could stay in this decayed leaf area, so he had to hurry and harvest all the wood ear mushrooms. Mochi and Ling Yu, seeing Wu Dian's reaction, immediately became alert as well, stopped stuffing wood ear mushrooms into their mouths, and lowered their heads to concentrate on picking. Fortunately, during this hunting trip, everyone carried beast-hide bags half as tall as a person, sewn from animal skins, making it effortless to store these wood ear mushrooms. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the four of them had completely harvested hundreds of wood ear mushrooms around the base of the large tree, not even sparing ones the size of a fingernail. God knows how excited Mochi and the others were. This was a newly discovered edible species. For so many years, they had been surviving underground, feeding on insects and exotic beasts, occasionally lucky enough to hunt a small burrowing dragon. Most of the time, their stomachs were growling with hunger. Edible surface food like this? They had never even seen it, let alone tasted it. Now that they had found it, how could they not pick it to their heart's content? Mochi and the others could already imagine the excitement on the faces of the chieftain and the tribe members when they brought these new foods back. "Uncle Wu Dian, come down, you can't go up there," Chen Yuan suddenly scolded. Wu Dian, who had already climbed the tree, froze instantly, frightened, and and quickly slid back to the ground. Mochi, Lingyu, and the others instinctively looked up at the tree trunk, which was 7 or 8 meters high. They saw that it was also covered with many edible mushrooms, and a hint of eagerness flashed in their eyes. Chen Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he also wanted to climb up and take a look, they were still unfamiliar with this forest. Climbing such a tall tree trunk recklessly might disturb something else, which could lead to big trouble. Once reason returned, the group stopped staring at the things on the tree trunk and instead looked around, hoping to find more wood-ear mushrooms nearby. Unfortunately, apart from the rotting parts of this large tree that had grown some wood-ear mushrooms, the surrounding area was full of lush, living trees with no signs of growth. What a pity! Mochi glanced again at the wood-ear mushrooms on the tree trunk and clicked his tongue. Uncle Mo, these things aren't going anywhere. Let's first get a clear understanding of the surrounding environment and make sure it's safe before coming back to harvest them, Chen Yuan said with a smile, trying to persuade him. Well, Xiao Yuan is right, I got impatient. Mochi chuckled, tied the bag of wood-ear mushrooms to his waist, gripped the mountain axe in his right hand again, and prepared to move forward. At that moment, someone suddenly ran back hurriedly from the left side. Upon seeing Chen Yuan and the others, they immediately quickened their pace and rushed over. Captain, there's a discovery. It seems like there's an unmutated wild beast ahead. The one who returned was Yi Zhou, who had just gone with a team to scout the left side. Hearing Yi Zhou mention the discovery of an unmutated wild beast, Mochi and the others immediately became excited, dropping everything else and rushing in that direction. However, after thinking it over, Mochi quickly instructed, Wu Dian, go notify the people in the other 3 directions and tell them to come over and provide reinforcements. Got it. Wu Dian nodded and swiftly dashed out. Meanwhile, Mochi, Lingyu, and Chen Yuan followed closely behind Yi Zhou, rushing quickly to the left. In the tribe, non-mutated animals are called wild beasts, while mutated ones are referred to as exotic beasts. For example, the rogue found in the cave is a wild beast, whereas creatures like wolf spiders and burrowing dragons are exotic beasts. Now, they discovered an unmutated animal, and Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel excited, quickening his pace unconsciously. A few people followed Yi Zhou, jogging for about 100 meters. From a distance, they saw a hunting team member hiding behind a bush, cautiously watching ahead. The group also lowered their stances and approached, observing through the bushes. In the forest less than 100 meters away, there appeared a massive creature about 3 meters long and over a meter tall, covered in black and gray bristles, resembling a wild boar. Let's just call it a wild boar for now. Chen Yuan's eye twitched involuntarily the moment he saw the wild boar, his gaze toward Yi Zhou filled with shock. You call this unmutated? This thing is almost as big as a calf, and several times more robust. If it went berserk and charged at someone, they'd be lucky to escape without serious injury, let alone survive. Of course, Chen Yuan could understand. After all, compared to mutated beasts that are often tens or even hundreds of meters tall, this thing was indeed much smaller. Even so, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. At this moment, the large wild boar suddenly turned sideways, rooting around in the forest as if searching for food. It was precisely this movement that allowed Chen Yuan and the others to notice that there were as many as 8 small wild boars, about the size of piglets, following the large wild boar. After the large wild boar dug up the ground, it let the small wild boar search for food in the soil, while it continued to clear new territory. Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed repeatedly. Chen Yuan glanced to both sides and found that Mochi, Lingyu, and the others were all staring intently at the wild boar. Although they said nothing, Chen Yuan could clearly see from their excited, flushed eyes that they were all silently shouting the same word in their hearts: food. Fortunately, everyone managed to restrain themselves. Despite their rapid breathing, they held back their impulses and stayed quietly in place. Without Mochi's orders, they dared not act recklessly. All actions were directed by the captain. This was an ironclad rule. Luckily, they didn't have to wait long. Soon, Wu Dian arrived with over a dozen people from the other 3 teams. 20 people gathered once again in one place. Everyone spread out and surround those creatures. Don't let them escape. Remember, attack together only after the encirclement is secure, Mochi ordered in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, the group exchanged glances, then made a few hand gestures and quickly began to move slowly around the wild boars, initiating the encirclement. Worried about alarming the creatures, everyone moved very slowly, including Chen Yuan. Although he was confident he could take on the big wild boar alone, he had no way to quickly catch the remaining piglets. Therefore, he had to wait until everyone was in position before taking action. However, it didn't take long before the surrounding tribespeople gradually encircled the wild boars. At this moment, the large wild boar seemed to sense something, stopped rooting the ground, and kept raising its head, cautiously glancing toward the woods on both sides. Just then, the large wild boar suddenly let out a low growl, then quickly stepped forward and darted into a nearby thicket. Beside it, the 8 piglets, seeing the large wild boar flee, hurriedly scurried after it and also quickly disappeared into the thicket. At this moment, a man holding a broad-backed saber suddenly jumped out from behind a large tree near the bushes. He was the captain of the team. After jumping out, he instinctively swung the broad-backed saber in his hand. The charging wild boar was clearly startled by the sudden appearance of this man, its forehoofs stumbled, and it immediately changed direction, running to the side. Unexpectedly, someone jumped out from that side as well. Not only that, but other hidden people around, seeing the wild boar trying to escape, couldn't resist and rushed out with their weapons. In the blink of an eye, 20 people holding swords or spears surrounded the large wild boar and 8 piglets in a tight circle. The circle was no more than 10 meters in diameter and was continuously shrinking. Watching the piglets beside it scurrying around in agitation, the large wild boar's low growls became increasingly urgent. The next moment, it suddenly snorted and charged toward one of them. It should be noted that although this wild boar had not yet grown huge tusks, its massive size alone was enough to intimidate and make people instinctively retreat. On the other side, Mo-chi and the others hurriedly shouted, "Watch out!" However, Chen Yuan, the person involved, showed no trace of worry or fear on his face. Instead, he revealed a hint of a smile. That's right, this wild boar truly had the worst luck imaginable, choosing Chen Yuan as its breakthrough point. Chen Yuan had no idea whether this creature targeted him because he was the shortest in the crowd or for some other reason, but regardless, it was clearly doomed today. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Yuan extended a single palm, and at the moment the wild boar charged, he placed his hand on its forehead, leaping suddenly and effortlessly straddling its back. In the next instant, the Qingfeng sword in Chen Yuan's hand was unsheathed and fiercely stabbed toward the wild boar's head. Shoo! The sound of a blade piercing flesh immediately rang out. Right after, came the piercing roar of the wild boar. It was seen frantically charging forward, running wildly as if it had gone mad. Its massive body trembled incessantly, desperately trying to shake off Chen Yuan, who was riding on its back. However, Chen Yuan stood firm, gripping the hilt of the Qingfeng sword tightly, stabilizing his body securely on the boar's back. Blood spurted continuously accompanied by roars, and the struggling strength of the wild boar gradually diminished. In the end, it even exhausted the strength to roll on the ground in an attempt to shake off Chen Yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the non-mutated wild boar. Experience points +10, system points +10. As the pleasant system notification sounded, the large wild boar finally lost its last ounce of strength, collapsing heavily to the ground, motionless. Chen Yuan promptly jumped down, avoiding being crushed under the wild boar. Turning back, he saw that apart from Mo-chi, Lingyu, and others nervously watching him, the rest were busy capturing the remaining piglets. Perhaps thinking these piglets posed no real threat or wanting to keep them to feed the tribe, everyone actually planned to catch them alive, resulting in a chaotic scene. Fortunately, none of them were ordinary people. Even though most hadn't undergone body tempering, their physical fitness far surpassed that of regular individuals. With their large numbers, capturing 8 piglets was not a problem. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Wu Dian and the other 7 excitedly grabbed 8 little piglets and gathered around the large wild boar Chen Yuan had hunted. Such a big one, enough for our tribe to have a good feast tonight. More than just one meal, we'll have enough for tomorrow too. Having successfully hunted food and discovering that the ground was far safer than expected, everyone's mood was exceptionally cheerful, especially Chen Yuan, who had just finished picking wood ear mushrooms and now hunted a wild boar. He was even already planning tonight's menu in his mind. Ding! System alert, a level 1 demon beast is rapidly approaching within 10,000 meters ahead. Host, please evacuate immediately. The system alert sound suddenly rang out. Run! Standing next to the large wild boar, Chen Yuan's smile instantly froze, and the hairs on his body stood on end almost instantly. First level demon beast. This was the first time Chen Yuan had heard this term, yet the survival system directly urged him to flee, which was enough to indicate that the opponent's strength far surpassed his own. Without hesitation, the quick-reacting Chen Yuan immediately shouted, "Run, something's coming." Ha! Mo-chi, Lingyu, and the others were momentarily stunned, but seeing Chen Yuan's anxious expression, their faces instantly tensed and they unhesitatingly rushed toward the exit of the underground cave. Mo-chi and Lingyu hurriedly bent down, trying to lift the massive wild boar, but Chen Yuan quickly grabbed it first and sprinted forward. The wild boar weighed at least 1,000 pounds. Although Chen Yuan's cultivation had reached the 9th level of body refinement, carrying it while running was still strenuous. Instead of leading the group, he gradually fell to the rear. At this moment, Mo-chi and the others in front wanted to turn back to assist, but Chen Yuan shouted sternly, "A demonic beast is coming. Get underground, now." A demonic beast? Mo-chi, Lingyu, and the others immediately showed expressions of terror. They were well aware of what a demonic beast meant. The tribe once had experts above the chi condensation stage, but they all met their demise after encountering demonic beasts, leading to the current plight of the Tushan tribe. Unexpectedly, on their very first hunt on the surface, they encountered a demonic beast. Run! Everyone ran desperately with all their might, not daring to make a sound. Wu Dian and the others were so frightened that they tightly covered the mouths of the piglets with their hands, fearing they might squeal and attract the unknown monster. The only thing that gave everyone a slight sense of relief was that they were not far from the cave's exit, only a little over 300 meters away. Breaking through the dense forest, the cave's exit suddenly appeared halfway up the mountainside. outside. Mist was the fastest, holding a little piglet in his arms as he was the first to rush into the cave. Immediately after, the first team leader, the second team leader, and Ling Yu, along with others, followed one after another. In the blink of an eye, 10 people had already entered the cave. However, at that moment, the 10 people still outside the cave suddenly felt a chilling sensation, as if they were being watched by a terrifying giant beast. Before there was time to investigate the source of this feeling, a heavy pressure suddenly descended from above. Immediately afterward, a piercing cry that seemed to tear the heavens and earth resounded. Terrifying sound waves swept across the sky, overwhelming everyone who was about to crawl into the cave. Unable to endure the soul-wrenching pain, they covered their ears and crouched on the ground, even neglecting the piglets in their arms. The piglets that fell to the ground dared not run around. Their 4 legs went limp as they lay motionless on the ground. "Uncle Mo, go quickly!" Chen Yuan shouted in a low voice. Amidst the piercing screech, Chen Yuan was the only one not significantly affected. Instead, his whole body bristled, deeply intimidated by the aura. He speculated that this was related to his own cultivation level. After all, among those remaining outside, apart from Uncle Mo, almost everyone else had no cultivation or was merely a first-level body-tempering martial artist. Without taking a closer look at Uncle Mo and the others, Chen Yuan quickly raised his head to gaze at the sky. He saw a palm-sized black dot rapidly approaching, its size continuously expanding. Initially, it was only palm-sized, but in the blink of an eye, it had grown as large as a millstone. As the distance closed, it continued to grow rapidly. At this moment, that object was still at least 1,000 meters away from them. Just the sound of its screech is enough to render the hunting team powerless, and if it approaches, a single roar might be enough to kill someone outright. How can they possibly fight against this? That thing is incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it is less than 100 meters away from Chen Yuan and the others. At this moment, the descending beast's form becomes clearly visible. It turned out to be a creature resembling a bald eagle, but hundreds of times larger in size. Its wingspan alone was 30 to 40 meters, and the aura it exuded was utterly intimidating. Chen Yuan knew in his heart that facing this thing, even he might not be able to withstand it. He could only desperately flee for his life. However, seeing Mochi and the others staggering to their feet, sprawled haphazardly on the ground, Chen Yuan's face instantly darkened. At this moment, if he chose to flee and left these powerless individuals behind, they would likely face certain death without even a chance to fight back. He had to risk it. Chen Yuan's gaze turned cold as he suddenly hurled the massive wild boar carcass he was carrying on his shoulder heavily to the ground. Then, he drew the Qingfeng sword and positioned himself in front of Mochi and the others, shielding them behind him. Everything happened in an instant. The creature let out a sharp screech and swooped down. Chen Yuan swiftly threw down the wild boar and drew the Qingfeng sword. In mere moments, the situation was set. Among the remaining 9 people, only Mochi was barely conscious. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw the enormous, bird-like demon beast, larger than a house, bearing down on them. Terrified, he instinctively dropped back to the ground. Noticing Chen Yuan standing in front of him, he hurriedly rushed forward, attempting to tackle Chen Yuan to protect him. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The colossal creature was now within reach. Whoosh! A terrifying gust of wind swept through, instantly knocking down the few who had just struggled to their feet and blowing Mochi, who was about to leap toward Chen Yuan, rolling away. Chen Yuan gripped the Qingfeng sword tightly, his expression stern, as faint traces of true energy infused his legs, ready to fight at any moment. The next moment, a dark shadow whizzed by, its speed so fast that Chen Yuan had almost no time to dodge. His heart tightened as the shadow of death loomed over him. Inside the cave, Wu Jian, Ling Yu, and the others witnessed the scene and screamed in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Yuan instinctively lowered his head to check himself, confirming he was unharmed before looking up. He saw the massive creature flapping its wings as it flew away, clutching a black-haired wild boar over 3 meters long in its sharp claws. Looking down, the wild boar he had just hunted was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, the creature's target had only been the wild boar carcass. "Are you okay?" Chen Yuan let out a sigh of relief. In that moment, he had truly felt the breath of death. "Quick, move!" Mochi's voice rang out, hurriedly snapping the dazed Chen Yuan back to reality. The 8 people who had fallen were also helped up by others and quickly slipped into the cave. On their way in, the few piglets lying motionless on the ground were also scooped up and carried into the cave. Huff, huff, huff. At the cave entrance, all 20 people leaned against the walls, gasping for breath. Chen Yuan was drenched, his sweat soaking through his clothes. "Damn it, the prey we risked our lives to hunt was just snatched away by that beast?" Dunzi, leaning against the outermost edge of the cave entrance, stared intently outside, cursing from time to time. After cursing repeatedly, perhaps out of agitation, Wu Jian, sitting nearby, couldn't help but retort, "If you're so upset, why don't you go hunt that beast back yourself?" "You!" Dunzi's face instantly turned red with anger. "Enough!" Mochi's voice rang out, still somewhat pale but slightly steadier. He glanced around at the few people near the cave entrance. Most of them had retreated into the cave earlier, shielded by the thick layers of of earth from the beast's attack. However, the ones at the back were severely injured, with blood streaming from their noses and ears, writhing in pain. What do we do now? Ling Yu asked, his gaze shifting back and forth between Mochi and the 8 bleeding individuals inside the cave. Go back. That thing is watching outside, and we can't leave for now. We were lucky this time, it only took the prey. But what if it takes a person next time? Mochi's tone was heavy. Hearing this, everyone's faces grew even darker. Oink oink. The oinking of the piglets sounded again. Among the 8 piglets, apart from the few that had been carried into the cave earlier, the rest were all listless and silent. Only the ones that had entered the cave first occasionally let out a few oinks. It must have been the sound made by that wild boar that attracted the creature. Wu Dian seemed to have figured something out and cursed angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone glanced at him. Although no one said more, they all roughly guessed the reason. The clansmen haven't eaten for a whole day. If we just go back like this. A burly man was the first to speak. Chen Yuan remembered him. He was the leader of the hunting team, Jiang Ming. As soon as Jiang Ming spoke, the group fell silent again. Not to mention, the clansmen, even the members of the hunting team themselves hadn't eaten their fill. Most of the food in the clan had been given to them, but now, unable to bring back enough food, they could already imagine the disappointed expressions of the clansmen. Among the crowd, Chen Yuan remained silent, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the others and occasionally glancing at Mochi earlier. Outside, Uncle Mo had lunged at him at the last moment, trying to protect him. Chen Yuan had seen it clearly but had not mentioned it. Under Chen Yuan's gaze, the silent Mochi suddenly spoke. Forget it, that thing outside is still lurking. It's too dangerous. We still have these little piglets in hand, plus the 3 robes at home. It should be enough for the clan to have a meal. Let's try again tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, although everyone had something to say, they swallowed their words when they thought of that demon beast. Let's go. They got up listlessly, preparing to return in defeat. At this moment, a probing voice suddenly rang out. How about we go out and try again? That demon beast should have left after catching its prey and probably won't return anytime soon. Everyone turned back in astonishment, only to find it was Chen Yuan who had spoken. At this moment, his face carried a trace of unwillingness and hesitation. He was feeling particularly frustrated. He had planned to make wood ear mushroom stir-fry tonight, but the prey had been snatched by something else, leaving him fuming. More importantly, the survival system had given no further warnings, indicating that the creature had indeed gone far away. Xiao Yuan, it's too dangerous to go out now. Mochi's face was heavy. Uncle Mo, that thing has really gone far away. I can't sense it anymore. If we go back now, the entire tribe will have to go hungry. Chen Yuan paused for a moment and continued, actually, we were just a bit slow to react earlier. Next, let me, Uncle Mo, Captain Ling, you, and Captain Jiang Ming go out together to take a look. Everyone else stays inside the cave and must not go out on their own. The 4 of us have slightly higher cultivation levels, and if there's an accident, we can retreat in time with our speed. What do you think? Hearing this, Mochi, who had intended to object, opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. Ling Yu and Jiang Ming exchanged glances, then quickly looked at Mochi and nodded. Captain, why not give it a try? With our speed, if we really encounter danger, we can still retreat in time. This, alright then. Mochi hesitated but agreed. A smile appeared on Chen Yuan's face, and Ling Yu and the others exchanged looks before walking to the cave entrance. After surveying the surroundings to ensure safety, they quickly leapt into the forest. Chen Yuan and Mochi followed closely behind. Soon, the 4 of them re-entered the dense forest. Chen Yuan glanced back at Wu Dian and the others still in the cave, waved his hand, and then followed Uncle Mo deeper into the woods. Inside the cave, Wu Dian carried a python on his shoulder and held a piglet in his arms, his expression anxious as he waited. He and 15 other companions with insufficient cultivation remained in the cave, tasked with caring for the injured members of the tribe, occasionally glancing toward the depths of the forest. Deep in the forest, Chen Yuan, Mochi, Ling Yu, and Jiang Ming advanced cautiously in a diamond formation. Fortunately, although they had already traveled several hundred meters, there was still no sign of the beast, indicating it had indeed flown far away. Feeling more at ease, they began to look around for new prey. Soon, they returned to the area where the wild boar had been digging earlier. Unfortunately, it was unlikely there would be any other prey here. After carefully surveying the surroundings again, they still found no other prey, except for Ling Yu, who managed to capture a 3-meter-long python, offering some consolation. A short distance away, Chen Yuan dared not proceed recklessly. If the system alerted them to danger, they might not even have time to escape. It's gone. I guess the nearby beasts were all scared away by that monster, Mochi said helplessly. Let's go back. We'll have to find another way, Mochi said with difficulty. The rest of the group, though unwilling to return, could only nod helplessly. Soon, they were back at the muddy ground where the wild boar had just dug through. As they prepared to cross it directly to return to the camp, Chen Yuan suddenly broke away from the group and walked straight toward the chaotic ground. The leader, Mochi, and the others noticed something unusual and turned to look. They saw Chen Yuan already squatting on the ground, holding the Qingfeng sword in his hand, digging into the soil. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? Jiang Ming asked curiously. Chen Yuan didn't rush to answer and continued to focus on digging. After digging about 10 centimeters deep, something appeared before him that made his eyes light up instantly. It was a dark red plant root the size of a bowl, standing out conspicuously in the dark soil. Chen Yuan quickly reached out, plucked the dark red fruit, and examined it carefully. Sure enough, it was a wild yam. Although it was nearly 10 times larger than the wild yams on Blue Star, that didn't matter. The key was that it was edible. Wild yams don't grow alone, they grow in large clusters. Realizing this, Chen Yuan smiled and quickly began digging around. Soon, he found several more wild yams. The other three, though unsure of what Chen Yuan was doing, instinctively spread out to stand guard. As Mochi inadvertently glanced at Chen Yuan, he froze for a moment, then squatted down and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Xiao Yuan, what is this thing?" "This is a wild yam. There should be plenty nearby, look around," Chen Yuan said while continuing to dig without stopping. Ling Yu and Jiang Ming also gathered around. Seeing Chen Yuan dig out bowl-sized dark red fruits one after another, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Ling Yu asked urgently, "Xiao Yuan, can this really be eaten? If it couldn't be eaten, why would I dig it up? Stop talking nonsense and help out." Chen Yuan replied irritably, not wanting to waste too much time on the ground. Hearing that it was edible, not only Ling Yu and Jiang Ming but even Mochi couldn't resist squatting down and starting to dig. Unfortunately, Mochi's mountain axe wasn't suitable for such delicate work, so he had to use his hands to quickly scoop the soil. Luckily, the forest floor was covered with decayed leaves, making it easy to dig, and using hands was faster than tools. Seeing Mochi join in, Ling Yu and Jiang Ming naturally didn't hold back and quickly joined the digging. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the four of them had dug out a small pile, numbering at least 100. Chen Yuan stopped his digging, took off the beastskin bag at his waist, and began stuffing it full of wild yams. The others excitedly continued digging, competing to unearth the buried wild yams. Chen Yuan's bag quickly filled up, so he helped fill Mochi's bag and then filled most of Ling Yu's bag. He intended to keep digging but realized that despite their efforts, no new wild yams were appearing. Chen Yuan knew that this area had been thoroughly cleaned out. "Uncle Mo, let's go. This part of the forest is done. These should be enough for the tribe to eat tonight," Chen Yuan said. "Ha, shouldn't we look elsewhere for more?" Ling Yu asked reluctantly. "We've stayed here too long. We need to leave quickly," Chen Yuan reminded them. As soon as he spoke, the group felt a sense of urgency, realizing they had been on the ground for over the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. With this in mind, they didn't dare delay further. Each of them hoisted their beastskin bags full of wild yams. Chen Yuan picked up the small python they had previously killed and left on the ground, and the group hurried toward the cave entrance. Fortunately, the journey back was uneventful, and the four of them returned to the cave safely. Inside the cave, the people who had been panicked earlier by the beast's cries had calmed down, though their faces still bore traces of blood and they looked somewhat disheveled. They were unharmed. Chen Yuan and his group had been out for nearly half an hour and still hadn't returned, leaving everyone anxious. When they finally came back, each of them was carrying large bundles, except for Chen Yuan, who wasn't carrying a bag but had a giant python slung over his shoulder. This sight made everyone's eyes light up in the passageway. Almost the moment Chen Yuan and his group stepped into the cave, people eagerly surrounded them, staring intently at the bundles in Mochi in the other's hands. "Captain, what's this?" "It's all food inside," Mochi replied with a smile. As soon as he spoke, although everyone had mentally prepared themselves, they couldn't help but get excited. "It's all food, and there are 3 whole large bundles. Hurry, take it out and show us." Wu Dian, Dunzi, and the others could hardly wait as they took the package from Mochi's hands, placed it on the ground, and quickly opened it. Inside were dark red fruits, each about the size of a baby's head, leaving everyone stunned. "Captain, are you sure these are edible?" The group hesitated. They had always believed that brightly colored things were mostly poisonous, and now these brought back were an intense dark red, far too vivid. "This is called wild gourd, and it's absolutely edible." Chen Yuan threw the python's carcass onto the ground, casually picked up a wild gourd, wiped it on the animal skin he was wearing, and then took a bite. The sound of chewing immediately echoed. The more he chewed, the brighter Chen Yuan's eyes became. He hadn't expected something so ordinary looking to taste so sweet. He couldn't help but take a few more bites. "Is it good?" Everyone stared eagerly at Chen Yuan. You guys try some too," Chen Yuan said indistinctly. Immediately, the people in the passageway didn't hold back. One by one, they picked up the fruits, gave them a slight wipe, and stuffed them directly into their mouths. The sound of crunching instantly echoed one after another. "This is sweet, so delicious. Yeah, it's so tasty. How come I never noticed such a delicious thing before?" "That's right, Captain, how did you discover this?" Voices rose one after another, as almost everyone looked toward Mochi while eating. Mochi was also savoring a wild yam, and seeing everyone's gaze fixed on him, he pointed toward Chen Yuan. "This was discovered by Xiao Yuan. By the way, Xiao Yuan, I haven't had the chance to ask you yet, how did you know there would be something edible underground?" As soon as the words were spoken, all eyes turned to Chen Yuan again, filled with curiosity. curiosity, inquiry, and even more anticipation. Well, I guess it was just good luck. Do you all remember the first time we went into the forest? That big wild boar kept rooting around the ground and even let the little piglets nibble on it? At the time, I guessed there must be something edible buried underground, or else they wouldn't be there. Later, when we couldn't find any prey, I decided to dig around on a whim, and to my surprise, I actually found these edible things. Chen Yuan explained with a smile. Hey, Xiao Yuan's luck is really something to envy, Wu Dian said with a wide grin. That's right, the first time we went out, I already knew he was lucky, but I didn't expect it to be this extreme, just digging randomly and finding food. Dunzi chimed in. Alright, the rest is about done, time to head back. Mo Chi's voice rang out. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone excitedly got up and returned to the underground cave one by one. Before leaving, Chen Yuan casually cut a large handful of green grass to take along, while Mo Chi used branches and other debris to roughly cover the cave's entrance. The return journey was exceptionally smooth, not even encountering a single insect, and everyone quickly arrived back at the tribe's cavern. As soon as they entered the cave, Chen Yuan and the others were surrounded by tribesmen who had rushed over upon hearing the news. In the expectant gazes of the clan members, Chen Yuan and the others emerged from the cave carrying piglets, 3 large animal skin bags, and 2 giant pythons. How was it? You didn't encounter any danger during this trip, did you? The voice of the clan leader, Tu Shanhuai, rang out as his gaze swept across each face. Seeing that all 20 members had returned, a smile appeared on his face. Other than a wild boar being snatched away by a demon beast, we didn't encounter any danger. Mo Chi replied with a smile. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Except for a few clan members who didn't understand the meaning of demon beast, the expressions of the others looking at them changed. You encountered a beast? Tu Shanhuai's voice had a hint of change. Yes, I'll share the details later. For now, let's distribute this food to the tribespeople. Everyone must be hungry. Mo Chi waved the beast hide bag in his hand. Immediately, some women from the tribe stepped forward to help, taking it aside to start cleaning and preparing dinner. In the Tushan tribe, men were usually responsible for hunting and searching for food outside, and those who were injured or could no longer go out hunting stayed in the cave, busy with other tasks such as carving out the cave or polishing tools, stone pots, and stone bowls. Everyone had clear roles. This time, as the women had just untied the animal skin bags and were preparing to clean out the contents, they all froze in place. One of the women instinctively picked up a wild gourd and looked at Mo Chi and the others with confusion. Captain Mo, can this be eaten? Not only her, but the others also appeared hesitant, as dark red things often implied poison. Even Tu Shanhuai, upon seeing the oddly shaped plant roots, raised an eyebrow and quickly walked over to pick one up for closer inspection. Chief, rest assured, this was accidentally discovered by Xiao Yuan. We tasted it while on the surface, it's not poisonous, and it tastes very good, Ling Yu said with a smile. That's good. Tu Shanhuai grinned, his eyes full of joy, his gaze lingering on Chen Yuan, who was standing nearby, unable to hide his smile. Alright, let them handle things here. You've been out all day and must be tired. Come over and sit down to rest for a while, the clan leader said, leading a group of people deeper into the cave, sitting by a bonfire near the pool. The members of the hunting team who stayed in the cave also sat down one after another. Everyone gathered around the bonfire, warming themselves while listening to Mo Chi and others recount their various experiences on the surface. Through Mo Chi's narration, Tu Shanhuai and the others gradually understood everything that had happened during their trip to the surface. When they heard the description of the towering mountains and the giant trees, the tribespeople's faces were filled with longing. But when they learned about the attack by a giant beast that nearly cost them their lives, with just one roar causing most people to bleed from their ears and noses, their expressions changed drastically. However, upon hearing that the giant beast had only taken their prey and left, everyone showed a look of relief. Next, they recounted how, under Chen Yuan's suggestion, they ventured out of the cave and onto the surface, discovering those wild ground melons. Just as the story was nearing its end, a female tribesperson suddenly approached, bringing a piece of snake meat and over 100 freshly washed wild ground melons. After hearing Mo Chi and the others, the tribespeople already knew the wild gourds were sweet, so they no longer held back. Each took one and started eating, making crunching sounds. It's really delicious. So sweet. This taste is much better than the fern fruits we discovered before. Amidst exclamations of praise, hundreds of wild yams were quickly consumed, their quantity visibly dwindling at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of yams were almost entirely eaten. Since Chen Yuan had already eaten one earlier, he was now slowly nibbling on another, leaving the rest for the others. Seeing everyone still munching on yams, he simply picked up a stick, tied the snake meat to it, and began roasting it over the fire. It was a giant python over 3 meters long, as thick as an adult's thigh. Though the roasting process was slow, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, making everyone's mouths water. At this moment, a low grunt of pigs suddenly came through. Chen Yuan turned his head and saw that the clansmen were busy handling 8 small wild boars they had just caught. Helplessly, although the prey Chen Yuan and his group brought back was considerable, the tribe had a large large population. If divided equally, it might still not be enough to fill everyone's stomachs. As a result, under Tu Shanhuai's suggestion, even those 8 small wild boars were not spared. Soon, some female clansmen brought over 2 cleaned piglets. Not long after, the female clansman brought over another 2 cleaned piglets. Wu Jian and another person took them and were about to roast them over the fire when they suddenly noticed that the female clansman did not leave immediately. Instead, she hesitated and looked toward Imochi and the others, asking, "Captain Mo, do you know what those black things you brought back are?" Chen Yuan, who was focused on roasting snake meat, was momentarily stunned before quickly coming back to his senses. "That's mine, I almost forgot. I'll go take a look." He stood up with a smile and followed the female tribeswoman, walking together toward the pond. The pond now was different from when they first arrived. When they first entered, the cave had only this single pond in the center. Although it was bottomless, if it were used regularly for washing, the water quality would inevitably deteriorate over time. Therefore, at Chen Yuan's suggestion, the clan leader issued another order, instructing the remaining clan members to take advantage of the next few days to dig 2 small ponds near the large one. These 2 small ponds were directly excavated and shaped, with clan members regularly filling them with water. They were mainly used for washing food and personal cleaning, while the large pond was reserved exclusively for drinking water. Chen Yuan followed a female clan member to one of the small ponds and saw that there were other clan members staring blankly at a small animal hide bag, seemingly unsure of what to do with it. The bag contained the wood ear mushrooms that Chen Yuan had brought back from above. "Let me do it." Chen Yuan walked over, squatted down, and emptied the wood ear mushrooms from the bag onto the ground. He then asked someone to bring a large stone pot and began washing the mushrooms in the small pond, carefully removing the wood debris and impurities from their roots. Around him, other female clan members curiously gathered to watch. Seeing that Chen Yuan's cleaning method was simple and effective, they couldn't help but offer to assist. Chen Yuan did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Soon, a group of female clan members squatted on either side and across from him, helping to clean the mushrooms together. However, as soon as they squatted down, Chen Yuan's face instantly turned bright red. The reason was that these clan members were not wearing pants, at most using a few small pieces of animal hide to barely cover their upper and lower bodies. As they squatted, the scene before Chen Yuan's eyes became completely unobstructed. In his previous life, Chen Yuan might have encountered such a situation. If it had been an exceptionally beautiful girl, he might have been unable to resist sneaking a glance or two. But the people before him were all disheveled, poorly dressed, and rarely bathed, practically living embodiments of primitive humans. To Chen Yuan, the members of this tribe were synonymous with primitive people, and he found it impossible to feel any sense of appreciation. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Chen Yuan immediately stood up, giving his seat to other clansmen to continue handling matters, while he walked aside to check on the 3 silly robed creatures. He unpacked the grass he had brought back and handed it to the 3 robed creatures. The 3 little fellows immediately gathered around, eagerly tearing at the grass in Chen Yuan's hand with their mouths. After feeding them 2 handfuls, Chen Yuan scattered the remaining grass in front of them. Watching the 3 robed creatures lower their heads to munch on the grass, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Ah, if only I could live as carefree as you," Chen Yuan said with a faint bitter smile on his face. He had initially thought that this world was just like this. If he could use the knowledge he brought from Blue Star, perhaps he could lead his clansmen back to the surface and live a better life. But after encountering that giant eagle beast today, he had truly felt the threat of death. At that moment, he even thought he was about to meet his end. This world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Humans here weren't even considered low-level creatures. In the face of those colossal beings, humans were nothing more than a meal on their plate. If only I had the ability to hunt that beast. Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled as he began to think seriously. Improving one's cultivation was difficult, especially for ordinary clansmen. Without Yuan stones, breaking through to the Qi condensation realm might take many years, but he still had the system. Although the system's primary function was to warn him of danger and assist in survival, as long as he was willing to hunt a large number of ordinary beasts, he could slowly accumulate experience points. Relying on this, perhaps he could quickly improve his cultivation and advance to the Qi condensation realm. Once his cultivation broke through, combined with the phantom step movement technique, it might not be impossible to take on those big creatures. As Chen Yuan was deep in thought, footsteps suddenly sounded beside him, and a female clansman's voice rang out. "These things are washed now. How should we handle them?" Turning around, he saw that the wood ear mushrooms had been thoroughly cleaned. "Do we have another stone pot? Could you please help me find one more stone pot?" Chen Yuan said with a smile. The female clansman nodded and turned to fetch a stone pot. Chen Yuan, holding the stone pot filled with wood ear mushrooms, returned to the fire where Tu Shanhuai and the others were gathered. The snake meat was still roasting over the fire, and the 2 piglets had been skewered and were about to be placed over the bonfire. Seeing this, Chen Yuan quickly stopped them and took one of the piglets. This time, he had brought back so much food. If it weren't for him, everyone might have gone hungry tonight. Therefore, when Chen Yuan wanted the piglet, the group naturally had no objections and handed it over to him without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan didn't roast it directly. Instead, he took the piglet down, pulled out the Qingfeng sword he carried with him, and began cutting it up swiftly. Before long, Chen Yuan had divided the piglet into two portions, one consisting of thin slices of meat and the other of large chunks of bones, pig trotters, and similar parts. He handed the pig's head to Wu Dian, instructing him to continue roasting it. Once the female clansman brought over a stone pot, Chen Yuan immediately built a makeshift stove next to the bonfire and placed the stone pot on top. Although the stone pot wasn't very heat resistant, under the intense flames, it quickly heated up, radiating scorching heat. Once the temperature seemed about right, Chen Yuan suddenly poured half of the sliced meat into the stone pot. Picking up the spatula he had carved during his free time, he began to stir fry. As the fire continued to blaze, the meat slices quickly changed color and began to release their oils. Meanwhile, a unique aroma of oil gradually spread from the stone pot. Seeing that the stir-frying was almost done, Chen Yuan turned and grabbed a handful of wood ear mushrooms, tossing them into the pot and quickly stir-frying. Instantly, the fragrance became even richer and more enticing. This smell, it's way too delicious, isn't it? Sha Yuan, what are you doing? Is this something edible? A chorus of murmurs rose and fell. Chen Yuan looked up and found that, at some point, dozens of people had gathered around him. You'll know once you taste it later. After saying this, Chen Yuan buried himself in his work again. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement, unable to believe they would actually get a taste. After stir-frying for a few minutes, Chen Yuan took a small piece of wood and carved it into two chopsticks, gave them a quick rinse, then picked up a slice of meat and tasted it. Aside from being a bit greasy, it seemed to lack flavor. Chen Yuan slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing he had forgotten to add salt. As for other seasonings, those were completely out of the question. Being able to barely make a dish was already something Chen Yuan hadn't dared to dream of when he first arrived here. Achieving this step was already a huge improvement. He asked everyone to wait for a moment, quickly returned to his cave, and brought back the salt left to him by the chief. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he threw a generous handful of salt into the pot and stir-fried it for a while longer. Tasting again, the flavor is still mild, but compared to eating dry meat alone or those tasteless roasted meats, it's much better. Try it, everyone. Chen Yuan directly carried the stone pot to the side, signaling the tribesmen to taste it. Meanwhile, he placed the stone pot that originally held the wood ear mushrooms back onto the stove. Although the wood ear mushrooms in the pot had been made into a dish, more than half remained untouched. Chen Yuan didn't want to waste them, so he first took the mushrooms out and placed them on the cutting board nearby, then added the remaining large bones, pig trotters, and other ingredients into the stone pot, turning up the heat. At this moment, Chen Yuan turned to look at the cooked wood ear mushroom meat slices, only to find that the crowd wasn't rushing to grab them but was instead collectively looking toward the chief. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, the clan leader reached out, picked up a piece of meat, and placed it in his mouth. After eating it, his eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly grabbed a piece of wood ear mushroom and stuffed it into his mouth. As the sound of chewing continued, Tu Shanhuai's gaze grew brighter, and a smile appeared on his face. Although he said nothing, judging by the clan leader's expression, everyone naturally knew the taste was absolutely excellent. On the side, Imochi, Wu Dian, Dunzi, and others could no longer wait. They gathered around, pushed aside other clan members, and unhesitatingly reached into the pot to grab some meat and stuffed it into their mouths. At first, it tastes a bit strange, but after eating a few more bites, it seems even more delicious, Wu Dian said as he grabbed a few more pieces of meat and put them into his mouth. After finishing, they reluctantly gave up their seats. Lingyu, Jiang Ming, and the others didn't hold back either. Out of curiosity, they each took a bite. For these people who were almost like primitives, anything seasoned with salt was considered an absolute delicacy. Moreover, they had never tasted stir-fried dishes like this before, so they couldn't stop praising it. Fortunately, they knew their limits. After sampling the dish, they didn't monopolize the stone pot but instead passed it on to the other ordinary tribesmen. Those tribesmen never expected to get a taste themselves. Overjoyed, they expressed their gratitude while eagerly picking up the wood ear mushrooms and meat slices to stuff into their mouths. On this side, Chen Yuan had just picked up the spatula when he found himself surrounded by a group of people once again. It turned out that these people, having just tasted the wood ear with sliced pork, had come over to see what delicious dish Chen Yuan was cooking next. Don't rush, this dish is still far from ready. It's a pity there aren't more seasonings, otherwise, it would definitely taste even better, Chen Yuan remarked with a sigh. What seasoning? Just tell me, and I'll go find it for you. Wu Dian quickly chimed in. Yes, what do you need? We'll keep an eye out for it during our future hunts. Ling Yu also spoke up. The cold-faced but warm-hearted hunting team captain had clearly been won over by the delicious flavors. The seasonings are all on the ground. Are you sure you can help me retrieve them? Chen Yuan looked at Wu Dian with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Dian's face immediately turned red. He understood understood in his heart that the dangerous environment on the ground was not something he could easily venture into, and forcing himself to agree would make him a laughingstock among his people. Noticing Wu Dian's embarrassment, Chen Yuan smiled and said, "Those things are hard to find, and it's not just a matter of going to the ground to locate them. Let's talk about it when there's an opportunity in the future. We've just moved here, and there will be plenty of chances to go to the ground later. There's no need to rush." As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Dian's expression eased considerably. The others also understood that they wouldn't be able to eat for the time being, so they returned to the campfire and focused on roasting the snake meat and the little piglet. However, their gazes occasionally sneaked toward Chen Yuan, and Chen Yuan was well aware of the meaning behind those looks. In the stone pot, large chunks of bones and pig trotters were almost done frying. Chen Yuan turned around, filled a large water bag with water from the pool, and poured it directly into the stone pot. Once the water boiled again, he dumped all the wood ear mushrooms into the pot in one go. Next, he took out the piece of salt and broke off nearly 1/10 of it, tossing it into the pot. "Xiao Yuan, aren't you being a bit too generous with the salt?" Wu Dian, standing nearby, gasped in surprise when he saw the amount of salt Chen Yuan had added. How can it taste good without salt? Without eating salt, how can people have strength? Moreover, not eating salt for a long time can affect development and make it difficult to grow healthily. Many people in our tribe look pale and thin, as if they're starving all the time, but in reality, it has a lot to do with salt intake. If they could eat salt every day, they would definitely be much better. Chen Yuan said slowly. Not eating salt has consequences this severe? Wu Dian widened his eyes, a look of shock in them. Emochi, Dunzi, Lingyu, and even the tribe leader all turned to look, clearly not expecting Chen Yuan to say this. "Yes, I saw in the inheritance that salt not only makes people stronger, but eating salt over a long period increases strength and improves development." Chen Yuan nodded and said affirmatively. As soon as the words fell, everyone instinctively looked at the clan leader. The clan leader naturally understood their meaning. His lips moved slightly, but in the end, he said nothing and walked into the cave. "What does that mean?" Chen Yuan was stunned. "The clan leader is probably going to get the salt," Mo-chi explained from the side. Sure enough, after about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the clan leader slowly appeared in everyone's sight, holding a stone box in his hands. He walked to the bonfire and sat down, opening the stone box under the expectant gazes of the crowd. Inside the box was an animal skin pouch. Opening the pouch revealed chunks of yellowish salt. "That's it?" Chen Yuan frowned slightly. The salt in this stone box, although more than what he had in his hand, was still limited in quantity, only about 2 or 3 times larger than his own piece. Based on Chen Yuan's usage, it was estimated that the salt would be completely consumed within half a month. "Chieftain, what are you doing?" Although he already had a guess in his heart, Emochi still asked. "Since Xiao Yuan said this thing can make the tribesmen stronger after eating it, then let's distribute it to the tribesmen." Tu Shanhuai said slowly. "But we only have this much salt, and to get more, we'll have to wait for the next big gathering." Lingyu said anxiously, as he had personally witnessed the last salt exchange. "More importantly, this salt is not something that can be exchanged for just anything. It requires trading with the blood and flesh of animals. Recently, the hunting team needs to work a bit harder, move around the area more often, and preferably hunt some small gonglongs or millipedes and other prey. Then we'll take the initiative to visit the salt tribe and try to exchange for more salt," Tu Shanhuai said. As soon as these words were spoken, Lingyu turned to Jiang Ming and Mo-chi, his eyes full of expectation, wanting to see how they would react. After all, hunting is no simple task. Nowadays, even filling one's own stomach is difficult, so how could they talk about exchanging for salt? However, the two of them remained silent for a moment. Lingyu had no choice but to shift his gaze to Chen Yuan, blinking frequently to signal his intentions, hoping the other would understand. Chen Yuan did understand, but he didn't speak up for him. Instead, he nodded and said, "That's fine too. Starting tomorrow, I'd like to act alone. With my current cultivation level, hunting in more distant areas shouldn't be a problem, and I can also bring back some prey for the tribe." "I disagree." Emochi's voice was the first to break the silence, opposing without hesitation. "As I said before, although your cultivation has improved significantly, it has advanced rapidly in a short period of time. You have no experience in wilderness survival. If you really want to go hunting, at the very least, I must accompany you." "That's right, Xiao Yuan, your experience is still lacking. It's not that we don't trust you, but it's for your safety. Your cultivation may be strong, but experience takes time to accumulate gradually. Only with enough time can you grow faster, you understand?" Wu Dian also patiently advised. Chen Yuan was about to argue back, but the clan leader had already made the decision. "It's settled then. Wu Dian, Emochi, Dunzi, the 3 of you, will accompany Xiao Yuan starting tomorrow to investigate the area around the tribe. After returning each day, report the conditions of the passages and the surroundings of the tribe to the other hunting team members, so they can be better prepared for their next hunts. Xiao Yuan, you must remember, unless you are absolutely certain, do not recklessly hunt exotic beasts. Even the weakest exotic beast is not to be underestimated relocated, understand? Yes, I understand. Chen Yuan nodded, though he sighed inwardly. He originally planned to set out alone to hunt prey, believing that as long as he could kill in large quantities, he could quickly strengthen himself with the help of the system. But now it seemed that his idea was clearly too naive. Chen Yuan did not know that Tu Shanhui, Mochi, and others had long regarded him as the hope of the Tushan tribe, the future star who would lead the tribe to new glory. A 16-year-old expert at the 9th level of body tempering was a legendary genius, even compared to 100 years ago. He was unaware of this, but these elders were not foolish people and would never let him take risks alone. Such a genius, if lost to the wilderness due to lack of experience, would be an unbearable loss for Tushan. By the way, after we relocated, was that last hunting party never found? Chen Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked. These past few days, he hadn't heard a single word about the last hunting party. As soon as the words left his mouth, a heavy silence fell over the camp, even Tu Shanhui falling quiet. Chen Yuan understood at once. He thought the team had just been delayed, or that even if something had gone wrong, at least someone would have made it back. He never imagined that the 6-person hunting squad would be completely wiped out. By the campfire, conversation dwindled as people silently gnawed on roasted meat, the mood somber. Only when Chen Yuan brought over a pot of freshly stewed marrow bones did the atmosphere lighten a little. Each hunting party member received a big piece and tore into it with relish, while the ordinary folks could only look on, unable to share in the feast. Tasting a bite, Chen Yuan found it hard to swallow, no seasoning, not to mention soy sauce, there wasn't even star anise or ginger, making the flavor naturally unpalatable. He silently noted in his heart that finding these seasonings needed to be added to his agenda. Then, he returned to his cave, ready to take a good rest. At this moment, Mocho and the others, following the chief's instructions, distributed the bag of salt to the tribespeople. Although the salt seemed like a lot, each person only received a small pinch. Even with frugality, it would last at most 10 days. Afterward, if they wanted to eat salt, they could only wait for the hunting team to capture the last prey and then exchange it for new salt with the salt tribe. But whether they could make a catch remained an unknown. Time flew by. 7 days later, in a dark and deep passage, a faint glimmer of light was closely chasing a massive, panicked black shadow that was frantically running ahead. Suddenly, that beam of light accelerated, clinging closely to the passage, and swiftly caught up with the shadow. The sound of a blade slicing through the air and piercing flesh suddenly rang out. When the figure came to a halt, under the faint light, it was finally clear that the figure was Chen Yuan, and the massive shadow turned out to be a giant black rat over a meter long. Bang! Chen Yuan kicked away the giant rat whose head had been pierced by the Qingfeng sword, sending it crashing to the ground. The rat struggled twice before lying still. Wu Dian, standing not far away, immediately ran over. Excitedly, crouched in front of the giant rat to confirm it was completely dead, then happily hoisted it onto his shoulder and said, Xiao Yuan, this is the third prey we've hunted today. What now? Should we go deeper or head back? Chen Yuan turned to look at the deep, dark passage ahead, then glanced behind him. Wu Dian, Mochi, and Dunzi each carried a giant black rat on their shoulders, closely following him. For 7 days, Chen Yuan had been leading the three of them through the underground passages, near the tribe, almost traversing every passage within a 10,000-meter radius. Now, they were far beyond 10,000 meters from the tribe. The prey carried on Wu Dian and the others' shoulders were part of a group of rats they had continuously discovered in the area. These rats were enormous, over a meter long and weighing 50 to 60 pounds, much larger than a 7 or 8-year-old child, and they moved incredibly fast. If it had been Chen Yuan from 7 days ago, he might not have been able to kill them so swiftly and cleanly. But now, all of this was effortless for him. Let's head back, Chen Yuan said. After all, they had already hunted 3 prey, and carrying them further into the depths would be inconvenient. Moreover, he had clearly heard the squeaking of rats deeper in the cave just now, indicating that there were still many rats ahead. If they were to alarm them, it would spell big trouble. Alright, let's head back. Wu Dian turned and walked toward Dunzi and Mochi behind him to relay the message. Dunzi's face was full of smiles as he followed Wu Dian back along the path they came, but Mochi stayed where he was. When Chen Yuan caught up, Mochi carried the large rat on his shoulder, walked beside him, and said with a grin, Your efficiency has improved again. That's all thanks to your great teaching, Uncle Mo. Chen Yuan grinned. Over the past 7 days, Chen Yuan had been constantly absorbing the experience of Mochi and the others. For instance, with that large rat just now, he initially had no idea where its fatal weakness was, but with Mochi's guidance, he was able to kill it with a single light strike, greatly improving his hunting efficiency. Mainly, it's because of your exceptional talent. If this continues, I'm afraid the combined efficiency of the entire hunting team won't be able to match yours alone, Mochi said with a smile, his steps not slowing in the slightest. The four moved at an incredible speed, holding moonlight stones, resembling fireflies as they raced through the passage. Their pace was more than 2 or 3 times faster than that of ordinary people. About an hour later, the four before return to the tribe. At the cave entrance, some women from the tribe saw them rushing back, covered in dust, and quickly stepped forward to take the 3 hunted animals for processing. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan and the others headed straight to the large water pool, took a sip of water, washed their faces, and then dispersed. Chen Yuan didn't go anywhere else. He temporarily leaned against a large rock by the water pool and began checking his system. Experience points, 970/1000. Note, when the experience points are full, the host can advance to the next level. System points, 420. Possessed items, Qingfeng sword, fragment of a broken spiritual weapon. Another 30 experience points added, just 30 more to go, and I'll break through to the Qi condensation realm. By the pond, Chen Yuan's face was full of excitement. Over the course of 7 days, not only had he brought back a large amount of prey, but his hunting skills had also improved significantly. More importantly, his experience points had increased substantially. Now, he was just 30 experience points away from breaking through to the Qi condensation realm. Chen Yuan's gaze instinctively fell on the 3 little silly deer inside the fence by the pond. If he slaughtered these 3 little creatures, he would just reach 1,000 experience points. However, he glanced at them and then withdrew his gaze. There was no rush, after all, these silly deer were still young, and there was no need to kill them now. How exactly can this points mall be unlocked? Chen Yuan's gaze once again fell on the system mall button. That button had always been gray, and Chen Yuan had no way to deal with it. After trying a few more times and confirming it couldn't be opened, Chen Yuan decisively gave up, turned around, and left the pond side, heading toward the left side of the cave. As his footsteps gradually approached, a faint, intermittent clanging sound could be heard. Hearing the sound, Chen Yuan quickened his pace and soon entered a stone wall. This stone wall was different from the caves where people usually rested. Inside, it was a winding and twisting passage that extended deep into the mountain's interior. After walking nearly 5 meters, the view suddenly opened up. The temperature inside the stone wall noticeably rose. Upon entering, one could see a furnace constantly emitting sparks and spewing roaring flames. Beside the furnace, old Wang was using a tool to take out a piece of red-hot branding iron, hammering it with an iron hammer. The clanging sound was coming from this very scene. Chen Yuan did not rush to interrupt. He simply stood quietly to the side, watching until old Wang placed the branding iron back into the furnace. Only then did he smile and say, "Uncle Wang, still busy, I see." Hearing the voice, old Wang turned his head and saw Chen Yuan leaning against the stone wall by the doorway. A smile immediately appeared on his face. "Xiao Yuan, here to help again?" Over the past 7 days, apart from hunting and practicing the Han Yuan palm and phantom step, Chen Yuan had spent almost all his remaining time here with old Wang. Old Wang thought it was because Chen Yuan was using his spiritual weapon's broken blade and came to help in return. In reality, Chen Yuan was just using it as an excuse to come and lend a hand. Every time Chen Yuan was about to leave, old Wang would end up with a new weapon of extremely high quality, far superior to the ones old Wang forged himself. Of course, these weapons were not personally crafted by Chen Yuan but were directly generated through the weapon synthesis panel. In other words, Chen Yuan found it hard to explain the origin of the weapons. By doing this, he could not only win old Wang's favor and continue borrowing the spirit weapons but also provide the tribe with new weapons, enhancing the hunting team's strength. Don't think adding a single weapon is insignificant. Over the past 7 days, apart from 2 members who were slightly injured by accident, no one else in the hunting team suffered any injuries, a scenario that was previously unimaginable. While part of this was due to Chen Yuan's advanced scouting of the passages near the tribe, the more crucial factor was the improved weapon quality, which allowed them to execute hunting strategies against beasts or exotic creatures more swiftly and effectively. Chen Yuan nodded with a smile, took the iron hammer from old Wang's hand, pushed him aside to rest, and casually picked up a long knife covered in cracks and an unknown piece of black iron, preparing to forge a new weapon through the weapon synthesis panel. However, at that moment, he suddenly let out a soft "ha." Would the host like to combine the cracked long knife and the meteorite from beyond the heavens to create a new weapon? Meteorite from beyond the heavens? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. The next moment, he hurriedly chose to reject. Are you kidding? Using extraterrestrial meteorite iron to forge an ordinary weapon? He wasn't that foolish. Extraterrestrial meteorite iron is a precious material for forging spiritual or even divine weapons. How could it be wasted so casually? After canceling, Chen Yuan glanced back at old Wang and, seeing that he wasn't paying attention, took out his Qingfeng sword and opened the weapon synthesis system again. Would the host like to combine the mortal weapon Qingfeng sword and the extraterrestrial meteorite iron to create a new weapon? System, what is the quality of the newly synthesized weapon? Can it reach the level of a spiritual weapon? Chen Yuan asked instinctively. The Qingfeng sword is already a top-grade mortal weapon. With the added strength and sharpness of the extraterrestrial meteorite, it can naturally be upgraded to a spiritual weapon after synthesis. The system's voice suddenly sounded, leaving Chen Yuan momentarily stunned. He had never communicated with the system before, assuming it was just a cold, mechanical program. Unexpectedly, his casual question just now elicited a response, which was a pleasant surprise. Synthesize. Congratulations, host, you have successfully synthesized the spiritual weapon Qingfeng Sword *1. Would you like to extract it? The next moment, the vanished Qingfeng sword reappeared in Chen Yuan's hand. Its style and length remained completely unchanged, as if nothing had happened. However, upon closer inspection of the Qingfeng sword's blade, one could notice a trace of black substance quietly emerging. When held in hand, it seemed significantly heavier. Even more astonishing, the blade had become sharper. How many points did it cost? Chen Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Forging ordinary weapons only required 10 points, but the cost of forging a spiritual weapon left him uncertain. Hiss, a whole 100 points? This is daylight robbery. The moment Chen Yuan saw his account balance, his heart tightened. Originally 420 points, now only 320 remained. Who knows when he would be able to slowly save them back. Fortunately, he still didn't know the specific use of these points. Otherwise, Chen Yuan would probably feel heartbroken. Despite the heartache, he was still overjoyed that the Qingfeng sword could be upgraded. Glancing around, Chen Yuan grabbed the cracked long knife he had originally prepared for synthesis with his left hand. Then, with the Qingfeng sword in his right hand, he suddenly slashed down. A crisp sound of clashing blades rang out. The cracked and mottled long blade instantly broke into two pieces from the cut. Chen Yuan did not look at the broken fragment on the ground but instead held the broken blade up to his eyes for a closer inspection. The cut was smooth as a mirror, clearly severed in a single strike. As for the Qingfeng sword, not only was there not a single notch, but it didn't even have a scratch. It seemed he wasn't satisfied, so he struck down hard with another slash. Once again, it was instantly severed, the cut smooth as before, without the slightest damage. The smile on Chen Yuan's face blossomed even more. With a flip of his hand, the Qingfeng sword was sheathed and he took out the broken spirit weapon blade, then bent down to pick up the two shattered pieces of the cracked long blade from the ground. While placing the long blade into the furnace for tempering, Chen Yuan couldn't help but speak. Uncle Wang, I don't need this spirit weapon for now, so I'll return it to you first. Thanks, haha. Old Wang was bending over, polishing the iron pot, not expecting Chen Yuan to suddenly speak. No need? Old Wang hesitated briefly before continuing. You're out and about every day now. It's easy to run into danger. Just take it with you. I don't need it for the time being anyway. Hearing this, Chen Yuan felt a warmth in his heart but still waved his hand with a smile. Uncle Wang, I really don't need it. If I did, I definitely wouldn't be polite about it. But this iron pot, is it ready? As he spoke, he placed the broken blade of the spiritual weapon beside the furnace and turned to squat in front of Old Wang. At this moment, the iron pot in Old Wang's hand, whose origin was unknown, was still pitch black, but its shape was excellent, almost identical to the double-handled iron pot Chen Yuan had used on Blue Star. This was precisely what Chen Yuan had asked Uncle Wang to craft for him a few days ago. Although this world had stone pots, they heated up slowly, making cooking a lengthy process. Coincidentally, Uncle Wang had some scrap iron on hand, so Chen Yuan sketched the design of the double-handled pot and asked Uncle Wang to forge it according to the drawing. It's almost done. Just need to temper it a bit and adjust the angle. Old Wang nodded and said, alright, I'll bring you the first prey next time. Chen Yuan said with a grin. Enough, didn't you already pay your reward earlier? The armadillo you brought back a few days ago hasn't even been finished yet. Don't bring more. Old Wang waved his hand. That was the reward for borrowing the spiritual weapon. It has nothing to do with the iron pot. Besides, Uncle Wang, that big black iron ball by your furnace, I used it, so let's count it in. I'll find something better to make up for it in the future. Chen Yuan explained somewhat awkwardly. He had been busy upgrading the Green Peak sword earlier and didn't notice that the iron block wasn't his. Using it directly, he now felt embarrassed to bring it up. Who would have thought? Old Wang waved his hand and said with a smile, that iron ball was something I casually dug out from the mud layer. Passage. It's useless. Since it can't be heated, I just left it there. If you want it, take it. Don't worry about any payment. Alright, it's settled then. I'll bring you some game another day. Chen Yuan chuckled and, without waiting for Old Wang to object, turned and left the cave. Walking out of the cave, he headed straight toward the pond. That is the most spacious area inside the cave, and whether practicing the Han Yuan palm or the Phantom Step, Chen Yuan would always choose that spot. Xiao Yuan, here to train again? As soon as he arrived at the edge of the pool, Wu Dian, who had already been practicing there, greeted him. Chen Yuan nodded, but his gaze couldn't help but carefully examine the scene over there. Besides Wu Dian, there were more than a dozen members of the hunting team who hadn't gone out hunting and were temporarily staying in the tribe, clumsily practicing the Phantom Step. Ever since Chen Yuan's speed in capturing prey had significantly improved in recent days, many people immediately took notice of him and turned to Mo Chi and others to inquire about the reason. Mo Chi and the others straightforwardly explained that it was because Chen Yuan had been practicing the Phantom Step, which made his movements far faster than those of wild beasts and exotic creatures, making hunting much easier. Coupled with the tribe leader's frequent encouragement for everyone to practice the Phantom Step, this dual motivation had led to the current situation. Not only the ones who stayed behind, but also the members of the hunting team would rush back to the tribe to practice Phantom Step whenever they had free time after returning from their hunts. They had personally experienced the advantages of speed in hunting. Not only did it improve the efficiency of hunting exotic beasts, but more importantly, it made their reflexes much sharper, significantly reducing the risk of injury. This Phantom Step was precisely what Chen Yuan had contributed, and as a result, his status in everyone's hearts had unknowingly risen even further. Of course, this was a matter for later discussion. At this moment, having just responded to Wu Dian's greeting, Chen Yuan was preparing to practice a set of mixed Yuan palm. Unexpectedly, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance of the cave, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Is the hunting team back? Normally, the return of the hunting team wouldn't cause such a stir. With the current situation unclear, Chen Yuan and the others naturally lost their focus on training. They quickly walked toward the cave entrance, eager to see what was happening. As soon as they reached the cave entrance, the scene before them left them utterly astonished. On the ground near the entrance, densely packed, were over 30 prey animals, all of them armadillos about 1 meter in size. Captain Lingyu, what on earth is going on here? Chen Yuan looked toward the leader, who was none other than Lingyu. Seeing it was Chen Yuan, Lingyu grinned and walked over. A few days ago, didn't you tell me about the location of a suspected armadillo nest? Today, I took 20 people to investigate, and it turned out to be true. Inside, there were hundreds of armadillos packed together. Unfortunately, our strength was limited, so we could only hunt this many. The rest escaped, and I don't know if they'll come back. You actually went? Chen Yuan was a bit surprised. 3 days ago, while hunting with Uncle Mo and others, he happened to spot a few armadillos in a passage and casually brought back a few. After returning, he shared the location with Lingyu, hoping they could investigate when they had time. He hadn't expected them to bring back such a big surprise today. Don't be fooled by the armadillo's size of only about 1 meter. In terms of weight, each one weighs at least 30 to 40 pounds. This time, bringing back more than 30 of them is enough to feed the tribe for several days. Da da da. The sound of wooden sticks striking the ground echoed, and everyone turned around. It turned out the chief had come upon hearing the news. The crowd quickly made way for the chief, allowing him to enter the center of the group. The chieftain's gaze swept over the members of the hunting team. Seeing that no one was injured, he then turned to the 30-odd armadillos on the ground. The longer he looked, the brighter the smile on his face became. Good, good, good. To think you managed to hunt so many prey in one go. You've all worked hard. The chieftain patted Lingyu on the shoulder and then looked toward the other members of the hunting team. For the tribe. Lingyu and the hunting team members responded in unison. That's right, for the tribe, the chieftain replied with a smile, then called to the nearby tribespeople. You all handle these prey. First, Captain Lingyu, come over here for a moment, I have something to ask. With that, he turned and walked toward the nearby bonfire. Lingyu and the hunting team members immediately followed, while Chen Yuan, Emochi, Jiang Ming, and others who had heard the news also gathered around, ready to hear the details. On the other side, ordinary tribespeople brought water and jerky to Lingyu and his team, helping them recover their strength as quickly as possible. Thus, in an atmosphere where Lingyu ate while the chief asked questions, everyone learned about the entire hunting process. It was truly fortunate. When Lingyu's hunting team set out, they followed the clues previously provided by Chen Yuan and slightly explored the passage in that direction. Sure enough, they discovered numerous signs of armadillo activity. Even more coincidentally, they managed to trap over 30 armadillos in a dead-end passage. On one side was a dead end, and on the other, they were tightly surrounded by 20 strong members of the Tushan hunting team. The fate of these armadillos was self-evident. Good. Great. Can you confirm if there are other armadillos in that place? Tushan Huai lowered his body and suddenly asked. There should be. Lingyu hesitated slightly before answering. Understood. Yes. Good. A glimmer of light flashed in Tushan Huai's eyes as he turned to look at Emochi and Chen Yuan. Xiao Yuan, Lao Mo, what do you think? Tushan Huai's voice slowly rose. As soon as the words fell, everyone immediately understood the clan leader's intention. He wanted to go again. Xiao Yuan, should we give it a try? Emochi's gaze turned to Chen Yuan. The clan leader, Lingyu, and even Jiang Ming beside them, all fixed their eyes on Chen Yuan, as if waiting for him to make a decision. In fact, Chen Yuan told Lingyu that there were still armadillos in the area because the survival system had given him a hint. However, that day, Chen Yuan was accompanied only by Emochi, Dunzi, and Wu Dian, the four of them facing hundreds of armadillos. Although he himself had no problem, he worried about Emochi and the others getting injured, so he chose to retreat and informed Lingyu of the situation. In other words, Chen Yuan was very confident that there were still armadillos in that area, at least 100 of them. Although these armadillos might have already fled, since the survival system issued a hint, it's not necessarily impossible to find them. After understanding all this, Chen Yuan nodded. If that's the case, then go ahead. These armadillos aren't very lethal, and their size is large enough. If we can catch them all at once, the matter of exchanging salt with the Salt tribe will be settled. Alright, then let's let's prepare and set out tomorrow to explore. Tu Shanhui decided firmly. However, Lingyu hesitated and said, when we went there, we already alerted the armadillo group. I don't know if they will relocate. If we wait until tomorrow, I'm afraid they might have already fled. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's brows furrowed tightly. Tu Shanhui was about to speak, but Lingyu quickly interjected. Let's set out now. You can stay home and cook, and when we return from hunting, it'll be just in time for dinner. You just got back, and now you're going out again. Can your bodies handle it? Tu Shanhui asked hesitantly. Chief, rest assured, this time hunting the armadillo was really too easy. It hardly took any effort, just a bit tiring carrying it back. After resting for so long, we've fully recovered. Isn't that right, everyone? Lingyu replied confidently. Yes. The members of the hunting team immediately chimed in. Since that was the case, Tu Shanhui said no more. Such an opportunity was truly rare. Everyone quickly began preparing. Under the astonished gazes of the tribe members, all 30+ members of the Tushan hunting team mobilized and swiftly darted out of the cave, disappearing in an instant. With Lingyu and others familiar with the terrain leading the way, it took less than half an hour for the group to arrive at the spot where Lingyu and his team had previously captured the armadillo. It was indeed a dead end, with the ground still showing traces of bloodstains, but there were no signs of the armadillo anywhere nearby. It's around here. Everyone, split into groups of 4 and search carefully. Remember to be extremely cautious. Lingyu's voice rang out. The crowd immediately dispersed silently, searching the surroundings for traces left by the armadillos as they fled. With the large number of armadillos, no one was worried about not finding them, including Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan also spread out, followed closely by Mochi, Wu Dian, and Dunzi, as they moved forward together. After advancing more than 10 meters, over a dozen underground tunnels suddenly appeared ahead. Finally, compared to the passage outside, which is 1 or 2 meters wide, this place seems much narrower, at most just over a meter high, forcing Chen Yuan to crouch slightly to enter. Be careful, the space here is too cramped. If we encounter enemies, we won't be able to fight at full strength. Mochi reminded. Chen Yuan nodded, bent his body, and was about to enter the passage. At that moment, his steps suddenly halted. Ding! System prompt. Please choose carefully before entering the leftmost passage, or you will face the Armadillo King directly. Face the Armadillo King? Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. He was very familiar with the combat capabilities of armadillos, which were at most slightly weaker than an average person. Simply put, an ordinary adult tribesman in the village, armed with a weapon, could basically kill an armadillo. This combat power is not strong at all, yet there is actually an Armadillo King? After hesitating for just a moment, Chen Yuan decisively turned and said, Uncle Dun, quickly go notify the others and tell them to come over. Let them know I've discovered traces of an armadillo group. Ha! Discovered so soon? Dunzi was stunned for a moment. Seeing the others around him looking his way, he quickly turned and ran back to inform the others. Chen Yuan didn't keep everyone waiting for long. In less than a few minutes, more than 30 members of the hunting team had gathered behind him. The 30 or so warriors, each holding a blade, silently crouched in the passageway in an orderly line, exuding an imposing aura. Especially under the faint glow of the moonstone, they appeared even more solemn. Of course, apart from Chen Yuan, the others didn't care about this at all. Their gazes were all fixed on Chen Yuan. Lingyu, Jiang Ming, and the others followed closely behind, crouching behind him. While observing the passage ahead, they whispered, Xiao Yuan, are you sure the armadillo group is in here? Yes, look at the ground. There are many armadillo footprints, and they're all heading inward. There's no sign of them coming out. Chen Yuan pointed at the ground beneath their feet. Upon closer inspection, sure enough, in the damp and dark muddy passage, the heavy footprints of the armadillos were clearly visible, densely extending inward, with no trace of any footprints leading out. Get ready, everyone. Lingyu turned back and gave a low shout, then looked at Chen Yuan. Let's go, stay safe. Chen Yuan instructed softly, drew the Qingfeng sword, and bent down to enter the passage first, swiftly moving through. The 30+ people behind did not rush in all at once. Under Mochi's command, everyone maintained a distance of about 2 meters. This gap was to ensure that if they encountered an unstoppable danger, those in front would have room to turn around and escape. At the forefront of the team, Chen Yuan held a moonstone in one hand and a sword in the other, advancing swiftly. However, as they went deeper, his steps gradually slowed. Fortunately, for some reason, the passage became increasingly spacious the further they went. From initially having to stoop to move forward, after a few hundred meters, they could almost walk upright. However, precisely because of this, Chen Yuan became even more cautious. A faint stench of decay began to permeate the air, and the ground beneath their feet changed from bare mud to a thick layer of rotting leaves, which were evidently collected by the armadillos from outside. The passage was wide enough, and so far they still hadn't found any traces of other armadillos, nor did they know how far these decayed leaves extended. We might have reached the armadillo's lair. Everyone be careful. Mochi, who was following closely behind, observed the ground and reminded in a low voice. Chen Yuan trusted the experienced Mochi, nodded in acknowledgement, and slowed his pace, trying to avoid making any noise as he quietly moved forward. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the mountain wall on the left, catching Chen Yuan's attention. Hadn't had time to take a closer look when another opening appeared not far ahead. After walking a few more steps, dozens of openings suddenly appeared around the cave, all leading to the main path they were on. At this moment, they could finally confirm that they had truly stepped into the armadillo's nest. Not only Chen Yuan and Mochi, but the clansmen behind them also grew excited. Ling Yu was even more formidable, advancing while commanding everyone to block all the newly appeared passages to prevent the armadillo from escaping. Fortunately, these were all mud-layered passages, so there was no shortage of mud for blocking. To accommodate the people behind him who were busy sealing the passages, Chen Yuan deliberately slowed his pace. About the time it takes to burn an incense stick later, all the new passages were sealed, and he then quickened his pace to continue forward. Gradually, the surrounding layers of mud turned into a mix of sandy soil and gravel, and the cave became noticeably much drier. The ground was still covered with a thick layer of decayed leaves, but they were much drier now. Stepping on them, one could occasionally feel black granules. There was no need to guess, they were armadillo droppings. Chen Yuan frowned deeply, missing the protection of shoes more than ever. If he had shoes, he wouldn't have to step barefoot on these droppings. Suppressing the disgust in their hearts, the group continued to move forward in silence. Suddenly, a rapid squeaking sound abruptly rang out. Chen Yuan suddenly looked up, and before his eyes appeared an armadillo about a meter tall, its entire body a dark gray color, standing at the entrance of the passage ahead. It seemed to have noticed Chen Yuan and his group, as the armadillo squeaked while quickly fleeing deeper into the cave. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan pushed off with his foot, and in the next instant, his whole body shot forward like the wind, instantly catching up to the armadillo. Before it could disappear into the darkness, he decisively swung his sword down. Swoosh! The armadillo's squeaking abruptly came to an end. Chen Yuan kicked the armadillo's corpse to the roadside and glanced down at his system panel. Sure enough, he had gained 10 experience points. He was now just about 20 points away from his goal. His heart surged with excitement as his gaze swept toward the pitch-black cave ahead, hoping to find 2 more armadillos. Behind him, Mochi, Jiang Ming, and the others hurried to catch up, cautiously scanning their surroundings. After confirming it was safe, they all turned their eyes toward Chen Yuan. At this moment, the originally narrow passage, barely half a person's height, had unknowingly expanded to nearly 3 meters in diameter, wide enough for 4 or 5 people to stand side by side. Everyone closely followed behind Chen Yuan, staring intently ahead and silently waiting. At that moment, a sudden squeaking sound came from the front. Immediately after, there was a burst of dense squeaking. Everyone instantly noticed that deep within the pitch-black cave, pairs of glowing green eyes gradually emerged. This is not good. It's a group of armadillos. Mochi's face immediately darkened. Damn it, how can there be so many? Wu Dian's voice was trembling. The countless green dots before his eyes were overwhelming. Everyone, be careful! Ling Yu shouted urgently. Swish! Almost instantly, everyone gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed on the boundless dark cave. Gulp! Chen Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. What came into view were hundreds of glowing green eyes. At this moment, these green eyes were staring intently at them. He took a deep breath, and in the next moment, the moonstone in his hand was suddenly thrown out. The moonstone traced a graceful arc, flying over 30 meters before hitting something and then falling to the ground with a thud. Hiss! Taking advantage of the brief suspension provided by the moonstone, everyone finally saw clearly what they were facing. The owners of those hundreds of glowing green eyes were, as expected, all armadillos, and each one was over a meter in size. Occasionally, there were some under a meter, but they were directly ignored by everyone. Originally, facing these hundreds of armadillos, everyone should have been excited. After all, there were more than 30 of them, plus Chen Yuan's assistants. As long as they took it seriously, hunting these armadillos wouldn't be difficult. Host, Chen Yuan. Age, 16. Identity, member of the Tushan tribe hunting team. Cultivation, body refining 9th level. What truly made everyone gasp was the sight at the very center of the armadillo herd, at the spot where the moonstone had landed. There stood a massive armadillo over 3 meters long, its entire body covered in pure black scales, resembling a giant sculpture. It seemed that the moonstone had just struck its head, causing it to fall from their hands. This thing, is it also an armadillo? Dunzi's voice was almost trembling as he spoke. This is a mutant beast. This armadillo must have undergone a mutation. Mochi said in a deep voice. Xiao Yuan, be careful with this armadillo. I'll join you in the fight, and the rest of you focus on clearing the surrounding minions. There's no time. Fall back first. As soon as Chen Yuan finished speaking, the massive armadillo king suddenly leaped forward, charging straight at the group. Its speed was astonishing. Before Mochi and the others could react, it had already closed in. The next moment, that gaping bloody mouth fiercely lunged toward Chen Yuan at the front. A cold glint flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes, but his movements showed no hesitation as the Qingfeng sword instantly pierced into that gaping mouth. Who would have thought that the Armadillo King seemed to possess intelligence? Its mouth snapped shut abruptly, while its left front claw rose, carrying a fierce gust of wind, and slammed down toward Chen Yuan's head. Bang! With a dull thud, the Qingfeng Feng's sword thrust by Chen Yuan was swatted askew by the Armadillo King's claw, and under the immense force, he staggered back 5 steps. Before he could steady himself, the Armadillo King had already closed in again, clearly intent on continuing its attack. Truly worthy of being the Armadillo King, its strength is actually greater than mine. Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart secretly shocked. The brief moment of contact earlier had left his right hand faintly numb. This creature's strength was undoubtedly greater than his own, but having greater strength doesn't necessarily mean victory. With this thought, the green peak sword in Chen Yuan's hand thrust forward once more, this time at an even trickier angle. The Armadillo King, however, showed no fear. As it charged closer, it raised a sharp claw again and fiercely struck down toward Chen Yuan's head, intending to repeat its earlier move. However, just as it raised its claw and prepared to strike, Chen Yuan, who had been standing steadily in place, suddenly stepped forward with his right foot, swiftly shifting his entire body to the right. Bang! The ground cracked, and the spot where the Armadillo King's claw landed instantly caved in. Chen Yuan had no time to pay attention to these details. Seizing the moment when the Armadillo King's claw descended, the azure peak sword in his hand had already thrust forward. Clang! A piercing metallic collision rang out, and Chen Yuan's expression instantly changed, becoming somewhat grim. At this moment, his azure peak sword was precisely aimed at the cervical vertebra of the Armadillo King's neck. As long as he could sever its cervical vertebra, everything would be over. When hunting other smaller armadillos before, this was the exact move he used. However, to his surprise, the scales on the Armadillo King's neck were exceptionally tough. Even though the azure peak sword in his hand was at the spiritual weapon level, it still couldn't pierce through. It could only penetrate less than 3 inches, without even drawing a trace of blood. With a quick shift in thought, Chen Yuan immediately infused his internal true energy into the azure peak sword, preparing to try again. But the opponent didn't give him any chance at all, as if it knew Chen Yuan posed a threat to it. The Armadillo King's neck suddenly arched, and its long nose thrust straight toward Chen Yuan's lumbar spine. Chen Yuan had already experienced its strength before. Direct confrontation would only put him at a disadvantage, so he could only retreat quickly. The Armadillo King's thrust missed, and Chen Yuan's attack also failed to land. He retreated to Mochi and the others, steadied himself again, and fixed his gaze firmly on the Armadillo King opposite him. Xiao Yuan, I'll assist you, Mochi said. No, your cultivation levels are too low. That thing's strength has likely reached the chi condensation stage. If you encounter it, you'll either die or be severely injured. Chen Yuan shook his head, firmly rejecting Mochi's proposal. As soon as these words were spoken, Lingyu, Jiang Ming, and the others behind him became anxious. They had already realized that Chen Yuan might not be a match either. Could they only stand by and watch helplessly? Wu Dian furrowed his brows even deeper. The situation seemed to have reached a deadlock. To Chen Yuan's surprise, the Armadillo King didn't rush to attack but instead squeaked on the spot, then took heavy steps and quickly approached him. Almost simultaneously, hundreds of glowing green eyes lit up behind the Armadillo King. Accompanied by flashes of dark shadows, the smaller armadillos swarmed out in large numbers, charging toward Chen Yuan and the others. No wonder it didn't move earlier. It was actually contemplating how to deal with them. This creature definitely possesses intelligence, but now is not the time to think about these things. Seeing the Armadillo King charging again, Chen Yuan could only brace himself and face it head-on. As the saying goes, if this Armadillo King were to charge into the crowd behind him, those people would either die or be severely injured. Chen Yuan could not accept such consequences, and the Tushan tribe could not bear them either. When those densely packed little armadillos rushed to Chen Yuan's side, they automatically moved aside, which left Chen Yuan rather frustrated, temporarily abandoning the idea of casually killing 2 to level up. The Armadillo King lunged again, and Chen Yuan, ignoring Mochi and the others entangled with the little armadillos behind him, began to focus entirely on dealing with the Armadillo King in front of him. It must be admitted that this big guy completely overwhelmed Chen Yuan in both size and strength. However, in terms of agility and speed, it was completely unable to do anything to Chen Yuan, not even managing to touch the hem of his clothes, and could only launch futile attacks again and again. Similarly, Chen Yuan's attacks could hardly inflict substantial damage on it, even when he occasionally managed to ambush and strike. Its hard, thick scales, at most, he left a few white marks. Breaking through its scales was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Time passed bit by bit, and the battle remained in a stalemate. Chen Yuan took a moment to check on Uncle Mo and the others, finding that there was basically no major issue on their side. Although there were quite a few armadillos, their actual lethality was very low. Only a few clansmen had been accidentally bitten, but fortunately, the injuries were not serious. On the contrary, they had already killed 20 to 30 of the small armadillos. However, these armadillos seemed to have gone mad. Even after so many of them had died, they still fearlessly launched attacks on Mochi and the others. Due to the small size of the armadillos and the sufficiently wide cave passage, everyone now had to face attacks from 2 or 3 armadillos at the same time, while constantly staying alert to whether other armadillos might seize the opportunity to ambush them. If this situation continued, the number of injured people would likely only increase. However, at this moment, Chen Yuan had no better solution and could only find ways to hold on, absolutely not allowing the Armadillo King to charge forward. Unfortunately, the thing he feared still happened in the end. Just as Chen Yuan was momentarily distracted, the Armadillo King suddenly broke free from his restraint and charged straight toward Mochi and the others in the distance. Chen Yuan's eyes turned cold as he instantly chased after it, wielding the azure peak sword in his hand to fiercely slash at the Armadillo King's back once again. Bang! A low, muffled sound echoed. For this strike, Chen Yuan exerted all his strength. The result was gratifying. Dozens of scales on the Armadillo King's back instantly shattered. However, what Chen Yuan didn't expect was that the Armadillo King seemed completely unaware of its injury and continued to charge straight at Mochi and the others, ignoring everything. Chen Yuan's expression immediately turned extremely grim. "Uncle Mo, watch out!" Chen Yuan shouted sternly. Mochi, who was focused on hunting a small armadillo, quickly looked up upon hearing the voice. At a glance, he immediately saw a giant armadillo charging toward him. He almost instinctively dodged to the side, courting death. Mochi moved quickly, but the reaction of Dunzi behind him was half a beat slower. By the time he realized something was wrong and tried to dodge, it was already too late. Accompanied by a muffled bang, Dunzi was violently knocked into the air, crashing straight into several clansmen and knocking down several others before finally coming to a stop. The clansmen were greatly startled by the sudden turn of events and retreated one after another, preparing to regroup and respond. However, the Armadillo King had no intention of stopping. After knocking down the first person, it immediately charged fiercely at the second. It must be said, the Armadillo King's destructive power is truly astonishing. Even though he was mentally prepared, the second tribesman was still swatted away by the Armadillo King's claw while trying to dodge, slamming hard against the cave wall, his fate uncertain. Seeing the Armadillo King about to attack the third person, Chen Yuan finally arrived. With a furious shout, Chen Yuan's Qingfeng sword once again slashed fiercely at the Armadillo King's back. Bang! A muffled sound echoed once more. The body of the Armadillo King sank slightly from the impact. However, this creature seemed truly off, still ignoring Chen Yuan behind it, determined to charge at the third tribesman, attempting to knock him away. Fortunately, Lingyu reacted swiftly, pulling the third person aside just in time, though he took the hit himself, preventing further injuries to others. But Lingyu's strength was only at the peak of the first level of body tempering. After dodging 2 attacks, he finally failed to evade the third and was sent flying by the Armadillo King. Chen Yuan stood behind the Armadillo King, his eyes red with anger. However, no matter how he attacked, that creature simply ignored him, as if it was dead set on believing that Chen Yuan couldn't harm it. It was indeed the case. Chen Yuan had to admit that the scales on the Armadillo King's body were extraordinarily tough. Even with a spiritual weapon in hand, he couldn't break through its defense. Suddenly, a series of squeaking sounds and screams caught Chen Yuan's attention. He saw that around the clansmen who had been knocked away, a large number of small armadillos immediately swarmed. These little creatures showed no mercy, opening their bloody mouths and biting down hard, causing the clansmen to scream in pain. Seeing these little armadillos and then looking at the Armadillo King, Chen Yuan steeled his heart and decisively said, "Uncle Mo, hold them off for now." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward the nearest little armadillo on one side. That little armadillo was attempting to rush toward the first fallen mound, moving quickly, but Chen Yuan was even faster. Just as it leaped and was about to pounce on the mound, a dark cyan sword shadow flashed by, slicing it cleanly into mid-air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a common armadillo. Experience points plus 10, system points plus 10. The long-awaited system notification sounded. Chen Yuan had no time to take a closer look as the long sword in his hand thrust out again, directly targeting a small armadillo perched on a stump, lifting it into the air before slaying it with one strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a common armadillo. Experience points plus 10, system points plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Current level, Qi Condensation Realm. A series of continuous system prompts sounded, and almost simultaneously, Chen Yuan felt a surge of powerful true energy suddenly emerge from the depths of his dantian. With the birth of this true energy, the previously empty dantian began to operate at high speed. Before long, a vortex of true energy, completely condensed from this force, slowly formed and thoroughly connected with the meridians of his limbs, linking all the true energy within his body together. The next moment, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Chen Yuan's body, instantly spreading in all directions. The first to sense this aura were the small armadillos closest to Chen Yuan. They had originally intended to continue attacking the other clansmen, but upon feeling this oppressive force, they were so frightened that they fled further away. Immediately after, the other clansmen were also affected. Pale and shocked, they looked at Chen Yuan, their chests seemingly weighed down by an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe, forcing them to retreat several steps. Fortunately, Chen Yuan noticed the anomaly in time and quickly restrained his aura. Afterward, he charged at the Armadillo King once again. At that moment, the Armadillo King was attacking the fourth clansman, Jiang Ming, who had stepped forward bravely. However, Jiang Ming only managed to block 2 moves before his face turned bright red, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and as the third strike was about to land, he almost instinctively ceased resisting. But the anticipated attack did not come. Instead, a heart-wrenching roar echoed. Opening his eyes, Chen Yuan realized that, at some point, he had mounted the Armadillo King's back, with the azure peak sword in his hand deeply embedded in its neck. The Armadillo King no longer attacked Jiang Ming but instead struggled in pain, staggering and crashing into the surrounding walls, startling the nearby tribesmen and young armadillos into fleeing in all directions. Courting death. Continue? Do you really have what it takes? A cold gleam flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes as he shouted angrily, drawing the azure peak sword and fiercely stabbing again. The previously impenetrable, rock-hard scales were easily pierced by this strike, with the 3-foot-long blade sinking deeply. Blood spurted out as the Armadillo King struggled even more violently. But Chen Yuan tightly gripped the sword hilt with both hands, refusing to let go no matter how much he struggled. Even more impressively, he exerted all his strength to slightly twist his hands, causing the blade to rotate within the wound. The blood gushed out even more violently. The Armadillo King beneath him struggled more and more fiercely, not only crashing into the walls but also attempting to roll over and throw Chen Yuan off. However, every time it tried to break free, Chen Yuan would twist the blade in a different direction, forcing it to stop. The sounds of struggle gradually weakened, and the crashing against the walls grew fainter and fainter. All the clansmen present instinctively stopped in their tracks. Even the little armadillos ceased their attacks. However, in the next moment, these little armadillos seemed to hear the agonized wail of their leader and swiftly turned around, rushing toward the Armadillo King. Many even leaped up, launching attacks at Chen Yuan on its back. Courting death. Clansmen, follow me and kill. Mochi shouted sternly, charging first toward the little armadillos. Other tribesmen were also enraged by the ferocious assault of the Armadillo King earlier. Now that it had fallen under Chen Yuan's control, it was the perfect opportunity for them to take revenge. The charging small armadillos could hardly escape the encirclement and were slain one after another. In the end, as their numbers became overwhelming, the tribesmen no longer had time to kill them one by one. They simply threw down their long swords, grabbing one with their left hand and another with their right, with only one goal: to ensure they wouldn't disturb Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan looked at the scene, his eyes almost blazing with fury. Seeing that there was still life under the Armadillo King, he decisively drew out the Qingfeng sword. The next moment, the whole body flipped in midair, leaping above the Armadillo King's head. Both feet stomped hard against the cave wall, using the force to press down sharply, followed by a heavy palm strike that landed squarely on the giant creature's head. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, and the previously struggling Armadillo King finally ceased its resistance. It staggered a few steps before suddenly collapsing onto the ground with a boom. Squeak squeak! A low and faint cry sounded twice, then completely disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the Armadillo King. Experience points plus 50, system points plus 50. A crisp and pleasant notification sound suddenly rang out. Without taking the time to check, Chen Yuan hurriedly rushed toward Mochi and the others. At this moment, the small armadillos were almost out of control, recklessly charging toward the Armadillo King's corpse. Anyone who dared to stand in their way was attacked frantically. Those clansmen who tried to hold them back had already been bitten countless times, their bodies covered in wounds. Chen Yuan saw the shocking scene before him and, without hesitation, wielded the Qingfeng sword in his hand, weaving through the crowd. Accompanied by a series of system notification sounds, the frenzied armadillo horde was mostly slaughtered. The remaining dozen or so seemed to regain their senses and, realizing the situation was hopeless, quickly fled into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye into the depths of the pitch-black cave. Huff, huff! Heavy panting echoed one after another. As soon as the armadillos disappeared, the clansmen collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Xiao Yuan, you've broken through to the qi condensation stage? Mochi asked with a trembling voice, ignoring the injuries and fatigue on his body, his gaze fixed firmly on Chen Yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, almost everyone's eyes in the surroundings focused on Chen Yuan, and it seemed as if even the breathing in the entire underground passage had frozen. Yes, at the brink of life and death, I managed to break through by sheer luck. Let's talk about this later. For now, let's check on the situation of the other clansmen, Chen Yuan reminded. As the words fell, people suddenly realized and turned around to check the condition of the injured around them. Dunzi, are you okay? Dunzi. Mochi was the first to call out and check on Dunzi's condition. Cough, cough. Brother I'm fine, go check on the others. Dunzi coughed slightly, pointing to a corner of the wall. Mochi hadn't moved yet, but Chen Yuan had already rushed over ahead of him. The person was the clansman who had been the second to be struck and sent flying by the Armadillo King. At this moment, he lay in the corner of the wall, his fate uncertain. His face, arms, and even his exposed thighs were covered in bite marks, clearly showing that he had suffered numerous attacks from armadillos while lying on the ground earlier. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, his fingers trembling slightly as he reached toward the man's nostrils. Chen Yuan suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Still breathing, he turned his head and reported the news. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately became excited, fortunately, still alive. But Chen Yuan's brows quickly furrowed. Although he wasn't dead, the blow from that palm had fractured the bone in his arm, with bone fragments even piercing through the skin. His arm was already useless. Given the current level of medical technology, there was no hope of restoring this arm. Chen Yuan's expression was grave as he bandaged the wound to stop the bleeding while checking for other injuries. Fortunately, apart from the arm, there were no other major issues. On the other side, Mochi and the others quickly finished their count. Aside from 3 or 4 clansmen who were seriously injured and unable to move, the rest had only minor injuries, at most a few bites from the armadillos. For clansmen who frequently went out hunting, this was not considered a serious injury. After confirming that no one had died, everyone's gaze once again fell fervently on the corpse of the Armadillo King. This was a mutated beast, over 3 meters long and weighing at least 400 or 500 pounds. How much meat is that? Enough to feed our tribe for several days. Miss Diane's eyes almost sparkled. All you think about is eating? This armadillo is a treasure trove. Not only is its meat tender, but its scales are also excellent resources. They can be ground into powder as a hemostatic agent or made into battle armor. When we encounter other exotic beasts in the future, our casualties will surely be greatly reduced. Mochi said with a teasing smile. That's right, this time it's truly a big harvest. When we return, the chief and the others will probably have their jaws drop. Ha ha ha. Ling Yu burst into hearty laughter. Laughing and laughing, he seemed to remember his wound again and couldn't help but gasp in pain repeatedly. After a short rest, when the clansmen had carried over the many small armadillo corpses scattered around, Mochi spoke up. Alright, this place is not safe to stay for long. Such an intense battle just broke out, leaving blood all over the ground. If it attracts other beasts, it will be troublesome. We need to leave quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone on the scene instantly became serious. No one dared to joke anymore. They all got up and began to gather the armadillo corpses. After counting, as many as 93 small armadillos had been killed, plus the Armadillo King, making a total of 94. Fortunately, these armadillos were not large in size, and each clansman could carry 3 or 4, so taking them back wouldn't be a problem. However, a problem immediately arose. The passage they had entered through was very narrow. The small armadillo could barely be maneuvered out, but the Armadillo King was completely impossible to move out. With no other options, Mochi hurriedly sent 4 tribesmen to scout in the direction where the Armadillo King had charged out. Sure enough, they found another passage leading to the outside. The tribesmen followed the new passage and made their way out. Although it delayed them by half an hour, the journey was safe, and nearly 2 hours later, the group finally returned to the tribe. When Chen Yuan and the others laid out the corpses of over 90 armadillos in front of the tribespeople, the crowd immediately erupted in excitement. The chief's face was beaming with joy, smiling so broadly that he couldn't speak for a long time. Standing amidst the crowd, Chen Yuan scanned each face and couldn't help but smile as well. Although many had been injured, the harvest this time was incredibly bountiful. If the meat from these armadillos was counted, it would amount to at least 3,000 to 4,000 pounds, enough to feed the 100+ members of the Tushan tribe for half a month. At this moment, Chen Yuan saw heartfelt smiles bloom on the faces of all the tribespeople. Since the relocation, the Tushan tribe had been plagued by food shortages, but now they had finally managed to temporarily escape this crisis. That evening, the chieftain personally gave the order for everyone to eat to their heart's content and enjoy a grand feast. Even so, the Tushan tribe, with over 100 members, only consumed 20 small armadillos that night, while the rest were stored in a specially designated storage room within the tribe. By the campfire in the cave, Chen Yuan, Mochi, the chieftain, and others ate and chatted. Even the injured Dunzi, Ling Yu, and Jiang Ming were present. Nothing else, the clan leader has something to announce. After a brief meal, the clan leader suddenly cleared his throat and slowly began to speak. I plan to trade 30 armadillos with the Salt clan for 3 jars of salt. How much? Chen Yuan's eyes widened in shock, staring at the clan leader in disbelief, almost thinking he had misheard. 3 jars of salt for 1 trade. Seeing that Chen Yuan didn't respond, Wu Dian quickly explained and then looked at Tu Shanhui with some concern. Chief, isn't trading 30 animals this time a bit too much? We don't have much food left. If we trade away the tribe's rations, what will we do then? If we don't trade, this food won't be consumed in a short time, and over time, it will spoil and go to waste. Tu Shanhui responded in a deep voice. He was reluctant to trade as well, but after learning from Chen Yuan about the importance of salt, he had no choice but to make this decision. Moreover, there was currently no better preservation method. Although the underground temperature was relatively low, food stored for too long would still breed bacteria. There had been cases where tribe members lost their lives after consuming rotten and spoiled food, and Tu Shanhui did not want to repeat such a tragedy. Then 30 it is. The remaining meat will be enough for the tribe to eat for 5 or 6 days. After that, the hunting team will go out again. Mochi made the final decision, and as he finished speaking, he delivered deliberately glanced at Chen Yuan. Only at this moment did Chen Yuan snap out of the shock of the 3 jars of salt. Seeing everyone looking at him, he instinctively asked, "Those 3 jars, are they this big?" As he spoke, Chen Yuan gestured a circle with his hands, roughly the size of the stone pot they usually used, with a diameter of at least 40 centimeters. Who would have thought that? Just as he finished gesturing, Wu Dian exclaimed, "Xiao Yuan, are you crazy? That big? Dreaming, are you? It's just a small jar. 300 pounds of meat can only exchange for a jar this small. 10 armadillos, roughly over 300 pounds, are just enough to trade for 1 jar of salt." Chen Yuan's gaze swept towards Wu Dian, and when he saw him casually pick up the stone cup used for drinking water to make a comparison, his face instantly darkened. The stone cup had a diameter of no more than 10 centimeters, holding only a shallow amount, estimated to fit at most a pound of salt. 3 jars of salt would amount to just 3 pounds. Using over 1,000 pounds of meat to exchange for 3 pounds of salt? Chen Yuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably, yet the clan leader and others seemed to find this perfectly reasonable, even casting concerned glances at him, as if Chen Yuan were the one behaving abnormally. In the end, it was Mo-Chi who explained, "This salt is extremely difficult to refine. According to the Salt Clan, they can't even refine 1 jar of salt in 10 days, it's incredibly precious. We've always traded for salt this way, and it hasn't changed for many years." "Is the Salt Clan very powerful?" Chen Yuan suddenly asked. Everyone looked puzzled, except for the old clan leader, whose eyes flashed with a hint of something unusual. He slowly said, "The Salt Clan leader is a 5th-level tempered body expert, with 1 4th-level tempered body subordinate, 5 3rd-level tempered body experts, and over a dozen 1st and 2nd-level tempered body masters. Their overall strength far surpasses our Tu Mountain, at least 10 times stronger." At this point, Tu Shanhui seemed to recall something and added, "Of course, that was the Tu Mountain of the past." After hearing the patriarch's words, everyone turned to look at Chen Yuan, their eyes shining brightly. That's right, it was the old Tushan. Now, with Chen Yuan's presence, Tushan's individual strength had already surpassed the Salt Tribe. Given a little more time, surpassing that so-called Salt Tribe was only a matter of time. Chen Yuan said with a wry smile, "Exactly. Based on the knowledge I've inherited, refining salt is actually extremely simple. Even 3 or 4 ordinary people can refine several pounds of salt in a day. If they use something as common as salt to trade for your meat, of course, they can save their tribesmen the time of hunting and taking risks outside. How could their strength not surpass ours?" As soon as Chen Yuan said this, Tu Shanhui and the others frowned one after another. Mo-Chi's eye twitched violently as he stared at Chen Yuan and asked, "Xiao Yuan, are you saying that refining salt is actually very simple?" "That's right. As long as there's a salt mine, I can refine at least 10 pounds of salt in a single day." Chen Yuan nodded vigorously. "Damn it! Those bastards from the Salt Tribe dared to deceive us," Wu Dian shouted angrily. But the next moment, he changed his tone. "So, are we not trading for salt anymore?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone frowned deeply. Even Chen Yuan fell silent. "No salt trade? What would the tribe eat?" "We still have to trade. Let's go and trade once to see how it goes," following the chief's instructions. "But after this trade, our tribe must start searching for salt soil and salt mines ourselves," Chen Yuan said solemnly. Regarding the matter of salt soil, Chen Yuan had mentioned it before, and everyone knew how to look for it. They all nodded, indicating that the hunting team would definitely pay more attention to clues about salt soil during future outings. This matter was thus settled. The atmosphere gradually calmed down from the earlier anger, and everyone began eating and drinking on their own. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Yuan returned to the cave to rest, as he had to set out early the next morning to visit the so-called Salt Tribe. He needed to rest early tonight. Besides Chen Yuan, Mo-Chi, Yizhou, and others would also be accompanying him. Unfortunately, Wu Dian, Dunzi, and Ling Yu were injured while dealing with the armadillo today and would be unable to join them tomorrow. The next day, as they prepared to set off, Chen Yuan was shocked by the size of the team. There were as many as 10 people, including himself. Moreover, every one of them was an experienced veteran of the hunting team, with Mo-Chi among them. Before departure, the clan leader suddenly pulled Chen Yuan aside, held his hand, and urged, "Xiao Yuan, I know your cultivation is strong, but our overall strength is limited. Today's salt exchange is entirely entrusted to old Mo. Whatever you do, don't reveal your strength. Just go along with the team today and observe. We'll make other plans once we grow stronger, understand?" Was he worried that Chen Yuan might feel indignant and directly wipe out the Salt Clan? Or was he afraid that youthful impulsiveness might spark a conflict between the two clans? The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched. Naturally, he wasn't foolish. With his current cultivation, expecting to single-handedly wipe out the Salt Clan was simply unrealistic. However, since the clan leader meant well, Chen Yuan could only nod to show he understood. Afterward, he saw the clan leader pull Mo-Chi aside, whispering a few words. Mo-Chi nodded in response, while occasionally glancing at Chen Yuan. There was no need to think too hard. It was clear the clan leader was worried something might go wrong and had specifically reminded Mo-Chi multiple times. The team for exchanging salt finally set off off, slowly walking out of the cave under the expectant gazes of all the tribe members. The team consisted of 10 people, including Chen Yuan, each carrying 3 armadillos on their shoulders. However, Chen Yuan noticed that the corpses of 5 or 6 armadillos were noticeably smaller than the others, clearly having been deliberately selected. Seeing this, a faint smile finally appeared on Chen Yuan's face. These tribespeople aren't fools after all. The team for exchanging salt advanced rapidly along the tunnel dug by the Gonglong. According to Mochi's explanation, the place where the Salt tribe lived was on the other side of their tribe's original site, about half a day's journey from the abandoned tribal ruins. So for this trip, it would take at least 2 or 3 days to return. Their goal today was not to head directly to the Salt tribe, but to first return to their original tribal gathering place, rest there for a night, and then continue their journey to the Salt tribe to complete the salt exchange once they were well rested. Of course, Chen Yuan was well aware that the so-called one night here was merely a metaphor. After all, in these dark underground caves, where sunlight never reached, the concept of day and night had long ceased to exist. The phrase rest for a night was nothing more than a saying passed down through generations. The return journey was relatively smooth, but after walking for most of the day, the road ahead was suddenly blocked by a collapse, forcing them to find an alternative route. Looking at the large collapsed area in front of them, Mochi clicked his tongue and turned to Chen Yuan. Xiao Yuan, isn't this the mess you caused back when you lured away that Gonglong? Chen Yuan's eyes flashed as he looked around, nodded after confirming there was no mistake. My goodness, Xiao Yuan, you're truly amazing. Yeah, with such a commotion, if it were us, we'd be done for already. The other clan members sighed in admiration. Of course, just look at Xiao Yuan's cultivation level now. A mere Gonglong, if it dares to come again, Xiao Yuan could probably handle it all by himself. Wu Dian chuckled as he spoke. Originally, Wu Dian wasn't part of today's team. It was only after he shamelessly insisted on replacing another clansman this morning that he managed to join. Hearing this, Chen Yuan rolled his eyes, ignored Wu Dian, and walked straight in another direction. There was another passage there, the one Chen Yuan had originally come through. Mochi and the others hurriedly followed behind. The group trailed Chen Yuan through twists and turns in this new passage for nearly an hour, finally reaching a somewhat familiar path and continuing forward. After walking for about another 2 hours, the group finally arrived at a vast rocky area. Phew, finally back. I thought I'd never have the chance to return in this lifetime, Wu Dian said with emotion. Alright, stop wasting time and hurry up to help move the stone. It's not safe outside, Mochi urged sharply. As soon as the words were spoken, Wu Dian's expression changed. He quickly put down the armadillo on his back, stepped forward, and began to slowly move the massive 100-pound sealing stone. As the sealing stone was moved aside, a passage leading to the interior of the cave was revealed. Without Mochi saying more, everyone quickly hoisted the armadillos on their shoulders and went inside. Passing through the narrow entrance passage, the group had to stop shortly after entering the cave. Why did we stop? Wu Dian, who was the last to enter, asked loudly. When he squeezed to the front and took a look, he immediately fell silent. The once spacious and bright cave was almost devoid of any place to stand, with rippling water covering the entire visible area. This original cave now resembles an underground river. See if there are any high grounds that haven't been submerged, and move the food there first. Mochi spoke again. Ignoring their complicated emotions, everyone began wading through the water, slowly searching for areas that hadn't been flooded. Fortunately, the cave was naturally uneven, and after venturing over 100 meters, the ground finally began to emerge. The group moved to a dry area, piling the armadillo corpses in a dry spot before walking empty-handed toward the water, staring at the lake in front of them with disgust. Good thing we already moved away. Yeah, it's only been about 10 days, and this place is already flooded like this. A tribesman couldn't help but sigh. With Xiao Yuan here, things will definitely get better and better in the future. Now is not the time to talk about this. First, go and see if there is any dry firewood left in the tribe to start a fire, Mochi ordered. As soon as the words were spoken, some tribesmen turned and went deeper into the tribe to search for dry firewood. The rest began to look around, cautiously checking for any potential dangers. Fortunately, apart from the cave being flooded, no other threats were found. Before leaving, there was still quite a bit of unused firewood piled up in the innermost area of the cave, which now came in handy. Mochi took out a fire starter and lit the firewood. The group sat around the bonfire, roasting jerky. On this outing, apart from carrying weapons for self-defense, the group only brought water and a small amount of jerky, relying on the heavy armadillo carcass they carried for the rest. The armadillo carcass was extremely heavy. Except for Chen Yuan, most of the others had just entered the body tempering stage and had limited carrying capacity, so they could only bring some jerky to stave off hunger. After eating some jerky, Chen Yuan found an abandoned stone pot, boiled water, and drank it. Only then did everyone completely warm up. In the following time, except for one person standing guard, the rest fell into a deep sleep. After resting for nearly 3 hours, everyone got up one after another at Mochi's call. After a simple meal, they extinguished the fire, shouldered the armadillo carcass nearby once again, and set off in the direction of the Salt tribe. This journey took more than 4 hours. The journey was not entirely smooth. They encountered 2 attacks by alien insects along the way. Fortunately, the attacks were not too fierce, and Chen Yuan dealt with them one by one before anyone else could act. When everyone stepped onto the gravel ground, Mochi finally spoke. "We're here, it's nearby. Everyone, please be mindful of your words and actions later. Also, put away your moonstones. Except for mine, only leave one with Dachin at the back of the team." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions turned serious, and they hurriedly put away the moonstones in their hands. Chen Yuan also took the opportunity to tuck the moonstone into his chest while surveying the surroundings. However, apart from the passage being slightly wider, the surroundings remained pitch black, with nothing visible. After walking for more than 10 minutes on the gravel that hurt their feet, the passage ahead became increasingly spacious, about 4 to 5 meters high and 7 to 8 meters wide, almost comparable to the cave they had previously lived in. "And this is merely a passage." Mochi showed no surprise on his face, lowered his head, and led the way. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, became more vigilant, quietly observing the so-called Salt Tribe's living environment. At that moment, Chen Yuan's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he immediately turned and walked toward the left side of the cave wall. Mochi, who was leading the way ahead, was startled and hurriedly ran over, whispering, "Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Uncle Mo, look, this is salt soil," Chen Yuan said, pointing at the cave wall. In the mud layer, there was a small trace of fine, snow-white frost-like substance, resembling salt. However, Chen Yuan knew this was not pure salt, but based on this, he could already conclude that this was a large salt mine. It seems the Salt Tribe truly occupies an exceptionally advantageous location, a place with abundant salt mines, where even mosquitoes are unwilling to approach under the current circumstances. This is undoubtedly an excellent dwelling. When Chen Yuan spoke, everyone looked in the direction he pointed and also noticed the anomaly. However, Mochi was the most clear-headed. He pulled everyone along, quickly heading toward the center of the passage, while softly reminding them, "This is the Salt Tribe's territory, there might be guards everywhere. Hurry up and move." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of urgency, stopped looking around, and quickly headed toward the center of the passage. Just as they returned to the center of the passage and hadn't walked far, a faint glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the distance, and then the light grew increasingly bright. As the light gradually approached, everyone finally saw the presence behind it. It was a team of 10 sturdy men armed with knives and guns. As soon as Chen Yuan saw them, he instinctively began to scrutinize them. Sure enough, each of them had broad shoulders and strong builds, with ruddy complexions, clearly living a worry-free life. Moreover, Chen Yuan sensed the aura of the body-tempering realm from them, indicating that they were all body-tempering level martial artists. What caught his attention even more was that these men were wearing neatly tailored bearskin coats, each with a unique style but all well-made. It seemed that the Salt Tribe was indeed very wealthy. Chen Yuan secretly marveled in his heart. At the same time, these Salt Tribe men stopped about 20 meters away from Chen Yuan and the others. The sturdy man holding the moonstone pointed his spear at Chen Yuan and the group, shouting, "Who are you? What are you doing on the territory of my Salt Tribe?" "So it's old Huang. It's me, Mochi. We're from Two Mountain, here to trade for salt this time." Mochi's voice rang out as he raised the moonstone to illuminate his face. The burly man across from him paused for a moment, carefully scrutinizing Mochi. His face immediately broke into a smile, and he turned to look at the others. Mochi quickly understood and hurriedly held up the moonstone, aiming it at Chen Yuan and the others, especially at the armadillo corpses they had brought along the way. "Wow, you brought so much prey with you? Looks like your harvest in Tushan has been pretty good lately, huh?" the man called Old Huang exclaimed, in surprise. Then, he gestured to the people behind him, and the warriors holding knives and spears finally lowered their weapons, though they still kept a wary eye on the Tushan group. Only Old Huang, accompanied by one other person, walked to within a meter of Chen Yuan and the others. He picked up the moonstone himself, shining it on the armadillo corpses, even reaching out to pry open the armadillo's eyes. Standing to the side, Mochi observed the other party while chuckling. "This time, we were lucky. A couple of days ago, our hunting team went out and accidentally discovered a nest of over 40 armadillos. Several people in the tribe got injured, but we managed to hunt them down. The chief ordered us to bring these prey here to trade for some salt. Look at all this food, asking for 4 jars of salt shouldn't be too much, right?" Old Huang silently inspected the freshness of the armadillos the entire time. When Mochi mentioned 4 jars of salt, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He stepped back a few paces and counted 30 armadillos, forming an estimate in his mind. Then, looking somewhat troubled, he said, "Old Mo, it's not that I'm unwilling, but you know how hard it is to refine salt. These armadillos are quite numerous, probably close to 1,000 pounds, but I just checked and found that they're not very fresh. They've been dead for several days, haven't they? If you leave them any longer, they'll spoil. I don't want to shortchange you, so I've decided to trade you 3 jars of salt. What do you think?" "A group of old foxes," Chen Yuan muttered silently in his heart, his gaze fixed on the ground without saying a word. Beside him, Mochi grinned, clearly having anticipated this outcome. He immediately nodded nodded and said, "Alright, 3 jars it is. But next time we come, you better give us a discount for Tushan." "Sure thing, follow me." Old Huang nodded with a smile and turned to lead the way. Mochi called out, and the group immediately followed behind Old Huang, walking along the passage. Ahead, in the distance, the 8 warriors from the Salt tribe followed behind Chen Yuan and the others at a slower pace, seemingly more like they were maintaining vigilance. Fortunately, Mochi had explained this situation to Chen Yuan in advance, so Chen Yuan wasn't worried that they would pose any threat to him. After advancing less than a few hundred meters, the group saw a massive cave. Compared to where Chen Yuan and his group were currently staying, this cave was absolutely enormous. The entrance alone was over 4 meters high, as if there was no need to worry about other strange beasts being able to squeeze in. On both sides of the cave entrance were walls made of dark mountain rocks and gravel, clearly indicating that this passage had been excavated long ago during salt mining. The Salt tribe truly possessed a naturally advantageous shelter. "Alright, you all wait here. Lao Jiao, take the prey inside, and bring out 3 cans of salt while you're at it," Lao Huang instructed at the entrance of the cave. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 warriors who had been silently following behind immediately stepped forward and took the armadillo carcasses from the shoulders of Chen Yuan and the others. Chen Yuan glanced at Mochi, and seeing that he remained silent, handed over the 3 armadillo carcasses he was carrying. "Ha, even such a young one is sent into the hunting team on the Tushan side?" The Yin tribe member who took the prey from Chen Yuan finally got a clear look at him, previously obscured by the heavy load, and naturally noticed his appearance, letting out a surprised exclamation. As soon as the sound was heard, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people, who began to size him up. "Humph, as expected, just a scrawny little brat." Before Chen Yuan could speak, Mochi quickly explained, "It's just a salt exchange, not a dangerous task. We're bringing the children from the tribe out to broaden their horizons and help them recognize the way for future salt exchanges." "I see." The Salt tribe members nodded in agreement, but their gazes still occasionally swept over Chen Yuan. But soon, they left with their prey, leaving only Old Huang and another member of the Salt tribe standing at the gate, staring at Chen Yuan's group. With the 2 of them staring, there was nothing else to do. Chen Yuan simply stood in place, his gaze occasionally darting around, appearing quite curious. Seeing him looking around, the Salt tribesmen couldn't help but reveal a smile that was both proud and mocking. In their eyes, Chen Yuan must have never seen such a grand building before, which was why he couldn't resist looking around curiously. Chen Yuan was indeed a bit curious, not because he was shocked by the grandeur here, but because he was secretly observing the surrounding mud layers, trying to see if there were any signs of other salt mines. However, whether it was due to frequent foot traffic or some other reason, he found no traces of other salt mines and had to withdraw his gaze. Time passed second by second. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan and the others had already been waiting outside for half the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Chen Yuan took a moment to turn his head toward Mochi, noticing his slightly furrowed brows, clearly not expecting to wait this long. Not just them, even Old Huang felt something was off. He glanced at Mochi and the others, then said to the person beside him, "Go, check what those guys are up to. Why aren't they coming out yet?" "Yes," the Salt tribe member responded and hurriedly entered the cave, while Old Huang smiled at Mochi without offering further explanation. In the blink of an eye, another cup of tea's time had passed. When Chen Yuan and the others were starting to grow impatient, hurried footsteps finally echoed from the cave. Soon, all 9 people who had gone and came out, and not only that, but they were followed by 2 more individuals. Upon seeing those 2, Mochi's expression shifted slightly. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Tushan Mochi greets Chief Xiang." The newcomer nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the Tushan group, lingering particularly on Chen Yuan for a moment. Chen Yuan frowned slightly, sensing that something was off. According to Mochi, the salt exchange usually took only a moment, but today, they had waited for such a long time. Moreover, even the clan leader has personally stepped forward now? The salt collection in the tribe was a bit slow, which caused some delays. "I hope our friends from Tushan can be understanding," clan leader Xiang explained slowly. "Not at all, we just waited a little longer, it's no problem." Mochi quickly waved his hand with a smile. "Good, as long as you're not upset. By the way, I remember your Tushan tribe exchanged salt just 2 months ago. Why have you come again so soon? Have you already used up the salt from before?" Clan leader Xiang continued to ask. Chen Yuan's frown grew deeper and deeper. This old fox was clearly probing into the details of their Tushan tribe. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance. Mochi responded calmly, "It's not that we ran out, but a few days ago, our tribe's settlement was flooded. The salt was improperly stored and got washed away by the water, so we had no choice but to urgently go hunting and come to the Salt tribe to trade for some salt." "Oh, I see." A glimmer flashed in Chief Xiang's eyes, and he immediately waved his hand. "The salt is all here. Check it and see if there's any issue." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 tribesmen stepped forward, each carrying a stone jar. The jar is slightly larger than the mouth of a bowl, but very shallow, with quite a bit of dark yellow salt still sticking inside. Mochi looked it over, and it was roughly as expected. He nodded and said, not bad, thank you, clan leader Xiang. Not at all. Since there are no issues, we won't see you off too far. No need to trouble yourselves, we shall take our leave. Mochi spoke, waved his hand, and immediately 3 clansmen stepped forward, carefully taking the salt and holding it in their palms. Then, other clansmen brought out animal skin bags and tightly wrapped the 3 stone jars to ensure the salt wouldn't spill. After tidying up, they turned and walked back along the path they had come, eventually disappearing into the darkness. President, should we follow them too? As Chen Yuan and his group had just left, the clansman who had been standing beside the clan leader spoke up. Yes, go ahead, and make sure to handle things cleanly. Clan leader Xiang nodded slightly in agreement. With permission granted, the tribesmen immediately turned around and blew the whistle. As the whistle sounded, more than 10 warriors quickly emerged from the cave, including the 9 who had come out earlier. The total number had reached 23. Without the slightest hesitation, they followed closely behind the whistleblower and swiftly disappeared into the darkness ahead. Soon, only Chief Xiang and the man called Old Huang were left at the cave entrance. Old Huang was clearly still in a daze from the earlier scene. He stared blankly at the chief and asked, "Chief, what exactly are they going to do?" Although Old Huang couldn't figure out what those people were up to, he recognized that the one leading and blowing the whistle was none other than Li Yun, the captain of the first hunting team and the second strongest in the tribe after the chief, with a body refinement level 4 cultivation, and those following behind Li Yun, none of them had a cultivation level below body refinement level 1, each was an elite warrior of the tribe. With so many warriors mobilized, could it be that they were about to undertake something significant? What else could it be? Of course, it's to hunt down those warriors from the Tushan tribe. Clan leader Xiang said coldly. What? Old Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you believe their reason for coming to trade salt? Clan leader Xiang suddenly asked in return. These words left Old Huang stunned. He hesitated and said, "Does the clan leader think they are deceiving us?" Nonsense. Clan leader Xiang rebuked angrily. If it were you, would you let your own salt soak in water? Do you really think our salt clan are fools, using such a lousy excuse to deceive us? But even if they did deceive us, are you trying to say we shouldn't hunt them down? Clan leader Xiang glanced sideways at Old Huang. That's right. Old Huang nodded hurriedly. If they don't lack salt, why would they trade so much food for it? As far as we know, their tribe struggles to even have enough to eat, so how could they bear to exchange so much food for salt? Could it be because they can't finish the food and are afraid it will spoil, so they trade it for salt? A glimmer of understanding flashed in Old Huang's eyes, and he suddenly realized the truth. Chief Xiang finally gave Old Huang an approving glance and revealed a toothy grin. Of course, it's because they have too much food. When they mentioned this to me in the cave earlier, I was still half skeptical, but after coming out to see for myself, I can now confirm that the Tushan tribe must have discovered some method to hunt armadillos in large quantities. They probably have even more food in their tribe. If we can capture this group trading for salt and interrogate them, we might uncover the truth. But if that's really the case, wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to directly target the Tushan hunting team? Old Huang frowned, feeling deep down that this decision might not be right. Patriarch Xiang said nonchalantly, Tushan is far from our salt tribe. It's common for them to encounter attacks from strange beasts on their way back. Would the people of Tushan blame our salt tribe and come looking for trouble just because their hunting team was attacked? Upon hearing this, Old Huang's eyes lit up. The patriarch is wise. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Elsewhere, Mochi and the others were in high spirits, successfully trading for salt. When they returned to the tribe to share the good news, it was sure to spark a wave of celebration. Along the way, only Chen Yuan had his brows furrowed, his expression heavy, as if burdened by deep thoughts. After walking for nearly half an hour, Wu Dian was the first to notice something unusual. He patted Chen Yuan's shoulder and said, Xiao Yuan, why have you been so downcast? The salt has already been exchanged. Shouldn't you be happy? Something's wrong. Chen Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks, instantly realizing that something was amiss. What's wrong? Mochi also stopped, furrowing his brows as he looked at Chen Yuan. None of this makes sense. Uncle Mo, when we used to trade for salt, would the salt tribe's chief personally come out? Chen Yuan asked urgently. Mochi shook his head. That guy who came out with the chief, has he appeared before? That guy rarely showed up before. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the captain of the salt tribe's hunting team, named Li Yun. As for his cultivation level, that's unclear, but the aura emanating from him is extremely intense, and I felt a distinct sense of threat. Mochi explained. At this moment, everyone was standing in the underground passage, silently staring at Chen Yuan. No one understood why he suddenly brought this up, and Chen Yuan, on the other hand, stared at Mochi and the others. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. The people of the Salt tribe are probably here to hunt us down. Let's go quickly. What? Mochi and the others' expressions changed drastically, unable to suppress their shock. No one had expected Chen Yuan to suddenly say such a thing. At that moment, Chen Yuan suddenly turned his head sharply, looking in the direction behind them. It's too late. They've already caught up. Xiao Yuan, this us. Wu Dian wanted to say something, but Chen Yuan suddenly shouted, "Prepare for battle." As soon as these words were spoken, even though Wu Dian wanted to ask more questions, he could only shut his mouth, while the others quickly drew their weapons and focused intently on the pitch-black passage behind them. Although no one saw anyone in the passage, nor heard the slightest sound, every word Chen Yuan had ever said had proven true. This time, they chose to trust him unconditionally. Time passed second by second, and the passage was eerily silent, with only the sound of their tense heartbeats thumping incessantly. Waiting is the most terrifying thing. At this moment, the people of the Tushan tribe fully experienced this torment. The ones trying to ambush them were the Yen tribe, a powerful tribe several times stronger than Tushan. This time, did they still have any hope of leaving alive? Uncle Mo, someone is coming from behind too, be careful. During the silent wait, Chen Yuan suddenly spoke. Before speaking, it was fine, but once he opened his mouth, everyone's expressions completely changed. Not only were people chasing from behind, but they were also trying to block them from the front. This was practically forcing them into a dead end. Everyone, prepare for battle, Mochi ordered in a dry voice, instinctively turning around and walking toward the rear. Among the others, 4 stood behind Chen Yuan to protect him, while another 4 stood behind Mochi, responsible for keeping a close watch on his side. Everyone, prepare for battle. Mochi's dry voice rang out once again as he instinctively turned and walked toward the rear. The others split into 2 teams, 4 guarding Chen Yuan's back and 4 guarding Mochi's back. In the distant darkness, the sudden sound of footsteps on gravel echoed, making the already tense faces of the Tushan group even grimmer. Sure enough, someone is coming. Accompanied by the sound, faint glimmers of light suddenly appeared in the distance on the side where Chen Yuan was guarding. The light was extremely dim but incredibly fast. At first, it was as distant as fireflies, but in the blink of an eye, blurry figures under the moonlight became clearly visible. There were actually 12 people. Chen Yuan's expression instantly turned grim. If it were just these 12 people, combined with Mochi and the others' cooperation, he was confident he could repel them all. But this was only on his side. What if there were also more than 10 people on Mochi's side? It seemed as though what he feared was coming true. At that moment, the sound of footsteps rustling came from Mochi's direction. Immediately afterward, a group of 11 people, illuminated by the moonstone, appeared at the end of the passage and quickly advanced toward Mochi and the others. Hee, people of Tushan, your speed isn't bad. You actually made us chase you for half an hour. On Chen Yuan's side, a member of the Salt tribe suddenly spoke. Chen Yuan's gaze instantly locked onto this person, immediately recognizing him as the silent guy who had stood behind Chief Xiang during the Salt exchange. Due to the lack of direct comparison, Chen Yuan couldn't accurately determine how many levels of body tempering he had achieved, but he could feel that this person's cultivation was definitely far superior to Chief Xiang Tushan Huai. This was Chen Yuan's intuition. Looking around, Chen Yuan discovered that there were as many as 7 people with an aura comparable to Mochi's. In other words, there were as many as 8 martial artists on his side with a body tempering level of 2 or above. If you add the number of people on Mochi's side, this is trouble. Chen Yuan muttered under his breath, his face looking even worse. Just as he was observing, Mochi's voice came through at the same time. I wonder what business our friends from the Yen tribe have in catching up with us. The clan leader just asked me to deliver a message to you, so here we are, rushing to catch up. Li Yun spoke as she quickly approached Chen Yuan. Stop! Chen Yuan's stern voice suddenly rang out. Is this how the people of Tushan welcome friends? Li Yun's voice came through, yet his footsteps did not pause at all, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of several dozen meters to stand before Chen Yuan. What does your clan leader want to convey to us? Mochi's voice rang out again, his expression extremely grim. At this moment, even a fool could understand that the visitors had ill intentions. At this time, Li Yun had already approached within less than a meter of Chen Yuan, suddenly grinning. Our clan leader said, let me send you to your death. Before the voice had faded, Li Yun's figure instantly turned into a blur, suddenly striking a palm towards Chen Yuan. This strike was extremely fast, and none of the people around Chen Yuan could react in time. Mochi's eyes widened in shock as he rushed towards Chen Yuan, his eyes almost splitting with rage. No one had expected that the people of the Yen clan would actually act so abruptly. However, it was all too late. Li Yun's attack was too swift. When the attack reached Chen Yuan's forehead, he still stood there dazed, as if he had forgotten to resist. Li Yun's lips curled into a sinister smile, as if he could already see the scene of Chen Yuan collapsing dead before him in the next moment. However, the scene in his mind did not appear, and Li Yun's expression suddenly changed drastically. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Li Yun was struck back with even greater force, flying backward directly. Due to the tremendous force, Li Yun was violently thrown against the 11 Salt tribe members behind him, knocking them all to the ground. Li Yun struggled to climb off his tribesman, his eyes staring at Chen Yuan in shock. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a pft. Upon closer inspection, the blood was mixed with a large amount of internal organ fragments. With just one strike, this guy was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Quiet! In the entire underground passage, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak, including Chen Yuan. Yuan himself. At this moment, the only sounds left in the passage were the wails of the Salt Tribe people and the continuous coughing of blood from Li Yun. Many people didn't even understand what had just happened. Only Chen Yuan, staring at his right hand, couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Am I really this strong now?" Just now, he saw Li Yun attempting to launch a sneak attack on him, but the speed was too slow in his eyes. So he took the initiative and, at the moment the opponent approached, used the Hun Yuan palm to strike the opponent's chest. Immediately afterward, Li Yun was sent flying, crashing heavily into more than 10 members of the Salt Tribe. Even Chen Yuan himself found this scene hard to believe. All along, he had almost exclusively been hunting or practicing the Hun Yuan palm and phantom step, rarely engaging in actual combat with others. Even when occasionally sparring with Mochi and others, it was merely for show, never exerting his full strength. Therefore, even he himself did not understand the true power of his full force strike. But now, he knows. At least, when facing opponents comparable to the clan leader, or even slightly stronger than the clan leader, he can now easily kill them in an instant. That's right, in an instant. Xiao Yuan, I say, just now, what exactly happened just now? Miss Diane's face was still filled with disbelief. Seeing those people from the Yin tribe struggling to get up, he didn't bother to stop them. Just now, did I see Xiao Yuan disable that guy with one palm? Another clansman beside Miss Diane said somewhat uncertainly. Captain. The group of people from the Salt tribe, who were also in a state of confusion, finally reacted. Seeing the other tribesmen getting up one after another, someone from Mochi's side of the Salt tribe immediately shouted, "All together, take them down for me." Almost before the words had finished, the two groups surged toward Chen Yuan and the others like a tide. Face the enemy. Mochi roared, raising his mountain-splitting axe high as he charged toward a member of the Salt tribe. Behind him, 4 other members of the Tushan tribe quickly followed, and the 5 clashed with 11 members of the Salt tribe. In the next moment, roars and the sounds of slaughter echoed one after another. Looking back, Chen Yuan did not hesitate and immediately charged toward the group of Salt tribe people ahead. He knew clearly in his heart that the numbers on both sides were vastly different. If he couldn't quickly defeat a batch of enemies, the two mountain team might not survive. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan gripped the Qingfeng sword tightly and charged forward with all his might. Opposite him, a member of the Salt tribe saw Chen Yuan rushing forward first. A ruthless glint flashed across his face as he slashed his spear diagonally downward, aiming straight at Chen Yuan. For an ordinary person, this strike would be enough to halt their advance. However, for Chen Yuan, this attack was simply too slow. Chen Yuan slightly shifted his right foot outward, narrowly dodging the spear as it grazed past him. Immediately after, the Qingfeng sword in his hand slashed upward, colliding fiercely with the spear and cutting it cleanly in two. The Qingfeng sword, having severed the spear, did not pause. Taking advantage of the Salt tribe warrior's horrified expression, the blade continued upward, directly severing the arm holding the spear. A piercing, agonized scream erupted instantly. Chen Yuan didn't spare a glance, and with a sweep of the Qingfeng sword, the man fell to the ground, clearing the path for him to continue forward. Without stopping, Chen Yuan directly faced the second opponent. It was a member of the Salt tribe wielding a broad-backed saber. Clearly, he hadn't expected his companion to be defeated so quickly. Before he could raise his saber, Chen Yuan was already in front of him. In the next moment, before the man could swing his saber to attack, a flash of swordlight passed by. A long wound appeared on his chest, and his sword-wielding arm was injured in the process. The broad-backed saber fell to the ground with a clang. Disabled the second person, Chen Yuan immediately charged toward the third. That person, having witnessed two companions fall to the ground, became highly alert and gave Chen Yuan no chance to approach. Using the narrow environment of the underground passage to his advantage, he wielded a weapon resembling a fire poker with impenetrable precision. However, even so, he couldn't withstand a single move from Chen Yuan. With one strike of the Qingfeng sword in Chen Yuan's hand, the fire poker was directly cut into 2 pieces. Spirit weapon? A terrified voice rang out. Chen Yuan's footsteps paused slightly as he looked toward Li Yun, where the voice had come from. Although this guy wasn't dead, he was no longer able to continue fighting. At this moment, he could only watch in fear as Chen Yuan approached step by step. Paused for just a second, the next moment, Chen Yuan continued to charge forward. Behind him, the 4 clansmen, including Wu Dian, went from initial shock and disbelief to bewilderment, and finally to numbness, because they realized that following behind Chen Yuan, they didn't even have a chance to make a move. Even though there were 12 people on the opposing side, Chen Yuan single-handedly took care of all 12 of them. When the last person was knocked down, Chen Yuan suddenly realized that there were no opponents left in front of him. Looking back, the ground was covered with Salt tribe members writhing in pain and crying out in agony. These people either had broken arms or long wounds slashed across their chests by swords. Although it might not be immediately fatal, given the current medical conditions, death was only a matter of time if they weren't treated promptly. Amazing! Behind him, seeing Chen Yuan finally stop, Wu Dian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Uncle Mo, watch out!" Chen Yuan suddenly turned around and rushed toward Mochi and the others. Ha! Wu Dian froze, quickly turned his head to look, and his eyes instantly immediately widened in shock. The progress here was indeed smooth, but that was entirely due to Chen Yuan's overwhelming personal strength. Those Salt Tribe members were hardly a match for him, and their most feared expert, Li Yun, was easily defeated by Chen Yuan due to his overconfidence. The remaining Salt Tribe members posed no threat to Chen Yuan, especially since he wielded a spiritual weapon, making it impossible for their weapons to get close. But Mochi and his group lacked someone like Chen Yuan, let alone an expert capable of matching him. Mochi's combat strength was only at the second level of body tempering, while the lowest among the Salt Tribe was at the first level of body tempering, with as many as 6 experts at the second level. Among the 11 people, more than half were experts. They surrounded Mochi and the others, and the outcome was predictable. Although they couldn't match Chen Yuan's overwhelming strength, they were by no means opponents for Mochi and the others. As soon as the fight began, Mochi and the others secretly lamented, retreating step by step during the battle. Fortunately, the underground cave passage was narrow, preventing the Salt Tribe from swarming in. Otherwise, Mochi and his group would have been completely annihilated. Even so, Mochi already had 3 new wounds on his body, and several clansmen around him were injured while trying to protect him. One of them even had an arm severed by a Salt Clan member's sword. At this moment, Mochi hurriedly twisted his body to dodge to one side in order to avoid the sudden attack from a Salt Clan member in front of him. However, he failed to notice that a Salt Clan member in the distance had already swung his blade and thrust it forward. If he dodged in that direction, he would inevitably be pierced by the sword, possibly losing his life. On the spot. At this critical moment, Chen Yuan had just finished dealing with the last enemy and was rushing over. The two were more than 20 meters apart, and even Chen Yuan was unable to provide timely assistance. The blade pierced through as expected. However, the blade did not pierce Mochi's body. It turned out that, at the critical moment, a clansman who had been standing behind Mochi noticed the sneak attack and desperately pulled Mochi aside. Unable to dodge in time, the clansman was directly impaled through the abdomen by the long blade. Blood gushed out along with the withdrawn blade, and the clansman's body instantly collapsed limply. Xiao Hung. Mochi's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. The next moment, the mountain-splitting axe in his hand swung down fiercely, splitting the long knife that was still trying to attack Xiao Hung and knocking it aside. Humph! Everyone attacked together and finished them off quickly. On the Yen tribe's side, someone roared angrily. They also hadn't expected that 20 soldiers besieging the 10 from Tushan would suffer so many injuries. If the battle wasn't ended quickly, the casualties would only continue to increase. At this command, the Salt Tribe members quickly charged toward Mochi and the others. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind Mochi and the others, standing in front of Mochi. The leader of the Salt Tribe was stunned, first glancing at Chen Yuan, then instinctively looking in the direction where Chen Yuan was, only to find that not a single Salt Tribe companion was in sight. Be careful. Li Yun's intermittent voice came through. Only then did the Salt Tribe realize that all their people on the other side had fallen to the ground. How could this happen? This little kid is actually so powerful? The leader's expression changed slightly, but remembering the task assigned by the chief, he ultimately let out an angry roar and charged at Chen Yuan. His speed was fast, but Chen Yuan was faster. Almost as he took his first step, Chen Yuan was already standing in front of him. In the next moment, the flash of a sword appeared, and his weapon-wielding right arm was instantly severed. Chen Yuan paid no attention to the man and immediately turned to charge at the next enemy. The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. In the passage, Mochi tried several times to step forward and help, but was helplessly forced to retreat. There was simply no room for him to intervene. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, no one was left standing before Chen Yuan. All the Salt Tribe members showed expressions of terror and collapsed to the ground, with a few extremely unlucky ones already lying dead on the spot. Finished? Mochi widened his eyes, looking down at the Salt Tribe member lying on the ground wailing in pain, then raised his head to look at Chen Yuan standing before him with a sword, his face full of disbelief. A crisis that was almost certain death was resolved so easily? Xiao Yuan, you. Xiao Yuan, your strength is actually so formidable? The words that Wu Dian hesitated to say for half a day were spoken first by another clansman. Not only did Chen Yuan underestimate his own strength, but the rest of the clan, although aware that Chen Yuan had reached the chi condensation stage, had no idea how strong he truly was since he had never fully demonstrated his abilities. The current situation in this battle can be attributed to the Tushan side underestimating their opponent, while the Yen clan overestimated themselves. Captain, what should we do with these people now? A member of the tribe asked. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone immediately fell into confusion. That's right. What should be done with these Salt Tribe people? Except for the few accidentally killed by Chen Yuan, the remaining nearly 20 are still alive. Just let them go like this? Just as everyone hesitated, Mochi's gaze fell on Xiao Hung, who had collapsed nearby after saving him. His trembling fingers reached out to check for breath, only to find there was none. Control them all. Mochi slowly stood up. As soon as the words were spoken, a group of flushed clansmen ignored their own wounds and rushed to both sides, dragging back back the Salt clan members who were either lying on the ground wailing or staggering in an attempt to escape. These Salt clan members were almost all severely injured, completely unable to break free from the control of the Tushan people. They could only be dragged back in terror by the excited clansmen, all forced to kneel after being kicked down. Even Li Yun was not spared. At this moment, Li Yun was still in shock, his gaze fixed on Chen Yuan, his eyes full of disbelief. "You, who exactly are you? You can't possibly be from Tushan. How could Tushan have such a formidable warrior like you?" Li Yun muttered to himself. Smack! A crisp slap rang out as Wu Dian fiercely slapped Li Yun across the face and snarled, "Why not? Xiao Yuan is a warrior of our Tushan tribe, the strongest warrior of Tushan. You filthy mongrels, we came in good faith to trade for salt, and yet you dared to try to hunt us down. That's right, you even tried to hunt us down. If it weren't for Xiao Yuan, we would have been doomed this time." Seeing that the tribesmen were about to continue arguing, Mochi suddenly raised his hand and slowly walked up to Li Yun. Under the glow of the moonstone, he looked down at him from above. Immediately, Mochi's hoarse and deep voice slowly sounded. "Tell me, why are you hunting us? Wasn't this how we exchanged salt before?" Mochi was utterly puzzled, and the other tribesmen were equally confused. Even Chen Yuan was staring intently at Li Yun, trying to discern whether his motives were as he had anticipated. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Li Yun raised his head, his gaze fixed on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan frowned slightly and nodded in response. "If you tell the truth, I will consider letting you go." "All right." Li Yun nodded and decisively said, "It's our chief who suspects that your motives for trading salt are impure. Normally, your Tushan tribe struggles even to meet basic needs, yet this time you brought so much game to trade for salt, and you're all wearing brand new animal skin clothing. Even that child is dressed in a completely new outfit. The chief suspects that your Tushan tribe has discovered a method to capture exotic beasts, so he sent us to hunt you down with the aim of bringing you back and forcing you to reveal your secret. So that's how it is." Chen Yuan lowered his head to glance at the animal skin clothing he was wearing, his expression unusually grim. He had already felt uneasy on the way back, but he hadn't expected the Salt tribe's chief to be so meticulous, even noticing the new animal skin clothing they were wearing. Although these animal skin clothes were not of high quality, they were the result of the tribe's hunting efforts and barely served to cover their bodies. The one Chen Yuan was wearing had been specially remade from robe skins by the chief, making it not only comfortable but also warm. Unexpectedly, this had become the spark that ignited the conflict. Mochi and the others hadn't expected this. They all looked down at their own clothes and then turned their gaze toward Chen Yuan. "I've said everything I needed to say. Can you let me go now?" Li Yun suddenly spoke. At that moment, Chen Yuan, whose expression was grim, stepped forward. He cast a dark glance at the one-armed tribesman and the tribesman named Xiao Hong, and asked in a deep voice, "If you captured us and discovered that Tushan really has a method to lure exotic beasts, what would you do?" Rustle, rustle, rustle. This. Li Yun frowned deeply, hesitating and unwilling to answer. Miss Dian suddenly placed a long knife against his neck, startling him into quickly saying, "Based on my understanding of the chief, if your Tushan tribe really has this ability, our Salt tribe might wipe you out." Hearing this, Chen Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Just because one tribe possesses the ability to barely survive, they are coveted by larger tribes and face the danger of annihilation? In that instant, his understanding of this world deepened further. Miss Dian, Mochi, and the others had already kicked Li Yun to the ground in anger when he mentioned annihilation. At this moment, Li Yun, already seriously injured from Chen Yuan's attack, was now being punched and kicked, gasping for breath. However, he did not dare to get angry. He quickly got up, his eyes full of hope as he looked at Chen Yuan. "I've said everything I should and shouldn't say. Are you really going to go back on your word?" As soon as these words were spoken, Mochi and the others couldn't help but look at Chen Yuan. Of course, they didn't want Chen Yuan to break his promise, but they were even more unwilling for him to let Li Yun go. However, at this moment, Chen Yuan slowly closed his eyes. Taking 2 deep breaths, his voice sounded again, "Uncle Mo, Uncle Wu Dian, let him go." "Ha, this." Mochi and the others looked grim, full of hesitation. After hesitating for a long time, Mochi finally gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hurry up and get lost." Li Yun was overjoyed and decisively got up, staggering as he struggled to run into the distance. Not only him, but the other Salt tribe members also seemed to have heard sacred words, their faces showing ecstatic expressions as they decisively prepared to flee in the direction of the Salt tribe. However, at this moment, Chen Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. "Uncle Mo, I promised to let them go, but as I recall, you all didn't make any such promise, did you?" Mochi and the others were not fools. Upon hearing these words, their previously displeased and even resentful expressions instantly vanished, replaced by excitement on their faces. Wu Dian suddenly shouted, "That's right, damn it, Xiao Yuan agreed to let you go, but I didn't. Go to hell, all of you. Kill them. Avenge Xiao Hong. Kill." At this moment, these clansmen, already consumed by rage, instantly transformed into demons, roaring as they charged toward the fleeing Salt clan members. At this time, these Salt clan members, neither armed nor capable of resistance due to severe injuries, could only await their slaughter slaughter at the hands of the furious Tushan people. In the blink of an eye, the nearly 20 surviving Salt clan members were all killed or injured, and even Li Yun had his head swiftly chopped off by Wu Dian. Huff, huff, the underground passage fell silent once again. All the anger in everyone's hearts had been vented. Reason began to gradually return. Captain, we killed all these Salt tribe people. When the Salt tribe finds out we killed them, what are we going to do? Captain, what should we do now? An uneasy voice sounded repeatedly. What's there to be afraid of? If those damn Salt tribe people come, I'll kill them without hesitation. Damn it, are they allowed to kill us, but we're not allowed to fight back? Wu Dian's bold voice rang out. Everyone, stop arguing and treat the wounds first. Mo Chi's face was dark and frightening. He also realized that it was wrong to have killed all those Salt tribe people in a fit of anger earlier. Although Chen Yuan is very strong now, the Salt tribe has at least 400 or 500 people, while their Tushan group has how many? At most, barely 100. If the Salt clan really attacks, even though Chen Yuan's combat power is terrifying, can Chen Yuan protect everyone? The answer is no. In the end, it is very likely that Chen Yuan would be beaten to death by numerous members of the Salt clan, and Tushan would be destroyed as a result. Everyone, tend to your wounds first. Chen Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Seeing that everyone still seemed somewhat absent-minded, Chen Yuan suddenly said, "Who said these people from the Salt tribe were killed by us? We left the Salt tribe right after exchanging salt. We didn't even see these Salt tribe warriors. Does their mysterious disappearance have anything to do with us?" Saying this, will the Salt tribe believe it? A tribesman swallowed nervously. Then do you think, with our strength, just 10 of us could counter-kill more than 20 Salt tribe members? Chen Yuan asked again. Isn't that because we have you, Xiao Yuan? Wu Dian blurted out instinctively. As soon as the words were spoken, he suddenly slapped his forehead. That's right, these bastards still don't know how powerful our Xiao Yuan is. According to common sense, it's absolutely impossible for us to wipe out so many of the Yen clan. So, this reason barely works. Although the Yen clan might have some doubts, relying solely on this reason, they probably won't be able to mobilize their entire clan to attack us. Exactly, what we need to strive for now is time for Xiao Yuan to grow. As long as Xiao Yuan has enough time to develop, then not just a small Yen clan, even if 2 or 3 more come, it won't be a problem at all. Mo Chi's confident voice rang out. Inside the passage, everyone became excited again. The crisis seemed to have been resolved by Chen Yuan once more. Alright, first loot the belongings from these people, then find a place to bury the bodies directly. Don't leave any traces behind, Chen Yuan said. As soon as he spoke, the group quickly responded, full of energy, and dug a large pit nearby along the passage. They threw the thoroughly looted bodies into the pit one by one and then refilled it with soil. Although it couldn't be completely clean, if one didn't look closely, it would still be hard to tell that over 20 people were buried beneath this layer of soil. While the others were digging and burying the bodies, Chen Yuan sat quietly to the side, resting. No one disturbed Chen Yuan until the bodies were almost dealt with. Only then did Mo Chi slowly walk over to Chen Yuan, pat him on the shoulder, and say, "First time killing someone, huh, uncle?" Chen Yuan was at a loss for words. There's a first time for everything. In the past, we would occasionally encounter people from other tribes, and casualties were inevitable during clashes. The first time I killed someone, I felt terrible too. But over time, you slowly get used to it. You have to remember, if you don't kill them, they'll come to kill you. Understand? Mo Chi sat down beside Chen Yuan, his gaze flickering slightly, lost in thought. At that moment, Wu Dian's voice sounded from the side as well. That's right. Even Xiao Hong died this time. I don't even know how I'll explain it to his wife and kids when we get back. Not just Xiao Hong, Xiaoan's arm is also broken. He won't be able to join the hunting team anymore. We've lost another member of our hunting team. Mo Chi's voice sounded with a sigh. Nearby, Chen Yuan, who initially didn't feel like speaking, gradually lifted his head, his gaze slowly clearing from the murderous anger, fear, and complex emotions. That's right. This was no longer the blue star he once lived on. This is inherently a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you don't kill, you might be killed by others. At the beginning, Chen Yuan didn't kill anyone among Li Yun and the others. It wasn't until he saw Xiao Hong being killed that Chen Yuan completely lost control and ended up killing 4 people in succession. If he hadn't acted, Mo Chi and the others would all have died. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yuan slowly stood up. At this moment, a few other clansmen over there had just finished filling the pit and were walking over. Let's go, Chen Yuan said. Alright, let's go. Lao Dian, you cover the rear, I'll take Xiao Hong home. No clansman spoke. All of them silently watched as Mo Chi walked to Xiao Heng's corpse, carried it on his back, and began to lead the way ahead. Behind him, apart from 3 clansmen carrying salt jars, the rest either supported the wounded or carried weapons confiscated from the Salt clan, embarking once again on the journey back. Worried that the Salt clan might send more people, the group moved at a hurried pace. The journey that originally should have taken about 2 days was forcibly shortened by nearly half, and they returned to the tribe in just 1 day and 1 night. Until they entered the tribe, until the sealing stone at the tribe's entrance blocked the passage, Mo Chi and his group finally breathed a sigh of relief. relief. Immediately, each of them sat directly on the ground to rest without any concern for their image, except for Mochi, who carefully and slowly placed Xiao Hong, whom he had been carrying on his back, onto the ground. At the cave entrance, people who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion saw that Mochi, Chen Yuan, and the others had returned, and they quickly called out loudly. In just a moment, the previously empty cave entrance was crowded with bustling tribespeople. Captain Mo, what happened? How did you get injured? Yeah, Captain Mochi, were you attacked by a mutant beast? Uncle Mo, why is Xiao Han lying there motionless? The concerned voices of the clansmen kept echoing, but Mochi and the others could only stand there with grim expressions, remaining silent. At that moment, a person suddenly squeezed in from outside the crowd, a woman with a round, bulging belly. If one looked closely, they would realize that this woman was the very pregnant woman who had been the only one carried on a stretcher during the clan's relocation that day. Chen Yuan hadn't expected that the pregnant woman was actually Xiao Heng's wife. The pregnant woman rushed to Xiao Heng's side as soon as she came out. She knelt beside Xiao Hong, her trembling fingers reaching toward his nose. The next moment, she collapsed directly onto the ground. After staring blankly for a long while, the woman finally raised her head, her tear-filled eyes looking at Mochi and the others. In a trembling voice, she said, Captain Mo, Xiao Hong, how could this happen to him? Mochi's gaze fell on the woman's tear-streaked face. After remaining silent for a long time, he finally spoke. On the way back, we were pursued by the Salt tribe. Xiao Hong died saving me. Rest assured, from today onward, as long as I have food to eat, you and Xiao Heng's child will never go hungry. Hearing this, the woman's tears flowed even more, and she finally couldn't hold back, leaning over Xiao Heng's corpse and sobbing softly. Wu Dian, Chen Yuan, and several other clansmen who had returned together all stood to the side with grim expressions, especially Chen Yuan, who had witnessed such scenes of life and death more than once. Da da da. The sound of a wooden stick striking the ground echoed. The surrounding clansmen automatically dispersed, making way for the clan leader, Tu Shanhui, to come in. Tu Shanhui, who entered the encirclement, first glanced at Chen Yuan, then looked toward Mochi, Wu Dian, and the others. When he saw that many clansmen were injured, with one even having lost an arm, his expression immediately turned grim. However, in the next moment, his attention was drawn to the sound of someone sobbing softly with their head lowered. When he saw a pregnant woman lying on the ground, bent over a corpse and crying, Tu Shanhui was instantly moved. The next moment, he hurriedly walked over to the pregnant woman and personally reached out to help her up. Xiaofeng, don't be too sad. Xiao Hong sacrificed himself for me, for Tu Shan. In the future, Tu Shan will surely take good care of you and your child. I know. The pregnant woman, called Xiaofeng, nodded tearfully as she stood up. However, just as she was about to stand, Xiaofeng's face suddenly turned deathly pale. In the next moment, her entire body uncontrollably collapsed back to the ground. Almost simultaneously, a large patch of water seeped from Xiaofeng's lower body, directly soaking a wide area of the ground. Not good. Her water broke. Quick, get Madame Su over here to deliver the baby. Tu Shanhui's anxious voice rang out. Nearby, Mochi, Chen Yuan, and the others were also startled. No one had expected that at this critical moment, Xiao Heng's wife would go into labor. In an instant, the area around the cave entrance descended into chaos. Some clansmen hurriedly ran into the cave to fetch Madame Su, while the rest quickly boiled water or prepared clean animal hides. At this moment, everyone became anxious, even the clan leader was pacing back and forth helplessly. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. In just a short while, an older woman dressed in an animal skin skirt and wrap was hurriedly brought over by other tribespeople. This older woman was the only midwife in the Tushan tribe. Seeing the woman arrive, Tushan Hui quickly said, Madame Su, hurry and check on Xiao Feng. All right, Sun Yang responded, quickly moving to examine the lower half of Xiao Feng, who was lying on the ground. At this moment, all the male members of the tribe instinctively turned around and entered the cave, leaving only the chief and Mochi, among others, waiting anxiously nearby with their backs turned. Although they wanted to leave, they dared not do so without hearing good news. The waiting process was long. At the entrance of the cave, apart from Xiao Feng's constant wailing, there was only the sound of people pacing back and forth anxiously. Time passed, minute by minute, the hot water was ready, the animal skin towel was prepared, yet there were still no signs of Xiao Feng going into labor. At this moment, it had already been more than 10 minutes since the amniotic fluid broke. In his ears, Xiao Feng's wailing had begun to weaken gradually, yet the sound he was hoping to hear still hadn't appeared. Tu Shanhui was starting to lose his composure and hurriedly asked, Madame Su, how is it? Chieftain, Little Feng. Little Feng might be having a difficult labor. Sun Yang's voice hurriedly rang out. What did you say? The chieftain abruptly turned around, no longer caring about avoiding suspicion, and quickly walked toward Little Feng, who was lying on the ground. At this moment, Sun Yang was still staring intently at Little Feng's lower body. However, apart from the water stains that had seeped out earlier, fresh blood was now beginning to flow. Why is there blood? Tu Shanhui's grim voice sounded, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Yang. It should be massive bleeding, Aunt Su said somewhat uncertainly. What did you say? Mochi, who had his back to Aunt Su and the others, couldn't hold back anymore. He abruptly turned around and said in a low voice, Xiaofeng cannot have anything happen to her, and neither can Xiaoheng's child. Think of something quickly. Yes, I'm trying to think of a way. Aunt Su was so anxious that even her wrinkles deepened. However, after observing for a while, she finally said with a sobbing tone, I really have no way out. Once it's a difficult labor, whether mother and child can survive depends entirely on fate. Hearing this, everyone, including the clan leader, fell into silence. In such an environment, it's already fortunate for people to survive. How could one expect a midwife to have a solution for a difficult labor? Save the child. Xiaofeng's weak voice sounded. After more than 10 minutes of intense labor combined with blood loss, Xiaofeng was already somewhat exhausted at this moment. Yet, she was still holding on, still clutching Sun Yang's arm and pleading. Nearby, Tu Shanhuai and the others all understood what these words meant. This sentence means that once she can't hold on anymore, they will directly cut open her belly to rescue the child, and as for Xiaofeng herself, once her belly is cut open, she can only wait for death. On the side, Chen Yuan, who had been silent all along, couldn't hold back anymore. He had originally stood silently to see if the midwife or the clan leader had any other solutions, but instead of waiting for a solution, he directly heard the words about saving the child. As someone who had seen too many things on Blue Star, a method flashed through Chen Yuan's mind, cesarean section. Regarding cesarean sections, Chen Yuan had some slight understanding from his previous life. Although not much, it was far more than what these primitives here knew. If it really came to the point of needing a cesarean delivery, then why not simply try performing one? However, this place not only had a high risk of infection but also lacked any sterile facilities. There wasn't even a scalpel. If a cesarean section were truly performed, whether Xiaofeng could survive would entirely depend on fate. Let me take a look first. Chen Yuan couldn't hold back anymore. While quickly pondering the necessary items for a cesarean section in his mind, he directly reached out and placed his hand on Xiaofeng's arm. The next moment, the surging inner energy within Chen Yuan's body began to slowly transfer into Xiaofeng's body, starting to examine the situation in her abdomen. This inner energy was akin to a form of divine sense, allowing Chen Yuan to clearly perceive the condition inside Xiaofeng's abdomen. What he saw confirmed his fears. Indeed, it was a difficult labor. The baby's head was actually facing upward. Moreover, it was clear that there was very little amniotic fluid left in Xiaofeng's abdomen. If the delay continued any longer, the baby might suffocate and die due to lack of oxygen. The situation is critical. How is it? Tu Shanhuai instinctively asked, completely forgetting at this moment that Chen Yuan was just a 16-year-old child who might not even understand what a difficult labor meant. However, one dared to ask, and the other dared to answer. Chen Yuan decisively said, it's indeed a difficult labor, and the amniotic fluid is almost gone. We must act quickly. Alright, I'll go get the knife. Sun Yang stood up and said, wait, I didn't mean a cesarean. Let me try first. Maybe we can save both lives, but I'll need your help. Chen Yuan said anxiously, tell us. Tu Shanhuai nodded directly, wasting no words, as everyone knew the situation was urgent. Chieftain, you and Uncle Mo hold down Xiaofeng's arms, don't let her struggle. Madam Su, you continue with the delivery. I'll try to see if I can adjust the baby's position. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuan's hands had already landed directly on Xiaofeng's round belly. Next, his hands pressed two positions, one above and one below, while his inner energy simultaneously flowed into Xiaofeng's body. This was the difference between the Tianxian continent and Blue Star. If it were on Blue Star, Chen Yuan could only use techniques and gestures to correct the baby's position. However, that would absolutely require a professional to perform, something Chen Yuan could never accomplish. If he forcibly attempted it, the baby's life could very well be lost. However, in the Tianxian continent, Chen Yuan possessed true energy within his body. With Chen Yuan's current mastery of true energy, he was fully confident in using it to gently adjust the position of the baby within the pregnant woman, aligning it into the proper fetal position. Once the true energy was ready, Chen Yuan looked up at Tu Shanhuai and the others before slowly moving his hands. In the next moment, almost everyone's gaze was fixed on Xiaofeng's belly. It was clearly visible that beneath the round, bulging belly, a small protruding mark was slowly shifting its position. The process was very slow and painful, and the previously weakened cries of Xiaofeng grew loud once again. Fortunately, Tu Shanhuai and Mochi were there to help stabilize her. Otherwise, Xiaofeng might have already started struggling, which would have been far too dangerous for the child. Someone, slaughter a robe immediately and make soup to nourish Xiaofeng. Hurry! Chen Yuan's low voice suddenly rang out. Not far away, a group of Tushan women who had almost craned their necks to watch hurriedly scrambled to prepare upon hearing the sound. On one side, there was the commotion of people frantically grabbing robes, slaughtering animals, and setting up fires to cook soup. On the other side, there was Xiaofeng's painful wailing. The entire cave was almost devoid of any quiet spot. Fortunately, this commotion didn't last long. In the span of about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Chen Yuan's hands had already guided the child to complete the fetal position adjustment. Upon checking again, it was clear that the child's head had successfully turned downward. Alright, the fetal position is corrected. The rest is up to you. Chen Yuan, pale-faced, stood up and walked to the side. Tu Shanhui, Mochi, and others looked at Chen Yuan with some concern. However, at this moment, Xiaofeng had not yet given birth, and the two dared not let go, so they could only look at Chen Yuan anxiously. Fortunately, Chen Yuan waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, then went to rest on the side, which finally eased their worries. Xiaofeng's weak groans sounded again, and under the encouragement of the midwife Sun Yang, she began to exert herself once more. Fortunately, this time the fetal position was correct, and no accidents occurred. The child was born smoothly. Chieftain, it's a boy. Sun Yang's excited voice rang out as she held the child and moved closer to Xiaofeng. At this moment, Xiaofeng's face was covered in sweat and tears, and her lower body was stained with blood and water. She was on the verge of fainting but still forced herself to glance at the child. However, with just one glance, she immediately passed out. What happened? Tu Shanhui was startled and quickly reached out to check. Fortunately, Xiaofeng had only fainted and was still breathing. Xunyan was also startled. She quickly handed the child to another female clan member who had rushed over and then hurriedly began to examine Xiaofeng. A moment later, Xunyan raised her head with a grim expression and said, Xiaofeng is still bleeding. What? Tu Shanhui's face turned completely dark. The child was born, and he thought everything would be fine, but he hadn't expected Xiaofeng to still be hemorrhaging. I'll take a look. Chen Yuan's voice rang out once again as he staggered toward Xiaofeng. Are you sure you can do it? Tu Shanhui asked hesitantly. Let me give it a try. Chen Yuan waved his hand and walked over. Then, he placed his hands on Xiaofeng's lower abdomen once again. Although the location was somewhat sensitive, there was no time to worry about that now. If they didn't save her, Xiaofeng might truly be gone. Chen Yuan examined her and confirmed it was indeed massive blood loss. She had held on for too long and was already exhausted. If the bleeding continued, Xiaofeng's fate would be nothing but death. Fortunately, true energy is a wonderful thing. Chen Yuan injected the last remnants of his true energy into Xiaofeng's body, barely protecting her meridians and sealing off the bleeding points. For now, the signs of bleeding were temporarily halted. As for later, it will only be possible to fully recover by finding ways to treat it a few more times. But at least, for now, the immediate danger to her life has been barely averted. She should be fine now. First, clean her up, then when the soup is ready, make sure to feed her some to replenish her strength. If there's anything that can help with blood replenishment, it would be best to give her some of that too. Chen Yuan stood up once again and said, Alright, but what exactly are things that help with blood replenishment? Madame Su was stunned. Not only her, but Tu Shanhui and the others were also taken aback. I'll think of something later. For now, let her rest properly. Chen Yuan said helplessly, then returned to his previous spot and sat down again. This time, Tu Shanhui also came along, but instead of rushing to speak with Chen Yuan, he excitedly announced to the clansmen eagerly watching inside the cave, Little Feng's crisis has been temporarily resolved. Today, our Tu Shan family has gained another baby boy. Everyone, no need to worry anymore. Hurry up with the soup, Little Feng needs nourishment. Got it. The clansmen's excited voices rang out, and everyone busily got to work. The birth of new life even managed to momentarily overshadow the sorrow of Xiao Heng's passing. Are you okay? The clan leader's worried gaze fell on Chen Yuan. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. I'll be okay after some rest. Chen Yuan replied. Alright, you've worked hard this time. Take a rest, I'll handle the rest. With that, Tu Shanhui stood up, leaned on his wooden cane, and slowly walked out. Chen Yuan sat where he was, his gaze sweeping over Xiaofeng in the distance, then shifting to Xiao Heng's corpse on the other side. At this moment, the clan leader, Tu Shanhui, was directing the clansmen to step forward and carry Xiao Heng's corpse out of the cave. The corpses of the clansmen were always buried outside the tribe, both to prevent the smell of decay from affecting those within the tribe and to avoid the spread of disease. As for whether these corpses would later be eaten by exotic beasts or creatures like the gonglong, that would depend on the luck of the corpses themselves. After handling this matter, the clan leader returned to the cave to check on how the robe soup was coming along. Chen Yuan no longer paid attention and instead opened the system panel to check his personal attributes. Host, Chen Yuan. Age, 16. Identity, member of the Tushan tribe hunting team. Cultivation level, Qi condensation realm. Experience points, 310/2500. Note, once the experience points are full, the host can level up. System points, 890. Owned item, Xingfeng sword. During the battle with the Salt tribe, Chen Yuan heard the system notification sound several times, but he was too busy at the time to check it. At this moment, having some free time, he finally had the mind to take a closer look. Upon looking, Chen Yuan was instantly startled. Points and experience values had each increased by 60. During this trip out, apart from killing 2 reckless wild beasts, Chen Yuan had only killed 4 people from the Salt tribe. How much experience the beast could provide, Chen Yuan knew very well. It would at most give him 20 points and experience. Now, however, there were 60 points, so where did the remaining 40 experience points come from? The answer was obvious. Chen Yuan truly had hadn't expected that killing people could also grant experience points. Unfortunately, there were no enemies around for him to test it on now. Gaze once again fell on the system shop button, still the same gray as always. Could it be that it takes 1,000 points to unlock the system shop? Chen Yuan muttered helplessly. However, there was nothing he could do about the system, so he could only give up. Just as Chen Yuan was about to look elsewhere, a sudden sound of footsteps came from the side, and soon after, Emochi walked over. Are you okay? Emochi patted Chen Yuan's shoulder and stopped beside him. I'm fine, Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Good to hear. Let's go. The clan leader is gathering us to learn more about this attack by the Salt Tribe. Alright. Chen Yuan nodded, got up, and followed behind Emochi as they headed into the cave. At this moment, the robe soup was already stewed, and a clansman was carrying a large bowl of robe soup toward the cave, the place where Xiaofeng had been moved after giving birth. Chen Yuan merely glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze, then followed behind Emochi, slowly heading toward the cave. Chen Yuan, however, did not notice that the clansmen standing on both sides of the cave were now looking at him with a different expression. If their previous gazes were filled with curiosity and awe due to the strength Chen Yuan had displayed, then at this moment, their eyes carried almost blind worship. Whether it was Chen Yuan's terrifying combat power, his extensive knowledge, or the miraculous medical skills he demonstrated today, all of it was enough for the clansmen to revere Chen Yuan as a god. What's wrong? Chen Yuan asked Emochi, somewhat puzzled. The clan leader just told everyone about what you did. Originally, Xiao Heng's wife was on the brink of death, but you turned the tide and saved Xiaofeng. So, it's only natural that everyone's gaze towards you is changed a bit. You'll get used to it. Emochi spoke nonchalantly, but Chen Yuan, listening on the side, couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Fortunately, the clansman only stared at him with fervent eyes and made no other moves, allowing Chen Yuan to awkwardly make his way to the bonfire where the clan leader was seated. You're here, have a seat first. I want to hear about the attack you experienced this time. Emochi, you go first. The clan leader smiled at Chen Yuan, then turned to Emochi and spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan and Emochi both sat down. Emochi then began to slowly recount everything that had happened during their salt trade encounter with the Salt Clan, including how Chen Yuan had foreseen the problem in advance and how he single-handedly took down all of their opponents. All around, other members of the hunting team were naturally present. Some of them had even interacted with Li Yun and his group before. When they heard that Chen Yuan had instantly killed Li Yun with a single move, even the clan leader couldn't help but cheer loudly in excitement. The other clansmen were even more thrilled, shouting with enthusiasm. Their expressions made it seem as if they themselves had defeated Li Yun. When they heard that the Salt Clan had judged from their clothing and excuses that they were lying, and thus intended to capture them for torture to extract secrets, the members of the Tushan hunting team were all roused with indignation. From their looks, it seemed as if they were ready to grab their weapons and wipe out the entire Salt Clan in one fell swoop. When they heard that the last group of people had been killed, especially the part where Xiao Yuan went back on his word and had Emochi and the others kill them, the crowd cheered and applauded. Because Yizhou, Dunzi, and others who were injured couldn't join the fight, they were even more excited. They ran directly to Chen Yuan, hugging his arm and patting him repeatedly, loudly cheering. Their excitement was so intense that Chen Yuan even wondered if they might get so worked up they'd have a brain hemorrhage. Xiao Yuan, you really are full of clever ideas. I wouldn't have thought of having Brother Mo and the others kill them. You're amazing, Dunzi said animatedly to Chen Yuan. Hearing this, Chen Yuan gave a somewhat helpless bitter smile but said nothing. If he had to make the choice again, he would still choose to kill those people from the Yan tribe. It's just that, if given another chance, Chen Yuan might choose to do it himself. After all, those are points and experience values. Of course, if it were purely for points and experience values, Chen Yuan might not deliberately kill people, because slaying beasts or exotic creatures could also yield experience values. This time, you all did very well. Xiao Yuan, you've made another great contribution. Fortunately, we had you this time. Otherwise, if old Mo and the others had been captured, it would have been a big problem. Exactly. If those Salt Tribe people found out we still have 70 or 80 armadillos here, they might not be able to resist sending troops to attack us. Jiang Ming couldn't help but sigh from the side. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, everyone instinctively nodded. If the Salt Tribe got wind of this news, they would most likely lead an attack. If they could capture Tushan, not only would they gain a large amount of food at once, but they could also take all the women and children in Tushan back as slaves. That would definitely be a very profitable deal. Of course, the premise is that there must be enough food. If there isn't enough food to attract the attention of the Salt Tribe, they won't act rashly either. After all, everyone understands the principle of no profit, no early rise. It's just that, although we returned safely this time, it also means we've completely offended the Salt Tribe. If they don't know where our tribe is, that's fine, but if they ever find out, there's a chance they might attack us. Mo Chi said worriedly. Old Mo makes a good point. Although you handled things very well this time, and those Salt Tribe members might have no idea how the hunting team members who chased after you disappeared, it doesn't stop them from holding a grudge against our Tushan Tushan. If we want to trade for salt again in the future, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. By the end, Tushan Huai's expression had noticeably darkened. The rest of the people, upon hearing these words, also looked somewhat grim. They now understood the importance of salt. If the salt tribe were to withhold salt from them or demand an exorbitant price, should they trade or not? Fortunately, the salt we exchanged this time is enough to sustain our tribe for another month or two. During this time, when you go out hunting, you must pay attention to searching for the salt soil that Xiao Yuan mentioned. Only by finding salt soil can we free ourselves from the control of the salt tribe and quickly accumulate strength. This is our current top priority, understood? The chief's voice rang out again. Everyone naturally understood the importance of finding salt soil and silently nodded. Alright, everyone, stop looking so tense. Even if the salt tribe realizes something is amiss, they won't be able to find us here for now. There's no need to worry too much. As long as we can find new salt soil before the salt runs out, we won't have to worry about the existence of the salt tribe anymore. Tu Shanhuai stood up and said, "Yes." A group of people hurriedly nodded, watching as the clan leader slowly walked into the depths of the cave, eventually disappearing from sight. As soon as the clan leader disappeared, the group of hunting team members who had been sitting properly nearby couldn't hold back anymore. They quickly gathered around Chen Yuan, bombarding him with questions about his feelings and thoughts when he defeated more than 20 people alone, and even marveling at Chen Yuan's strength. Among them, Dunzi and Yi Zhou were the most exaggerated. These two guys, one clinging to Chen Yuan's left arm and the other tightly holding his right arm, shamelessly begged Chen Yuan to teach them his techniques and martial arts, leaving Chen Yuan completely speechless. In the end, he had no choice but to agree to everyone's request, promising to guide them whenever he had time, which elicited loud cheers of excitement from the crowd. From that day onward, the ordinary people in the tribe often saw members of the hunting team practicing techniques and movements daily in the widest area of the cave, while Chen Yuan stood nearby with his hands behind his back, explaining and occasionally offering guidance and demonstrations. Ordinary days always pass by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, Chen Yuan did not go out hunting even once, but today he was about to set off. The reason was simple. This time, the hunting team was going to step onto the surface once again. During these 7 days, the armadillos that Chen Yuan and his team had hunted were almost completely consumed. The remaining members of the hunting team also failed to catch much prey, resulting in the tribe's food reserves being depleted at an alarming rate visible to the naked eye. The chieftain, Mochi, and others could only watch with worry and anxiety. Until today, seeing that the tribe's food supply was down to the last 1 or 2 days' worth, they finally couldn't resist seeking out Chen Yuan to propose the idea of venturing to the surface once again. As soon as the idea was proposed, Chen Yuan immediately agreed. The reason he hadn't joined the team for hunting these past few days was, first, to quickly familiarize himself with and master the powerful abilities he had gained after his recent advancement, and second, because he had expended too much vital energy while treating Xiaofeng earlier. After 7 days, he had finally managed to recover to peak condition. Originally, Chen Yuan had planned to bring up the matter of going to the surface in the next couple of days. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, the chieftain and others came to him first. Naturally, Chen Yuan did not refuse. At the cave entrance, Chen Yuan, Mochi, Dunzi, Wu Dian, Jiang Ming, and even Lingyu stood fully armed, listening to the instructions of the clan leader. They were truly fully armed. Mochi, Dunzi, Wu Dian, and even Jiang Ming and Lingyu were all dressed in pitch-black scale armor, thoroughly encasing themselves. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, although also wearing scale armor, only had key areas of his upper and lower body covered with an apron-like garment. It protected vital areas without compromising his combat effectiveness. The scales and armor on their bodies were all stripped from the armadillo king that Chen Yuan had hunted. Over the past 7 days, the chieftain had been overseeing this matter, and it wasn't until last night that these armors were finally completed. Only then did the chieftain bring these scales and armor to Chen Yuan and the others, proposing the idea of returning to the surface. With adequate protection and Chen Yuan's greatly enhanced strength, everyone in the hunting team was confident in successfully completing this mission. In fact, this time the hunting team had 3 tasks to accomplish on the surface. The first task was to search for prey to replenish the tribe's food supply. The second task is to search for salt soil. The ground nearby has already been thoroughly searched by the hunting teams, but there is no trace of salt soil at all. Helpless, they had no choice but to go underground to look for it. The third task, however, is related to Xiaofeng. For some unknown reason, after giving birth to Nian Hong, Xiaofeng produced very little milk. The poor child often cried out in hunger and could only follow the adults in drinking some meat soup. Those 3 silly roe deer were all slaughtered because of Nian Hang's arrival. Now, if they can't find something to help produce milk, the child will likely suffer. Nian Hang is the child of Xiaofeng and Xiaohang. The name Nian Hang was given to the child by Chen Yuan at Xiaofeng's request. Besides these 3 tasks, it would be even better if we could investigate the area near the ground around the exit and see if there are any sweet potatoes or other food. After bidding farewell to the chief and others, the hunting team swiftly and skillfully ran through the underground passage. In just over 3 hours, the group once again appeared at the underground exit. Ling Yu took the lead, stepping forward to carefully move aside the weeds, branches, and other debris blocking the exit. After confirming there were no other dangers nearby, he turned back to signal Chen Yuan and the others to come forward. At the cave entrance, Chen Yuan, Mochi, and Ling Yu looked up to observe the outside of the cave. Outside the cave, the sunlight was bright, the trees towered high, and the frequent chirping of birds could be heard, as if everything was indicating that it was safe outside. However, after the previous experience of almost being attacked by that avian beast, everyone no longer dared to trust the tranquil appearance outside. Carefully observing for nearly the time it takes to drink a cup of tea and still finding no signs of danger, Chen Yuan finally leapt out of the cave entrance, under the watchful eyes of Mochi and the others. He landed at the base of the rocky hill and quickly darted into the jungle, moving swiftly under the sunlight. At the cave's exit, Mochi and the others kept their eyes fixed on Chen Yuan. Only after he safely reached the large tree and turned back to wave at them did the group of over 20 people begin to emerge from the cave one after another, quickly heading into the primeval jungle ahead. While waiting for Mochi and the others to catch up, Chen Yuan's gaze continuously scanned his surroundings, paying particular attention to the newly risen morning sun in the distance. Chen Yuan himself couldn't remember how long it had been since he last saw a sunrise. Unexpectedly, this time he happened to catch one. Just glanced twice, then quickly withdrew his gaze and continued to survey the surroundings, guarding against potential crises. Soon, Mochi and the others arrived. A group of people crouched under the big tree, cautiously keeping watch on their surroundings. At Mochi's signal, 8 people immediately went off to search in all directions to prevent missing any unexpected situations. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the 8 returned, indicating that there was no danger in the area. The group then turned their attention back to Mochi, waiting for his instructions. Why don't we first go to the area near where we dug up sweet potatoes last time and see if there are any more? Mochi suggested. Hunting other beasts depends on luck, but sweet potatoes are relatively easier to find. More importantly, everyone is tired of eating roasted meat every day, and the taste of sweet potatoes is indeed quite popular among the tribe. If they could dig up more to bring back, the tribe would probably be even happier than if they found other prey. No one was familiar with this terrain, so naturally, there were no objections. The group gathered together and cautiously made their way toward the jungle where they had dug up sweet potatoes last time. Strangely enough, it seems this place is particularly suitable for pythons to thrive. The last time Chen Yuan and his group came here, they casually killed 2 pythons. This time, as they headed toward the sweet potato field, they unexpectedly encountered 2 more pythons, 2 pythons that were mating. Upon spotting the 2 pythons, Chen Yuan rushed forward faster than anyone else. With a swift stroke of the Qingfeng sword, the heads of the 2 pythons were instantly severed. Their tightly entwined bodies became even more tightly coiled, making it easier for the tribesmen to carry them on their shoulders. Harvesting 2 large pythons, each 2 to 3 meters long, right at the start put everyone in a good mood. Chen Yuan, in particular, was overjoyed. 20 experience points were earned just like that. After venturing a bit further, Wu Dian suddenly looked up at the towering trees and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, look, isn't that a large bird's nest up in the treetop?" Big bird's nest? Everyone instinctively looked over. Sure enough, on the branch of a towering giant tree diagonally above them, a massive bird's nest about 1 meter in size was quietly perched. And inside that massive bird's nest, there was a large blackbird stretching its neck, curiously looking down at the group below. Chen Yuan recognized this type of bird. It was the kind of large blackbird, about the size of an ostrich, often seen in this forest. However, it could be confirmed that this bird was just an ordinary beast-level creature and posed no danger. Originally, everyone was just surprised to see the bird's nest, but Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. One of the tasks on their mission this time was to find something to help with lactation. Although Chen Yuan wasn't sure if bird eggs could help, for Xiaofeng, it would definitely be something good. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan no longer hesitated. After looking around and confirming there was no danger, he turned and said, "Wait here for me." After saying that, he went straight to the big tree. Looking at the straight trunk, Chen Yuan didn't get discouraged. After a brief calculation, he stepped back 3 steps. Suddenly, he charged fiercely toward the tree trunk. Chen Yuan's feet repeatedly stepped on the tree trunk, and he instantly climbed up the massive trunk, reaching a height of 4 or 5 meters and landing on the first branch. Looking up at the bird's nest still more than 20 meters away, Chen Yuan began to climb swiftly using both his hands and feet. Under the big tree, Mochi and the others were somewhat dumbfounded, not expecting Chen Yuan to suddenly climb up to retrieve the bird's nest. In their opinion, even if there were bird eggs in that nest, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gap between their teeth, so they had no interest in taking them. As for the big birds in the nest, they could fly, and there was no way anyone could catch them. However, since Chen Yuan insisted on climbing up, everyone still conscientiously waited below. Some people standing on the outskirts even cautiously scanned the surroundings, fearing any danger might approach. At this moment, Chen Yuan, Yuan, who had already climbed nearly 20 meters up the tree trunk, encountered a problem. That problem was the owner of the nest, the blackbird, had actually discovered his nefarious intentions. Subsequently, not only did it not flee in fear, but it even fluttered around Chen Yuan, desperately using its dark, long beak to attack him repeatedly. At this moment, Chen Yuan, with both hands and feet hanging from the tree, had no way to fight back and could at most free one hand to shoo away the blackbird. But how could he possibly drive it away? After several failed attempts to shoo it off and getting pecked several times instead, leaving a few bloody holes on his shoulder, Chen Yuan gave up on driving it away. Taking 3 steps in 2, he directly leapt onto the tree trunk where the bird's nest was built, standing there glaring angrily at the large bird. "Let's make a deal. I'll borrow a few of your bird eggs for an emergency, and if there's a chance in the future, I'll return them to you. How about that?" As he spoke, Chen Yuan quickly approached the bird's nest. At that moment, chaos ensued. The blackbird suddenly began to cry out anxiously, "Ooh-ah, ooh-ah," and started attacking Chen Yuan frantically. Moreover, not far away, the treetops of other large trees echoed with a series of ooh-ah, ooh-ah sounds, clearly the cries of the blackbird's companions joining in. Moreover, Chen Yuan could visibly see several large blackbirds already flying toward this direction. These things can fly, but he cannot. He must make a quick decision. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan suddenly released his chi condensation realm aura, and sure enough, the large bird's cry came to an abrupt halt. Seizing this moment of pause, Chen Yuan quickly darted to the bird's nest, his eyes immediately lighting up. Inside the massive nest, there were over a dozen fist-sized bird eggs, pale green in color, each nearly as large as a goose egg. "I'll just take 6, not too many," Chen Yuan muttered, swiftly reaching out to pick up 6 bird eggs and cradling them in his hands. Then, before the blackbird could react, he leapt straight down to the base of the tree. Using the trunk below several times for leverage, Chen Yuan smoothly landed on the ground. "The bird egg is actually this big?" Wu Jian and the others couldn't help but gather around to take a look. "Move quickly," Chen Yuan shouted in a low voice, hurrying toward the sweet potato field. Wu Jian and the others froze, still unsure of what was happening when suddenly, more than a dozen pitch-black large birds swooped down from above. These birds attacked anyone they saw, their reactions incredibly fast, leaving the group unable to fight back. They could only cover their heads and flee in panic, following Chen Yuan as they quickly escaped into the distance. They fled for several hundred meters before the blackbirds finally gave up their relentless pursuit and returned to the treetops. However, one of them let out a noticeably more pitiful cry. Near the sweet potato field, Chen Yuan held 6 bird eggs in his hands. Ignoring his disheveled appearance, he began inspecting the wound on his shoulder. Fortunately, they were just superficial wounds, nothing serious. Looking back at Mochi and the others behind him, who had been chased by over a dozen large birds, the group appeared quite bedraggled. Their gazes toward Chen Yuan carried a hint of helplessness. However, no one voiced any complaints against Chen Yuan, because the one who had done all this was Chen Yuan. "Everyone, take care of your injuries first, then search around here to see if there are any new sweet potatoes," Mochi said in a low voice. As soon as he said this, the group silently nodded and quickly began tending to their injuries. In fact, there weren't any serious injuries. Compared to Chen Yuan, most of the group were wearing scale armor that protected up to their necks. At most, their exposed arms were slightly injured, and their hair was a bit messy. After a bit of tidying up, the group dispersed in 2s and 3s to start searching the area. About 10 minutes later, good news came from both the east and west sides. New sweet potato fields were discovered, and the areas were quite large. The people on both sides had already started digging them up quickly. Chen Yuan, Mochi, and their team, after failing to find sweet potatoes, hurriedly returned and joined the digging teams on both sides. Chen Yuan headed west, while Mochi and the others went east. By the time Chen Yuan arrived, Lingyu, who was leading the team, had already dug out more than a dozen massive dark red sweet potatoes with his group. The people Chen Yuan brought along, except for 2 who stayed on guard, all excitedly ran over and began digging quickly. Chen Yuan was about to go over to help, but his steps suddenly came to an abrupt halt, because the long-lost system notification sound rang out again. Ding! 100-year-old Angelica sinensis has been detected 500 meters ahead of the host. Dig it up, it might be beneficial for you. 100-year-old Angelica sinensis. Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. This is an excellent remedy for replenishing blood. Whether it's a pregnant woman who has lost a lot of blood or a warrior suffering from severe bleeding due to injuries, taking some Angelica during the recovery period could significantly shorten the healing time. Chen Yuan didn't expect the system to give him this hint. Since it did, he naturally couldn't let the opportunity slip by. "Uncle Lingyu, stop digging for now and stay alert to the surroundings. I'm going ahead to take a look. Be careful." "Alright." Lingyu, who was busy digging sweet potatoes, stood up. However, after glancing in the direction Chen Yuan pointed, he immediately frowned. That area was still unexplored by them. Then he hesitated and said, "How about we wait a bit? Let's finish digging up the sweet potatoes first and then go together. It'll be safer." "It's fine, it's just a few hundred meters. I'll be right back," Chen Yuan said with a smile. Hearing Hearing it was just a few hundred meters, Ling Yu no longer insisted. He let Chen Yuan go quickly and returned quickly, while he stood among the group of clansmen digging sweet potatoes, cautiously guarding against potential attacks from exotic beasts around them. After bidding farewell to Ling Yu, Chen Yuan walked alone on the layer of decayed leaves, quickly heading toward the area indicated by the system. Because the system did not indicate any nearby dangers, Chen Yuan did not need to worry too much. He just had to be cautious to avoid being attacked by hidden venomous snakes or small wild animals in the area. With a clear direction and distance, Chen Yuan found it very easy to search. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he discovered a giant angelica plant over 3 meters tall on the backside of a small hillside, about 500 meters away from Ling Yu and the others. The plant's stem was already as thick as a baby's arm and grew beneath the roots of a nearby large tree. Its white flowers on top made it especially easy to identify. Chen Yuan recognized angelica and, after a quick examination, confirmed that this was indeed an angelica plant, possibly even a mutated one. As for whether it's 100 years old, Chen Yuan wasn't sure, but since the system said so, it was probably not wrong. Arriving near the angelica, and confirming there was no danger around, Chen Yuan hung the Qingfeng sword at his waist, crouched down, and grabbed the root of the angelica with both hands, intending to pull it out completely. However, Chen Yuan somewhat underestimated the depth of this thing's growth. After trying twice, he still couldn't pull it out. Fine. Chen Yuan decisively took out the Qingfeng sword again and immediately squatted by the sand pile to start digging. Fortunately, this place was the decayed leaf forest, making the digging process quite easy. Chen Yuan smoothly dug nearly half a meter deep. However, beneath the half-meter mark was a layer of decayed black soil. After digging along the soil layer for a while, he finally saw the massive gray-brown tuber underneath. No wonder it's a century-old angelica. Just the root Chen Yuan could see was as thick as a bull's rim. Who knows how big it would be if it were fully unearthed. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the vast forest, only the sound of Chen Yuan's hands continuously digging through the soil could be heard. At this moment, a low shout suddenly rang out. "Xiao Yuan, be careful." Almost at the same time, a mountain-splitting axe flew directly over Chen Yuan's head. Squelch! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed. Chen Yuan turned around and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Behind him, there was unexpectedly a massive black panther, entirely pitch black, standing a meter tall and 3 meters long, that had appeared without him noticing. It was unclear how this black panther moved, as it had approached him silently, to the point that even Chen Yuan hadn't noticed. At this moment, the black panther had already been pierced through the neck by a mountain-splitting axe, firmly pinned to the ground, and was still struggling incessantly. Looking at the spot where the black panther was killed, it was only a little over 10 meters away from him. If he had been a few seconds slower, he might really have been ambushed by that thing. At that point, even if he had reacted in time, it would have been hard to avoid getting injured. "Uncle Mo, why are you here?" Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze from the black panther and looked at the man standing not far away. The man was none other than Mo Chi. At this moment, Mo Chi was looking at Chen Yuan with a face full of reproach. "Didn't I tell you not to act alone? Do you see how dangerous it just was?" "Yes, it was my carelessness. It won't happen again next time." Chen Yuan admitted his mistake decisively. Hearing Chen Yuan admit his mistake, Mo Chi's expression softened slightly. He then walked behind Chen Yuan, pulled the mountain-splitting axe out of the black panther's body, wiped the blood off on the panther's fur, and carried the axe. While staying alert to his surroundings, he curiously glanced twice at Chen Yuan, who was still crouching on the ground. "What are you digging for?" Mo Chi's curious voice sounded. Could it be that Chen Yuan had discovered something good again? "Angelica," Chen Yuan replied without looking up. "Is it a newly discovered food?" Mo Chi's eyes lit up. "This thing isn't for eating, it's used for replenishing blood," Chen Yuan explained briefly, while his hands sped up considerably. At this moment, Mo Chi was already standing in front of Chen Yuan, clearly able to see the nearly 1 meter deep pit that Chen Yuan had dug. Inside, a massive gray-brown plant root, nearly 1 meter long and about a foot in diameter, was being carefully extracted by Chen Yuan. This dangue was indeed enormous. Chen Yuan had spent almost the time it takes for an incense stick to burn digging here. This was already with the soft and easy-to-dig soil in the area, otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken to excavate it completely. Seeing Chen Yuan holding the massive dangue like a treasure, Mo Chi asked suspiciously, "This thing, can it replenish blood?" "Ah, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it now. You'll find out later. We can leave now." With that, Chen Yuan hugged the plant and headed directly toward the direction where Ling Yu and the others were. Behind him, Mo Chi smiled helplessly, turned around, and directly hoisted the massive black panther onto his shoulder, following behind Chen Yuan as they walked back. Over here, Ling Yu and the others had nearly finished harvesting the sweet potatoes. When Chen Yuan and Mo Chi returned, Ling Yu was instructing the tribespeople to pack the sweet potatoes into animal skin bags. As for Mo Chi's group, since there were fewer sweet potatoes on their side, they had finished early and had come over to help. From the 2 plots of land, they had dug nearly 10 animal skin bags full of sweet potatoes. The tribes tribespeople looked at Mochi and the others with excitement. Standing aside and waiting for a moment, Mochi said, "These things shouldn't be left here. Let's send them back to that underground entrance first. Leave them there for now, and we'll take them back together later." "All right." The clansmen naturally nodded quickly. Thus, 10 clansmen carried the animal skin bags filled with sweet potatoes, while more than 10 others stood guard on both sides, escorting the group back to the underground entrance. The group successfully delivered the sweet potatoes into the cave and then returned to the area where they had been digging for sweet potatoes. Coming out of the underground cave, then digging up sweet potatoes and sending them back before returning actually took no more than an hour. At this moment, the sun had just started to shine warmly, and there was still plenty of time before nightfall, so everyone naturally wouldn't head back just yet. After returning to the area, everyone searched around again, but unfortunately, there was indeed nothing left. Many tribespeople were still lamenting, but Emochi decisively said, "Alright, stop wasting time on this." Now, everyone split into 4 small teams and searched the surroundings to see if there are any huntable prey. Remember to be cautious, and if you encounter an irresistible danger, make sure to alert others immediately. Yes, everyone responded promptly. Immediately, Emochi, Lingyu, and Jiang Ming each led 4 people in 3 different directions, while Chen Yuan led the remaining 5 people to search the area where he had just harvested angelica. He wanted to see if there were any other angelica plants nearby. Unfortunately, after searching all the way, not only did he not find any angelica, but he didn't even see any sweet potatoes. Along the way, Chen Yuan remained vigilant of his surroundings while hoping the system notification sound would ring again. Unfortunately, the system fell into endless silence. Half a month had passed, and by now, Chen Yuan had more or less figured out how the system worked. This strongest survival system would most likely only provide survival prompts when he encountered something irresistible, life-threatening, or beneficial to him. On ordinary occasions, when he came across things he could easily handle, such as small wild animals or venomous snakes, it generally wouldn't bother to remind him. However, even so, Chen Yuan was quite satisfied. The only pity was that after searching outside for so long this time, he still hadn't found any other prey. "Hey, look quickly, what's that on the tree?" While walking, Yizhou, who was beside Chen Yuan, suddenly spoke up. Chen Yuan abruptly looked up, only to see a pitch-black figure darting across the tree trunk. "It seems like there's someone," a clansman couldn't help but exclaim. "Shut up, be careful not to attract the beasts," Yizhou angrily whispered. The man was so frightened that he quickly shut his mouth, but his finger kept pointing in the direction where the shadow had disappeared. Not to mention them, even Chen Yuan felt a sudden jolt in his heart when he saw the black shadow dart past, because Chen Yuan felt that it seemed to be a person too. A person of unknown identity, wandering alone on the giant trees in this primeval jungle. Doesn't this guy fear being attacked by other beasts or even demonic creatures? Or is it that this guy is actually very strong? Regardless of his mindset, Chen Yuan became curious about this person. "You stay here, I'll go over and take a look," Chen Yuan instructed in a low voice. "No way, the captain specifically told us to stick with you," Yizhou said hastily. Seeing the figure in the distance running farther and farther away, Chen Yuan stopped arguing with these guys and hurriedly chased after him. Yizhou and the other 4 immediately gathered their strength and followed behind to chase. However, after running less than 100 meters, Yizhou and the others despairingly realized that they couldn't catch up to Chen Yuan at all. Not only couldn't they catch up, but after just 100 meters, they couldn't even see Chen Yuan's shadow. Only the swaying branches ahead indicated that Chen Yuan had just passed through there. "Damn, is Xiao Yuan's speed really this fast? What do we do now?" Yizhou couldn't help but gasp for breath after chasing for a while. "We can't catch up. You two quickly go notify the captain and the others to come over. The 3 of us will continue following to see what's going on. Hurry up, leaving." These words behind, Yizhou led his group, swiftly chasing in the direction of the swaying branches, while the other 2 urgently returned to inform Mochi and the others. There was no other choice. Not only had they lost track of Chen Yuan, but they had also discovered what seemed to be members of another tribe. It was necessary to call others over to face the potential crisis together. As for what Yizhou and the others behind him were doing, Chen Yuan naturally had no idea. At this moment, he was already 400 or 500 meters away. It wasn't that he intentionally left Yizhou and the others behind, but if he slowed down, he would be directly left behind by that guy on the treetops. Up until now, Chen Yuan still hadn't been able to clearly see what exactly was on the treetops. However, the more he chased, the more it seemed like a monkey. If it were a human, there was no way they could move so fast on the treetops. This thought was quickly confirmed. After chasing for nearly 2 or 3 kilometers, the figure on the treetops suddenly stopped. It perched on a massive tree branch and turned to stare down at Chen Yuan below. And Chen Yuan finally saw the appearance of that thing. It was a giant monkey covered in thick black fur. No, that's not right. To be more precise, it should be a baboon nearly 2 meters tall. This creature had long, slender arms, allowing it to use both hands and feet to cling to the tree trunk while constantly swaying its body. At this moment, it was hanging more than 30 meters high in in the air, baring its teeth and making continuous woo-woo sounds at Chen Yuan. Although he couldn't understand what the other party was saying, Chen Yuan could roughly guess that it was probably a warning. Standing under the big tree, Chen Yuan immediately gave a wry smile. He had chased after it thinking it was a person, but who would have guessed it turned out to be a baboon? What a waste of time. Chen Yuan muttered helplessly and turned around, ready to leave. However, at this moment, a series of faint rustling sounds suddenly came from the treetops all around, followed by the swaying of numerous tree trunks in the vicinity. Accompanying the continuous swaying of these tree trunks, other wailing and howling sounds began to emerge. Upon hearing these sounds, Chen Yuan's expression immediately changed. As expected, the next moment, 20 or 30 baboons, large and small, leapt out from the surrounding treetops, hanging on the trees, all staring intently at Chen Yuan. "Heh, are they planning to attack me?" Chen Yuan almost laughed in exasperation. Although these baboons were agile and skilled at climbing trees, in terms of actual combat strength they were at most comparable to someone at the first or second level of body tempering, and perhaps even weaker, as these baboons didn't have any weapons. At that moment, the baboon that had been chased all the way by Chen Yuan suddenly let out a sharp cry. The next instant, it grabbed a tree branch and hurled it directly at Chen Yuan. However, because the distance was too far, the branch didn't even land on Chen Yuan, falling directly to the ground not far away. However, this seemed to be just the beginning. In the next moment, the sound of branches snapping echoed continuously. The large number of baboons surrounding Chen Yuan began frantically throwing branches at him. Some of them even managed to find large rocks from who knows where and started hurling them directly at Chen Yuan. Fortunately, these attacks were relatively slow, and Chen Yuan easily dodged them. Even so, being teased by a group of baboons still left Chen Yuan simmering with anger. Just as he was about to pick up a few stones to counterattack, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and suddenly took a step back. Plop! A fruit of unknown origin smashed into the spot where Chen Yuan had just been standing, shattering into pieces on impact. However, Chen Yuan stared at the fruit in a daze, temporarily forgetting to dodge. It wasn't until he was hit by another tree branch that he snapped out of it and quickly moved aside to evade. While dodging, Chen Yuan's gaze continuously searched around, trying to locate the position of the fruit tree. Chen Yuan was already certain that some of these baboons were definitely eating that kind of fruit, and it should be not far from here. Fruit, it's food, after all. Chen Yuan couldn't even remember how long it had been since he last ate fruit. This was truly an unexpected delight. Pop, pop, pop. The sound of things hitting the ground kept echoing. Chen Yuan glanced around but couldn't find the location of the fruit trees, so he instinctively walked toward the west. He wanted to see what was going on over there, as most of the baboons had come from the west earlier. However, it would have been better if Chen Yuan hadn't moved. The moment he did, the baboons on the treetops became even more agitated, and even their howls grew sharper. Moreover, the frequency of their attacks on Chen Yuan noticeably increased. There is a problem. There must be a problem in the west. The more agitated these baboons became, the more Chen Yuan wanted to go and take a look. However, after taking just a few steps, Chen Yuan's footsteps suddenly froze. Ding! System alert. A Titan python has been detected rapidly approaching 1 kilometer ahead of the host. Please evade immediately. Titan python. This is a species of python that, according to Blue Planet legends, has long been extinct. It is said that an adult Titan python can reach a body length of nearly 10 meters, with a diameter as thick as 3 to 4 meters. Swallowing someone like Chen Yuan whole in one bite would be no problem at all. What's even more terrifying is that many species in this world have already mutated. If this Titan python is mutated, Chen Yuan dared not think further, nor did he dare to continue heading west. Almost without thinking, he turned around and quickly darted back in the direction he had come from. After sprinting less than 100 meters, Chen Yuan suddenly heard a rumbling sound coming from behind him. While fleeing, he couldn't help but glance back, and the sight nearly caused him to misstep and fall to the ground in fright. Hundreds of meters behind him, a large number of trees began to shake violently. Some of the thinner trees even made cracking sounds as they split apart, before being heavily crushed to the ground. Through the gaps between the swaying tree shadows, Chen Yuan saw an enormous python with an exceptionally wide body coiled around the tree trunks, swiftly slithering toward him. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, Chen Yuan was certain that the creature's body length was at least 100 meters, and its thickness was probably no less than 5 or 6 meters. Not daring to continue looking, Chen Yuan quickly sped up and hurried back along the path he had come. Behind him, the howls of the baboons grew sharper, occasionally mixed with 1 or 2 agonized cries. It was unclear whether the baboons had fled or been taken down by the giant python. In any case, Chen Yuan was certain that the Titan python's combat power was absolutely astonishing, and its strength was likely exaggeratedly immense. Otherwise, those towering trees wouldn't have been so easily toppled as it climbed. I definitely can't beat it. Without even the thought of sneaking back to take a look, Chen Yuan buried his head and hurried in the direction where Yi Zhou and the others were. He needed to rush back quickly to intercept them, lest these guys run headlong into the Titan python. After walking for less than a kilometer, Chen Chen Yuan finally saw Yizhou and the other two hurrying over. Just as he was about to ask about the others, he suddenly heard the sound of numerous footsteps behind him. Mochi and the others had also rushed over urgently. Xiao Yuan, are you okay? Mochi arrived and gave Chen Yuan a quick once-over. I'm fine, this is not the place to talk, let's go. After speaking in a low voice, Chen Yuan continued walking along the path the group had come from. Mochi and the others were momentarily stunned and were about to speak when they suddenly heard faint, sharp howling sounds from afar. They immediately fell silent and quickly followed behind Chen Yuan, running swiftly toward the distance. After running a full 3 to 4 kilometers, until the screams of the baboons could no longer be heard, Chen Yuan finally continued. In that direction just now, a titan python was hunting baboons. If we went there, it would have been a death sentence. Titanoboa? Baboon? Mochi was momentarily stunned. He had never seen these creatures before, but he had heard their names mentioned in stories passed down by the older generation. Yes, that Titanoboa is enormous, we're no match for it, Chen Yuan explained. I heard from Yizhou and the others that you were chasing someone earlier, weren't you? Mochi asked with some confusion. The other tribesmen were equally puzzled, thinking they had encountered people from another tribe here. It was a mistake, it wasn't a person at all, it was just a baboon, Chen Yuan said, half laughing and half exasperated. The rest of the people immediately looked at each other in dismay. No one had expected that the thing causing so many people to chase after it would turn out to be just a baboon. However, this place is worth noting. I just discovered what kind of fruit these baboons are eating. Right now, there's a titanoboa over there, so we can't get close, but we can come back and check it out next time, Chen Yuan suddenly added. As soon as he said this, the group's eyes lit up. Although they didn't catch any other prey, if they could obtain a large quantity of fruit, that would still be quite good. Many people hurriedly looked around, silently memorizing the location and terrain of this place, and then a group of people headed toward the underground cave. By this time, the sun was already overhead, and before they knew it, half the day had passed. Walking through the dense forest, one could clearly feel a wave of heat, and occasionally, there was a faint smell of something rotting. Just as the group was about to return to the sweet potato field area, Chen Yuan, who was walking on the side, suddenly raised his eyebrows and came to an abrupt stop. The other clansmen accompanying him stopped instinctively when Chen Yuan halted, and Wu Dian whispered, "What's wrong? Did you notice something?" Shoo! Chen Yuan made a gesture for silence and continued to listen intently. Nearby, the other clansmen also became alert, each scanning their surroundings cautiously. However, there was no sign of any danger at all. "Something is approaching us," Chen Yuan suddenly exclaimed, as he heard a loud buzzing sound. The confusion on everyone's faces deepened, as their cultivation levels were not as high as Chen Yuan's, making their reactions to anomalies slower. Without caring whether the others had heard him, Chen Yuan's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in a low voice, "Run quickly." Although they were unclear about the situation, all the clan members instinctively chose to trust Chen Yuan and quickly followed him, sprinting towards the entrance of the underground cave. Before the group had run 100 meters, a loud buzzing sound suddenly emerged from a patch of shrubs they had just passed. Immediately afterward, swarms of giant mosquitoes, each the size of an adult's fist, flew out from within. The number of these giant mosquitoes was overwhelming, easily numbering in the hundreds. After appearing, the giant mosquitoes briefly oriented themselves before immediately chasing after Chen Yuan and the others, who hadn't gotten far. Chased by hundreds of fist-sized mosquitoes, even Chen Yuan couldn't help but have his eyelids twitching. The mosquitoes on Blue Star are only the size of a fingernail, but here, they're as big as an adult's fist. With mosquitoes this size, it wouldn't take many, just a dozen or 20, to drain all the blood from a person, wouldn't it? Moreover, who knows if these mosquitoes are carrying any viruses? If you get infected with a plague or virus in this godforsaken place, it would truly be a death sentence. Must run quickly. Chen Yuan's speed gradually increased. Behind him, Mochi and the others, although unsure of what exactly was chasing them, could tell from the overwhelming momentum that it was nothing to mess with. They frantically followed Chen Yuan, fleeing outward. However, their speed was fast, but that didn't mean everyone's speed was fast. In less than a minute, the team of 21 began to spread out. The few hunting team members with the weakest cultivation at the back of the group were on the verge of being completely surrounded by those mosquitoes. Once surrounded, they might not even have their lives. At the forefront of the team, Chen Yuan saw this scene, gritted his teeth, and decisively turned back, rushing toward the few clansmen behind him. Mochi and the others, who were chasing closely after Chen Yuan, were startled and wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. They watched helplessly as Chen Yuan charged into the overwhelming swarm of mosquitoes. The next moment, Mochi and the others gritted their teeth and decisively turned back as well. Pop, pop, pop. The sound of the Qingfeng sword swatting mosquitoes kept echoing. These mosquitoes were simply too large and too numerous. Even when Chen Yuan directly used the Qingfeng sword to slash and swat, he could still kill quite a few. However, Chen Yuan's speed was still a bit slow, and several mosquitoes had already landed on the neck of the clansman at the very back. The next moment, the lower half of one of the mosquitoes began to swell and grow larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not just that, that one, but the bodies of several other mosquitoes also started to swell. The speed at which they were sucking blood was simply too fast. Chen Yuan was startled and hurriedly rushed toward the clansman. However, by the time he reached him, the clansman's face had already turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, he was swaying unsteadily, almost collapsing to the ground. And all of this happened in just a few breaths. Damn it! Don't let these mosquitoes bite. If they land on you, kill them immediately. Chen Yuan's furious roar echoed. Immediately after, the speed of the Qingfeng sword in his hand increased even further. However, while Chen Yuan's speed was fast enough, the sheer number of mosquitoes was overwhelming. A large swarm of mosquitoes fearlessly charged at Chen Yuan. Although most were killed, a few managed to evade the layers of defense and landed on Chen Yuan's body. Pop, pop, pop. The sound of consecutive slaps rang out as those mosquitoes were swiftly slapped to death by Chen Yuan. However, when Chen Yuan killed the last mosquito, a large amount of blood burst out from its abdomen, splattering all over his hands. In just a brief moment, it had sucked so much blood. Chen Yuan felt a slight numbness and itchiness at the spot where he had been bitten, but he couldn't worry about it now. While pulling back the tribesman who was about to collapse, he quickly said, "Uncle Mo, light the fire quickly. These mosquitoes should be afraid of fire." "Alright," Mochi agreed and, without bothering to defend himself any longer, hurriedly took out the fire starter from his chest and quickly began to blow on it. However, how could the primitive fire starter be ignited so quickly? Helplessly, Chen Yuan had no choice but to hand that tribesman over to others. He then rushed to Mochi's side to protect him from being bitten, allowing him to focus entirely on igniting the fire starter. Whoosh whoosh, sparks flew, and thick smoke began to rise, yet the flames still did not appear. During this brief period, several more tribesmen were bitten by these mosquitoes. One person suffered the worst, being swarmed and bitten by dozens of mosquitoes at once. Those nearby had no time to rescue him and could only watch helplessly as he was quickly drained by the swarm, turning into a dried-up husk.